so you know. I don't know if you know he's joking.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
No N-word.
I want
no N-word on our show. Okay.
I want people
not
that
even
are not
necrophilia. We are very harsh about N-words around here. Okay. Necrophilia is.
You just went live. We start the stream and it's like, oh, these guys anti-white Marxists, and I'm like, F black people, N-word.
He'll get a street cred.
That's how you that's how you subvert expectations, right there.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, we're in the middle of the intro here.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with a bunch of racists on your Sunday live show with everyone's favorite thumbnail creator and lover of the movie Django, Adam Friended. How you doing, Adam?
What's up? How you doing? So we're doing. I guess we're doing a debate here, Sitch. What's
I don't know what we're having. Well, okay. So we're joined with some very special guests. We have Jangles and LSP, who we watched their debate with Sean and James last week.
What's up, y'all? Oh, doing wonderful.
We're also
rainy
joined,
Sunday. We're
also joined by Doomer Media. Ugh. And Counterpoints. How you doing, Counterpoints?
Aww. No, that's super sweet. Really happy to be here.
What a jerk.
I don't want people to think this is going to be like a 4 versus 2. What was Counterpoints? He butted into this. Okay. He's like, Sitch. He's like, Sitch, listen, let me moderate. Okay. I am the whisperer of all things to the left. I can make the conversation productive. And I said, Counter, you're insane. You're an insane person. True. But if you want to come in and play moderator, I don't think we're going to need it, but you can come in and you can get triggered and pretend like you're a moderator.
You're competing against me, though, Connor. I'm world's best moderator. What are you doing?
That's true.
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm not actually here to moderate. I'm here to translate. So if you guys want to rip each other's throats out, that's totally fine. But I want you to rip each other's throats out over your actual positions. So
okay.
I feel like
based,
I feel like things
based.
Yeah, so I feel like things can, you know, because I have debate experience with both Jangles and LSP in the past. And believe it or not, on the panel scene, they're some of the better faith people. LSP is the only like progressive who's ever made me change my mind on a conservative position. And then really? Jangles, even though we've fought viscerally in the past, I typically understand where he's coming from and assume it to be pretty well intentioned. So that's where I don't I don't care if y'all kill each other. That's totally fine.
What was
I just
the
want you guys to
position
kill each other
that you changed your mind on?
So basically, the fear or the conservative fear of losing the electoral college is it's just going to cause a whole bunch of like liberal or progressive landslides into the future, and Democrats are just going to whoop the crap out of Republicans into the future. While I still want the electoral college, what LSP said, which I thought was actually a pretty smart take, is that it would force the Republicans to reform their platform to be more popular to a broader swath of people. So that doesn't mean that conservative arguments or conservative perspectives can't win. They just need to be packaged in a way that's marketed to more people.
Just way off topic. We're in the beginning of the video here. Maybe we should do like critical race theory stuff.
I was just curious. Anyway, and also, hey Doomer. Sorry, I was right in the beginning. But I love S-Class loves to hate Doomer. Doomer's here because Adam decided. So if you guys remember a couple weeks ago, Adam was very sick on Tuesday. And Adam and his infinite wisdom.
We don't need to tell him about that, Sitch. Let's just get into this.
Well, in case Adam has to run away, from the stream.
I'm not running away from anything.
In case Adam passes out, Doomer will be.
A-Team doesn't run away.
Exactly.
Sitch.
Okay.
Yeah, he passes.
I'm feeling great. I'm ready to get into this. What are we talking about here? This is. Well, maybe we should let.
We should have Jangles and LSP tell them what they're all about.
You guys wanted to do this, so what's going on?
Yeah. Well, Justin, you want to go first, or you want me to go first, or who gives a shit who goes first?
Well, I'm the one who made the drunken tweets at.
Drunken? Oh no, we have an admission of guilt already.
Admission of guilt. Hey, here's a true fact about me. 90% of my debates are drunk me getting into fights that sober me most then take on.
Oh God, wait, this is almost meta. They don't know this. Full disclosure, the debate was a shit show. Part of that is our fault. Part of that is MythCon's fault, but everything was going crazy. For one, James and Sean were very likely hungover because everybody went drinking the night before. For two, Justin and I were coming down from a high because we ate edibles the night before. For three, that stage was mixed by Helen Keller. You couldn't hear shit. No. The sound mixing was terrible.
So, it was actually there's
Justin
a wonderful.
high, got drunk. I went high. It was fun.
Jeez, guys.
It's actually a wonderful story. Me and James hate each other. So the night before the event in the hotel, because we all share the same hotel, we, by we, I mean me, LSP, and a friend that we had there, we're all prepping with our notes in the lobby of the hotel. And then a group of them, including James, comes in just drunk off their ass because they were out partying at a bar somewhere.
The audience doesn't know what we're talking about here. We should give the backstory on there's a debate. You guys are talking about
this was the debate we
that,
watched last Sunday, the Myth-informed MKE debate we watched last Sunday. That's what we're talking about.
So there was a debate at MythCon on critical race theory. There were 4 people on the panel. One was James Lindsay, who's rather well known on Twitter as, you know, an anti-critical race theory guy. He's done a bunch of lectures on this kind of thing. Sean was also on Actual Justice Warrior, frequent guest of the show. He was evidently subbed in last minute to replace somebody.
Literally the day.
Yeah. Jangles was on the panel. He's here with us now. Jangles, the science lad, and LSP was on the panel too. He's with us as well. So we did a response to this stream last week. We've been critical of critical race theory for quite some time. I don't know that I'd call myself a James Lindsay fan, because James Lindsay goes insane on Twitter like regularly, and I don't know if I'd condone any of that behavior. But I do think he's right about critical race theory, and Sitch agrees. So we've made, I don't know, 10 videos on critical race theory. So we made this response video, and you, I think, were like, you didn't like that we had made the response, but you're admitting now that you were drunk.
No, we don't mind
maybe what we did was great.
We don't mind that you made a response. We welcome response. We welcome criticism. We minded what you specifically said, what you said our positions were, how you presented our positions, what our actual positions were, what we actually said on the stage.
Well, I think the most offensive thing that I probably said was that I think Jangles could possibly be operating in bad faith. So I think that's probably
a little bit.
I think that's probably the place to start.
Wait, I want to hear the end of the high story. We completely got off track here.
Okay. We're fucking coming back to that. Basically, me and James hate each other. And so
why can we stop there for a second? Why do you and James hate each other? What's going
all right, so fuck, dude, how far back do I have to go?
Well, it's weird. Like, I don't listen,
Adam,
Jangles.
You guys fought on Twitter.
Jangles, I don't. There's no one that I hate. Like, you might think that I hate you. I don't hate you. Like, I don't hate people.
Hey, Jesus Christ. Dude, we fought on Twitter. We fought on Twitter like a year ago. That's all you need to know. That's all the backstory you need. Okay. And now it's not even going to be funny anymore. So basically, James comes in drunk. I'm high off my ass because I don't take edibles. And so we attempt to stare each other down in the lobby of the hotel room. And it doesn't work. I'm high. I can't make contact with him. He's drunk. He can't make eye contact with me. So in our minds, we're like doing this DBZ battle. Like, we're staring each other down.
The Kill Bill music.
But in reality, it's just
the worst part is they're like both drunkenly rotating while they're doing it.
We fought on Twitter.
But they're trying to stare each other down.
It's like in our minds, DBZ fights. In reality, if you were not outside onlookers, just these two not sober idiots.
So was James on edibles too? I'm confused.
No, he
was drunk. I was high.
The edibles were for the leftists. The righties had.
You guys should have got high together. Then you could have hashed this all out the night before.
This
is
what's
would have been much better if we were all high on that stage.
True.
If I had known, I would have brought more edibles. But one of my friends ate them all. So.
Here at the Sitch and Adam show, we do not condone drug use.
We do, however, find it hilarious.
True.
Okay.
So getting back to like what Adam just said, I felt like, so I'm prepared for a lot of criticisms. There are, like LSP said, and like there are definitely criticisms you can make of us, but something that I don't know how to respond to is to be called a dishonest over and over, because what the fuck can I say against that? If you think I'm being dishonest, if you think I don't actually hold the positions that I do, how can I possibly refute that? Because anything I say, well, you've labeled me dishonest, so anything I say in my defense doesn't fucking matter. And I think it's really fucking frustrating. Really frustrating. What's up, Connor?
Yeah, if I can like tag on to this, because I mean I think it's important to clear the air. You guys broadcast what I feel to be a bunch of stuff that either ignored what we said or misrepresented what we said. So I'm hoping we can get to it honestly to talk about it, because hey, you know what? I might be wrong. Maybe I misinterpreted a joke. Maybe I misunderstood your points. So I want to ask clarifying questions, and you guys can do the same to us. You can ask us clarifying questions. It might well be that we weren't clear. or that we misstated something. So if you guys have clarifying questions for us, I'm sure I'm happy to answer this. I'm sure Justin is too.
Well, I want to address the dishonesty thing too, because I think that's like the most important thing. And Jangles, you're saying like you're on Twitter, drunk tweeting. Alcohol turns you into a dishonest fuck. So
No,
let's be fair.
Whoa. Have you ever drank before? The opposite is true. It makes you too honest. It makes you an asshole.
And vino veritas. So if where the conversation kind of breaks down, at least from what I've reviewed, because I watched the Sitch and Adam show last week, was I think it's descriptive versus prescriptive, and also like quote unquote hiding power level. So for instance, like the way that Jangles and LSP kept couching CRT was a frame through which to analyze. You should separate out descriptive versus prescriptive. I'm always trying to just make sure the audience is along for the ride. Counterpoint.
Descriptive just means how things are. Prescriptive means how things should be. Continue.
No, descriptive is like a objective view of the world, and prescriptive is like a moral view of what you should do, and ought versus an is.
But can I?
Was more accurate.
What do you say?
This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here for the translation. Let's all slow down a little bit. We can bear in mind. Let's not invoke Sitch's rule like 10 seconds into the conversation. Yeah, fuck you too, LSP. So what I'm trying to say is that like so for instance, like if what Jangles and LSP were saying during that debate, which is kind of what I would understand from my previous relations with them, is that CRT is a lens through which to analyze race relations. And what James Lindsay was saying was, hey, here are all the founders of this philosophy. And they're not just saying that's a frame through which to analyze reality. It's the most important variable in society. And not only that, it dictates a certain amount of implementation and praxis that's logically necessitated through this frame. And so where I think the breakdown is, or at least what I think the breakdown would be Jangles and LSP defending using the frame in order to look at society to analyze historical events, whereas your chief objection, PSA Sitch and Adam, from what I could tell, is the logical implication that, or not even the logical implication, the explicit statement that race is the most important factor, and then the logical implication that we have to implement the solutions by these leftist thought leaders. And then I'll let you all tear that apart. But that's my first translation.
Well, I don't think it's an accurate translation for me.
Or me. But if it was it accurate for you guys?
Yeah, I felt like that was
close.
pretty accurate.
Yeah, it was close for our side. And actually, I feel like that was a decently accurate description of the other side. And that's where I think a lot of the disagreement would come into.
I think that was accurate of what James was arguing. That's not really my main concern.
Yeah,
it's pretty accurate what he was saying, and it was very, very wrong.
Well, my main concern is that JMac just gave us $400. Thank you so much, JMac, our surrogate father.
Holy shit!
The JMac team says capitalism for the win, baby. Down with the haters, lift up the lovers, never stop improving. Yet remember to love yourself. Thank you.
JMac's got way too much money.
Words
I was about to say,
Words
JMac,
of a fatherly wisdom from JMac. Always appreciated.
What kind of content do you need to get you in my stream? Holy shit!
I know, right?
JMac is our father. Okay.
Yes.
Get your hands
you
off
get your own father.
You get your.
Can I get him to hate me so much that he hate gives me money?
You can adopt.
There you go. So my issue with a lot of the CRT conversations is that it seems to be that there's either this ignorance or dishonesty. Now, I'm not attributing this to anyone in this conversation. Okay.
Yeah. Now you're not.
Well, listen. Adam he brings out the worst thing. Anyway, there's this.
I'll fucking say it, dude. Come on.
There's this ignorance or dishonesty about what critical race theory is. And
yes.
Kind of this.
I definitely agree with that.
Correct idea that is being pushed in the public that CRT is simply the continuation of the liberal civil rights movement, but that's not the case. The liberal civil rights movement was explicitly based around the idea that, race should have no value and we should, deconstruct this category and just kind of get rid of it and get on with our lives and have a more shared common humanity. And that was what the liberal civil rights movement was about. CRT, on the other hand, and all its sort of, woke brethren, we'll call it, are built around the idea that the concept of race should be preserved. So it's the opposite of the civil rights movement, as a group identifier, but only to be used by minorities in order to gain political power and to enact social change. And that this is based off of the radical leftists of the civil rights movement, not the liberal civil rights movement. So that's kind of my concern with how CRT is being discussed.
All right, so instead of disagreeing with that, I want to read to you my perception of the main pertinent tenets of CRT. Of course, this isn't the entire thing, and it's kind of long, and I have it written down. So I want you to stop me the second you when you disagree with something I say. Okay, sure. I would like you to stop me, and I'll stop after every sentence to give you a short pause to let you do it. Okay. All right. Here's my main point. My main description of CRT that I've written in advance. I believe that there are no, and me saying like this is why I would agree with CRT. I believe that there are no meaningful biological differences between racial groups, especially in terms of intelligence, work ethic, criminality, or morality in quotes. This is a stance overwhelmingly supported by decades of scientific research. This means that substantial disparities between racial groups along economic, education, or criminal lines must be the result of past and present discrimination and the cultural values that precede and follow said discrimination.
Is this your feeling of the world, or is this your feeling of what CRT is arguing?
This is my feeling of what CRT is arguing and why I think it's a good lens to use sometimes.
I mean, I assume...
So you realize CRT is not a scientific lens, right?
Right. It's a social lens.
A sociological one, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. It incorporates science, and I
don't think we ever call it science.
Yeah, and I have a bunch of studies that would support this worldview.
I would assume if you were to ask a CRT person, they would agree with what you're saying. From the papers that I read, they don't really.
Yeah. How does CRT call?
No, and from the paper,
how does CRT call objectivity and science, white supremacy, and also be a?
We're going too far ahead.
Going too far ahead. All right. So do you disagree with anything that I've said so far?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what I'm not exactly sure what the purpose of this is because
I'm not done.
Well, no.
Okay, we'll continue.
Just tell us.
Highlighting Adam. He's highlighting his worldview and his interpretation of CRT.
I understand.
See if you have any principal objections about his interpretation of it.
But it's confusing as to whether or not we agree or disagree whether or not this is the interpretation of CRT or if we disagree with the actual interpretation.
Right.
That sets up a very confusing dynamic here.
This is why I want to be here. So basically, what I would say is I already have a sticky note open. And this would kind of be like I take notes during debates and conversations and all that kind of stuff. What I would say is Adam and Sitch, if you don't want to take notes on I would say assign this as Jangles' perspective, but still keep a relevant objection in your head that this is what he's saying, not necessarily what you've heard CRT thought leaders or academics.
And I'll get
counterpoint.
I agree with him.
It's very plain what he's doing here, and this is why it appears to be bad faith. He's setting up a situation where if you disagree with CRT, you're some sort of race realist. That's completely dishonest and turns him into an immediate piece of shit.
We have not yet even gotten out a full statement before you've already accused us of dishonesty.
Can I maybe finish? And maybe I can actually address that.
Sitch, am I wrong here?
You are wrong.
I don't know.
He's basically saying my understanding of CRT is that it's a anti-race realist thing. And if you're against CRT, then you're a race realist.
Adam, if you think that's what he's going to do, why not let him finish his point and then point it out?
Okay, we're going to address that entire debacle after I'm done, okay?
So, I want you to finish.
Jangles, are you a race realist? I want to ask you right out of the gate, okay?
No one in this call is a race realist, okay? No one in this call, I assume, is a race essentialist, okay? So,
Jangles has set up a position here where he can't abandon CRT without turning himself into a race realist. I just don't want to back him into a corner here.
I have said nothing disagreeable, and you're already freaking out. Okay. I think that might be a sign.
I'm not freaking out.
And I'm halfway done. I'm not even done.
Instead of us interrupting Jangles whenever we disagree, I want Jangles to give his full answer, and then I want to come back to.
I want to ask one
my
question. I
issue.
want to ask one question
Yes.
first.
You can ask
okay?
it after I'm done, please.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's my show.
I made a mistake.
It's my show. I'm going to ask my question first. Okay.
Ask your question, Adam.
I'm curious, Sitch, in
Yes.
all of the CRT reading you've done, because you've done a lot
Yes.
more CRT reading than me. I've done some,
Yes.
and I've listened to a lot of James Lindsay. Where in CRT does it ever talk about race essentialism?
In the core tenets of CRT.
No, I'm
core
asking.
tenets
I'm
a
asking.
lot. Yes, it does.
Okay. Continue
Okay.
then, Jangles.
It's almost like I've read some CRT too. Cool.
Come on.
All right.
Chill.
All right.
Everybody chill.
All right. So regarding like this must mean that substantial disparities between racial groups along economic, education, and criminal lines must be the result of past and present discrimination and the cultural values that precede and follow said discrimination. This is also a stance overwhelmingly supported by decades of history and legal research. Because of the difficulty in unraveling the very complex and fluid manifestations of racism, it is useful to have a lens of analysis that focuses on race and racism when analyzing these racial disparities. To reduce this down to CRT makes race the only possible factor is to invite the question, well, what are the other factors and why can't racism play a part in them?
Oh, okay.
Was anything disagreeable there?
Well, I wouldn't say it's disagreeable, but
If you like, we can send you the full statement in text so you can
no,
read it
I
yourself
don't
if you
believe me. I don't
want to go.
But I want to go back to my concern, which is that, I mean, do you acknowledge, I guess, that CRT is not the continuation of the liberal civil rights movement?
In some ways, it's not. It is certainly
Mhm.
informed, and this is in Delgado's book, The Introduction to
Right.
Critical Race Theory. It is in some ways informed by, and in some ways, it is critiquing and deviating from a lot of the main figures of the civil rights.
Okay,
movements.
so
It's
would it
somewhat informed
be-
by it and somewhat in response to it?
Would it be fair for me and other people to consider CRT a leftist?
Probably
Okay. And what about anti-liberal?
anti-liberal.
In some ways.
That one's harder to justify.
Mm-hmm. Well, so in some ways, okay. Is there some disagreement there?
It's harder to justify it being anti-liberal. The quote that gets brought up is that like it critiques liberalism, which is not the same thing as rejecting it. It
Well,
says,
it's-
it says very clearly in the book that there are some benefits. Like colorblind is certainly better than abject racism, certainly better than that. But it's saying that that's not solving all of the problems. There are certain critiques to liberalism, to colorblind policy, and to like it's like the procedural method of which we enable rights. There are critiques to that. They're not rejecting it, and it's not anti those things. They're just saying sometimes those things like don't address the problems in the way that might be the most efficient.
So I think it's a little stronger than that. I think the Delgado book kind of hides its power level a little bit.
Fuck off!
Well, no, look, listen. If you read,
Doug, how
if
can
you-
you like?
We were
it
doing
hides
so
its
good
power
too.
level.
well, can I finish my
Just-
sentence?
Yeah, let him finish.
Yeah, come on.
See what he's got. Let him finish.
If you read the critical race theory key runnings that form the movement, I mean, a huge part of it that isn't really talked about too much in Delgado, but is continually mentioned throughout the key writings, is mentioned in the introduction, is talked about by Kimberly Crenshaw, is this idea of race consciousness. And what they mean by that is we need to go back to the ideas of the radical left Black nationalist movement during the civil rights movement. And they kind of complain a lot, actually, about how the liberals won the civil rights movement and made it so that anyone concentrating on race as an important category would be labeled racist. And they say, oh, the liberals, they associated the white nationalist and with the Black nationalist. And this was done intentionally to sort of beat back the radical left side of the civil rights movement and to allow the liberals to win, the public messaging on civil rights.
Can I ask you a clarifying
we need
question?
to go back. Well, hold on. And they're saying that, and Gary Peller and Kimberly Crenshaw and all these people are saying we need to go back to the Black nationalist, Black liberation movement. And to me, that's where I say that's very anti-liberal.
Yeah, we don't really, as far as I know, we don't really disagree with that. I don't.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of Black nationalism or Black liberation. I favor an integrated society. I wanted to ask when you say that Delgado suggesting we go back to the ideas.
No, Gary Peller and Crenshaw are really the ones pushing that.
Yeah, what they mean, I'm right. What they mean by that is we need to go back to the ideas of the radical left civil rights movement. What specific ideas are they wanting to return to? Is it just black nationalism and black liberation?
They don't like the idea that coalescing around race and giving race importance is considered racist. And what they want to do is they want to say, listen, black people should be able to all identify as black, regardless of their ethnicity or where they come from, and use that black identity to gain power politically and socially without being called racist. That's what their big kind of criticism is of liberalism.
Yeah. So if we still have, and I'm sure you would agree that racism wasn't solved with the Civil Rights Act. We did not solve racism in society with the passage of the Civil Rights Act. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So there are still to this day, in a lot of ways, very little has changed. In a lot of ways, we've made a lot of progress, but in terms of
very little has changed from the 1960s.
Is that what I said?
In a lot of ways.
In a lot of ways,
qualifier out.
Okay.
School segregation is not that much better than it was. Like wealth disparity is not that much better than it was. There's a Kerner Commission that came out like 50 years after, like right after the Civil Rights Movement came out. The Kerner Commission came out and said, hey, these are the things we need to do. And a 50-year retrospective on that Kerner Commission said like, oh, well, you didn't do all those things that we recommended. And because of that, a lot of the problems are still present to this day. So
I don't want
what I want to ask you is,
let me just insert one thing though, because it's annoying in these kind of conversations when you throw out like, something like a little line like, oh, well, not a lot has some things have changed, not a lot has changed or whatever you specifically said. Cause then it's like, that's like an hour-long conversation.
Okay. Well,
that I'm not really that super interested in at this point right now. Okay. So
would you
leapfrog that and move on to what you're about to say?
Yeah. A lot has changed.
Because we vehemently disagree.
And that's what I said. A lot has changed, but in a lot of things haven't changed as much as they probably should have in this time frame.
I have a question.
Is that agreeable?
I have a question, Sitch, when
that's
you're
more
done.
agreeable.
So, but go ahead. You seem to be onto a point.
Me or him?
Sitch.
You, Jangles.
No, Sitch.
Wait,
I thought you were asking a point.
Who's running this fucking show?
I'm just curious. No, I'm curious because, like, my thing is, what in CRT is using a scientific lens to understand any of this stuff, Jangles? I've read some of these papers and there's no science.
Wait.
That's why I said Sitch. I'm like, I have a point when you're ready.
I want to stick to this one point at a time.
Okay, so next topic will be the science topic.
Yes.
Go ahead, Sitch. Continue.
No, go ahead, Jangles.
Okay.
See that worked. He went. Sitch went ahead, and
I'm passing it.
We worked it back.
We
worked it back. It worked. So, fuck. What was I saying?
Yeah. What is the topic here, Sitch, that you want to stick on so badly?
I got it.
Yes.
So if we still have racial problems in this country, if we still haven't went past the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow and all that fun stuff and everything that's been like one George Clooney ago, people forget civil rights movement happened to one George Clooney ago. So if we haven't gotten past that, how do we not identify these identities that are being like still haven't caught up to where they should be and what is supposed to be an egalitarian society? How do we fix these problems without identifying them?
Yeah, he's basically saying, how do we do it without CRT, Sitch? That's why I'm asking the science.
That's
question.
basically, dude. It's
well, because it's not.
All right, no. I want to ask Adam directly. How do we fix racial inequality if we ignore race? Answer that question.
Well, let me hold on.
Nope.
Hold on.
Ask that.
Because that's a different.
Question.
Because that's a slightly different question. And I don't understand. What
Is it?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't understand.
What I said.
Because
what I said. No, what I said.
Let him explain how it's different. Let him explain how it's different.
There's a difference between saying we need to identify that races are socially.
Which is what
exist.
I just said.
Right.
And then Adam decided what I actually.
Yeah, but you're assigning a position to me that my position is to ignore race, which is fucking a lie.
Let him finish.
It's almost that was the question.
Can I have the talking stick?
No.
Let me finish. Let me finish, Connor. Okay. There's a little bit of a difference between saying yes, we need to acknowledge that Black people exist and that Black people as a group exist and face disproportionate problems in society and racism, stuff, this and all those things. That's all different than saying I think Black people should use their identity and coalesce around as a group and use this kind of form of racial identity politics in order to enact social or political change in the world. Those are a little bit different concepts.
That's advocacy, Jangles, not science.
Hold on. Do you think one, I'm not talking about science yet. Plus, trust me, we'll get to the studies. All right. But for advocacy, you do need to coalesce around identity. Let's take a really basic one. All right. How would gay people win the rights for gay marriage without coalescing around that identity?
So, okay. So
Can you answer that?
Yeah, I can, but I just want to be clear here. Okay. Do you understand that my major problem with CRT, well, the first thing I said, is that publicly the conversation is not, there's no acknowledgement of what I just said publicly, that the CRT people do not acknowledge that this is a leftist ideology.
Okay, well, you can talk to two of them right now. Two of them are in the room right now.
I understand. No, but yeah, but do you perceive what I'm perceiving, that there is this sort of, let's pretend CRT is just this liberal continuation, and that's very dishonest.
Okay, well, yes, we can critique them, the people who are in the room.
Okay,
so how is that useful?
Yeah,
I just want you to understand where I'm
we
coming
acknowledge,
from.
yeah, Sitch, we absolutely do acknowledge there are some people who have some really fucked up or stupid ideas about race. I know you don't know. No,
that's not quite. I just want
it
to be
it's not what he's saying.
I just want to be acknowledged.
Then let me explain what I mean by fucked up or stupid ideas about race. I mean this idea that we need to coalesce around Black nationalist identity movements in order to achieve what we were trying to achieve 60 years ago, misrepresenting it.
No,
right? Is that more accurate?
Well, I agree. I don't like that.
Okay. Well, I needed to fine tune my language because you had a problem with me just saying.
But it's not what he's saying.
I just want it to be acknowledged publicly in the public conversation that CRT is a leftist, not liberal thing.
And by leftist, he means Marxist. He means communist.
And but here's why I'm kind of focusing on this, because you two are the first people we've ever talked to about CRT that will acknowledge that. Every other person I've ever talked to about CRT plays this hide the ball game where they try to convince me that it's actually just this liberal thing.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that there's a lot of like fucked up, genuinely racist people on the anti-CRT side? Do you think you should have to?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you think that you should have to answer for them?
Oh no, listen, I'm not saying this so that you have to answer for it. I'm just putting it out there. I'm happy that you're taking this position. I mean,
we agree. Which is it's weird.
All right, now I've asked.
Okay. Well, I just
it's a bad analogy though.
Because it's not, and this isn't like this isn't an obtuse thing. Kimberly Crenshaw was on Joy Reid's show, and she basically lied about this. to the public.
Okay, if you just want like a public admission, I'll admit CRT has roots in Marxist thought.
Thank you. That's all I want. I'm done with the conversation. That's all I wanted.
Cool.
I can go to sleep now. Thank you so much.
No, you can't, because you still got a lot to answer for.
Yeah,
like you were not being. You were
that's a softball right here.
Okay.
What do you want to say, Connor?
Well,
yeah. So for there's two things, and I think I heard Doomer wanted to pipe in a little bit too.
Man, fuck that
guy. All right. So number one, just from previous debates in the past and learning this kind of thing, I think one of the things that I was taught in a professional debate setting is don't use the term you. So we can extrapolate that out to
counterpoints from marriage counselor over here.
I know. Yes, what the fuck?
I'm a fucking centrist.
He's trying to keep us from divorce.
I will beat
Connor, call us when you're an enlightened centrist, okay? We're all centrists here too.
I'm just messing.
Okay, hold on. So, all right, let me beat you both off with both hands.
It's been our brand forever.
Okay, hold on. So the point is that like when we're saying like you or whatever, you're basically what ends up happening is the other person feels like they're being strawman because their entire concept is not represented the way they want to, and then we just accuse each other of bad faith back and forth. We're going to waste a lot of time on it if we continue doing that. So try to eliminate you from what you're saying.
No,
and
you.
Then in order,
yes,
okay,
well,
no, you.
If I might.
So and then in order to, well, hold on. I want to add a concept because I think this is another point of disconnect.
Okay.
Is that the analytical. So for instance, like I've read the Communist Manifesto, and for the first, like, I don't know, half of it, it sounded like a love letter to capitalism, because it was literally talking about like all of the achievements of capitalism and how it generated so much wealth and it's lifted us up through the feudal era and all this kind of stuff. But then what it did is it made a whole bunch of criticisms of capitalism where it's like it has disproportionate like material distribution, and there's a whole bunch of people whose needs aren't met, this, that, the other. And if you actually read the criticism of capitalism from a communist lens, it actually seems 100% accurate. Where it jumps the fucking shark is where it gets into prescriptions, where it says that the prescription is for workers to own the means of production and for the decommodification of human needs, and let's all go execute our landlords, right? So the descriptions are fine because I think they're sailing in criticisms. And that's where I'm kind of wondering, since we're talking about like a Marxist lens here, and we're talking about two people who are willing to acknowledge the split between like leftist and liberal and progressive thought in this thing, is are we seeing where Jangles and LSP are defending the critical and analytical descriptive function of CRT while not necessarily signing on for all of the prescriptive issues? It feels
they
like
haven't
they're
really
hiding
answered that yet, though.
Last point. Because you have all these thought leaders in the CRT world who make a bunch of prescriptions that you viscerally disagree with, it feels like they're hiding the ball. And I'll leave it there and let y'all suss that out.
So let's ask.
So Connor
because I'm curious.
Connor made a pretty salient criticism, and this is why I thought your stream last week was pretty bad. You played the pronoun game a lot. You said a lot of like, this is what they do, this is what they love to do, and it was very unclear whether you're talking about me and LSP, the people actually speaking, or you're speaking about like the broader people who may or may not be critical race theorists out in the public. That's very frustrating to listen to because it sounds like I'm being strawmanned a lot. Like,
yeah, we can go over examples.
But I want to answer Connor's question. The question that Connor's like statement poses.
Are we signing up for descriptive elements of CRT without the prescriptions?
Yeah.
I am.
So look, Connor, already he's accepting. He says, I am for the prescription aspects of it. So what?
I just said the opposite. I just said the opposite, Adam. Adam, you need to listen. I just said the opposite.
Hold on. Let's make it clear. Let's talk one at a time here, okay? My question is, there is a descriptive element of CRT that we can talk about and describe. We won't hear, and then there is a prescriptive element to CRT, which is the praxis stuff that everyone's complaining about being in schools and stuff. Connor has made the argument that you guys are in favor of the lens, the descriptive element of CRT, but not in favor of the practice.
Wouldn't it be great to hear from us?
Jangles.
So let me
shut the fuck up, okay? I'm trying to fucking ask you a question here.
No, you're not. You're trying to put words into my mouth.
I'm trying to ask you.
I'm asking.
Talking stick.
There's a fucking audience here, Jangles. They want to know your actual opinion.
Then why are you telling them my opinion?
Jangles, shut the fuck up.
I'm asking you a fucking question, you moron.
Did you guys know that Doomer doesn't like Django?
Okay, I hate you so much.
Listen, Connor, can you please ask the question? Evidently, he doesn't understand the question from me.
I will.
Connor.
Okay, no. I am gonna kick you all in the balls.
Yeah, we do not. We do not.
So number one. Okay, stop. Basically, if you saw the breakdown in communication for the past fucking 2 minutes, what happened was Jangles began describing the previous week's descriptions of his positions. Then he got pissed off thinking about those descriptions. And then you assigned a bunch of perspectives to him that he didn't necessarily disagree with. And LSP, hold on, this is important.
What did I just subscribe to him? I asked him what is his fucking what is his position?
Okay,
I didn't describe it to him. What are you talking about?
I'm so glad you're here.
I'm gonna punch you on
I'm
the
so
balls.
glad you're here.
So in order to
who's
move
talking?
The
I can't.
conversation
Is that you,
forward,
Sitch?
Yes.
In order to move the conversation forward, let's stop describing what the other person did, either now or in the past, and let's just talk about our things. And in order to assuage Adam's frustration with this question,
wait. First of all, hey, I have no frustration here. Counterpoints. Listen. Counterpoints.
Have a lot of frustration.
Counterpoints. Let me talk for 1 second here. Sitch, is this like I went out of my way, Sitch, to
you're a little aggro.
I went out of my way though to describe the prescriptive and the descriptive aspect of CRT without labeling them, without giving any description of them. And I did that so I wouldn't be accused of placing some sort of position on these two. And then they accuse me of that anyway. Like what the hell?
Just got done bitching about Adam.
I am just hey Connor,
Everyone,
1 second,
listen,
please.
Listen
1 second, please. Okay.
Listen how chill PSA Sitch is.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm
my understanding.
I'm chill too. Listen,
LSP,
my understanding was that LSP. I didn't hear what Jangles' answer was, but I heard LSP say that he agrees with the description, but not the prescription.
Okay, so I just misheard him then.
Yes.
Jangles, please.
Just misheard him. Yeah.
Now, can I speak?
You can speak, Jangles.
All right. So I'm not going to say that I agree with the descriptive or prescriptive elements of CRT because there's a fuck ton of them. All right, there's more than one descriptive analysis in critical race theory. I agree with a lot of them. There's some of them that I kind of disagree with. In fact, one of the main criticisms of critical race theory is that it's more about discussion. It presents a lot of seemingly like contradictory positions and invites discussion. That makes it hard to know, like, to really pin down what are the descriptive elements. The same for the prescriptive elements. There's some of them I might agree with. There's some of them I might not agree with. We have to go on an individual case-by-case basis. And this is made harder. And this is made harder.
This is what I said in the stream. This bullshit artist right here. Fucking all we're getting is bullshit.
No,
what about what I just said was bullshit?
No, I actually listen.
Fucking
I agree
stream of bullshit.
I agree with Jangles' description, but to me, that is why I kind of think it is. I think CRT is sort of dishonest because a lot of things are framed in these, we're just asking questions.
Yeah, totally.
Like not
he
definitive.
didn't answer the question, Jangles. Pardon me for pointing it out.
He answered it directly.
Hold on. No, he did.
Well, no, he didn't. He said, listen, I'm not going to take a position on the descriptive or the prescriptive because, these are such nebulous areas. Who knows what I'm actually agreeing to here?
And he disagrees with some aspects of it. And if you want to get more specific, he welcomes that conversation.
LSP, thank you for actually answering the question. I want to commend you for that.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Justin. You're on stage with a fucking retard. I'm sorry.
That's very ableist of you. I will consider that. You'll
get over it in about 2 hours, dude.
So
okay, damn it.
This was a little weird about the James Lindsay conversation because it seemed like there was this like very strong disagreement, but it was kind of like vague disagreement. I didn't really understand the specifics because, like, when he says in the beginning that CRT is race Marxism. I mean, do you disagree with that? Or do you just think that's overly simplistic?
That's way overly simplistic. And something he does a lot is that James Lindsay calls everything Marxism. He called fucking Joe Biden a communist, right? All right. Here's criticism of the left. They call everything fascist to the point where fascist doesn't mean anything.
I know.
But what James Lindsay does and why it's so hard to like get into this is like when he calls something Marxism, everything's Marxism to him. Like, so it doesn't like get into anything. If you call it race Marxism, no. Like, would you call the civil rights movement race Marxism? What?
Well, no, but it was liberal.
This is ridiculous.
So it was anti.
Okay,
he's conflating.
Can I steal, man?
Let me ask the follow-up. Like, what do you understand why he's labeling CRT, or why I would label CRT race Marxism?
Well, because he would definitely. So there definitely are Marxist elements within CRT.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, it has a lot of ideology born from Marxism.
Can I articulate those specifically? So
I don't know why. Like, I've never been able to like finish an articulation of my point.
You're not going to make a point, so there's no point.
like
God
Jangles.
Damn it!
Let Jangles.
Holy shit! Just eliminate you from like seriously. Every single fucking time we get into a dispute or whatever, it's because somebody else is describing somebody else's position. Just let him use the fucking position, and then if he has a shitty position or like an overly
he has no position. Counterpoint, Connor. He has zero position.
Question
with your tears.
No position.
Ask the follow-up question. Okay, I'm just going to go into this. Okay,
here's what Justin said. He said there are definitely Marxist elements within CRT. Justin, would you like to finish that point?
Yes.
I have no idea where.
I would like to go after Jangles.
Let's just count the sentences he gets through.
Okay, Jesus Christ. So yeah, there are Marxist elements within critical race theory, but to like boil it down to race Marxism, I think is overly simplistic because like what elements of one, saying it's Marxist isn't the same thing as saying it's bad. You're just calling it Marxist. And two, like, why would this not apply to like any other like movement? How could because Marxism is kind of like you have an oppressor class and an oppressed class. That's kind of where the Marxism element comes from, right?
No.
All right. So would you agree? Is that not okay? Obviously, that's an overly simplistic thing of Marxism, but I think that's what they're getting at. That's the core of what he's getting at. Any disagreement so far?
The civil rights wasn't about abolishing property rights.
No.
The civil rights movement wasn't about like communism.
No. Okay. Cool. Awesome. the whole thing is like oppressor, oppressed class. I think that's where a lot of like it's race Marxism. I think it's where it's coming from. It's where you get like the culture, postmodern neo-Marxism, all that fun stuff. So I don't know why this wouldn't apply to like any analysis of history where white people were objectively, you would agree, the oppressors, and black people were objectively, you would agree, the people being oppressed. So would you apply like the civil rights movement or abolition? Would you call that race Marxism? That feels
No,
because we wouldn't agree with that, Jangles.
Of course you wouldn't do that. Of course you wouldn't do that.
But
I'm
that's
saying
because
yeah.
it wouldn't apply though.
Yeah, it wouldn't apply. That's why.
Why?
Because
Okay.
the civil rights movement was about finding your individual humanity to not be judged by race. Okay.
Yes.
That's
Awesome.
And part of the reason that it's called race Marxism is because not only is it just this for what it is, as you said, that part of it is this, labeling, viewing the world as a oppressor group that is sort of motivated by some sort of singular purpose that is kind of acting in the zero-sum way, like, oh, white people have to hoard the resources away from black people because we live in this zero-sum system.
I have a study for this.
Okay, but what before you get into a study,
to...
what I'm saying is, in the civil rights movement, the liberals, there obviously was radical leftists in the civil rights movement, but the liberal part of it that won did not view it in that socialist way, did not view it in a sort of Marxian lens the way that CRT does. So that's why I would say it's not fair to simply say, well, you could call anything Marxian.
Would you agree that Martin Luther King was called over and over a Marxist and a communist?
He was, because by J. Edgar Hoover and other people who wanted to diminish his movement. Sure.
Cool.
Doesn't mean he was, though.
I said, so it doesn't mean he was. No, there's some socialist elements there, but he was very obviously, he did not like, so he adopted some principles from Marxism and rejected others. Like he rejected the rejection of Christianity and religion. He rejected that part of it.
What? He was a fucking Christian minister.
No, he rejected.
That's what he said.
Oh my God, Adam, you are functionally incapable of listening, are you?
Okay.
Yeah, like, so yeah, he rejected,
he just said he rejected Christianity, but
no, I said he
rejected the rejection.
Okay, so we're for the rest of the debate, let's all talk in double negatives. Okay, I will start by saying that I don't.
We can write it out.
I will start by saying that I don't dislike Jangles. Okay.
Oh, thanks for the
and I would understand you because that's a normal thing to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, continue.
All right, so there are elements of Marxism within a critical race theory, but to reduce it down to race Marxism is making it way too simple.
You're talking about MLK, or were you done with that point?
I was kind of done with that point.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
MLK was very explicitly anti-Marxism,
anti-communist as well.
Anti-communist.
Okay. Can I feel like we're on the cusp of understanding, so I just want to expand a point and make sure that everybody's on the same fucking page so we can move past like, oh, your definition's stupid, this, that, the other.
We still have got no answer out of Jangles, so I'd like to make that notice before we move on. Okay? So we don't know right now. We don't know one single thing that Jangles is for in critical race theory, and in a debate on critical race theory, it seems like that might be relevant. But let's move on.
I'm taking the no, Jangles, shut the fuck up. I'm taking the goddamn talking stick. Everybody shut the fuck up for a second. Holy shit. God
I just want to tell everyone that nobody actually made Connor the official moderator. But I'm
yeah, totally.
This position.
No. Everybody stop. All right. So
Doomer, did you want to say something?
Get it? Adam, I'm gonna kick you in the nuts. All right. So So his answer, which was unsatisfactory, was there are some descriptive elements that he agrees with, some descriptive elements that he doesn't. There are some prescriptive elements that he agrees with, some that he doesn't agree with. And while that might feel a little slippery, I'm sure if we asked a follow-up question, he could maybe get into some of the descriptive things that he agrees with and some of the prescriptive things he agrees with. Now, I wanted to articulate some of my objections because Jangles was acting like we would all, number one, that the race Marxism definition was stupid, and number two, that we would agree with some of the descriptive elements of what he said when I actually don't. Okay. So number one, the steelman of the definition of race Marxism is that, Marxist material analysis or whatever divides the world into two different camps, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the owners and the workers. And the only way that you can achieve like a peaceful, harmonious, beautiful world is by abolishing the bourgeois and just having the proletariat run everything. Okay. That's typical communist socialist Marxism. Okay. Now, if you take that formula of identifying several classes and saying that this class needs to use its political power in order to abolish a different class, then that is absolutely what's happening in the Marxian analysis of race, which, like, you don't have to call it Marx because Marx is economics, but the leftist analysis of race that CRT is based upon, where they're saying that whiteness, not white people, but the concept of like white culture and dominance and being on time and all that bullshit is an essential, I don't even want to say essential, a created cultural aspect of a dominant culture that in order to gain like social harmony, you have to abolish that concept. I viscerally disagree both with the descriptions and prescriptions, and I want to talk about the descriptions real quick. Jangles, you kind of assumed that like I or Adam or PSA Sitch would agree that whites were the objective oppressors during certain times of history or something like that. The reason why I don't like that analysis is because it ignores a lot of like the different factional strife during certain amounts of time. So for instance, in the 19th century in particular, where like whites were obviously historically oppressing black people, the black people were only 13% of the population of the United States. So if they were always an oppressed class with no sympathy or allies outside of their own thing, they would still be slaves today. That's very clearly not what happened. Almost 50% of the fucking country went to war with 50% of the other country and killed, I want to say 500,000 people died in this war in order to abolish the institution of slavery. I'm not saying that the Northerners were like anti-racist or woke or they weren't fucking race realists or anything like that, but I'm saying that the critical race theory that whites during certain times in history are objectively oppressors, it basically categorizes it in such a broad stroke that it's almost useless, and to me it's fucking vile.
Yes,
because
racist.
It's missing so much of the nuance of history.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. All right.
Yeah, I
I'll
actually agree with that too. That's totally a agreeable position.
All right. So I was overly simplistic when I said white people were the oppressors. I'll take that out. I guess it's a good thing that you can be nuanced without being weaselly. So
stop that shit.
Okay.
Like, dude, you're like 2 states away. I'll find you and I will buy you a drink and then I will kick you in the penis.
Doomer, you want to say something?
It won't hurt as much because I'll be drunk.
Like what?
So fuck, no, that was my fault. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
I don't know, Doomer. You were nice enough to come on, so I feel like if you had any point you want to make on CRT, you should make it.
I mean, I just want to take a piss, honestly. I don't know exactly what we're talking about right now.
Oh, okay.
Why did you invite him?
Doomer?
Because I love Doomer.
Doomer's
I
A
love him
team.
too.
love
I love him
Doomer.
too.
His base media takes.
One of my fucking brigadier generals of A team, man. Of course he's going to be here. So where do you want to go with this? Can we move on to the anti-science-ness of CRT?
We can
since
move on
Jangles.
wherever
Well, Adam, do you want to
anyone wants
ask
to.
Jangles about his descriptive and prescriptive things that he
No,
agrees
he's not
with?
going
That
to
way you get a solid
answer.
answer?
Connor, he's
did.
not going to answer. Okay, listen.
He agrees with some of it descriptively. He agrees with some of it prescriptively.
So which
He
ones,
disagrees with
LSP?
others.
That would be my follow-up.
All right, again.
Yeah,
no,
that would be the question Adam should ask, but Adam doesn't have a cogent thought in his head, so he can't ask the next question.
All right.
Why
ask
do you
me,
do this?
Ask me. Ask me.
Listen,
I will be as honest and direct
What
as
are
I
the
can.
descriptive and prescriptive elements of CRT that you agree with, Jangles? Everybody else, please shut the fuck up.
All right, so descriptive elements. One, I do believe, so let's see, which tenet is it? So descriptive elements, so these are the basic tenets of CRT. I really agree with the social construction thesis that races are a byproduct of social engineering, not of biology. I definitely agree with that. And if you remember,
can I ask a follow-up? I hate but some people say that the construction of it was simply to oppress black people. So I want it to be clear. Do you believe in that aspect of it?
Yes. I think that is historically
so
supported.
race was just created to oppress black people. That's the descriptive element that you believe in.
No, I believe in. So if you, from a historical analysis, I think this is backed up, and it's a lot more nuanced than this. But yes, race was created to justify a power structure. Obviously, people knew that there were different peoples in the world, but the creation of like the 4 races, white, yellow, red, and black, these were absolutely created after to justify a social hierarchy. Now, is that overly simplistic, and does it apply to every single person throughout history? No, absolutely not. But there is a lot of historical support for this notion that race is a byproduct of justifying current, social hierarchies and economic hierarchies and land hierarchies and
so
whatever.
What would be the next one that you agree with? What would be the next one?
All right, cool. So I agree with that, and I also agree that because of this, that racism is systemic. It is normal rather than an aberration. As in, like individual instances of racism are not like the sole focus of racism. It's kind of baked into the cultural values. It's baked into the economic positions of a lot of people because of those wide-ranging effects. And those effects. So
give us one more description and then roll into prescriptions.
All right. So I agree with the simultaneous notion of you should listen to someone's perspective as a group that they identify with. I think it's important to do that. And I also agree that exists in uneasy tension with another core tenet of critical race theory that says that like individuality is incredibly important and no one should be essentialized based on their identity. Cool. So those are the descriptive elements I agree with.
I'm going to go pee. Tear each other's throat.
Oh, fuck. Okay. For the prescriptive
So you're saying
marriage counselor just walked out.
Okay.
Yeah,
was that
what's your
overly
question,
wordy?
What's your question?
The last one was about race. Race is a social construct and not biological. Is that a fair assessment of what you said for the last point, the descriptive element?
Not the last point, but the one before that, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, no, the one before that was race. Race is the norm. Racism is the norm. You had 3 points.
It was in
one
between.
was
I did say that, sure.
race is created to oppress black people. 2 is race is the norm. 3 is race is a social construct and not biological.
You see the super chat that was just sent, Adam?
Yeah, how'd you
It
do
was
that?
you.
Oh, great.
sent
Now
the
I'm
super
looking for
chat
the super
yourself.
chats.
How'd you do
Adam
that?
friended for 5 Canadian. Wow, Adam, you're Canadian now? This is amazing.
I didn't send
Adam
that
says,
super chat.
Adam says, today I passed the title of world's best moderator to Counterpoints and sink back to my side click closet where I belong as closet's best class.
So he's back in the closet, eh?
Yes, thank you. I didn't know, Adam, you were Canadian. This is great news.
I think that's CT fucking with you, but
It could be.
hats off to you, CT. That's pretty good.
Anyway, continue, Jeff.
I'm still world's best moderator, but so those are the 3 descriptive elements that you have.
Yeah, like 3.5. Yeah.
I mean, look, we already admit none of us here are race essentialists. We all think race is a social construct and not a biological thing. So
Awesome.
but it sounded like I was just simplifying the last thing that you said, the last descriptive claim that you made. So if you made a different one, tell me.
the last, I did say that, it just wasn't the last thing. It was simply a numerical thing.
What was the last thing?
The last thing I said was I agree that there exists this uneasy tension between like you need to listen to individual voices within the identities that you're talking about. So we need a qualitative analysis of different experiences. It's a necessary part of like any sort of social framework, and that also
that's
exists in
prescriptive,
no, that's descriptive. It's because you need that, and then you can use that for the prescriptive. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I necessarily understand.
It's like
what is the descriptive aspect of that? If you're saying that we need those voices,
it's like you need to.
You're prescribing. Who knows?
No, you're collecting qualitative data. Saying that you need to collect data would be descriptive, and for prescriptive is what do you do with that data?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see like it's a little bit semantic, but I'm calling that descriptive. Like these things are important, and like so.
There are many different voices. Would be the descriptive aspect of it.
Good.
Many
there
different
are many
experiences.
Different voices.
Okay.
And
gotcha.
we're putting and those deserve to have some weight on them, and then you can use that for the prescriptive elements. And the second half of that was that exists in uneasy tension with the fact that no one can be boiled down to a single identity. So those two like can be
intersectionality, basically. Is
yeah, intersectionality. Yeah.
Okay.
For the prescriptive elements,
prescriptive. Go ahead.
Prescriptive, I do think it's good. Now, this is where like CRT in schools, this is where it gets weird because like there has been a concentrated campaign to like anytime you talk about race in a certain way, that's now critical race theory. When I think that's like, I think that some of these ideas are too vague and too universal to be applied directly to critical race theory. And I think that's intentional. Like if you talk about systemic racism in schools, I think this is true. I think there's a ton of data to back this up. There's a ton of historical analysis that would justify why structural / systemic racism is a thing. However, a lot of people would say that no, that's a core tenet of critical race theory, and critical race theory means all this other weird stuff.
You have to give us your description of systemic racism. I know the critical race theory description, but other people might not know.
Yeah, so systemic racism would be unequal racial outcomes that do not require any individual acts of racism.
Right. Okay. So what? So
Can I make
you're saying teaching that in school is a prescriptive thing that you need?
Yeah, I would say that is a good
Okay.
prescriptive
So you
thing.
basically
obviously
want
obviously not in math, but like in
Right.
social sciences and social studies, depending on what grade level that you are at, I think if you're analyzing racism in society, which is a good thing to analyze because it is part of our history, I think that is a good thing and a correct way to view racism, both in the past and how it manifests into today.
Wrong, disagree.
Wrong, disagree.
Yes.
Before you disagree with that one, Sitch, do you have any more prescriptive?
I was just throwing it out there.
Can I bring this up real quick? So I think one of the things that was actually frustrating is like we often get caught up on the words because of the words and their implications. This is like Sitch's law, right? So basically what I have found is when I'm in like conservatarian or conservative groups, you could basically say, do disparate outcomes exist? And do we need to address them through social institutions, and then what social institutions, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas if I'm talking to a progressive, then I've been inculcated in this region of Twitch politics for so long that I just concede. The term systemic racism because I don't want to fight about it. But from the conservatarian lens, I think part of the offense of the term systemic racism is that like either the previous creators of social institutions were racist, or they created like race blind policy that fucked over basically different people disparately. And I'm sure since Sean's here now, he's going to bring up the fact that people through culture interact with systems differently based off of their culture, which this was a while ago, so I don't expect anybody to remember it. But LSP brought up the fact that cultures, like if we're going to isolate out of all these variables, what creates cultures is often like systems and attitudes of the past. So how do you, like the real question, which I know we're not going to answer when it's probably going to turn into a shit show now, but the real question for me is if we acknowledge that disparate outcomes were a problem, and we wanted to address them societally, number one, what are the prescriptions? And number two, how do we all get on board with those prescriptions? And then I'll let the shit show roll.
Let's keep with definitions. Sitch, you want to respond to the teaching?
First, I want to say hi, Sean. Thanks for coming on.
What's up, Sean?
Hi, Sean.
Man, fuck Sean.
Yeah, I agree. Fuck Sean.
Wait,
no,
you can't hear us. You can't hear us yet. There it is.
God, he didn't hear me saying fuck him. Oh, hi, Sean.
My issue with the systemic racism is that the way it's interpreted publicly is that it always gets conflated with individual racism. And a perfect example of this.
I agree. That's
right. But I think that's why the term is not useful. I mean,
was there a better term you could propose in its place?
Let him finish.
I would promote any term that doesn't have the word racism in it, because unfortunately in America that word is just so it draws people's minds down a specific pathway. And to me, a good example of this was the George Floyd case, where there was no evidence in the trial that was ever given that Derek Chauvin did anything he did because he hates black people or because he's racist or anything. And it was just sort of assumed that he was individually racist. But whenever you get into a conversation with someone about this, it would basically get down to them saying, well, Derek Chauvin might not be racist, but there is a systemic racism in policing. And it's like, okay, maybe, but that's like an entirely different issue that has entirely different prescriptions that could possibly fix a problem.
So I absolutely agree with the problems agree with the problem that you brought up. It is I would argue it is impossible to objectively determine that someone is racist. You're always making inferences that would pass beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, he did say "fuck you" and grab for the gun, though. I mean, there are ways to tell if someone's racist. I mean, they could be overtly racist.
No, even if someone's overtly racist, you can still only infer. You're never going to have an objective analysis. There's no racism dipstick that you can stick in someone's ear and pull it out, right?
If someone admits that they're racist,
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing here?
But how many people do that?
No, I understand that.
Like
but
racists don't admit
the
they're
vast
racist.
majority of people. The vast majority of people accused of a hate crime will say that they're not racist or homophobic or whatever they were accused of hate crime for. The vast majority.
Sure. Okay.
But I do think that there is a reasonable inference, especially with the response to the George Floyd murder. We still got some problems. Like there's a lot of like wanting to justify this pretty unjustifiable murder. A lot of people say we're trying to justify why he ought to have died. So I still think.
Do you think that's because the people are racist?
I think
it might be an element of it. Like there could easily be an element of it.
I mean, sure. I don't think the majority of people who felt that way was racially motivated.
Well,
it's hard because if you remember at first, basically everyone, like 99% of the world saw that video and they're like, holy shit, this is super fucked up. And it was only once I was like, well, he was on drugs. Well, he was resisting arrest. When you started, adding all these other factors, then people started to
I'm not so sure it's 99%, but I mean, Sitch, even if there might not be an explicit conscious racial motivation behind people's reaction to George Floyd, if they try to justify it, I'm sure even you will admit that people can harbor unconscious biases. They can harbor subconscious thoughts, right?
Of course, but but we can't make those determinations about people's unconscious bias.
So
and when the other factors that were added to the thing that were added, when other facts came out that changed people's opinion or some people's opinion, or nuanced their opinion maybe for some people on the George Floyd situation, none of it had anything to do with race at all. That's why I don't necessarily think this was a racial issue.
Well, just like we cannot prove that any one individual was racist, you also can't prove that they're not. That's what makes it so frustrating. I agree. It's very frustrating. I agree. It's very, very frustrating.
I want to interject this concept or whatever though, because the thing about it is like we could argue over percentages or whatever, but at the same time we can't pretend that this shit doesn't exist. So for instance, like Ahmaud Arbery case just wrapped up within the past week or whatever. Mm-hmm. Well, now you're going to see people using the term online whenever any black person does anything bad, they're going to use the term jogger, and the reason why they're going to use jogger is because that was a part of the case where he was out, quote unquote, out for a run and may or may not have done a burglary and he got killed as a result, this, that, the other. And the whole point there is to pretend that like that term related to a case, related to something that's in the public view, isn't being like weaponized in order to say, like basically the reason why I think jogger is used so often in dissident right spaces is because it's pretty close to the actual N-word. So it's a way for them to say the N-word in public without saying it.
No, it isn't. Yeah, there's not even an N in it.
God damn it, Sean.
The jogger thing is twofold, because there are people that are definitely just using it as a safe way to say the N-word without getting in trouble. But there is also the people that are saying it to reference the fact that
people make excuses.
There is a very
hold on. That there was this like media narrative that continued after the trial. That still is the mainstream narrative that Ahmaud Arbery was literally just jogging. When during the trial, most of the evidence points to the fact that that was not the case.
Sure. Right. And this is where I think the left does themselves a disservice, where they try to like conflate or confuse facts or make them ambiguous or whatever. Just own it. Just say, yeah, sure, he visited a construction site weeks before the incident. Yeah, he visited the construction site that day, and those people suspected him of burglary. That still doesn't justify trying to roll down the street, effect a citizen's arrest where you don't have the authority to do so, and then instigating the situation in which you kill somebody else. So if everybody owns their bullshit,
but you're doing it right now, where you're like downplaying his history and why the jogger thing was so funny to people.
Let's not turn this into an Ahmaud Arbery debate. I know,
but it is important, because like I said,
how is it important to CRT?
It is important, trust me.
I don't. It's only important because you know everything there is to know about Ahmaud Arbery. But let's talk about CRT.
Let Sean finish. Let Sean finish.
But I said day one when I first saw Arbery's case that this looked like a felony murder, and they were convicted of felony murder, and I stand by that assertion. Weird 1870s citizens arrest law aside, but like the reason it was so ridiculous with Arbery is because it came out in a pretrial hearing that Arbery would literally pretend to jog in order to steal stuff. Like so much so that people called the police and said that jogger is back. Right. And this was like years before. So that's one of the reasons why it stuck around.
Yeah,
still so completely irrelevant to CRT.
Needs to. Well, hold on, just
because
I think we can nip this in the bud.
Like, let's just move on from the Ahmaud Arbery shit.
So we can move on.
Okay, we won't talk about Ahmaud Arbery. Okay.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Can I just nip? Can I nip it in the bud so we can move on?
No.
I think the left does. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you. The left needs to own that kind of factual shit. Okay? They just need to own that kind of shit. That way we can both have some level of descriptive consensus and then talk about what we should do. But we have so many fights about descriptive consensus that we can't even talk about prescriptions or fixing disparate outcomes, or even if we should. So AJW and I had a conversation about like disparate outcomes or systemic racism or whatever. And what we disagreed on was I basically said that we need to optimize systems in order to fix disparate outcomes. And he was saying some of these things are not fixable. Like, so that's an important conversation.
But okay.
Okay, well then say what you said.
My point was, and this goes back to the CRT debate, and the reason I decided to come on is because Jangles brought up the same point, and I think this is our key dispute point, and it was even on the stage. It's that if you want to say there's no like substantive genetic differences between the race, sure. Like I've made the case whenever we talked about the transes, that the differences between male and female are far more significant than the differences between race, which hopefully everybody can agree to that. But the issue that I have
there's no
is
difference between men and women, Sean. I can't believe you just said that.
Oh my god,
You're such a sexist pig, Sean. Jesus Christ.
But the issue that I have is this, like it's called the great fallacy in Thomas Sowell's writings,
racism of the gaps, yeah.
And that is that absent discrimination, we would expect equal outcome when we don't see equal outcome before these groups of people even interacted with each other.
Yeah, but okay, so my beef, because something that came up, so I'll shut up in a second, but buddy, the one of the things that was frustrating about that conversation was Adam and PSA Sitch identified like the monovariable analysis,
univariate,
multivariate,
the univariate analysis of history. But then one of the things is like one of your mic drop moments was a univariate analysis of history, where you said basically like, oh well, we passed the Civil Rights Act in 1964, and then crime didn't get better, it got worse. And so I would say that like not having a multivariate analysis would probably answer the question right there. But I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, you compared like the racism of the gaps argument to the God of the gaps, and it's a bad comparison because there's no, I don't want to put on my fedora here, but there's no existence for God. There's lots of evidence for historic and legal racism, and there's lots of evidence of like how this causes like generational harm. Like it takes generations.
Hold on, Jangles. It's tough for us to have this conversation because what racism are we talking about here? You just said systemic racism can have no intentional racism component to it, and still because the outcomes are disparate, that itself is classified as racist. So you're saying racism exists. Which racism are you talking about?
That's just the label problem,
like,
right?
God damn. Have I finished a point yet?
You guys need to be.
No, good Lord! Shut the fuck up. Let me get 30 seconds.
Let me just say.
30 seconds. No,
I got you.
30 seconds.
I'm just going to say, everybody be nicer to each other and let Jangles talk. He's a good guy.
Right,
don't treat him like he's bad faith. Go ahead, Jangles.
Sean, did you know that Doomer doesn't like Django Unchained?
I just got back. Are we still talking about Django Unchained?
We never stopped.
Let Jangles talk. Holy fuck.
We never stopped. So
Django and Jangles sound very similar.
I'm about to be Jangles Unchained.
Oh my God.
Jangles Unchained. Yes.
Jangles Unchained.
All right. So, all right. Fuck.
Jangles. I'm sorry.
There's
all
the
right.
fun now.
What the fuck was I? Fuck. All right.
Disparate outcomes versus systemic racism.
Okay. All right. So overt, unquestionable racist policy can perpetuate itself because it takes a long time for these effects to like solve themselves. It takes like I think 6 generations for wealth to not be affected by one's parents. And it takes 6 generations for that to resolve on its own without significant intervention. And so we can have overt racism manifesting itself, even if no one was intentionally being racist, which we have a lot of evidence saying that they kind of are, even without that, those overt racist policies can result in still racially disparate outcomes for a long time in the future. And again, civil rights law was passed one George Clooney ago. This is not ancient history.
That's a complete Jangles. Let me make sure that you understand what I'm saying here. That's a completely separate issue from I am going to, as a lawmaker, going to develop a law that unintentionally, with no racist intent whatsoever, ends up putting disproportionately more black people in jail. CRT says that is, even though the policy intention wasn't racist, the outcome was racist.
This is good. No. So at some point in the debate, I said that there's like 2 views of racism that people commonly take. the deontological view that racism is bad in and of itself, which is fine, but there's also a consequentialist view of racism. Racism isn't just bad because it's bad because it produces bad outcomes. So I want to propose a hypothetical to both of you and Sitch and anybody else who wants.
I don't want to hear the hypothetical. I just want to say, we can hear the hypothetical. That's fine. But I just want to say, Jangles, you're making a statement here that you said we don't necessarily, we can't tell if someone has racist intent. We don't need to tell if someone has racist intent if you're using the CRT definition of racism, because the outcome is what shows us that it's racist, not the intent.
Here's a super good hypothetical question for you then. Mm-hmm. Okay, here's the hypothetical question for Adam, PSA, and Sean.
I'm going to answer first. Fuck everyone else.
Fuck yeah, hell yeah. All right, so we have two laws. Both of them have the exact same outcomes in terms of causing this racial disparity, right? So both these laws equivalently harm black people in the exact same ways. Magically, they're exact same. One of them was explicitly intentionally racist. It had it built into the law. It says black people are not allowed to do these things. And the other one had nothing, no colorblind laws, but they still manifested it in the exact same ways. Would you call both of them racist or just one of them racist?
It matters not to the question.
I would only call one of them racist.
One.
One.
All right, now you're allowed to do that, but I also think that I would call both of them racist because the effects of those laws were the same. Whether it was an intentionally racist law or not, the effects were still bad. So they were still causing these disparate outcomes that would have happened if it was intentionally racist.
But the reason I wouldn't call it racist is what you agreed with me earlier, which is that by labeling it systemic racism, as we just saw with Adam, it's very triggering and confusing, and no one. I understand it. People commenting in this conversation understand that. The public doesn't understand systemic racism, and I don't think they ever will. And I think part of that is just because people are stupid, and part of that is intentional. So if we called systemic racism, I don't know, racially disparate outcomes, or just, you had some other term, then I think we could have this conversation without it being so fiery.
We're falling into Sitch's law again, but Sitch, you don't disagree with his ultimate position. You just disagree with the labels he's using.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, I don't know what his position is in terms of that, but in terms of
I just laid it out.
In terms of labeling it racist, or because we're having a conversation about how we should label something. Yeah, I don't think it should be labeled racist.
All right, so we can have that disagreement. You say only one of them are racist. I say they're both racist, but we both know what each other are talking about. You said we can still disagree with the term, but I think what my position is pretty reasonable, even if you have a different name than you would like to call it. I think it's very reasonable.
Jangles, can I ask you?
I just don't think it's useful.
I have a question. Well, it is useful though, Sitch, and this is why they'll never stop doing it, because the whole purpose of this is to call
they'll never stop doing it.
Well,
the whole purpose.
Not necessarily you, Jangles. Not necessarily you, Jangles, but other people are not going to give up the conflation going on here because it's
for somebody else's position again.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm saying it about other people. Fuck those people. They're not here. Fuck them.
Okay, we agree.
Those people can fuck off and die for all I care. So listen, can I just say it?
Yes.
Right. I am saying, listen, I don't have to say the people are going to do it. I'm going to say, objectively, it is advantageous to make this conflation so that I can call people who are not guilty of any racism whatsoever racist, so that I can win elections. Okay, that is an objective fact. Now, I'm not going to say people would do this.
Fact.
I mean, we live in a perfect world where no one would ever do something like this.
I can make up a guy
just to win politically. But let's say we lived in an unperfect world where people might do something like this. Jangles, do you accept that people might do something like this?
Yes.
Hold on. Yes.
Okay. We're making some progress here.
Yeah, I agree. As long as you also accept that a lot of people will say racism cannot exist unless you scream the N-word at a black dude before you shoot him. A lot of people will say that too.
That is called whataboutism, Jangles, and we do not allow whataboutism on the show here. So I don't know if you got the memo before we started, but fuck whataboutism, okay?
Okay. I just want to
made up a guy.
If I might, Adam, you're the one who brought up the whataboutery when you changed Justin's position, right? So Justin
not
makes
true. Not true.
What you change it to is let's make a broad criticism that isn't reflective of.
Yes, but I fixed that. You have to admit, LSP, I fixed that. I changed what I said.
All right. Stop fighting, kids.
I never know when I'm supposed to.
I just want to.
Seriously,
I
you
just
back off
want
your
to.
points so much.
Listen,
I wanna-
Jangles would never do something like this in a million years. Jangles would never call somebody racist just so he could score cheap political points while he's drunk on Twitter, okay? That would never happen. I want you to know that.
True.
I agree. Totally true. Absolutely. Yes.
True.
I don't know. I think I would.
So what is
You sincerely
Nice.
overestimate
Love it.
my integrity.
what?
Well, I just don't want to be guilty of accusing you of that, okay?
What is the
Okay.
significance, or to you, what is the importance of continuing to label systemic racism, as opposed to something
It's really
else?
just convenience, right? Like that's the word we have available to us. Like it's not like the
But it's
leftists
not
get together and
convenient.
we all agree like on a new definition, huh?
Yeah, but
Can-
how
can
is
I-
it convenient if it leads everyone down the wrong path?
Well,
Yeah,
it's probably-
Sitch, I
I
would
agree.
like
It's
to
not the
answer
best
this.
term. I'm just saying it's the term we have, though.
Yeah, LSP. If I can answer this? So basically, what I would say is like if you're operating in progressive or left wing circles or whatever, then using systemic racism in order to describe disparate outcomes would be a good way. If you were a right winger, in order for people to know what you're talking about. If you were a left winger who was operating in right wing spaces or libertarian or liberal spaces, then it might be advantageous for you to describe disparate outcomes. And if we were able to make that like definitional consensus, where Django said, "I call it systemic racism," Adam calls it disparate outcomes, who gives a fuck? The next implying question, if we have that descriptive reality despite having disparate labels, is do we care about disparate outcomes? That's the first question. And then number two, should we do something about it? And then maybe the third question is, how do we effectively do something about it if we care and we think we should do something about it? And this is why I was kind of memeing before coming on this conversation. I will either foster amazing discourse or it'll be an absolute fucking shit show. Because if we ask ourselves those three questions, then we would actually make like, I don't know, communicative process when we're talking about this subject.
I want
Well,
to bring
to,
up. I want to bring up.
Sean's credit, this is actually something he tried to do in the debate. You guys made it out as, again, I'm not going to rehash the fucking stream, but you guys made it out as if we didn't want that conversation. We're actually perfectly fine talking about policies. All right. It was Lindsay who wanted to zero in on the definitions.
But
Well,
I do want to say that there is a prescriptive difference that we try to bring up. I think Lindsay first brought it up as the Appalachian achievement gap.
Yeah.
And this is my problem with looking at just outcomes and then working your way back, that this must be discrimination. Like white people in Appalachia are probably not that genetically dissimilar from white people in the plains or along the coast. But we
Listen, I
know
disagree with that.
historically that these people, mountainous people, tend to lag behind people who are in the plains. That's because there's more commerce, there's better access to information, et cetera, et cetera. None of this has anything to do with racism or policy.
So
This is just
wait,
based
hold on. No, I would
geography.
wait, hold on. I absolutely agree with you, but it kind of doesn't go against my point. One, I'm from Appalachia. Appalachia's a shithole. It's a
Doesn't that
lovely
explain a
shithole.
lot?
It's a lovely. It does explain a lot. It's a lovely shithole with the best music in the world.
Oof.
Fight me on that. But yeah,
Ugh.
there's a lot of poverty in Appalachia. A lot of like opioid overdoses. Like I grew up in a town of 600 people in the mountains. Dad was a coal miner. Died of black lung. Sucked to be in Appalachia. But what I would say, like, yeah, policy can affect this because, like, yeah, these people aren't inherently genetically inferior, but they're still suffering a lot. So we can either say, like, hey, it's a problem these people are suffering, or and policy can solve that problem. And I think that if a policy can solve a problem and that problem still exists, it becomes a policy problem. I think that's what you said was correct, but I don't think it counters what my position would be, which is to say that like the perpetuation of poverty and drug abuse and like the squalor that Appalachia is in, this is a policy decision, either through negligence or through doing nothing.
No, but my issue is if we can't expect equal outcomes within the same country when the only substantive variable over time is geography, why would we expect equal outcomes from groups that have long differentiating cultural practices, habits,
you
and
can't-
behavior?
you can't
Hold on.
always-
Before
you can't-
let me
fuck.
interject here. Okay, Sean,
God
do
damn
you
it,
think
Sitch.
do you think that any policy could be created to help people in the Appalachian communities or any other community at all?
I got to piss.
I mean,
I can
sure,
answer this when I come back.
you can help people like in like the vague sense for sure, but a lot of their disadvantages are not within our control. Like it's like saying like, oh, the people in the South in the early 1900s lagged behind people in the Rust Belt. It's like, yeah, there are people, there was no air conditioner and water transportation was the thing back in the day. So obviously people in cooler climates with better access to the key of transportation are going to do way better than people in the scorching heat where you can't locate a factory, even though they do have rivers there that would work and do work today when you have, you know, manufacturing moving to the south of the United States. Like there's certain geographical disadvantages that policy doesn't necessarily compensate for, no matter how hard you try. And it's not due to discrimination, it's due to practicalities.
Yeah,
and when you bring that to a worldwide
there's
scale,
there's not. Okay, can I respond, Sean?
Sure.
Yeah. So I mean, even if everything were as equal as could be functionally, policy-wise, it's still reasonable to expect differences in outcomes, right? Because people are ultimately individuals, you're going to see those differences. And you're right, geography can be one. You can have geographic advantage that drives differences in outcomes. You can have differences in individual achievement or individual skill or talent or education that might drive outcomes, right? There are, I mean, this is why sociology is so hard. There's a multitude of variables that all impact this. I don't think Justin and I deny it. We're just a fan of studying why are there disparate outcomes, and if those disparate outcomes are unjustifiable, rectifying those outcomes, which I don't think is a really disagreeable position, but we get a lot of pushback on that.
But the thing is I don't feel like you guys like look for justifications or explanations for those differences in outcome. Like for instance, Italians were well regarded around the world for paying back money. So they used to get the lowest interest rates in Australia, in America, in Britain, all over the nation. And like this wasn't a stereotype, this wasn't discrimination. There was literally a bank started in California called the Bank of Italy, and it was based primarily on lending to Italians because they had this cultural reputation of paying back money.
Well, that is a stereotype.
Now,
that is a stereotype.
No, it's far beyond a stereotype.
Stereotypes can be true.
The Bank of Italy went on to become one of the largest banks in the world. Maybe you heard of it after they changed their name. It's called Bank of America. Like their behaviors and practices of cultures are real. They do have impacts on their outcomes.
And do you agree that would like perpetuate, like that's something that you would pass down, right? It could become entirely circumstance, but they're still passed down.
Sure, you can pass down stuff, obviously,
and it's really hard to like apply those cultural values to an individual.
Yeah, I'm not. Obviously, there's Italians that don't pay back money. I live in New York. I've met a bunch of them.
So, but I feel like the heart of the issue here is that Jangles and LSP and myself and Adam, I imagine to some extent, you know, I mean, I do believe that there are policies that can be crafted by our government that would help not just Black people, but anyone in poverty, you know, get out of poverty.
True.
Poverty. And obviously this would be a slow process. I don't think you can just give people money and then, you know, snap your fingers. But but I mean, I assume you agree with that, Sean, that there are some policies that could be crafted that would help people, right? Do you just think that that this is all just
no? There's theoretically there's theoretically policies that could be crafted that would help or point people in the right direction so they can help themselves. But my major issue is that if we were to look at it through like what the example I just gave through the critical race theory lens, we would say that there was discrimination for Italians, but in reality, that was bared out by their behavior. A lot of the problems with different communities and a lot of the successes with different communities in the United States are down to their behavior. Like their actions, they need to be changed. There's policy that could change maybe 10% of the outcomes if we were to put it
do you agree that
behavior, but 90% is internal.
Hold on. Well, no. When you're saying it's internal, let's say it's internal to a person. I do not want to put words in your mouth. That is heavily hinting at a biological explanation.
It's not.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's just how it hears. It sounds.
It's not meant. It's not meant to be biological. I mean, internal, like your own actions, not your own biology.
That's what but I'm joking, baby. We live in a society. We're not. Yeah. Like we adopt things that are around us. Would you agree that poverty perpetuates itself? It's fucking expensive to be poor. All right. Yeah, crime perpetuates itself. Like recidivism is very, very high because
culture is self-perpetuating. That's what can make it.
That's
very
the point
dangerous.
Of culture.
If you have if you have a culture develop around a lower income situation, it's going to basically breed people to fail.
Right. 100%. So why not invent some policies to like disrupt some of that? Like you can't expect it. You can't expect like people in bad situations. The worst response you can give, and a lot of like right wingers give this, is like they just need to act better, which is a nothing solution. It's never meant anything. It's a joke of a solution. You should make fun of anybody who says people should just act better.
To answer your question, I mean, I think if I don't know what the answer to the question, like what policy specifically, but the problem is that no one's having the conversation exactly that way, the way that, you and I just framed it, saying that there is a culture not among Black people, but among poor people that will self-perpetuate and lead people to failure. And government policy should be crafted in order to try to disrupt that. That conversation is not really had.
But it's not one-to-one among poor people, because we see different behaviors among different groups of poor people.
That's why different groups of poor people.
That's why I said you're half right.
Sure.
But in terms of policy that can be crafted to help specifically the Black community, like, yeah, I got a few. Number one, you got to send in the cops, because crime causes a whole bunch of other downstream negative effects in these communities that need to be solved. And you can get dramatic differences. Like, people love obsessing about race. They'll say Black people nationally commit this percentage of the crimes. Oh my God, look at them. But look city by city. Like, in New York City have more Black people than or almost equivalent Black people
you have more
to
Black
the
people.
to the city of Chicago has population, and their raw number of murders in Chicago are higher than in New York City. Right. So obviously the NYPD is one of the most data-driven police departments on planet Earth, and that has produced results. And if you're going to make the genetic argument, then how do you explain the disparity among Black people in the United States? So, like, yeah, there's policies that will help for sure, but like a lot of them you're not in agreement.
So I'm not an ACAB lefty. If that works, if that reduces crime, I'm all for it. But we can also definitely agree that there are also other things that you can do. It's not just the arresting people for crime. You can remove the circumstances or alter the circumstances that put people into crime. So a lot of this is why I said Sitch was half right when he said that there's a culture among poor people. That's half right. I definitely agree with that. But poverty is not equivalent. There are areas of concentrated poverty versus rural poverty that are very, very different in how behaviors manifest themselves. Appalachia is rural poverty. It's a rural party over in Appalachia. It's rural poverty. If you want to commit a crime, you got to get in your truck, drive 30 minutes, rob the one store where everything is, and then drive all the way back. All right. And then you can't go to that one grocery store again. So that's one of the reasons that a burglary and property crime are lower in Appalachia, despite the fact that there's high amounts of poverty versus inner cities. A lot more opportunities for people to interact, a lot more tensions, a lot more. There's a reason that those areas of concentrated poverty are different than areas of rural poverty, and it's not. It's through historical circumstance. More Black people live in areas of concentrated poverty. So whether you call it a Black issue or a concentrated poverty issue, it's still something that disproportionately affects Black people.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying that there's a universal culture among poor people. Culture is very geographically situated. So each region is going to have their own unique culture, obviously.
Yeah. And so there are things on the back end and the front end that we can do to address crime, but it's going to be policy either way.
Well, it just sounds like the main disagreement is just how much is policy and how much is some sort of internal cultural revolution.
You say those are. Do you think that those are disparate? Those are different things.
The culture can be engineered by policy too. You must understand this.
To a certain extent, we're not the idea that we're gonna overwhelm people's long-standing patterns and behaviors with the right policy, the right tinkerers in government, is not true. You can disincentivize some bad decisions and hope for better results, but
but Sean, how do you say that if you look at the history of the 19th and 20th century? We don't behave the same way that we did over the past 200 years, and a lot of that is because of governmental and cultural revolutions.
Well, but isn't that
we're significantly more wealthy than we were back then? So a lot of that probably isn't due to government intervention.
Are you admitting the Univarian fallacy?
Well, hold on, Connor. There is a chicken and the egg situation here. I don't know if you can make the determination that. Well, the culture changed first, or the government policies forced the culture to change?
The answer is always yes.
I don't know the answer to that, and I'm sure
the answer is always yes.
Okay, sure, right. And I think bring this back to CRT. This is part of one of my issues with one of the big points about CRT that keeps coming up, is that because there is this focus on race consciousness and this more sort of leftist movement, is that there's a lot of anti-assimilation talk in CRT and a lot of labeling success in America as being white or whiteness. And to me, that's doing the exact opposite of what we want to do if we want to help people get out of poverty.
So I disagree with that framing. They don't say that like success is white. It's not going to be. You're not
Well,
gonna
you
find
were.
that.
I mean, even in the Delgado book, they give that example of the the lawyer and the music producer. Do you remember
they do
this
give
part?
that, but yes, I do. But that's not saying success is white. They're also talking about how like you're not criticizing individual people for succeeding in a system.
No,
So
but
you wouldn't call success white, and you wouldn't blame any individual succeeding under a system.
Well, no,
But
but
how you achieve success?
But they do, because that section that section
incorrect.
comparing. Well, hold
Let
on.
him explain, Justin.
That section comparing the two people is they're talking about how different people in CRT feel about assimilation, and they give like 4 points of view on it. And one of the points of view is kind of like, yeah, some people think it's okay to be the black lawyer who maybe has mostly white clients, but the other three all think that he's basically a race traitor. Obviously they say it in nicer ways, but there is this overwhelming anti-assimilation attitude.
You just said that they offered multiple points of view, and you're trying to say one of them is true.
Jangles, do you have a position? What's your position on
not only did you try to say one of them was true, despite the fact that there were four, you said the other three are basically calling him a race traitor. No, why? If the word's enough, if what they say is enough to impugn them, why do you have to introduce this race? Why do you have to?
Well, I don't have to.
Because
I can't read the whole page because I don't have it in front of me.
I have it in front of me.
Jangles, the reason why it's frustrating is because it's a shitty position. So, for instance, like I forget that guy's name, but like Taka-Nisi Coates or whatever the fuck his name
Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Yeah,
Taka-Nisi Coates is close though.
Well, before we move on, counterpoints. Can we get Jangles' position on assimilation just while we're here?
Assimilation. So I don't have a whole lot of experience in like black culture on account of can you see me? But I do agree, like from my own experiences, that like LGBT culture, there's some stuff like that I really appreciate. There's some stuff I think is awesome, and I do think that like this is where I see the struggle, and I'm going to frame it through my own experience as a gay man. Is that okay? I know it's not going to exactly be a one-to-one ratio.
It's only allowable if they can call you the F word.
Okay. All of you get one F word pass as long as you use the soft.
I don't need to use the F word. I'm curious your take on assimilation, though. You're not really answering the question about assimilation. If immigrants come from
Dude, dog, every time you accuse me of that, you've been interrupting me. All right, let me explain my position.
Why are we calling you a farter? I'm so confused.
There you go. So I get this. I'm framing it through my experience here. So we had to do a lot of assimilation in order to like gain our rights that we did. All right, so we had to say that we're just like the straight people. There's no difference between us, and that to make the straight people feel more comfortable with us in order to like let us like have our rights. And I can see that's useful, and a lot of us are just like straight people. However, those differences aren't bad. Like saying that like gay people don't want to get married, we don't have kids, like we like being bachelors for all our lives. That's sort of a part of gay culture, and that shouldn't be looked down upon. Expressing ourselves to like these big gender things, like a lot of gay people will like dress as straight passing as they possibly could, despite the fact that like they felt better with their self-expression wearing more flamboyant clothing. But that was considered like that's the LGBT culture versus the assimilationist that gets our rights. I'm not saying one of those is correct, but I'm saying that it's useful to have a dialogue between those two things.
I'm asking your position though, not to have a dialogue between two individuals. I'm asking your position on assimilation, not whether or not we should talk about assimilation.
You understand that my position can be nuanced. It can be both.
Well, it can also be not unanswered. So maybe we should move on.
No, we're gonna stick on this. No, this is 3 times.
This is why this is bullshit. This is where the bullshit comes from, Jangles. This is why I'm accusing you of bullshit, because you're not answering. You're saying my position is really nuanced. I can't necessarily take a position because it's so big brain nuance. Oh my god, my brain is so huge here.
I want to allow Adam to keep speaking. Like this is my best position. Just let him keep speaking.
Connor, he's not going to answer the question. Can we just move on?
I literally just did.
I'm gonna say what Jangles said, but I'm gonna say it differently because I understand like when he goes on a longer diatribe, it feels dodgy, but I actually feel like there's a real answer.
Because he dodged. He didn't answer the question. Why are you simping for Jangles here?
Because we're friends.
He's the Jangles translator. Okay?
So anyways, yeah, so let me give my answer and then see if Jangles agrees with it. So for instance, like I think there's important parts of American culture. Like I am a civic nationalist. I think that there are core fundamental principles of the United States that everybody should subscribe to in order to call themselves American. And these principles and virtues are important and they should be promoted within society.
God bless America.
Yes. I think there's some aspects of, I'll just go ahead and get accused of racism, or like, there are some aspects of the Black community that are toxic, and there's some aspects of the Black community that are overwhelmingly positive.
Name 7 toxic ones.
That's bad.
Okay,
Now shut up.
Hold on. So if I was to just be open with my opinion, I think gangster. Okay, I think gangster culture.
Let me.
Johnny was trolling you. You don't actually have
Adam
to
is
name
just
them.
Why just you got to make the distinction. Like the whole Black culture isn't gangster culture. I mean that is racist as fuck, Connor. I mean to
so
say.
let me be racist
God,
for another 2
Adam,
minutes.
Adam, do you really
Can
need
I be
to spelled out
racist?
that Connor's
Well,
not saying
listen.
every Black person is gangster culture?
Oh my God! Can I just be racist for another 120 seconds? Holy
He
shit!
just-
Technically,
listen,
we have
listen.
more inward passes, Connor. So
Let's-
Let me hang myself with my own rope.
Listen, you
okay?
can be as racist as you want, but before you do, I'm just gonna say, here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we do not promote.
Yeah,
or
we
condone
don't promote
of any
racism.
kind. Okay,
Yeah,
go be
exactly.
racist.
Okay. So generally speaking, I don't know if that makes it any better. I would say that the popularity of gangster culture or gangster narratives within the Black community is toxic and shitty, particularly within hip hop culture. I think it's toxic and shitty. I think that while an element of like that can always exist and perpetuate, the degree to which it's emphasized is it sucks. But I do think, calling out a positive, one of the positive things that I think is cool about, like Black culture as I've interacted with it, is basically like super aggressive familial loyalty. And so that's actually a cultural difference because I'm from a Yankee family. Hold on. I'm from a Yankee family, so I'm from the Northeast. In the Northeast, if you make like a cultural or social faux pas, or if you pick the wrong job, you can be socially ostracized from your family. You can literally, I've had family members shit talk me because I decided to become a law enforcement officer. I had family members shit talk me because I became a member of the military because I was picking up like peasant work, basically. So what I saw when I was interacting with my Black friends is a certain amount of like intrafamilial loyalty that went past basically like vocational goals or achievements or anything like that. And even if a family member was a piece of shit, there was still a certain amount of loyalty that can be toxic sometimes, but was still something that I thought was like an earnest, communal, loving vibe. And so that's what I would say is when we're talking about like assimilationism versus kind of like independence or whatever, I think the toxic independence that I resent is when you say that you shouldn't be assimilationist at all and you should destroy the dominant culture in order to replace it with your own. Fuck that shit. I'm a fucking liberal. So what I would say is if you want to take the positive aspects of your culture and bring that to the gumbo or melting pot of America, that's awesome. But there's also certain things that we think are incredibly valuable that you should prescribe to and should be culturally enforced. Whether that's through the legislature or through education, I 100% agree with that. So to wrap it up with Jangles' nuanced answer, there's some things that should or need to be assimilated, and there's some things that don't matter because they're a cool part of the subculture that is independent of the mainstream culture. And
I would agree with 90% of that, with the one caveat that I do think it's okay to critique what is considered toxic within your culture, especially if it's come by someone outside your culture, which I don't think Connor would disagree with anyway. Now, Adam,
yes,
was that an okay
I'm
answer?
racist.
Is that an okay answer?
Well,
did
no,
you want me to say?
listen,
Did you want me to say assimilationist versus independence? Did you want me to say one of those two and take a hard stance on one of those two, or was it okay to have an answer that say like there's parts of both that are good?
You can give us percentages.
I objected to Counterpoints categorizing the Black community as fucking gangster. Like that's pretty fucking racist, dude.
Okay, you can do that.
For your input.
Okay, you can call me
What's the one we
racist,
were-
but you're kind of like arguing with, I don't know, pop culture, hip hop. Like you're arguing with like dominant facets of our culture.
That's like saying
So while I'm not
that's
gonna
like
say-
saying that's like
my
saying
whiteness
fuck,
not
that's like
allowed.
saying
No,
meth
that's
That's like
culture
saying
is
Irish
white
people
culture.
love potatoes and alcohol and fighting. Yeah, it's kind of like
Connors,
that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Connors,
listen, okay, listen.
Clear racism aside, is it
I
okay
don't
to say
I don't want to get into.
Is it okay to say that like there's parts of like assimilationism that are fine? There are parts of like
Oh,
trying to maintain your independence for the dominant.
Let me be
culture that are fine.
homophobic real quick. Gay people love to fuck.
Okay. How's that homophobic?
What?
That's awesome.
Oh my.
All right, so like we got
Wait,
off the-
do you not?
Sean,
Do
let-
you
let
not?
Sean.
Not as much as y'all do.
well with the the issue of the assimilation versus non-assimilation isn't like, oh, well, this is a great thing in this culture that I could find and point to that should be kept. Yeah, we all understand
we all
to a
agree
certain
that.
extent
Fuck.
that you take, like, it's not a one-to-one, it's not a top-down
Yes.
crush all
Are you
variety
saying that there's
kind
some
of thing.
nuance there?
You
That's
take some you
That's
take
what
some
Adam's
pieces
lying about,
you take some
Sean.
pieces and you try to combine something better. But the issue is that when you're talking about disparate outcomes as if it's a problem, but they're not emulating any of the successful aspects of other cultures, like, do you not put the onus on the people not behaving in the way that would lead to success
could be there.
rather than the
Well,
people who are doing so and succeeding?
Sean, the onus could be there. I gave you the same answer on stage. It's worth introspecting the way that the dominant culture treats a subculture. So with Connor's example about the toxicity of
The
hip hop
dominant
culture, which is totally. Adam, would you like to complain?
It's not about the
Hang on,
dominant
let Adam
the way
complain, let
the
Adam
dominant
complain.
culture treats a subculture. Because
no, it is.
There
It
are
is, Sean.
no,
There
there
are-
is no, it isn't, because I can point to a
You
million
don't think
different
some cultural
minority.
practices are a byproduct of the way the dominant culture treats?
There's a
subculture?
million different minority populations that are not the dominant culture that out succeed
Yes.
the quote unquote
Thank you,
dominant
I don't
Sean.
culture.
disagree with that.
It's
How
about
do you think that's a
practices.
good argument?
It's
Yeah,
about
that's-
practices that work versus practices
That
that
don't
and the
work.
dominant culture
Like
might leave
gangster
those
culture.
and the dominant culture might leave those practices totally untouched. None of that negates what I said.
Well, if what you're saying is, I mean, I'm sure we'd all agree, LSP, that obviously negative cultural aspects, and I hate that we're a bunch of fucking white people talking about the black community, but I guess this
You
is
don't have to.
unavoidable.
Talk
I'm
about the
Mexican.
We can talk
I'm
about the
Mexican.
gays.
Okay,
Sitch.
White-
I got the
okay.
brown
Roast
pass.
me, daddy.
a bunch of white people, a person of shadow, maybe some Jews mixed in and a Mexican, okay, are talking about the black community.
I don't know why
And-
Person of Shadow sounds the worst out of all of them.
I'm
I
a
know.
half Puerto
First
Rican.
that sounds like it sounds like a fucking Elder Scrolls class.
We've been trying to overthrow that bigotry for years.
Has,
Jangles and I.
Sitch,
Thank
has
you. But anyway,
Jangles,
wait, let me
Jangles
finish.
actually
Let me-
answered? Because I'm
Hold on,
still
hold on.
thinking
Let me
he hasn't.
several
But anyway,
times
let's move on.
finish.
Let
Fuckers.
Sitch make his point.
Okay. I'm assuming we'd all agree, LSP, that there are negative aspects to black culture or any culture that has faced or any
Yes.
people that have faced oppression, and that the reason for that is because of the history of oppression or even the current oppression they're facing. I'm assuming we'd all agree to that. Cultures
Yes.
don't just spring out of a vacuum, but
Why
it
would
feels like the
I don't agree to that.
okay. So
Yeah,
Sean, you
I don't
agree.
necessarily
agree.
agree to that either.
There's plenty of negative aspects of cultures that have nothing to do with discrimination.
Totally.
Nothing.
Okay, we're not disagreeing with us. I don't disagree that there are negative aspects of some cultures that have nothing to do with discrimination.
And also,
We're zeroing in on some particular aspects of culture that
And-
are a byproduct of discrimination. That
I'll
wasn't
take
hard
it.
to follow.
I'll take it a step further. There are positive aspects of cultures that do have to do with discrimination. The
Oh,
response
fuck yeah,
of
let's
some
discriminate against everybody.
no, not necessarily, but
Get
the
along.
response
Can
I be
to
racist
some
again?
people,
Well,
the
he's
response
not
of some
wrong.
people to discrimination has become to be more like more tight as a group and thus more successful.
yeah.
We see that
Yeah,
with
that's
Chinese
true.
people in
That's
Malaysia.
That's not wrong at all.
Yeah, that's all wrong.
Yeah.
No, that's actually one of the reasons why black people tend to have lower rates of suicide than white people.
Can I? Yeah, and can I be racist again?
No.
This actually
God damn it,
feeds
Connor.
back.
Again?
Stop.
Yes. Okay. So this feeds into my earlier narrative where I was saying that, like, basically the prominence of black culture, or not black culture, the prominence of gangster culture within stereotypically
There you go.
black
Thank
cultural
you,
facets.
Connor. You fixed it. You're amazing.
Good.
He said
Oh, thank you.
hashtag not all.
Okay. I said hashtag now no. Stereotypically black culture.
I'll be right
Why
Gangster
are you
culture's
trying
hot-
to lock me out of gangster culture just because I'm not black? I find that highly offensive, Connor.
It's not because you're white; it's because you're rich. Anyways, so the point is that so the point being that, like, gangster culture could be a. I'm not saying it is. I'm not a sociologist. But it could be a byproduct of being rejected from mainstream economic opportunity.
Hell
and so
yeah.
as a result, you valorize outlaw culture because you're saying, if the system's not gonna support me, then fuck the system and I'm gonna do whatever I want.
There's an actual name for this.
So
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Connor. You're speaking truth.
but last point, and then Jangles, I would like to hear the term. But
I
then
gotta
also
find it.
I was talking about, like, intrafamilial connection. So that I said that there was a toxic side of that. The toxic side of that is when you cover for a piece of shit. when somebody is a toxic, nefarious piece of shit who's treating the rest of the family like shit, and you will not cast them off. So it's a double-edged sword, and I would also see that as a potential, again, not a sociologist, but a potential byproduct of broader cultural rejection, where you have to support the people that are around you, or else you're going to die. So that's kind of my sociological summary, while not having the qualifications to do it.
No, there's a little actual name for it, but I have 900 pages of handwritten notes, and I can't control it.
Well, I mean, I agree exactly. I agree completely what you're saying about the outlaw culture. And that's what I mean.
Fucking racist.
Do you disagree with that, Sean? That effect happens? Because that's all I was saying.
Fuck, where is it?
But
I'm actually pissed
that you can develop like an outlaw culture based on feelings or actual discrimination. Yeah, of course, that can happen.
Cool, then we agree.
Because it felt like it felt like there was an argument about LSP is kind of focusing on why something happens. And Sean's kind of focusing on like how to change it now, and I feel like that's where some of the
those are both
no. We disagree on why some of these practices happen. It's not about how to change them. Like we disagree fundamentally on how some of these happen.
You don't. You just. I'm sorry. Did you? I said you agree with Sitch. That
I said of course there can be outlaw cultures that are based on feelings of or actual discrimination.
Mm-hmm. Like I found it. Counterpoints. There's this name. This is really close to what you said. Cultural transmission theory. Studies showed that middle and lower class gang and non-gang members positively value conventional standards of law-abiding behavior, but that with a decline in one's social class level, the salience of prescriptive norms grows increasingly untenable, if I can read my handwriting. The standards of an oppositional culture stem from social alienation by socioeconomic transformation, in which alternative means of achieving honor and status have been cultivated to fill the vacuum left by said social alienation and demonization. That's cultural transmission theory.
And Sean, I've actually heard you say this, so I don't think we disagree with each other. So you've talked about, I can't remember if it was you, but you were talking about like honor culture. If it wasn't you, I'm sorry. Basically,
go ahead.
Yeah, Adam. So basically, I've seen that firsthand in law enforcement, where people who take an assimilationist attitude and they go straight. So literally like young black men who are working professionally, they're working like a lower status retail job, like actually somebody who was unfortunately murdered in front of me. He was working as a manager at a Target, and basically he kept to his own. He was handling his own shit, but then his gangster friends kind of made fun of him for fucking going straight. So he went out with them that night. He normally does not go out with these people. Well, what ended up happening was the gangsters who are in an honor culture got into beef with another gangster. And then that guy fired into the crowd, and he ended up killing the person who was being assimilationist. So which is because nobody else was injured or killed. And so what I would say is, using this person as an indicator of what can happen when you're presented with the options of, are you a safe assimilationist, or are you trying to basically engage in this maybe toxic culture, is that prestige and honor can be an attractive, stereotypically masculine avenue that would trump the actual social benefits of assimilationist behavior, and people feel trapped between those two motivations. And also, finally, in the military, what's actually interesting is that's an interesting avenue of escape, because you get away from your toxic and shitty friends, you engage in macho male behavior, and you also engage in a assimilationist culture that ends up benefiting you long term, which is why the military is so important as an avenue of escape for a lot of poor folk.
We also have this.
Let me speak. LSP, you've brought up sociology a number of times in this debate, so I'm curious your take on the distinction between honor culture and dignity culture, because when I'm talking about assimilation, I really am talking about assimilation not at a racial level, but at a cultural level. And dignity culture is really the difference that we're talking about here.
Could you elaborate on what you mean by dignity culture for me?
Are you a sociology major?
No.
Oh, okay. So you're just talking about. So there's sociologists.
Actually, I don't even know. Just to be clear, I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. I brought up sociology a lot. I don't think I brought up any studies once that was.
Yeah, but it's a prime thesis in sociology. It's like one of the core foundations. How America moved from an honor culture to a dignity culture, and now we're moving into what sociologists call a victimhood culture. But there's which shares aspects of both. But in honor cultures tend to form in low resource environments because people fucking don't have anything to lose. All they have is their honor, their dignity. And if you get picked on, you become a target, just like in Connor's example. So we're talking about a distinction here that I fundamentally don't think involves racial lines. And I actually think it's kind of fucking racist to put an honor culture on black people to say, black people have an honor culture. I mean, the honor cultures can form in white populations and black populations and Indian populations. It's well studied in sociology. So that's one of the things that triggers you.
Well, no, hang on. He's asking me. Fuck, I barely got to talk. Well, I mean, I actually think you like touched on it just a hair because you described it as endemic to cultures with low socioeconomic status, right? They don't have a lot. So what they do have is their honor and their dignity, which is why they're very invested in it. So that might not have to do with race per se, right? But you can use a heuristic here because the people most likely to have the least amount, the people who would most likely have this culture because they have the least, would be black culture. Right. Or I shouldn't say black culture because it's not a unified black culture, but like the gangster culture that Connor's talking about.
But the war between dignity culture and honor culture is ever present. So that's one of the things that I find distasteful is when people want to categorize whites as part of one culture or blacks as part of another culture, because it really is a battle between these two fundamental different cultures. One culture embodies success in the modern world, and one culture is
that's true.
Like
but Adam, neither of us
antithetical
are like
to that.
Adam, neither of us are trying to reduce any racial group down to a singular culture and saying they embody that.
Well, you guys were in favor.
No. Stop what you're about to say.
In the debate, you guys supported like the Ebonics thing.
We supported the Ebonics thing.
Can you tell me my position?
Education and
no, hang on. He's bringing up my position. Adam, can you recite my exact position to me? You don't have to recite me word for word, but my position.
Well, you're here.
Tell me what I said.
If I got your position wrong, I apologize. Just tell us your position.
You got my position. My position is that there are certain people of certain cultural backgrounds that might be more receptive to learning in different ways because we're from different cultures, because we have different experiences. Not all of us learn the same way. And in some schools, it might be useful to adjust or tweak or change the way lessons are presented, even the language in which lessons are presented. Now, I don't disagree with Sitch's overall point, where he brought up that that language is of a certain utility. I don't disagree with that at all. But there is a gap between the language. I'm trying to remember how some of the studies I read put it. There's a gap between playground language, like what people would say in their day-to-day, and the actual proper English they need to translate to, reading and writing, what would make them functionally good workers, right? If there's a way to bridge that gap, such as, for example, a teacher who is culturally receptive to the different ways people speak, I'm fine with that. I think that's a good thing. I don't think we should be teaching people in a stratified way a certain language that might not be receptive to the way they need the way they need to learn.
So are they going to use this other language to ultimately end on standard American English?
Are they going to use Ebonics to
end
standard American English?
Well, I'm questioning what your position is. If you're saying
to move to standard,
I just told you. Yes,
I don't really understand your answer.
Yeah, I don't either.
It sounds like you're saying that you want the teachers to sort of engage with, whether it's Ebonics or whatever colloquial language would be,
it doesn't
because
have to be Ebonics, but
the phenomenon you're describing,
Spanish.
The phenomenon you're describing is true of everyone. It's true of white people.
Yes.
I mean, white people, white kids are going to talk very differently to their friends and the teacher.
Absolutely. Well, white people might also, again, because there's not a unified white culture. White people might be receptive to learning in different ways too, and you should try to match culturally as close as possible to the ways they need to get them the tools.
But I don't
learn.
You got to teach people phonics.
No, hold on, stop.
John McCorder has laid out the data multiple different times. The way to teach people to read is through phonics education.
Yeah.
Stop dicking around. This is the way to do it.
Tell us what phonics is.
Especially for kids where they don't have a lot of books in the home and they're not being read to by their parents. This is where you sound out each letter individually in order to find the words.
Okay, but Sean, this would be where I think there's a bridge here. Okay, I think LSP, correct me if I'm wrong. Kind of what you're saying is like there are people, and we're talking about like I'm talking about assimilationism when I'm talking about this. There are people who are a part of a anti-assimilationist culture.
Yes.
They don't want to come over because of whatever perception or real discrimination. It doesn't matter what it is. They're anti-assimilationist. So if you have somebody, because this happens all the time in American high schools, if you have somebody who's in middle school and they still don't know how to fucking read beyond a third grade fucking reading level, then what you would do is you would have somebody who was like culturally sensitive, who came from that background, but knew how to educate in a standard way, but then transition those kids from
there's actually programs in education for just that.
From where they are to the standard model. And the thing that I would cite, while not necessarily vouching for its efficacy, would be like ESOL, like English as a second language. For me, and I'm going to attack it while stating it. My ESOL, because I actually went to Belgium and I was raised in a French society. My ESOL was 2 weeks. And then after 2 weeks, they said, fuck you, sink or swim, bitch. And that was a pretty hard.
In those exact words?
Yes,
well, I mean,
actually, because French people do not care about profanity. But at the same time, I was able to adapt to that. But I also wouldn't be hostile to a more
hard to get a word in.
I'm sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't disagree. So if you set a standard, I feel like Jaime Escalante here. You guys can set a standard and expect students to meet that standard. I'm not opposed to that. All I'm saying is that there are some students who would be functionally incapable of meeting that standard if you leave your lessons rigid. Now you're describing like a 2 week sink or swim bitch thing. Not all students can do that in 2 weeks. Not all some students are so.
That was a specific.
Well, I know that's not. That's just an example.
As long as the
you
goal,
want to meet students' needs.
If you want to set a goal, hold on. As long as the goal is to get everyone speaking the same language, I don't care how you get there. So if you want to have, culturally sensitive transitioning class, that's fine. I don't care. I just want teaching. I think what I'm concerned about is just the end goal being this anti-assimilation.
Yes.
Well then.
And that
hold on. Well then your fears will be
present.
assuaged because you can have the exact same like outcomes that you want to achieve. However, there's going to be vastly different ways to achieve them. That's what culturally responsive teaching is. It's not saying that no, we all need to learn Ebonics. It's a dishonest way. I'm not saying any of you did that, but if someone out there hypothetically were to say that no, we just start like teaching Ebonics as an outcome, that's not what it is. It's there's a really good saying that I like in my education as a teacher. You have not taught me until I have learned. That requires it's not, the onus is not just on the students. I'm sure all of us in our educations, we have had shit teachers. We've had absolutely shit teachers who were not able to convey the information in a way that we could possibly understand it. This is not a fault of students all the time, especially if it's consistent among their students. You have to talk to the students where they're at. You have to know what frame of reference that you're using. You have to have creative methods that are going to make sense to them. You can't be using outdated methodology. Like the lecture format needs to fucking go. Lectures are the worst way to possibly teach somebody. The fact that they're still around is a product of laziness. So we can talk to students where they're at. We can make our teaching more responsive to where they're at. That could be culturally. We might have a group of students that is relatively homogenous in what their culture is, and then you target it to that specific classroom. And it's going to depend on what each individual classroom.
Look, I'm not saying that you can't have engaging classrooms and all that, but we're understating the push against teaching Black kids standard American English and its connection to critical race theory. Patricia Williams, critical race theorist scholar, compares standard American English, emphasis on the command of English, to a Jim Crow position. She talks about how these Black kids function perfectly fine in their own culture. So the only reason that we're trying to teach them standard English is so that we can put them down, which is ridiculous. Right. And I talked about it on the stage at the time. It's like in India, they're teaching a standard form of English that can be used in international business. In China, when they do English as a second language, they're teaching a standard form of English that can be used in terms of international business. If English is the primary language in America, I don't see why we have to play games and pussyfoot around the fact that we need our own citizens to learn a standard version of English so that they can function and compete in the global business market. We should
I
guess yell at
her.
people
She's a dumb bitch.
I guess yell at people who think that way.
So you guys,
but
so
I
you guys
don't-
are, so we're all in the
yeah,
same
but there
position
is-
here.
Let
Then
me
But
insert a clarification.
when we talk about critical race theory making its way into the classroom, when you have scholars that argue command of English is literally a Jim Crow position,
Is
and
there
then you
one
have
critical
curri-
race theory position?
and then you have curriculum. It's not the only critical race theory
I
position.
need to ask
didn't
you,
say
Sean.
that.
Do you think? Do you? No, I need to ask.
I'm
you.
just saying. Then you have curriculum that is taught meant to not convert these kids into speaking a standard American English. That is a through line that causes negative outcomes that I'm against.
yeah.
Well, then you can agree with that, but you can also agree with us that you can still use a critical race theory lens to get what we're looking at, is to meet students where they're at to get them to the same standard.
Well,
And
but
you can absolutely
but
use
they
a
don't
critical
wanna
race
go
theory
to the
lens to
same
get there.
standard.
Hold on.
No, oh,
Let
come
me-
on,
let me-
dude,
let
we
me-
were doing so good. We were so
Let me
close.
no. Wait,
The
we are
they game,
close.
the pronoun
We are
game.
close. I think what Sean's reacting to and what I'm reacting to is that before that, Jangles, you kind of implied, and I don't know if this is intentional or not, that whenever someone talks about culturally responsive teaching, they only mean to teach people within some culture to get them to the end game of assimilation. And I don't think that's true necessarily. And when it comes to CRT, I don't think that's remotely true. And what I was going to ask is,
You can be incorrect.
I haven't read a single CRT paper that's pro assimilation. And I was going to ask if you have, because every CRT paper I've read is very anti-assimilation, very
All right, so
pro-nationalism.
this is where we're going to get a little bit combative because no, you haven't. The example you brought up in
Mhm.
Introduction to Critical Race Theory, I'm assuming you're using the 3rd edition,
Yes.
which is the most recent edition. All right, to frame that as their anti-assimilation is incorrect. I'm sorry that we do not have different opinions on this. You are incorrect. It's inviting multiple different perspectives, and it's not framing any one of
So-
them as more correct. In fact, if you
Well-
look at the questions in the back of the book,
There's the problem.
yeah,
Well,
like
no, okay.
yeah.
I know.
Let me-
If you
Can
want
I-
to say
no,
that's a
can I rip that
criticism of
apart?
Let me
critical race theory,
respond. Let me
if you
respond.
want to have a
Can I-
critical,
yeah.
Let
if you wanna
Sitch
have a-
respond.
Let me
Let Sitch
respond.
respond.
Okay.
I have
This
not
is
been
why
able
I
to
say
finish
that.
a single point this entire time.
Sitch is like gonna.
Well,
destroy
if
it.
you
Right-
weren't
right here,
finished,
here it
Jangles,
comes.
continue.
You let him finish.
All right, wait, let her finish.
Ew.
Sitch,
Oh,
whip
okay.
out the
Oh, I thought-
quotes.
okay,
Come on,
okay.
let's whip out the quotes.
So no, the problem is that first of all, I'm not just basing what I'm saying on the Delgado book. I'm basing it on all the essays I've read from CRT and all the essays that I've read from the CRT
Okay, but-
key writings of the movement. None of these things are pro assimilation. And so when I read the Delgado book, there is a vagueness there that I feel is a little dishonest and intentionally dishonest to kind of allow people like you, Jangles, to kind of make these arguments that I don't think are necessarily accurate to CRT.
Okay, so what I would respond to that is because you misframed the Delgado book so poorly, I do not trust your interpretation of all the other works. I'm sorry.
What if I
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry. No,
God damn it.
if
Oh,
you're gonna,
He
if
just
you're
called
gonna
you
shoot-
stupid,
We're so
Sitch.
close,
He
we're
called you
falling
fucking
away.
stupid
Well, let
to
me-
your
let me-
I'm
face.
so sorry.
I
that
can
would-
read that chapter, that page. It's like
Let's
3
do it.
pages.
I have it in front of me
Okay.
as well. We can read
Okay,
together. And
guys.
my interpretation of that was that, like, no, it's offering these other different perspectives. There are benefits to assimilation in terms
Do
of
you-
like gaining rights.
Okay,
You have to
God
appeal
damn
to
it,
the majority.
please, we're
wait,
drifting
1
away from an
second,
important
Connor.
point.
Do you, if something,
Just
if-
write
if-
write it down, Connor.
Okay,
we'll
actually,
get
no,
to you.
I'm
Connor,
sorry.
you-
Are we
Connor,
really
you
gonna
say
like
what you were
pretend that
gonna
I
say,
insulted him and not just ignore the fact that he said that I was like weaseling in and trying to like sneak in some ideology? Are we gonna ignore that?
Who gives a fuck?
I give a
When did I,
fuck.
wait, when did
I
I,
give
say
a
you were
fuck.
Wait, when did I say you were weaseling in anything?
Look,
You're
I
all being honor culture bitches. Stop it.
Honor culture
Be
kings.
dignity
No
based.
way.
But
This
honor
is
culture
this is
can't-
dignity
but it-
culture all
but
the
it-
way.
Wait, let him
I'm-
finish. Let him finish though.
I said the book is. I
Dignified
think the
DN.
book is dishonest. I
Yeah,
don't think
no.
you are necessarily dishonest.
All right, so you're gonna take back everything you said during
He's
your
saying
Okay,
you.
hold-
He's
hold
saying
on.
you are an
James.
NPC. He's
I'm
basically
gonna
saying
shut
you're
you
just.
I'm saying you have
Oh
no
my
free
God.
will to-
Well,
Yeah.
Sitch,
Stop,
you
because
spent. You guys spent like 6 hours calling us both dishonest.
Listen,
So that's what he's
I
upset
also-
about.
There's a
Listen,
splinter.
listen,
No, there's a
listen,
splinter in the argumentation that's incredibly
listen,
important, and we're drifting away from it.
Listen.
Oh my God, I'm gonna.
It's a comedy show, all right?
Jangles,
comedy.
Jangles, what's
Oh,
going
so
on?
what?
We
Okay,
don't-
Connor, wait. Let Connor speak
Yeah.
before
Wait, so she wouldn't take what she
dies.
said?
No,
Seriously, because it's a
LSP,
comedy
please, for the
show?
love of God, I'm going to leave in like 15 minutes, so I just want to get this out because it's important.
All right,
Okay.
right, Connor.
There's a very important thing that you said, and basically, I think this is part of the splinter that's driving us apart. Okay, so one of the things that I think we're objecting to are what are the lines for assimilation. I think, like previously, we articulated that there's some things that you shouldn't have to assimilate on. Gay dudes like banging. Black people love their families. Like those are, subcultural tropes that you don't have to get rid of
Those
in
were the
order to
examples
live.
you picked?
Hold on.
I know,
oh my
that's
God,
crazy.
Mexicans love tacos. What the fuck do you want from me, LSP?
Now,
anyways.
now you've totally offended me.
Taco
California
Tuesday.
whites.
I know Taco
Good.
Tuesday is
All right.
fucking hitting
California whites love tacos.
me.
I don't know
Yeah,
about
way
Mexicans.
more than
Yeah.
Mexicans.
Yeah, and you assimilated into the Mexican dominant culture.
Fuck,
So
yeah,
anyway,
that's called.
so hold on. So the question is, where do we draw the lines for assimilation? Where are they important? And the truth is, we need to create a syncretic framework in which subcultures can participate in the liberal framework that is the United States of America. But at the same time, Jangles, you said something that I viscerally disagree with, which is that like we're taking in a variety of perspectives, and then none of these perspectives are better than the other one. That's what I have major beef with. And like, no, hold on, just real quickly. So for instance, like if there's a part of a culture, like Spanish people, for instance, nobody cares about Spaniards. If they think that like bullfighting or animal abuse or something like that is culturally acceptable, as an American, if they were immigrants to this culture, I would want to beat the fuck out of the culture.
Why?
If there was a subculture that was
hamburgers
like
all the
basically,
time.
Connor, I'm really
honored,
sorry.
I
don't know what- I don't know
for another 60 seconds.
I don't know what
If
you're
there-
disagreeing with me with.
Because you said that all of these perspectives should be considered inequality and none of them are necessarily
Where?
wrong.
In what context?
It was maybe like 2 to 3 minutes ago. It was specifically in reference to how do we teach classes and how do we
No.
consult perspectives.
No, you're incorrect. I was saying that
Okay.
offered in the critical race theory book, there are these assimilationist perspectives and these nationalist perspectives that were offered within the book, and the book does not take a hardline stance on either of them because it sees value in both of them.
But I'm gonna
disagree.
pull an Adam here where basically like, do you agree that the end goal should be
He's
like,
not-
hey, you can maintain these cultural tropes, but the end goal should be some level of assimilationism so we can live in a coherent culture.
He's not going to
Assimilation-
answer, Connor. So give
I
up.
literally was about to answer.
Let him answer.
All right, some degree of assimilation, absolutely, especially the American concept of assimilation.
What's your
that is often
percentages so
taught.
Adam doesn't get frustrated? What's your percentage of
To some
assimilation
degree,
versus
I told you he wasn't going to answer.
He's
Didn't
gonna
I?
give us a
Did I
percentage.
not
Some
say
degree
that?
is an answer.
Is
64.
69% of assimilation
Yeah, nice.
on all 420
There you go.
aspects.
There's your non-answer
That's a
right
great
there.
answer.
Fuck.
Great answer.
Justin, which aspect? Well, just to ask the question, Justin, which aspects of culture do you want people to assimilate to specifically?
Yeah, which white supremacist aspects?
Which white
Freedom of
supremacist
conscience
aspects?
and
Yeah,
the right to
total
self-defense.
How do you
Framing
how do you
against
feel
Adam.
how do you feel about being on time?
All
I
right,
was gonna ask that.
I feel like being on time, the straw man answer. I think being on time is pretty cool, and I don't
Okay.
and like you're not going to fight like
White
that
Totally
argument
supremacist.
is not-
there, Adam.
That argument is not made in any of
Racist.
the critical race theory literature that I've read. I think it's like it's taken out of context, not even taken out of context. Some idiot might have made that exact point, and the reason that it's so
I actually
popular is because
brought it
it's so
up
stupid.
during our review.
Yeah, like it's if someone made that somewhere, I
It's
haven't
Judith
read it.
Katz.
But
It was
Judith
Judith
Katz. All right, we were not able to get a copy of that book. All right, not even through LibGen, and you shouldn't use LibGen because technically it's illegal. All right, I don't know how she made it in that. If she said that being on time is a white construct, I think that's kind of stupid.
How do you
However,
feel
there
about
also she didn't.
objectivity?
She said
Objectivity,
How do you
that's
feel about
Listen,
how do you feel about empiricism?
she's making
empiricism? Those two things are different.
All right, I have
No,
a
I
making-
realize that, but they're
Wait,
all
this
white
is
supremacists.
Stop.
All right,
This is
You
calm
treat
down.
empiricism as white
Listen.
supremacist?
Look, I
Guys.
have to say I agree with Sitch.
John, don't bail him out. John, don't bail him out.
I agree with Sitch because I've read a
bail
bunch
him
of
out.
critical race theory and I have not found anything that's pro assimilation in there. In fact, Gary Peller writes about how we've used like the research and all this to design the classroom, and it takes away the maternal connection that student has with teacher. So like I've seen this over and over again in CRT, and sometimes they'll talk about people who assimilate, and then they'll also talk about how they're not really authentically black. Like
Yeah, that's
You
racist.
agree with the
The
statement?
acting white shit.
Ooh, ouch.
Do you
That's more
agree?
racist than I am.
Do you
Yeah.
agree with the statement that assimilation should not be like you should be able to maintain your culture, language, accent, religion, and way of dress in most contexts in society? Do you think that's an agreeable statement?
Wait, say
It depends
say
on-
the points again.
All right.
Yeah, I was about
do
to
you
say
think
that's very
that?
important.
Do you think that for the most part, you should be able to maintain your culture? And I know that's a big thing. Your culture, your language, your accent, your religion, and your way of dress. Do you think those
Well,
are
not
it's
language.
reasonable?
I wouldn't agree. Well, what
No,
do you mean by
maintaining your language doesn't mean that doesn't mean you speak in the workplace. It means that you should be able to have your
sure.
language.
Yeah,
you
of
should be
course.
able-
You're in home.
You should be allowed to speak your language.
Nobody
in public
disagrees with this.
and-
no, it depends.
Well, a lot of people do though.
Some
See,
people
nobody,
do.
of course, they do.
They're yeah. Now,
Even I
if you
do
want
to
to
a
say
certain
that's not
extent.
your position, that's fine. But you walk a mile in our shoes because
The-
we've
the-
been having to bat away positions that we don't have, like
the
Adam
co-
bringing up time as a white supremacist concept.
Imagine like we're making you answer for every single
you're
bad take
walking
you've
in our
said.
shoes right now. I
Okay,
hope you realize that.
Listen,
It
because the
depends.
original point here that I brought up.
It depends.
was
Are
that
you
I
weaseling out
have
of this?
not seen a single paper from CRT that's been pro-assimilation, and including the Delgado book, which I can read if we really want to get into it.
I
And
have
I'm
it right in
asking
front of me
you,
as well.
have you read a single thing from CRT that is pro-assimilation?
I'd say, well, not pro-assimilation because the way they define assimilation is nuanced, and I know that's weaseling.
They define it inherently negatively. for the
No,
most
they
part.
don't.
I agree with that.
In Delgado,
Yes,
they
it's
do
not
not-
nuanced at all. It's like you're a race
It's very
trader if you.
nuanced.
Brendan, you're like
That's not
15
nuanced.
IQ
Brendan,
points
Brendan,
too low
shut
for the
up. You're
conversation.
offering
Let
absolutely
Justin
nothing.
finish.
Is that descriptive or prescriptive?
The
Prescriptive.
assimilationists, it's okay. Well, Adam does not know what he's talking about. He's not adding to this at all. So
please
in the
stop.
Delgado book, no, I can't. I'm sorry. In the Delgado book, no, they offering like there's reasons for assimilationists. They do not present like a bad guy and a good guy. The assimilationists, they don't paint as the bad guy. The nationalists, they don't perceive as the good guy because
Let me
both of them
just
have valid
read it because
Let's just read it.
Not clear.
Let's just read it. I have it in front of me. Tell me what page you're on.
Page 59. It says
59?
nationalism versus assimilation.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
this
my God.
this
They
is-
even used the word assimilate.
Yes, this is the example. that-
Yeah. They
Okay.
used the word assimilation. Holy shit. That's a big blow against them.
Let's
Hold
let's
on.
hear this
Let's see it.
extremely nuanced position.
Two friends, William and Jamal, are walking down a main street. Both are African Americans and have been close friends since high school. Both have medium brown skin and hazel eyes. Both are graduates of prestigious universities. William wears a business suit and carries a briefcase made by a famous designer. He is a third-year associate at a medium-sized law firm. Jamal,
Large law firm.
What?
Large law firm.
I said, I know mine says medium-sized, so maybe you have different.
What
versions.
edition are you using?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Sorry, it doesn't matter.
Cares.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Jamal, who is a music industry executive making twice as much money as William, is wearing a kente cloth and sporting a short afro. On their way to a lunch date to discuss a new recording label, they talk about mutual friends, their families, and careers. On arriving at the restaurant, a trendy downtown eating establishment that caters to young professionals, William and Jamal exchange looks, and without speaking, William enters first and asks the maitre d' for a quiet table for two.
I'm really
Okay.
curious as to like what problems you take with this passage.
Oh, I don't have a problem with that story. I have a problem with everything it says after it.
Oh, wow. You want to read
The
everything
two
that says
friends,
after that?
the two friends illustrate twin poles in the way minorities of color can represent and position themselves. The nationalist or separatist position, illustrated by Jamal, holds that people of color should embrace their culture and origins. Jamal, who by choice lives in an upscale black neighborhood and sends his children to local schools, could easily fit into mainstream life, but he feels more comfortable working and living in a black milieu and considers that he has a duty to contribute to the minority community. Accordingly, he does as much business as possible with other blacks. The last time he and his family moved, for example, he made several phone calls until he found a black-owned moving company. He donates money to several African-American causes, I can't read the word, and colleges. And of course, his work in the music industry allows him the opportunity to boost the careers of black musicians, which he does. William also donates to several black causes, and although he practices law in a white-dominated law firm on behalf of corporate clients, most of whom are white, he does pro bono work whenever possible on behalf of prison inmates, a large majority of whom are African American.
Are you
He
realizing
lives
in
in an
real time this didn't
integrated
demonstrate what you
suburb.
thought it did?
Why are you
Just let him
interrupting,
finish,
man?
Justin. Justin,
He
just let him
lives in an
finish.
integrated suburb that is 90% white with a smattering of blacks and other people of color, most professionals like himself. William and Jamal have discussed their contrasting lifestyles and have agreed to disagree. William believes he is doing more good breaking barriers in the white-dominated legal world, and that his work as a lawyer, especially when he is crowned, with the partnership he expects in a few years, will enable him to do some real good on behalf of minority clients and businesses. And even though Jamal is currently making more money than he, William believes that that his own top salary as a partner will one day match that of his high school friends. Debates about nationalism versus assimilation figure prominently in current discourse about race. One strand of critical race theory energetically backs the nationalist view, which is particularly
One
prominent
strand?
with materialist. Derek Bell, the guy who's founded this, for example, urges his fellow African Americans to forswear the struggle for school integration and aim for the best possible black schools. Other CRT nationalists advocate for gun ownership on the grounds that historically the police in this country have not protected blacks against violence and indeed have often visited upon them. other nationalists urged the establishment of an all-Black or all-Latino inner-city schools, sometimes just for males, on the ground that boys of color need strong role models and cannot easily find them in public schools. Nationalists of all type questions the majoritarian assumption that Northern European culture is superior. Okay, now I could continue, and let me skip, or I'm almost done here. Let me skip the Latino part, because they go into a whole part about Latino nationalists, and then they say a middle position embraced by a few sophisticated thinkers, including on occasion Derek Bell, holds that minorities of color should not try to fit into a flawed economic and political system, but to transform it. In this view, success symbolized by a high income, token representation, and even a degree of influence like that which William hopes to achieve is not worth pursuing if the system itself is unworthy and unjust. A moderate position that falls between William and Jamal's view holds that it is permissible for minorities to seek places in professions such as law and medicine as business, so long as they apply their skills for the benefit of minority communities. In this view, nothing would be wrong with William having to achieve an Ivy League degree and bar certification, but his practice in a corporate penthouse would be problematic. He should be a criminal or legal services lawyer instead. Or if business law is his field, like Jamal, he should be making his skills available to start up Black businesses. A final intermediate position, one favoring William, holds that a strong U.S. economy benefits everyone. William's success as a Black corporate lawyer produces wealth, some of which will trickle down to poor and minority communities. And in any event, those communities need examples of successful, confident lawyers like William who can make their way anywhere. Okay, so to be clear, we have the nationalist view, which it says is energetically advocated by Derek Bell and many people. Then we have the middle position, which is a few sophisticated thinkers. And then we have the final two positions, which one is not even pro-assimilation. One is basically just nationalism. And the assimilation view is basically a tiny, tiny paragraph at the end that is written in a very dismissive way.
Well,
so
you
that's
mean
why
Black
I'm saying,
nationalism, not necessarily. Right. Yeah.
And so that's why I'm saying, to me, when I read this whole chapter, it comes off as very pro nationalism and very anti.
It's not very nuanced either. It's very clear what's going on here.
He's saying that even if they mention that side
the
of
entire
it,
time.
If he's saying that even if they mention that side of it, it seems like the overwhelming majority of these critical race theory scholars are leaning in the direction that's called nationalism instead of assimilationism there. And that's not the only example where.
So hold on, no. I was following along. I had the exact book in front of me. So the reason the assimilationist view isn't put with as much it's not in the literature as much is because that's the default view that most of society puts. Right, critical race theory is introducing these new views that most people would not be as familiar with as the assimilationist view. And it even says like the final intermediate position, one favoring William, it says like the assimilationist view, there are benefits to that.
Jangles, are you in favor of teaching that to our kids?
For the love of God. Can I absolutely
Jangles, are you in favor of teaching that?
Point. So,
are you in favor of teaching that to our kids?
Classroom exercise is in the very next class. This is a classroom exercise. Divide your class into study group. Did two more groups. Take sides. Jamal or William, discuss this. See what you actually think. It's inviting discussion. And Adam, I want you to tell me, because there's a correct answer. Who is the same dad? What age group? There's a correct answer, and I want you to see if you're honest about it.
Adam hasn't read this book.
I don't give a fuck.
So
you don't give a fuck? Oh, you should give a fuck.
Let's wait, but let's
stay, no, you're lying.
Hold on. Let's stay on topic, because again, it says
answer my question. This motherfucker has accused me of not answering questions this entire debate. He hasn't answered a single one of my questions.
I did answer. I said I don't give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck.
Answer the question, Adam. Give us your age range. If you don't get this right in this book that you never read, then you're fucking done forever on the internet.
The concept was just I assume Adam has enough brain cells that he could follow the question as Justin just asked it.
25 to 34?
Yeah, 25 to 34 is probably accurate.
Well, yeah, like this is a graduate level. Well, depending on when you get into grad school, like this is a grad school book. We're at the very earliest undergrad.
Justin.
Oh, I thought I was guessing the age of the participants.
It doesn't change the question whether or not you're in favor of teaching Black nationalism to school kids. The question still stands.
It does. No, it does. Like, this is a book. These materials
Justin,
are designed for
Jangles.
adults.
College.
Jangles.
Wait a minute.
No,
Jangles.
shut the fuck up.
Jangles.
Now I'm pissed. Now I get to be pissed for once in this conversation. I haven't
That
been
is
pissed for 2.5 hours.
But
Jangles,
this
you
is-
have to
this-
admit,
No, I have
that
not been
is
able to be pissed in
sort
2.5 hours. He just asked me if I want this taught to kids. This book, this exact book, is already being taught to people, but they're adults. They're in college, probably in graduate programs.
Yeah.
And yeah, absolutely, you could teach this
Yeah,
stuff.
they're in
Okay,
teaching
okay,
programs to be
okay.
the school teachers.
Okay. Can I
do you
just
think
hold
we
on
teach
because
pedagogy
thi-
concepts?
this is
Holy
my this is
shit,
my
people are
least
incapable
favorite.
functionally of letting
this is
Justin
my
finish
least-
a sentence.
This is my least favorite thing related to the critical race theory conversation. Yes, the Delgado book is for college kids, graduate kids, in fact, law school students, which are primarily that's what this book is for. I hope everybody, for the love of God, would acknowledge that.
Will you
But
acknowledge
what
that, Adam?
Yeah, totally.
But what
Sweet.
we're
It's not
talking
a big deal. But
But we're
the
ta-
question still stands, Jangles.
But what we're talking about when we talk about critical race theory in K through 12 education, because college, whatever, people pay for that shit. If you want to spend your money on that, then that's fine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What we talk about when we talk about K through 12 education is when I describe the Ebonics thing. I don't want to keep using this example, but
I know, because
And then we
came
have-
to a good conclusion.
we
on
have
that.
this curriculum, we have a line through there where you could see a curriculum based on the thing that these intelligent thinkers have written in the graduate level. A lot of curriculum downstream comes from a bunch of nerds in the universities developing ideas.
Yeah,
This is what I wanted to get to, like,
anti-assimilationist
two-
ideas.
So
No, I
Jangles,
wanted to
I
get into
gotta
2 hours
I gotta
ago.
dip. So can I just share my thoughts and then dip out, and then you guys can rip each
Before
other's
you
throats
dip,
out?
Connor,
Uh-oh.
what I read, did it feel like it was pro-nationalist or pro-assimilation, or did it feel like an equal explaining to the two positions?
Well, okay, so for me, obviously, I think Jangles brings up an interesting point that the assimilationist view is the assumed default in a decent chunk of America. I'm not saying in all of America, but the thing is, interacting with people as I have, this conversation feels very real. So I've talked to, I have several friends from several different backgrounds or whatever, and they ask themselves the question, what is important to hold on to my roots? How much ethnic allegiance do I need to have? If people from my quote unquote group are in dire straits, what responsibilities do I owe them? Versus how much is my own success and me putting money towards myself just a positive symbol through which other people can aspire to achievement? And so for me, if those are the questions that I heard asked through this descriptive thing, and these are conversations that are, regardless of whether or not this book exists, they're conversations that are already being had. Now, for me, I'm going to back up William, and I'm going to say, fuck the race shit. You being successful is already indicative that America success is possible. And not just that, but if you take your efforts and you redirect them back into the people that you care about, into your community or whatever, that's a positive thing, and you should be lauded for doing so. And if I was friends with Jamal, if I was friends with Jamal, sorry, really quick, you can ask me that in a second. And if Jamal called fucking William a fucking Oreo, I would call him a fucking piece of shit, and he needs to shut the fuck up. So that's where, if it's just about the conversation, I don't give a fuck. If it's saying that Jamal is individually correct and William is a race traitor piece of shit, then fuck that.
Connor,
it's very
just,
clearly
just
not.
to be clear, Connor.
We read the entire thing.
Yeah, that's
No, let me ask Connor a
not a
second
censor.
before he dips. Connor, the passage that he read, does that sound to you to be pro assimilation? That's all Sitch is asking you. It sounds like you're saying no.
It didn't.
But I'm curious.
Okay. This is
Like
an
it
important
sounds to me like it's anti-assimilation.
No.
Let me know if you think this is a dodge, because I'm not trying to dodge. Okay. To me, at the end of the day, we live in a syncretic liberal democratic republic, right? If Jamal does what was described in this passage, do I give a fuck?
It's not about.
It's not about that.
Yeah, this is a
let me
dodge.
ask.
It's a
No, I'm
total
not trying to
dodge.
dodge.
Yeah.
Why
It's
is it a
about
dodge?
looking at. It's about the book
Because
saying,
you're
look at these
The
two,
book has
these
a
two
perspective.
individuals, and which one
Uh-huh.
of these individuals is doing the right thing. And
Yeah.
the book very clearly, from my
Uh-huh.
perspective, is saying that Jamal is doing the right thing and William by
it's
most
a
accounts of most
degenerate,
CRT people
loser,
are
problematic
doing the
piece of
wrong
shit.
thing.
Well, maybe not that far, but
I was about
like-
to say I would have to read more of the book to get degenerate loser piece of shit out.
Okay,
of it.
that's-
Well,
that
I'm
was-
being
it's a
hyperbolic. It's a
pa-
comedy show,
passage.
for
Look,
heaven's sake.
It's a
Look,
comedy show.
I want to point out that he did technically answer the question
I'm
without
not trying to dodge
intending
anything.
without
My
intending to
reputation is not
answer it.
dodge.
because he said specifically like, oh well,
I
the
know,
base
yeah.
perspective out there in the ether is the assimilationist perspective. So this book not giving that, like, that its intention is to not give the assimilationist perspective.
But can I
Which is like
can I
nationalist.
articulate this, because this is important, because like for me the importance of having this discussion is adopting William's perspective without addressing Jamal's perspective allows Jamal's perspective to linger in the ether unaddressed. And that's actually my problem with like this post-racial liberalism, is not a lot of people are ready for it. So if that's the desired end goal, which I agree that it is, I feel like you have to address Jamal's arguments, and I don't know how you address them without bringing them up.
If you were going to put $100 down on where Delgado sides in the Jamal versus
He's a
William debate,
nationalist.
Yeah.
where would it be?
Okay, thank you, Sean. That was the perfect way to word it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Put your money where
Okay,
your mouth
okay.
is.
Listen,
But can I
no
say
one
but
wait.
this,
No one is
Sorry,
saying
go
we
ahead.
can't talk about it or address
Yes.
it. It's just whether you advocate for it or
No
not.
one is saying
Okay.
that William's a race traitor either, but you said that.
Okay, but let me because I do have to go, because I do have shit that I have to do tonight.
Get the fuck
Yes,
Unfortunately,
me too.
I do. Hold on, motherfucker, you rude ass bitches. So no,
Damn it,
okay.
Connor.
But my point would be that like I would want this thing like it's like a pus or like a fucking pimple or it's an ingrown hair. It's something that you have to address. So like it's gonna hurt in order to address it, but you have to address it. And I think what happens in this like discourse or whatever is when you come at it like hostile and you're not even kind of listening to it, the people who have the nationalist perspective feel shoved back into the box, then they come back at you twice as hard.
Yeah, fuck
Whereas
them.
if you consider their arguments and then you advocate for post-racial liberalism while understanding their original perspective, then maybe you could convince them to be assimilationist. And that would be my goal.
And my understanding was that neither Jangles nor LSP have the nationalist position. So we don't even need to
neither.
have that conversation. We're just
Sure.
trying to figure out what CRT is descriptively saying.
So why in talking
Right?
about this, I've been called a weasel a lot during this. Why do you have to have a nationalist, firmly nationalist position or firmly assimilationist? Why is it considered weaselly to offer like, hey, there's benefits to both? There's a discussion to be had on both. Why is that considered weaselly?
That's not.
Why do I
well,
have
first
to
of all-
lie to be perceived as honest?
Well, first of all,
I'll give you a perfect example from my little notepad note. So Patricia Williams, and this would
Oh,
be
God,
in
no.
the extreme nationalist perspective, has actually criticized people for attacking Black fatherlessness, making the case that it actually makes biological and social sense for Black teenagers to have children, and she's asserted that this might be a plot.
All right,
to
if you're describing it
genocide the
accurately,
Black-
fuck her.
Okay.
Why does that have to do with us?
So-
I'm
my
going to
question-
go, but
so my
Patricia
question-
Williams is a
Goodbye,
dumb
Connor.
bitch.
So
Thanks
my-
for coming,
I appreciate
Connor.
you guys. I love you all. Sorry for being hostile.
Bye, Connor.
but It was a
Okay.
great
Love you,
time.
It's
Connor.
okay,
Connor,
Connor.
that was
Thanks for
amazing.
coming on.
Buddy.
Take care, man.
Enjoy the bloodbath. I'll watch it later. Bye, guys.
Bye,
To-
Connor.
Doomer, you got some shoes to fill now.
So
Wait, can Connor's inward
No.
pass be like passed? Is that
unmuted.
transferable?
Yes, you get all LSP. You get all of Connor's N words. Okay.
Fuck
That's
Now,
yeah.
all.
now Doomer has to step in, so I need you to yell at us.
Well, before Doomer yells, at
Fuck you,
let me-
Jangles.
Thank you, Doomer.
Oh,
Let me
you can do better than
answer
that. Come
your
on.
question, Jangles. First of all, I don't remember if I ever called you a weasel in this conversation, so
Well,
I'm not sure. If
I'm
you're
sorry,
referring to.
but did someone?
Well, no, you.
I
did.
would never call you
Adam-
a weasel. Weasel is
Adam-
my spirit animal, and I actually respect weasel
Weasel
more
is
than
Adam's
that.
spirit animal.
All
That is his
Sitch,
patron.
consistently Sitch.
I think I
Adam-
called you a dishonest piece of
Wait,
shit.
I'll be
What's
fair
wrong
to
with
you.
being a weasel?
Sitch, I'll be fair to you. You did not not near as often as Adam did.
Okay.
But you must acknowledge Adam repetitiously has impugned our character, called us
Sure,
liars.
yeah, Adam's
I have.
off the chain. I'm not
Oh,
gonna-
well,
You
he's
hilarious
an
effect.
asshole, sure, right?
Listen,
What
Adam
we're
is
trying
bad
to get
cop
at- well,
in this conversation. I'm the good
Our
cop.
problem
Well,
is
more like
we're
dumb cop
chasing-
and less than
we're
dumb cop.
Wow.
fighting cardboard
One at a
cutouts.
time, guys. Go ahead.
My problem is
LSP.
my problem is we're fighting cardboard cutouts of people.
Well,
And this has been like the refrain brought up multiple times when we point this out is, well, we're a comedy show. Well, we can't be that specific. No, I don't know when I'm supposed to take you seriously, Adam. So you say like a lot of really stupid shit that I feel like we pressed you in any meaningful way, you would back off of, and it makes you just untrustworthy about everything else you say.
Before we address Adam's stupidity or stupid shit, I want to answer Jangles' question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think it's an important question.
Legitimately, can you remind me what my question was?
It was, you said, why is it weaselly to bring out a nuanced take between assimilation and nationalism? I don't think that's weaselly. And I don't think necessarily you're doing anything weaselly. What I think is, then I don't think this is dishonest. I think you're just not knowledgeable enough on the subject.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that CRT is not taking a nuanced position between assimilation and nationalism. CRT is very pro-nationalism. That's kind of the whole point of race consciousness when we talked about that in the beginning with Gary Peller. So I just need that to be acknowledged, because I don't necessarily disagree with the hypothetical prescription that you're talking about. I just disagree that CRT wants that.
All right. Well, I'd much rather be called stupid than dishonest. So that's not a joke answer. I'd much rather be called stupid than dishonest. Fair enough.
I think everyone
Can we
would.
press you guys? Would it be possible, or would you guys have an issue if we pressed you guys on some of the specific claims you made that we feel were dishonest? Because that's how this whole thing got kicked off.
Yeah, get them, guys.
Sure, but before you do, thank you so much, DBZ Dragon, for the $100. We all love DBZ here.
Donate your money to fucking charity, you goddamn cucks. This is a fucking YouTube show. Holy shit.
We are charity.
Can I just point out that
I got to read the super chat.
Wait, before you do that,
yeah.
I was gonna say, Mike and Jangles, I told Sitch to be nice to you guys.
He did. Well, I told Sean.
That was
Why
really
didn't you tell
nice
Adam
of
to
you,
be nice
Sean.
to us?
Yeah, and I told Sean to eat a bag of dicks.
I told Adam before the stream that you told us this. Okay?
I know.
I really appreciate you.
He's really important. Really
choose the
important. When
way
you
of
envision a bag
chaos.
of dicks, what do you think of?
A bag of dicks?
I
Do you
picture
think like a
Adam.
plastic bag with like sausages, or do you think like a paper
I'll
bag with baguettes?
I never ever imagined an
This tortured
actual
thought
bag
was
of
never in my head until now.
Because you're afraid of the
Thank you.
real questions.
Who
Do you
would carry meat in a paper bag?
Do you suck the bag or do you suck the dicks
Oh my
individually?
God, no.
DBZ
Like
Dragon
pocket
for
sticks?
Let's do the super chat.
$100 says maybe using a Rogerian method may help in this debate.
Wait, Rogerian? Is
What, like Joe Rogan? Like, what the fuck
Yeah.
is Rogerian?
I don't know.
I'm an atheist, not a Rogerian.
Rogerian is a form of argumentative reasoning that aims to establish a middle ground between parties with opposing viewpoints or goals.
Well,
Okay.
I think
There
this
you
is
go.
what's wild about
Thank
it.
you,
Really?
I actually don't think you guys disagree with our position ultimately all that much. I think for the most part, everything we say is agreeable, and you kind of agree.
I
with
don't
it. You disagree
think
with the
we-
language we use.
I don't think we disagree with necessarily your prescription of where you want things to go. At least
So we
I've
have a-
heard.
Yeah,
We disagree on-
we disagree on it.
necessarily. The majority of the disagreement is on what CRT is descriptively.
So, well, I understand that, but even on the underlying facts, if we just reduce them to their simplest elements, you even seem to agree with it. You even seem to agree that even if you don't like the word, racism can be systemic. You agree that race is not biological.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I had asked
Systemic
you the question earlier.
racism. Let me.
We're playing the definition thing again.
I
but we
mean,
brought up
systemic
the-
racism just means that there's a disparate outcome. That's literally all it means.
That's why I said let's just. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. We can use whatever word you want to insert in it, but there's a phenomenon we observe that we all agree exists. That's what I'm getting at.
They're disparate outcomes. We agree.
Yeah, no one.
Okay.
Of course.
Well, okay, that's
Why are you so mad?
the descriptive facts that we're trying to get to as well. So is it okay if we can get into the other stuff?
If you want to talk about how me and Adam were mean to you on Sunday,
No,
we can
not
talk
mean.
about it. Okay.
Not
No, I want
Once
to talk
again,
about how they were
see?
mean to me.
See,
My
Sitch?
feelings were hurt. I don't
This
feel
is
like
why
we're
I
so
call
mad
you
for
guys
saying that.
dishonest. This is why I call you guys dishonest. I didn't say
Listen.
that.
Yeah, exactly. You have
So,
feelings. We don't believe that
I have
shit.
a feeling
Come on.
that there's just a lot of misunderstanding and not
A lot of
misunderstanding.
Well,
That's
if there's
my prediction
misunderstanding-
here, but we can.
If there's
go into it.
misunderstanding, that's fine.
Sure, let's go.
Well, to give you like a big one, like let me ask Adam if this is a misunderstanding. At some point during the debate, I am asked if I can say if a culture is objectively bad, and I say no. So Carrie then says, so a culture which throws gay people off rooftops is not objectively bad. I call it a horrible culture before adding that I only think so because my culture taught me it was horrible. Adam, you frame this as I'm an Islam apologist. I'm a gay people off rooftops apologist.
Mhm.
You think that's my position?
Well, tell us right now, is it your position or not?
No.
Okay, good.
On what basis did you think it was my position?
I'm glad we cleared that
On
up.
what basis did you think?
I know. On what basis did you think it was my position?
Well, you sounded like a moral relativist, which would say that position.
Do you think thinking that morality is relative must necessarily mean I'm okay with every moral practice?
Personally, I mean, you kind of moral relativism kind of forces you to be okay with it.
Let me clarify.
No,
here
it
what
does
I think
not.
happens.
Sitch,
No. Let me
Adam's
clarify
clarifying.
what
He's gonna
happens in
bail
these
him out.
conversations.
Sitch, be quiet. Adam is clarifying his position. Don't bail him out.
Adam had a period. He was done.
Yeah,
talking. This is what happens when someone asks a question like, "Is it bad to throw gay people off a roof?" And then someone says, "That's bad," but they kind of add that framework about I only feel that way because I live in liberal culture. Wait, I can understand, LSP, that maybe you don't intend for people to interpret that as saying that some sort of cultural relativistic, hand waving on the question, but that's the way it's perceived by a lot of people watching.
Okay, so
and that's what Adam and I and the audience were reacting.
Well, that's fine. It can be ignorance or dishonesty. You guys can take your pick. But I think a good faith reading of what I said is not that I'm fine with throwing gay people off rooftops.
What was the purpose?
Also, if I can interject here, this is where we have to go back to my college philosophy class and talk
God damn it, Sean, why are you here?
How cultural relativism is not the same thing as ethical relativism.
True.
So, like, I guess the question should have been phrased to LSP if he thinks ethics are relative, not necessarily cultural relativism, which just means that there's no single common value shared amongst all cultures.
The word used was morally relevant.
Ethics and culture are kind of intertwined, though, Sean. So
you can say that, yeah.
No. Cultural relativism is that there's not one single value shared across all cultures. Ethical relativism is the idea that there's no moral principle that's like better than another moral principle.
And I would defend that. Sure. So I mean, this might go more to you, Sitch, than Adam, right? Because you seem to
defend ethical relativism. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I don't think there's anything within the fabric of the universe that tells us what's right or wrong. We have to figure that out for ourselves.
Well, okay, let me be
I disagree
clear here, because me and Adam have debated this for
Sitch,
100 episodes.
Please.
What you
Adam.
just said.
167 issues.
Just said. I need to clarify. Okay, so there's a difference between saying I understand, because I agree with you that there's no objective, universalistic moral principle that is written into the fabric of reality. That's different than saying that we as human beings should or can ascribe value about what moral principles and systems are better or worse, right?
Okay, I agree with that.
Okay.
I would say that there are certain moral values and systems you should prescribe to people, even of different cultures. Okay, just because I think cultures and morality is relative does not mean that I do not have a moral compass and I'm live and let live. In fact, if you guys would have done a little bit of investigation just before this, you'd see I'm quite a hawk, like foreign policy wise, right? I don't have an issue with imposing. And imposing is like a loaded word. So I don't have an issue with leaning on other cultures to become more liberal. I like that as an idea. I want cultures to become more liberal. I want more cultures to look like to have the values I have. Now, if you have a good faith reading of what I say, so there's a little bit of a Mott and Bailey here, right? Because you change this to that's different than saying we should ascribe value. I don't have an issue with ascribing value. You agree with my ultimate position, Sitch.
Oh no, I understand. So what I'm saying is that, and if we didn't understand you, then I apologize. Okay, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation to figure this out. And all I'm trying to point out is that I think a lot of people, if someone asked you a genuinely a very straightforward moral question, and you kind of enter into that ethical or moral relativism realm without being very clear.
I answered that question directly.
I am answering a question.
No, answered that question directly is what I'm saying. Oh, I answered that question that I think that culture is a terrible culture.
I don't remember you being clear and saying, well, first of all, I don't even know why you brought it up. And then
I didn't. I was asked the question by Carrie if I think some cultures are objectively bad. I said I wouldn't say objectively. Then she said, so cultures which throw gay people off rooftops, you don't think that's a bad culture? I said that's a terrible culture. I answered her questions directly.
Okay. Yeah, but
because you don't think gays can fly very well.
They cannot. They're atrocious flyers.
Hey, now fuck you. You don't know shit about our culture. You don't know what we can do.
Feathers.
Sean.
Okay, but all I'm saying is, if someone asks you that question and then you kind of get into the cultural or the moral relativistic realm without being very clear that you still personally understand that doesn't mean human beings can't say that this is objectively bad, From their
All right,
perspective,
Sitch, can I speak as a gay that would be thrown off the rooftop?
That's where the confusion comes from. So I'm just
Can I speak as a gay who would be thrown off the rooftop in this question?
Okay, that's fine. You're confused. That's fine. I should have phrased myself better. That's fair.
All right, can I
would
speak
hope
as the
though,
gay?
I might say though, I would hope for the future you guys could try to be a little bit more charitable in listening to what people are saying and not to.
Of course we could.
Yeah, but we're not gonna.
Always room for improvement.
Yeah,
here.
I know
it's more
You're
fun.
dishonest, Adam. I know you're not gonna. You're dishonest, and you've basically proven you're dishonest.
Adam's not dishonest. He's just very angry.
Well,
Just
stupid.
very sure.
Stupid.
So
dishonest,
hey,
both.
hey,
Let's hear about your gay culture.
The gay here.
Jangles.
All right, I don't want. I think that I'm pretty fair. I don't want to be thrown off rooftops. My feathers aren't that buoyant. I don't think that even my culture couldn't save me there.
God, but you'd be
Despite
so
how many
flamboyant with
feathers I had.
feathers.
You couldn't fly worth a damn.
I could not. I'm way too fat. You see me on that stage. But I still reject objective morality. Objective morality, like it has been stated before, would say that there's some like moral principle that
This is a
exists in the
CRT
universe.
debate, Jangles. We're not going to debate
question.
objective morality.
Oh, I'm sorry you don't want to call that.
Why did you guys?
That's every other Sunday.
Well, we haven't even
I
listen.
can't finish my goddamn point. Adam gets pissed off.
We're 2
Let him-
hours
let
and
him-
40
Adam
minutes into
gets-
this. We
okay,
haven't
here,
talked
hold
about how CRT is anti-science as fuck. I don't want to go into.
We could talk about CRT, but
literally did not
You
finish
guys,
my
you
point.
guys are going on a specific complaint they have with you, Adam. So let him at least finish
Here
this point.
at the Sitch Sam show, we use the term objective universal morality. So that
Yeah,
we understand.
That's
what
okay.
it's being
You can have a different conception. But when I reject objective morality, I'm pointing to like again, I don't know a ton of philosophy because I'm married and I have sex, and that precludes my time spent studying philosophy. However, I do think that I have a salient point when I say that morality does not exist in the ether. It requires subjectivity. It requires human observers to develop a system of morality, and therefore I object. I reject objective morality. So even something as obvious as I would be against would be throwing me off a rooftop. Obviously, I'm against that. I'm comfortable saying that that's still subjective. That's still a result of my culture. And I'm thankful for that. And I can still say very clearly that that's a good thing. But I wouldn't call it objective. And some people think that that's an own because I guess they don't have sex and they do study philosophy.
Well, there's the implication here. I'm going to read something somebody just like the way it was summarized to me by a friend. It's like you weren't being very clear. It's in the moral relativistic realm. So I interpret this as you support, right? Like that's what we're combating against. We say something that is, at least I think is precise and understandable, and you guys twist that into something that is horrible or like.
Well, we can't know unconsciously whether or not you really want to throw gays off of rooftops. So
You seemed awful
clearly
confident
we
during that
can't.
stream.
Yeah, we
No.
can use our limited brain cells that you have, Sitch. I'm sorry.
Well, you
Adam.
also first of
and
all,
we can like
ouch.
listen to what. Well, I'm sorry. I would never impugn you by saying you're as smart as Adam, right? And we could probably take the best guess.
I know what's happening.
What did I probably mean on that stage? And Adam, when you say things like "I defend throwing gay people off rooftops," or when you say things like "I think Taco Tuesday is racist," it feels like I'm chasing. Like once again, I'm fighting like the silliest straw man that I can't take seriously.
LSP, in all seriousness, Taco Tuesday, not racist, right?
Based.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Okay. We're all
You
in
have to
agreement
remember-
now.
But
here's
I'm
the
glad
thing.
that I have to say this out loud. That I have to say out loud. Taco Tuesday isn't racist.
Listen, I'm
But-
glad
but-
you clarified your position, LSP, but you have to remember
Mhm.
that the
He didn't
that the
clarify his
context-
position. You were just
Yes.
wrong about his position. Make that clear.
Yes, we
but
were
there-
we were
there-
incorrect
there is
about
a-
his position. Okay,
but there is
hold
a-
on. Hold on. The context of the throw the gays off the roof is the context of the CRT question, which is the context of whether we should be pro-assimilation. or not.
Yes, it's the
Okay.
same question.
And so-
False.
We
That's
can go
where this
back
is
to this.
all
I'll
coming
hold my
from.
exact same position that there are some values that it's worth
Okay,
assimilating
that's
to.
fine.
That we don't disagree. We have
How
the
can
same-
critical race theory reject?
I'm just saying.
Hold on. How can CRT embrace the notion of every culture is the same while also saying that racism is bad and we ought to do things because
They don't say every culture is the same.
They
Yeah.
don't. So, awesome. So why did you just say that's a CRT perspective of cultural relativism?
Cultural relativism doesn't say they're the same. It says that there's no good one or there's no better one that people should ascribe to.
Oof. No. Nope. There absolutely are better ones. They're just no objective.
That's
Well,
not.
it's
Okay, but
all
moral
cultures are
relativism.
equal.
Oh,
It's all
okay.
cultures are equal except for that white culture, man. That shit.
That's
ruins
CRT.
everything.
That's
Oh,
not
wait, Sean,
cultural
what was that?
relativism.
Sean, mayonnaise
Sean,
on your
I really
sandwich? What is
apologize.
white
Sean, I really
culture, Sean?
apologize. Was that a joke?
I'm saying from the CRT perspective. It's like when people are like,
I don't think CRT prescribes a unified white culture. It kind of rejects it altogether, doesn't it?
All cultures. It's like when people are like, all cultures are relative and blah blah blah. But that fucking Western culture, man, fuck the
Western
West.
white culture.
I'm the most left person on this panel. Do you think I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, all them cultures that throw gays off of rooftops, they're just as good as us? You think I'm gonna say that?
No, but I'm just.
All right, so stop, please. All of you are doing this continuously. Stop bringing up people.
Let me ask you a question.
I didn't say you would.
Let me ask you a question.
I know. Stop bringing up people.
One at a time, guys.
Let me
Sitch,
ask
what
you a
is it?
question.
Like,
This
be
is
limited to
about-
who's in the room.
If I said to you, or if Adam asked me, he said, Sitch, do you think killing and eating babies is a good thing or not? And I said, no, Adam, I think killing and eating babies is bad. However, I only believe that because of my liberal upbringing, blah, 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 blah. It's kind of like,
the implication
unless you
is
clarify, it has a bad implication. Now, I trust you guys completely. Hold on, I trust you completely, LSP. I'm just saying for the future, if you're in these conversations, I would be a little bit more clear.
Okay, then for the future, I will spell out in explicit terms that I have enough intellectual curiosity to explore why some cultures are bad and why some cultures are good.
There's a lot of stupid people out there like me and Adam. We need to have it.
Wait.
Apparently, it needs to be clear. Otherwise, I might make jokes about it.
I need to moderate right quick because I guess I'm
if these are jokes, wait, I'm giving Adam an out. If everything you say is a joke, I can erase everything from my doc.
Everything
except
I
just don't take anything you say.
Don't
erase
your doc. I have a question about the baby eating. What if I said you're against baby?
I just gave Adam an out, Sean. You fucking dick.
No, that's not important. What if I said I was against baby eating, but then again, I've never tried a bacon wrap deep fried baby.
I think that's a fair critique.
I would say you're
knocking
of
something that
shit,
you haven't
Sean.
tried.
Fair. This is a different culture.
If you said that, Sean, I would call you a critical baby theorist. Okay.
Oh my God.
You're knocking. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. You're knocking something you haven't even tried.
So
do you think it will be just as good faith for us to say that, like, if you object to us saying that, like, no, it's not objectively bad, do you think that it would be fair to say, like, oh, so Adam and Sitch think that there's some ethereal tablet that exists without human knowledge? They think that you can describe morality objectively because it's written somewhere in the code of the universe.
I would have never said the word however. I'm not going to be in this position because I'm not going to say that stupid shit.
So you're going to be dishonest.
Okay, wait. Don't bail him out. What was stupid about what I said, Adam?
The however part.
That one word was stupid. Everything else you agree with, but I said however. So everything else was fine.
Well, you're the implication that people can make and will make is that
we're pivoting away.
Look at the weasel.
What did I say that you disagreed with?
He's
not the implication.
We've already been over this. Let's move on.
Qualification when you're like,
we're not going to move on. We're going to ask Adam the same question because he's doing this shit again. You are the biggest worm, Adam. So let me try fucking one more time. What about my position was stupid?
He's saying the however and what followed.
Amazing.
Okay, wait.
You can imply that because someone was born in Saudi Arabia throwing gays off of building tops from for recreation, that's a culture that you don't have an argument against. That's the implication.
Is that what you really think?
What's your argument against
it? You really think that unless I need to understand this. Because I say I am a product of my culture, I must necessarily think I have no argument against other people's cultures when they do things like throw gay people off roofs?
If your position is moral relativist, then you don't. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Then Adam, please tell me, how does one objectively derive their morality?
How does one objectively? Yeah. Let's not go. Yeah.
Don't bail him out.
No. Nobody bail him out. Adam. How do we object?
Don't bail him out.
It's not absolutely a bailout.
We've had me and Adam.
We've been talking about this for 3 years. How is this a bailout?
You can explain it.
Sitch knows. Sitch could answer for me.
No.
How about Adam? You answer. How about you tell me, how does one objectively derive morality?
Nobody wants to have an objective morality debate. Let's talk about the anti-scientific nature.
No. So take it back. Your argument against objective morality, since he can't say it objectively, your argument was very stupid. Take it back.
What's the difference?
You don't want to have what he was saying was stupid. What he's saying was stupid.
Oh my God.
This is stupid.
This is stupid. Yeah.
Which I said, let me talk. Wait,
God, you tried to bail him out so many times.
Stop. Okay. what Adam said was stupid, which is what I said was stupid, and we're looping the stupid fucking conversation, which is just that if someone asks you a very clear moral question, like, do you think it's okay to kill babies or throw gay people off the roof? And you say no, and then you add the little however, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Why were you dishonest just now?
However,
why did you lie just now?
Why
did you lie just now?
It's really fucking bad.
Why did you lie
unless you're
just
very,
now?
very specific.
Why
That's
did you lie
all that
just
we
now?
were saying.
Why did
Yes.
you lie
If we
just
could
now?
please God, move on to a different
Also,
point.
The way
Right.
that you would contradict this idea that there's no shared moral principle and it's relative is by
Sitch just
finding
lied.
the
We'll
shared
gloss past
moral
it.
principle.
What
And that would be your
about?
objective morality.
The question was about objective morality. You're pretending that was like incidental. This is something we got into the weeds. The question was about objective morality. It's not incidental. We're not getting into the weeds of like some other topic that was in the question.
Well,
that
the
was in
topic
debate
is
that you took issue
CRT.
with.
It's not objective
question
morality.
The
about
question was in the debate.
Dog,
What
Carrie
was the
asked me
question?
the question. It
What
was
was-
related to CRT. I gave the answer and you guys reacted
What
to it.
was
You guys
the
want me to throw it
question?
out because you guys don't like the way the conversation's going?
What was the
Bait
question?
me, bro.
What was the question?
You can't
specifically?
say
Exactly.
that throwing gay people off of rooftops is
No, no.
bad. Or in
Why did
brackets,
she ask you
It's
that
objectively bad.
question? Why did she ask you that question?
She asked me that question. Well, oh fuck. So you guys reviewed it. If memory serves, it was to ask if some cultures could be better than others. That was what she was getting at, and I agree that some
What do you
cultures can
think
be better
she
than others.
meant by that?
I
Yeah.
think that's what she meant. I think that was her question. Can
Do you
some
think that-
cultures
do you
be
think-
better than others?
Do you think she was asking from?
I'll be right
Is
back.
there
I
an
have to use the
objective
potty.
morality that exists in the universe? Or do you
Yes,
think she
because
was
that was the
saying, in
exact word she
terms-
used.
In
Sitch.
terms
Sitch,
of
did she say
human
objective or not?
success
Wait,
on
one-
this
one at a
planet-
Did she say
time.
objective or not? Sitch, did
Wait.
she say objective?
time
Justin,
out.
shut the fuck up. I got this.
What's the time code?
Okay, I really got it.
What's the time
on.
code?
Sorry, guys, I muted you. But Sitch, go ahead. She says
just-
it. She says
no. I'm mute everybody. I'm mute everybody. Listen,
everyone's talking at once, though. Nobody can
I
hear
understand.
anybody.
it's fine. Just unmute everybody.
Okay, the
Let's
time
wa-
code Sitch is
hold on,
3
hold on.
hours, 58 minutes, and 46 seconds.
No.
That's-
The
you want me to
time
try to
code
moderate?
of the video when she says that.
I already remember it, Sitch. It's to give the context of CRT. It's in the CRT context.
She say
No,
objective or not?
It's about
No, no.
it's about
S-
assimilation.
Did she
This
say
is-
objective
I-
or not?
I hate
Just
that we
answer
have
the
to do
question.
this.
I know. I hate it too. We all brought it up.
No. First
Did
of
you say
all,
objective or
Allison
not?
You
brought it
guys
up.
responded
can't
to
you
this
answer that?
specific point. Sitch,
Wha-
Sitch, look at the notes. She used the word objectively.
No,
That was what you guys zeroed in on.
What is the time code in the debate that she asked this question? Because what you're not focusing on is why is she asking you this question in the first place?
I
Yes.
actually just told you it was to ask me. Well, why is it because if I could measure that some cultures are better than others because outcomes might be related to culture. That's why she was asking
Yeah,
that.
there you go.
Okay.
Ding ding ding
So-
ding.
There I go. What? You think I
Oh,
disagree with that? Like
No.
that's an own?
I
So,
think. God, you
it's
thought that
not-
was an own? Y'all are so
It's not-
fucking
guys, you
weasel.
don't
Did she
have
say
to be-
objectively or not? You
This-
act like we're introducing this like post talk.
You don't have to be. There's nothing here. I'm not trying to own anybody. Okay, just relax. My point was that I don't believe, and maybe you misunderstood, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't believe when she asked you this question about cultures, she was asking, is there a magical God in the universe or a magical code in the universe that dictates what
You're right, she
cultures
wasn't.
are best? I'm assuming what the implication to the question was is, don't some cultures produce better outcomes than other cultures?
True, absolutely. And I would
Okay.
agree with that, except she used the word objective. She was looking for some sort of objective moral framework to measure the value of culture.
Okay, so
She is
okay.
religious, by the way. She is religious. That's what she
Oh,
was. looking
well, okay, so that would have been an interesting thing to qualify. So
at. All
what
right,
exactly?
So,
she's
no, so
talking
all of
about.
you are incorrect. She said objective. We did not introduce.
Okay,
that in the
I know
post-hoc
this
way.
is like bad
Okay,
time.
it's-
Fuck, I didn't even get to go over.
It's
like,
funny.
near
It's
anything
funny
to
that
go
they're
over.
using the wrong objective morality. Sitch.
just real
I
quick,
just want
I
want to pin
I
that
do think
for
it's
a
funny that
second.
you all
They
failed so
introduced
hard on
a
that.
racial equity.
Can I just real quick because I actually got to go because I got a fucking hungry woman who's like nagging at me. Okay. I
Thanks
didn't
for
go
coming
over-
on, LSP.
I didn't. Yeah, that's precisely what I was going to say. Thank you, Adam. Thank you for Sitch for having me on. I feel like we had a really productive conversation for the most part.
I feel like it was more productive than the actual MythCon thing, but anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we'll see you guys later. Peace, love, and rock and roll. Justin, good luck.
Thanks for coming on.
LSP's a cool dude. Y'all should go follow him. He's legitimately a cool dude. He is the type of dude who gets hate from the left and the right almost in equal measure, which means you know he has the right positions and everything.
Oh, speaking of that, I want to ask you, Jangles. LSP has a pretty base take on Kyle Rittenhouse. And I was curious.
Sitch.
I was curious to what your Kyle Rittenhouse take was, or if you have one.
That's so off topic.
So what?
So
Who
off
cares?
topic.
He's trying to build a bridge.
I'm gonna give you the most base take I can possibly have.
Okay.
I don't know shit about the text, so I'm not gonna have a strong opinion on it. That's the
You
most
know
base
anything
take
about
you can
Kyle
possibly have.
Rittenhouse?
I
We
could've
live in a
g-
cave?
I could have
No,
guessed that
pretty basic.
response, Jangles.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, wait. Do you not think that's a? I think this is advice I would give to everyone.
Mhm.
If you don't know a lot about a topic, or like you don't want to know a lot about a topic, the correct thing to do is not to have a strong opinion on it. I think that
No,
would
I-
solve
Based.
90% of. Yeah,
I agree completely. I
But
agree.
Jangles,
Fuck yeah.
Jangles, in all seriousness,
I wouldn't say objectively, no, because you exist within the
I want you to try to
Yeah,
find
I
what I just said.
Go race
please.
theory to say that time is a whiteness construct.
I didn't
Hold
want
on,
to know
I'll-
about
let
it.
me-
On time and punctual is white
I didn't want to know
supremacy.
anything about it.
Is that
And so I didn't know anything about it, and so I do not have strong opinions on it. If I've tweeted out stuff in the past about it, it's because I'm an idiot, and I retract those tweets. If that's what you're trying to look up, unironically, I will disown everything I've said because I do not know shit about the Kyle Rittenhouse case, and I refuse to learn about it. You can't make me. I'm
this-
a big boy.
when I'm accusing you of bullshitting, which I think is different than dishonesty, it is related to dishonesty.
Yeah,
It's when I
I think you're
feel
weaseling there.
well, no, I feel that you're not taking a position not because you have a nuanced position, but because you don't know jack shit about the topic.
So there are two different things here. Sometimes I don't take a position because I don't know jack shit about the topic, and I will not only own that, I think that is the correct thing to do, and more people should do it. However, what you're confusing for not taking a position is for me taking a nuanced position. If I see validity in both sides, artificial sides of an issue, if I see validity in both of them, and I think the answer is in between, that's not me not taking a position. That's me taking a position that's not on either end of the extreme. All right, you've done this repeatedly. I've had these positions a lot. I don't know why you're so upset that I don't have a hardline stance on one side, hard line on the side of an issue. I take positions sometimes in the middle.
Because
And
you're in a
I stand by
CRT
those.
debate, and your whole we're here to get your position on assimilation, not some
And
crazy
you've gotten it.
fucking.
And you've gotten it. You've gotten it in detail.
Well,
Can you repeat
not
what my
really.
position was back to me? What is my position?
I couldn't walk away from here and say I know Jangles' position on assimilation.
Well, let me tell you in less than 30 seconds. I think there are legitimate points to be made about assimilating into a culture in terms of like improving your groups and your individual place in society. However, I also think that sometimes it's gross to have to do that, to adopt positions into the dominant culture that really shouldn't matter all that much. And it's fine to keep those aspects. I don't think either one of you disagree with that. And also, I think that's still a nuanced take. It's not an assimilationist or a nationalist take. I think there are valid points in both. And it always comes down to what is the individual case that we're talking about, because those are very broad topics. We can nail it down onto individual thing if we
Okay, so
really wanted to.
So let me clarify really quickly. You don't think there's anything wrong with either choice? If someone chooses to fully assimilate, or if someone chooses to not assimilate at all, and basically to preserve what they feel is
No.
their own culture as much as possible, those are both fine to you, right?
I appreciate the attempt there, but no, I think it depends on the exact very specific issue. How about this? I don't think all one or all the other. That's almost never.
Do you
correct
understand how
option
that's
for me.
not an answer?
No. I understand completely how that is an answer. I don't think I don't think a 100% assimilationist or a 100% nationalist approach
Right.
is correct in the vast majority of scenarios.
And
I
they
think
call
most
us
scenarios-
fence sitters.
Okay,
Jesus.
Hold on. Okay, hold on.
Call
So,
you fence sitters like
hold
dog.
on, Jangles, hold on. Can you outline for me a situation where assimilation would be a bad thing?
Assimilation would be a bad thing. Yeah, I think. All right, this was brought up and it was a meme. But I don't think that black hairstyles should be a part of a dress code. I think that traditionally black hairstyles should be accepted, like dreadlocks, cornrows, all that fun stuff. I think they should be considered legitimate. They should be considered professional. They should be considered with as much.
Oh, I thought you said the opposite. I was super confused for a second.
No, so in a lot of professional environments, dreadlocks
Yeah, I
and
understand.
cornrows,
Yes,
yeah,
right.
dreadlocks and cornrows
Sure,
are considered
sure.
not professional.
Right.
Up until like, there's still like stories coming out about how like school dress codes say like you can't have cornrows, can't have dreadlocks. That's insane to me. That seems like there's no way you can read that as not racist. So stuff like that, yeah, absolutely.
Why
Those
do
should
you
be-
think now? And I'm assuming this is not your position at all. But why do you think there was this strange pushback from a lot of people when celebrities would, white celebrities would go and they'd wear those hairstyles because that should ingratiate those hairstyles in the mainstream culture, thus making them more acceptable. And yet they were attacked.
So I think there's I don't think that's a bad thing. Like you're talking about, what's it called?
Cultural appropriation.
Cultural appropriation. Yeah,
Right.
Cultural appropriation. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I do think there's a salient critique to be made when white people can get away with wearing hairstyles that get black people in trouble in like actual work environments. I don't know if I think it's a salient critique. I'm not sure if I think it's a very good one.
Okay, so
right, but that critique, well, hold on. That critique would only apply if you had like a white person in the same place wearing it, and the boss is like, "That's fine," and then the black person's not allowed. But it wouldn't really,
then it's cut and dry. Then it's cut and
it
dry.
wouldn't
Obviously
really apply to celebrities because they're not doing that.
here is the analogy I like to use to show why cultural appropriation might be a bad thing. So if I wore dog tags out in public, I've never been a member of the military, but if I wore dog tags and fatigues out in public, do you think that it would be justified for a veteran to take some offense that I'm appropriating a part of their culture that means a lot to them?
Of course, stolen valor. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that. Well, yeah, I think that's a salient critique to make, and that's how I would describe it to someone who might not be on board with it.
I can understand that people might see it that way. I think that's a bad way to look at it because, if like Caitlyn Jenner is wearing cornrows, no one's going to think she's black. She's not stealing anyone's valor. There's not because the problem with stolen valor is not like, oh, there's a kid wearing a
it's not so much. I know stolen valor is very specific, but it's also like that has meaning to my culture and you're using it for aesthetics.
No, it depends. The dog tags are actually fine because like you can get dog tags from your family or whatever. Medals would be a better
right. Yeah, yes, true.
Sure. Whatever you want to bring up. I don't even know. I think dog tags are like, I could still understand why a veteran would take offense to dog tags in particular.
Well, no,
I can see why they wouldn't. If it's not up to me to determine what a veteran would think, but I can empathetically reason why they would take offense to someone appropriating a lot of the aesthetics of military culture, despite not serving, because there are some culturally. I think it's fair to call the military a certain culture.
To my knowledge, that most people that are veterans, if they just saw someone wearing like a fatigue jacket or whatever, and they're not wearing medals or anything that looks like they're stealing from something, I don't think most veterans would have a problem with that at all.
I don't know the answer to that, but all I'm saying is I could empathetically understand why they would.
Okay,
because I would want to ask a different question that's more specific. Do you think?
Can you answer that different question in like 30 seconds after I pee?
Oh, yes. Sure. That's no problem. What I'll also say, since he's going to go pee, is everybody remember to like the video and share the stream.
Sean,
we're almost at let's see, we're almost at 650 likes, hilarious. Folks.
That's right, guys. David C for $20 says, "Actual Justice Warriors in the chat, bring him in." Well, ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, done.
A-Rock for $50 says, "I think the crux of all the disagreement was in Jangles' second statement. The disparities must be the result of discrimination or cultural artifacts of past discrimination. That must is a seriously heavy lift."
Yeah, not only that, critical race theory goes further and says it must be not only racism, but the fault of whites. Fuck you.
Okay, so
I just want to point out that Doomer doesn't want to debate me. He's scared.
Oh, yeah.
About what?
That's right. You guys are here. You can finally debate
it.
Oh God.
Why not?
Please not talk about fucking
Sean,
Dave
how do you feel about the movie Django?
Django Unchained is a good movie.
There you go. Yeah. Now you have your debate topic.
I like the part at the end where the guy where Django shoots that girl, and for some reason she's like yanked on a wire, like completely sideways, despite the fact that the bullet is not shot from that angle.
Yeah.
I don't remember that part.
Oh, I do.
It's Calvin Candy's sister. I think her name's Miss Laura.
What do you want to say, Doomer? That was actually a serious question.
Oh,
or did you forget?
God damn it! No, I didn't forget. I was just on Django. So okay, what I was going to ask Jangles was basically, are there any situations under which someone should be compelled to assimilate or not assimilate? And if he thinks that there are no such situations, do you think that you guys have any disagreement about assimilation?
I think there are definitely a situation where someone should assimilate. Really, really, really easy example. If you think it's okay to throw gay people off of roofs and you live in my state, I'd like you to assimilate into our culture. Very easy example. And I think there's a continuum of that, like towards whatever a reasonable person in the United States would agree. But things where like I think that causing harm is it's not a perfect system, but I think if your cultural values would cause harm to the people in the place that you're in, I think that's the metric we use to say like where you should not where you should assimilate. And I think that like if it's just discomfort from other people, I think for the most part we should say that that's not a good enough reason for someone to have to assimilate. Does that make sense?
Sure, I guess.
Okay,
Did you guys disagree with anything about that?
My question would be to Jangles. Do you think, and it's a two-part question, do you think that there are some, because we're dancing around the topic, do you think that there are some negative aspects of Black culture that prevent them from succeeding? And the part two of that is, if so, do you think it's unreasonable to ask members of that community or those communities, plural, however you want to put it, to replicate some of the successful aspects of, let's say, Asian, Indian, even Blacks from the West Indies culture?
You underestimate my ADD. Ask the first one again, and I'll answer that, and then answer the second part. I'm so sorry.
Do you think that there are negative aspects from within Black culture, not externally, that prevent them from succeeding?
Yes, but I disagree that they're not caused by external factors. Again, because my entire impetus is that cultures, even negative cultures, are a product of the environment and situation that they're in. So absolutely, there are aspects of fucking Black culture, the gangs, the gangs, right? There are aspects of what we could consider Black culture for this question that I think are negative, like I think anti-intellectualism is a problem, not just Black
shouldn't
culture.
Shouldn't we work on that though, Jangles, and not call that Black culture? I mean,
it's
why are we doing that?
I'm pretty sure, despite my ADD, I'm pretty sure that was the second part of the question.
Well, I'm just saying, you're giving into the CRT aspect.
No, I'm not giving into
example.
I'm asking.
I'm not giving into
about
shit,
Black
dude.
culture.
Well, when you say that gangster culture is Black culture, you're basically throwing William in the example under the bus. You're saying, listen, you're not a part of Black culture, sucker.
He's using Sean's framing of the question.
Oh,
yeah, I'm using Sean's framing. Like, okay, I really can't say more than a sentence without Adam jumping in on it. Okay, it's been what, 3.5 hours now, and it's been consistent.
I mean, I could interrupt you
Sean,
if it would make you feel better.
It would give some variety at least.
Okay.
So to answer Sean's questions, yeah, absolutely. I would just disagree that those aspects of Black culture would only be intrinsic. I think there's a Venn diagram of intrinsic versus extrinsic. I don't think you can boil down culture to it's only within the people within that. I think they're interacting within a vast environment around them, and it's enormously complex.
Sure, and I will say, but I want to divide external from environmental responses, because again, the reason I like the Appalachia example is because mountainous cultures worldwide tend to lag behind. They tend to be less intellectual than cultures in the plains. So that's technically external and environmental. But what I mean by not external is not because of the dominant culture, which in this example would be the white culture.
One of the things I wanted to get into is this system justification theory where that can cause it. And then because we live in a society, there can be effects that blow back because of that culture. So a culture can be caused by circumstance, and that culture exists in the broader zeitgeist. And then the broader zeitgeist looks back on that culture and impugns them and makes it less likely they get welfare, makes it less likely they get policies that can help them. And that further perpetuates the culture, which you see how it's the chicken and egg, it's a chicken inside of an egg that it's itself pregnant with an egg.
Okay. I mean,
so clear, man. The clarity you speak with, Justin, just blows me down.
I think it's my issue is that yes, there are policies that we can craft. Some of them will probably all agree with. Some of them will disagree with. That's fine. That can have better outcomes specifically for Black people, but also for people.
Please go back to your original question, because I think it gets into it
and all that. But I don't think policy is the whole bulk of it. I think behavior and cultural attitudes that dictate behavior or push certain behaviors or reward certain behaviors within that culture lead to negative outcomes, which
I
is
just
why
think that's useless. If individual, of course, every single problem in society could be solved if individuals just chose not to engage in the bad behavior. Obviously, that's true, but just to point to that as a solution that is realistic is useless. It's a non-answer, and again, I think that's a laughable answer.
But it's not, because I see I see black people from the Caribbean, from the West Indies specifically, who were brought to the West Indies as slaves. That's who they descend from, succeed in New York. Like if you look at the first black whatever in the city of New York, like whatever position, it tends to be a black person from the Caribbean because they have different cultural attitudes that lead to success in spite of legitimate discrimination.
This does not refute my point, because they came from a different environment. You're saying that, so they came from a different environment, and you're using this as a refutation.
No, that's not my understanding. Is the question is not that it's a refutation. It's that Sean is saying that most of this stuff is coming from within a culture, and thus the solution would have to be from within the culture to change, as opposed to a law or a policy.
A huge portion of it, like not all. There are
not all, but a large
be
portion
changed.
of it, right?
Yeah, I just think it's a magical, like pie in the sky solution. That like the best thing we can do is just hope that cultures decide that they ought to do better. I think it's a pie in the sky.
I would agree.
I think you can encourage it, and
right.
you can marginalize people.
So you can encourage it through things like policy. It could be a monetary policy, economic policy, housing policy, education policy. It's not even just an outreach policy.
It's not only policy, but I'm saying I think you can encourage and you can marginalize people who try to perpetuate the negative aspects of black culture, specifically like the critical race theory scholars that argue that it's sensible to get pregnant as a teenager, Patricia Williams, which is insane.
All right. Yeah, that lady who is not critical race theorists, it's one lady. If she said that, if that's accurate, yeah, I don't agree with that.
Okay. I mean, yeah, okay, good. But I guess I want to go back to the question I asked, which started this whole conversation, which was, why were people getting mad at Caitlyn Jenner with the cornrows? And you said it's because people feel like it's kind of like a hipster thing. It's like, whoa, I've lived my experience as black, and I've, suffered for that. And
I think it is okay for someone who has cultural meaning, some sort of like deep-seated significance towards a certain expression, and when that expression is adopted as an aesthetic that's trendy, that doesn't mean anything to that individual person, I think it's okay to take offense to that.
But don't you think it's exactly counterproductive to the entire goal they should be striving for?
I think it's fine to like if someone, okay, so there's a difference between someone like adopting a headdress for a Halloween costume. We're not talking about that. Because I'm about to propose two different examples. Okay. So someone like dressing up as a stereotype, like a racist stereotype for a costume, that's on one extreme end. I think, from what you just said, all of us would say, yeah, that's probably not great. Versus someone who is like adopting a part of the culture who, with the end, impugning into it the same meaning. Like they they get value, they get a similar sort of value based on this like cultural artifact as the people from that culture. I think that's great.
Okay, but if the goal, like with the hairstyle things, and as you said, if there's a problem with, certain hairstyles not being acceptable in a business place, and these are considered black hairstyles, if the goal is to make those acceptable, then logically, now I understand emotionally, maybe not, but logically, everyone should be on board with Caitlyn Jenner and other celebrities wearing these hairstyles and making them mainstream.
That doesn't follow logically.
You mean
because
Kylie Jenner, not Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlin's the trans.
I'm so sorry.
I was very confused. I was just going with it because I don't keep up.
Whichever Jenner sister it is, okay, whatever degenerate Kardashian it is.
So I would argue that now that I know it's Kylie Jenner, I was very confused. I don't think that does much for like a celebrity having a hairstyle. I don't think that has a meaningful impact on the vast majority of businesses. But this is like
really,
no, I don't know.
Where do you think?
Like
because culture.
Well, celebrities. A lot of celebrities really love drugs, and we don't see that being an accepted part of like work. Place environments,
but if movies
and
TV shows all start showing white people with those sorts of hairstyles, and then shows them having those hairstyles in businesses, I mean, that's how you change
that. Makes it acceptable.
Yeah. So it could, but I could see like this is like so small. Like this is like an area that I don't feel strongly about.
Let's talk about something bigger.
I feel like I have a very
I'll broaden it out so that we can.
I don't want to broaden it out. I want
to let me give you this example.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Sitch, I know where you're going with this. I got you. So because people make the distinction between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. So how many sex tapes with black dudes does Kim Kardashian have to make before her sister can wear dreadlocks?
At least
Thank you.
20 more.
That's exactly where I was going.
At least 20 more.
The
How'd
reason-
you stole his joke?
The
Sean,
reason I'm
how
asking
could you do
this-
that?
The reason I'm asking this is because I think that there's two factions that were mad at the Caitlyn Jenner thing or the Kylie Jenner thing. There was those people who have an emotional anger, kind of what we were talking about, feeling like, oh, you know,
Dog, I know I'm
earned this or
gay, but I
whatever.
do not give a shit about the Jenners. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay, I understand that, but this is my point. Okay.
I have actual points like that I believe are important to bring up. So finish your point.
Okay,
please.
well we can get to that. Okay, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that I think there's some group of people who are just emotional about it, and that's fine. I think I disagree with them, but I understand where they're coming from. But I do think there's an academic field, which is a lot of CRT people that are against that kind of cultural appropriation because they are trying to create a separate category for white and black, and they do not want to see assimilation. And I
So
think
the only
that
thing I would
CRT is a far more radical leftist idea than you realize.
Yeah, or
So-
giving credit.
So I'll give him credit because I'm dishonest, right? So do you think that critical race theory, queer theory, and feminist theory are all like they're all in cahoots with each other? Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's bad faith framing. Do you think that there is a common web where critical race theory, queer theory, and feminist theory would all agree on most things?
I don't know, but they all seem to come from the same framework of how to view the world and society. They just sort of insert their own
I wouldn't disagree with that.
oppression matrix of how, you know, what's
Well,
the
one,
most
well, one,
important.
I wouldn't disagree with that, but
Okay.
also that kind of goes against the notion that critical race theory thinks that there's only one lens of analysis, right? Because
No, because I'm saying
because it recognizes intersectionality, which goes against that entire argument. Anyway, so things like that, like there are differences between straight and gay people. I think you would agree with that, right? There are differences between cis and trans people. Would you agree with
Okay.
that?
well, I don't know what this has
it
to
is
do
perfect-
with what we were talking
gay.
about.
The gays are gay.
That is a difference.
That is a difference.
Sure.
So it's perfectly fine to recognize that these are identities, these are categories of people, and we can put some weight on them, but none of that has to, it doesn't all have to be like this giant separation. Acknowledging differences between groups is not the same as putting those groups into a hierarchy.
I agree.
I think what a lot of so Kindy's book said this, like it's putting people into groups or letting people put themselves into groups is fine. The bad thing, the thing that you should impugn is that when other factors, external factors, would place those groups into a hierarchy, that's a bad thing. Assuming that like the groups you're saying are like fine groups and not like, you know, evil people, good
Right.
people.
But that's the problem, is that CRT does kind of put them into a hierarchy.
But I would I'll disagree with that.
That's what I know, but that's where I'm saying I think CRT is a much more radical to the left philosophy than you understand. I do
Yeah.
think you're being honest. I think you just don't understand how far to the left it is. in terms of
Again, I'd rather
being-
be called stupid than dishonest.
And
So that's a
in
step
terms
up.
of being pro-black nationalist and anti-assimilation.
So my very limited understanding is black nationalism and black separatism are not the same thing. It's basically like, should we have like traditional African garb? Like, can that be just a normal thing that we have in the workplace and society and all that fun stuff? I think that's, again, it's very
I think
limited.
that's a little silly, but that's besides the point.
All right, but it's also like, it's not like, do you think it would be wrong for like a bunch of gay people to want to hang out with a bunch of other gay people?
Of course not.
All right, so do you think it's wrong for a bunch of like black people to want to hang out with a bunch of other black people?
No.
And the next question, the one you should ask me, what is the question that you should ask me after those two things?
Is it okay for non-black people to hang out with black people? Is that acceptable?
You're close.
too?
You're close.
It's weird because now you're.
Oh,
not
no,
aware-
you're. I think you thought you asked the same question.
Well,
The
no,
question-
I'm just. There's a context here that you're not aware of on this channel, and it's weird that you're framing the question this way because we've had some conversations with people from the other end who are making arguments about,
other end?
well, white people should all be able to live in white communities and not have to let anyone who's not
Well,
white
that's
in.
hold on. That's very different than
I know it's very
you
different,
hang
but
out
it's,
with
but,
versus.
but I'm saying it's weird because they kind of frame it the same way you are. Now I understand
Yeah.
you're not doing
no,
this
no, well, no,
intentionally.
no. You just admitted that I'm not framing it the same way. Like if I say
No, I
hang out
said
with,
you
that's
No,
not
sort of
what-
you
are
are
but not
framing it
doing
the same way.
intentionally. That's what I
Yeah.
No, Adam, again, you've offered nothing. I want to talk to Sitch because there's something we had here.
Well, everyone
when
in
I
the
say-
chat's
when I
saying
say-
I'm fucking doing great. Everyone's talking
Well, I
about.
know, but
I
well,
destroyed
your
you.
chat is. I know your chat.
I just want everybody to
destroyed
remember
me so
to
much.
hit that like button. We're almost at 800 likes.
Hit that like button.
We're trying to
Yeah.
we're trying to get to 30 likes, guys. Can you help us?
Kind of trying to get to 30 likes. Oh, man, that would be more than the
What are you gonna
videos.
say?
That'd be more than the likes that I get on my videos. So that's impressive.
I'm with Sitch. Sitch has convinced me, Jangles. I don't think you're being dishonest. I just don't think you. I think you're a bullshit artist. I don't think you know. I don't think you really know that much about CRT.
A bullshit artist implies dishonesty, Adam.
Well, I guess you're right. Okay,
Yeah,
I take it back. I take it
Oh,
back.
so Adam, not only are you dumb, which we've established, you're also dishonest. Excellent.
I guess.
So I'd like to get into some science.
I guess what I'm really
I
saying
wanna-
is you're being dumb and dishonest
There you
because
go.
your your stupidity.
Oh, damn, dude, you would
Your
know, wouldn't you?
stupidity is forcing you to be dishonest.
You would know this entire conversation. You've had to walk back what you said multiple times.
Can I just say something really quickly?
No.
cut through some of the nonsense here.
Please do.
I've met Jangles a couple of times in person, and he is actually quite a decent person. And I think in a lot of these debates they become very antagonistic. But I don't think he's bad faith. I've talked to him on stage, off stage, and all that. So like, if you think he's wrong or whatever, then that's fine. But like, you don't
Sean,
have to.
why are you being so bad faith right now?
Appreciate it. Hey,
Look,
Sean,
such a simp, Sean.
Dog,
Jeez.
dog.
No,
Sean,
because
Sean,
like,
for what it's worth, I agree.
What is simp?
I think I would reciprocate. I think
You agree that you are a good fan.
Hold on.
I know. I would reciprocate. That's what I meant. I think he's a good dude.
But I will also say
You
that
would also say that I'm handsome, right?
that he is a silver fox, but Jangles
you.
also gets into a mode on stage, which even I've talked to him right after he gets off stage, where he's like, "Was I too angry?" Like, so he acknowledges that like that is part of his personality. So if he's coming off a little angry, that is part of the like I'm in the arena mode. So everybody just pull back, calm down, and then
do you
reset.
deny that someone can be operating in good faith, Sean, but be in a situation where they don't necessarily really have a cogent answer, but they just want to act like they have a cogent answer? So they
do you agree that you can
they
absolutely
bullshit as much as possible without trying to lie, but occasionally
do you think that you listen with
a couple dishonesty.
I know. Do you think, Adam? Do you think that you might occupy that space where you don't know anything about the topic at hand?
My record is clear here. I come off all the time and say, listen, I haven't read the papers. I don't know this shit. I don't want to talk about it.
How does that go in your favor? I have a record of being an idiot. How is that helping you?
Well, no, I have a record of being uninformed and honest about it. Okay, you have a record of being uninformed and dishonest about it. We're comparing our two positions.
Dishonest about this.
What have I been dishonest about?
So we went through so both of you. Oh, all right. I'm gonna go back. I'm sorry to bring this up, but you said, all right. Let's see. I'm gonna try to find the exact quote from the doc. All right.
I wish I had that clip of Fanatic saying, you said, right when you set it up.
You said.
Who's Fanatic? What are you talking about?
There's a video where he was yelling at some guy in Discord while Jangles looks this up. I'll tell us. And for some reason, he started screaming, you said at him, like over and over again. So I just cut all of them together. It's like a minute long of him screaming, you said. It's on my Instagram.
Yeah, I mean, Adam's done that a lot. He's like, he stopped after he was called out a bunch of times, but he tried to like frame what I meant multiple times, and he couldn't back up anything. So, all right, you said this during your stream last week, and
you're doing the thing again. What
you said?
Well, it's different. Like I'm telling you, like this is the thing you said. I'm not framing it. I'm saying like I'm repeating back to you. So during the last stream, during the stream a week ago, you said that they don't want to come out and say we're trying to forward negative stereotypes about white people. Our ultimate goal is to get you to hate white people. You said that about us. Or I don't know if you did. Use the program.
I said that about game. I said that about CRT people in general. I mean, you don't deny that there are anti-white people in CRT by the truckloads.
There absolutely could be, but we were on the stage.
Well, now you're not taking a position. There could be.
All right. How about this? There definitely are. And do you agree that maybe when you're talking about when you're using this pronoun game, you're trying to ascribe these positions to us? That those are the positions that we're defending?
Well, I mean,
you think that's a little dishonest?
You are
call us anti-white racist.
Listen,
you are
defending them by defending CRT. You're defending the
think
people who
CRT
are
is one
forwarding
thing?
these negative stereotypes.
Do you think CRT is
Even
one
if
thing?
look, this is exactly the
Hold on,
example
are you
that
conservative? I need to ask. Are you conservative?
no.
Okay. Do you think when someone was a conservative, do you think it's fair to make them answer for all
Jangles,
conservatives?
You're
Answer that question. Don't weasel out. Do you think it's fair to make a
I'm
conservative
not even
answer
listening
for all
to the question.
conservatives?
I'm not even listening to the question.
I know
you're
that's
asking
you
because
have
I'm trying to
demonstrated that pattern for the entire time.
I'm trying to keep track of the thing that I want to ask you. Okay.
All right, well, I asked you a question, and then
We're talking. I know, but you're pivoting. You're changing the subject here. I'm trying to dig
we're
in on a point
pivoting.
here.
How did I pivot?
Well, you're pivoting away from the thing that we're actually talking about. We're talking about CRT.
No, we're
putting,
talking about
listen,
stuff. That's
Listen,
like, that's
I'm
a two-way
talking
street,
here.
right? There's a two-way street. We're talking about like doesn't mean what you're talking about. We're talking about something. There's a two-way street there.
So if
CRT
you want,
is talking about negative stereotypes. Like CRT can be promoting negative stereotypes about white people and people not actually doing this consciously, not doing it, racially motivated, racially intentioned. The outcome could be inadvertently to create a bunch of negative stereotypes about white people. So if Jangles is supporting some sort of philosophy that does this inadvertently, even though he's not, down with negative stereotypes about white people, he's still promoting those stereotypes. And it's my job to point it out.
Do you think that it's a big part of the problem in this conversation, in the debate, and the overall conversation about CRT is that there have been dishonest actors who have tried to frame literally everything as critical race theory? We had what was once a very niche legal theory.
No, I disagree with you.
Again, you can't let me talk.
Well, you asked your question, and I already answered it. It didn't have to be much longer.
I'm not fucking done here, am I?
Okay, go ahead.
What was my question?
What's part two?
No. What was my question?
Your question was, are there dishonest actors trying to frame CRT as something that it's not?
Okay, cool.
And I disagree. I think James Lindsay and Christopher Rufo. Well, by your opinion, but I think Christopher Rufo has an accurate understanding of CRT, and so does James Lindsay.
So if I read out some Rufo tweets right now, you would say that he's being honest.
Rufo is definitely being honest. Yes.
Oh, so I am quite intentionally redefining what critical race theory means in the public mind. That's being honest to you.
Are you doing that?
No.
Christopher Rufo tweet.
Well, I guess inadvertently, I'm trying to redefine it to what it actually was.
So
you know what? I'll own that. But if someone lies about a thing and you're trying to correct that lie, that's different. You would agree with that, right?
Sure. And I think answering your previous question, I do think Rufo does try to lump in every wokeism thing under the CRT banner.
Can you call that what it is, please?
In order to, you can
say
that
that's dishonest.
Yeah, sure it is.
Thank you.
To some
legitimately,
degree,
thank you.
To some degree.
Oh, you had to qualify it, but
in terms of in order to promote the political changes and push the politics that he wants to push, and push the politicians that he wants to push. I don't think James Lindsay's doing that.
Yeah, he is.
James Lindsay, when he talks about CRT praxis, is correct that there is a fundamental framework that is a leftist, whatever you want to call it, Marxist framework about cultural issues.
So 2 points
that are being pressed
2 points about
in
this.
school that are the framework required to understand CRT.
So 2 points about this, and this is an instruction manual on how to piss me off. I'm not saying you just did this, but this is an instruction manual on how to piss me off. Mm-hmm. If you are reading out the actual words from critical race theory, and then you have to look up and then interpret those words for your audience, it means the words weren't enough. It means what was actually said wasn't enough to piss people off. So you have to inflame what those words actually mean to the audience in order to get them to piss it off. To me, that is fundamentally dishonest in most ways. And I'm not done. I'm not done. The second thing that I've already forgotten because I was interrupted. Fuck.
Sorry.
I have all sorts of ADHD.
In terms of James Lindsay, reading things, I don't think it's that it's dishonest because, as I'm sure you would admit, you read Delgado's book, they use a lot of terms that people don't understand. And race consciousness is a perfect example. If you go up to someone and say, do you know what race consciousness is? They're not going to know what the fuck they're talking about in a CRT sense. They'll think, oh, that just means I'm aware that people are different races or something.
Do you
Like they're
think
not
that,
going
like-
to necessarily have all the fundamental framework underneath it to understand.
So no, I absolutely agree with that, especially when you're talking about like graduate level courses. So do you think it's dishonest when in a graduate level course that is talking about whiteness, for example, and there's an entire like prerequisites you have to know to mean that to understand like what whiteness is in a historical context, what it means for like racial relations, what it means for power relations. It's very different. What's if someone reframes whiteness as white people, they are lying. They're either wrong or lying. There's no other interpretation. There's no good faith interpretation or correct interpretation that would say that whiteness means white people. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't agree with that because
Well, then you're
argue,
incorrect. Then you're incorrect.
No, because I would argue, what was the point of framing the concept of whiteness as whiteness? What is the purpose of doing that?
Because do you think that in the history of race relations, do you think there's a hierarchy of races in the history of race relations?
I don't understand the question.
So in historically, the origin of white, red, black, yellow, which those have shifted somewhat, but that's kind of the origins of our like major concepts. So those were a post hoc attribution of characteristics towards different peoples of the world.
Sure.
They put white at the top. I think yellow was next, and then red, and then black. And there was an economic and power structural reason for that.
Sure.
Oh, like how Chinese are above Mongolians because every time Chinese people build a wall, Mongolians knock it down.
Okay,
exactly.
I wish you would have said it in a different way, but
yes, okay.
But yeah, historically, I guess that applies. So, and you would also agree that who is considered white has changed throughout history.
Sure. Well, to some degree, yeah, sure.
Which will to a big degree, like the Italians, the Irish, like they weren't white and they were white. So whiteness has changed. Would you also agree that it's kind of weird how Obama is a black president, not a white president?
No, I don't think it's weird. I understand the point you're making because he's biracial, but I don't think it's weird.
Yeah, he's half black, half white.
Right.
But he's considered black, and the reason he's considered black, do you know why?
Well, because A, he looks black, and B, because the black community wants to claim him.
Is there a third option?
It's like the Chappelle show race. It's like the Chappelle show.
Is there a third
choosing
option?
the races?
He says he's black too.
And he also does.
Yeah, but is there a reason he says he's black? Is there a historical context to that?
Are you talking about the one drop rule?
I don't think why people.
I don't know if it was
characterizing
one
him as
drop.
black.
I think it was like 1/8. If you have a 1/8 parentage that is black, you're black, and that was an intentional result to keep as few people.
In terms of Obama, I don't think people are looking at Obama and saying, I consider him black because he's more than 1/8 black. I wouldn't even be surprised.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that either. But that doesn't come from nowhere. He looks black. I don't understand. But where you get these like historical like concepts of who someone is and what counts, where you get these don't come from nowhere. And there's a big like a historical legacy in the United States of one changing the status of a child from the situation of the father to the situation of the mother. That was
okay. This wasn't the question.
And there's also, well, I know, but there's also that, and that's so that slave owners could rape their slaves and make more slaves.
Sitch, has he
asked? And there's also the notion that like you are black despite the fact that you are like 7/8 white because a lot of historical white people and power structure were concerned with like racial purity. They wanted to say like, oh, if you're an 1/8 black, that's too much. You're not white.
Okay, I don't have a problem with any of this.
I know you don't have a problem with any of this, but you would. But if you don't have a problem with
has
any
he
of this,
succeeded yet? Has he got enough material to call you racist yet? I think that's what he's trying to do.
I don't think Jangles is trying to call me racist.
I think you hate Italians.
I do hate Italians. No, I'm just kidding. I love Christopher Columbus. I wish he was more brutal to Native Americans. No, my question was,
oh my God.
Out of all the terms they could use to describe a concept, why did they use the term whiteness?
Because it is a high level course that requires a lot of prerequisites.
Hold on. That bullshit.
Can I ask a question?
It's bullshit. Have you been into any high level academic courses?
Doomer, did you want to ask a question? Was that you, Doomer?
Yeah. So I think this might clear a little bit of this up. So Jangles, do you think that generally speaking, a lot of the terms that are chosen in CRT literature are intentionally inflammatory? Maybe not. It doesn't need to be intentional. Do you think that these terms are inflammatory?
Yes. And can I explain why? And it relates back to my previous point.
Sure.
A lot of CRT literature is not meant to be read by the general public. It's meant to be read by the academic theory. That's why you have to go back a long time. Like a lot of critical race theory literature, what the critical race theory craze started, I think, in March of 2020.
I think Daily Stormer uses the same argument.
That doesn't. All right. I don't think that
Very
answers
good.
my question.
Because I wasn't done.
Okay, continue.
All right, so a lot of people are aware of critical race theory within the past like 18 months. But since this is an esoteric, very narrow theory in academia, they are not writing materials for the layperson, just like any other academic theory. If I were to read you the papers that I cited in my biomechanics thesis, you wouldn't understand shit in them. Not because you're stupid, but because these are materials and terminology and concepts that are meant to be read by people with a decade of experience in this specific field.
What field are you talking about?
Biomechanics.
Okay.
So just because these materials might not look great to the layperson, that's fine. A big problem with academia is that they write in very unapproachable language meant to be read not by the average person, but by someone within their field. If you want to criticize academia and critical race theory in particular before that, absolutely. But I don't think it's a good criticism to say that these papers that were meant for people within the critical race theory field I don't think it's a good criticism to say because these papers are not understood or they're understood poorly by the average person. That's not a good criticism. It wouldn't apply to any other field of academia.
Hold on. Let me expand a little bit. Okay. So the concept of white supremacy as it's used in people that are discussing these things, if you get down to the root core of it, it's not a very objectionable concept. What's objectionable is choosing to call it white supremacy because it would apply to basically anyone. So, and white supremacy had a meaning before this, right? Which basically means someone who hates minorities and, wants to do bad things to them or something like that, right? But when you take the concept, which already has this meaning, which is very specific and quite nefarious, and you attach a new meaning to it that is very vague, that could apply to like literally anyone who thinks the government should exist, basically, you have created a confusion. It's inflammatory, right? So if your goal is to communicate the underlying thing, which is, as I've said, not terribly controversial, most people would agree with it if you explained it, then why would you choose to attach that to a term which is going to be very misleading and incendiary to basically everyone?
This goes back to what I just said. These papers were not meant for the general public. What I tried to do, and I was accused of being weaselly and dishonest for it, was to relate these concepts to an audience that would not be amenable to them normally and would not know the esoteric academic language.
How can you do that without using the terminology in the actual papers, though?
Because I think I have a fair and
what is your translation for whiteness that's not incendiary?
But wait, I think this is what the problem is that I think you, Jangles, have a much more moderate take, and you're unintentionally filtering a radical take into your perception of the moderate take.
And I think your perception of it being radical is also worthy of scrutiny. Maybe you're wrong.
I could be, but that's why I asked you the question, and your only answer was because it's high level, which doesn't really answer the question.
No, the question is, again,
in your field of biomechanics, was it?
Yep.
Like if there was some negative property and it was called gangsta black people, I think people would have a problem with that. They'd say, well, that's weird. Why are you naming this very negative thing, this incendiary term?
Oh, wait. It's okay. I know what you're trying to say, but gangsta black people is not an academic term. I know what you're trying to say, but
neither was white supremacy until it became one. And what Doomer's point is that white supremacist or white supremacy just used to mean, people who believe that white people are the superior people and their culture is superior and fuck everyone else. And yet, I don't think it's a coincidence that suddenly this term, like whiteness, is broadened to encompass all these other liberal beliefs. It's because this is done intentionally in order to make people feel bad about certain aspects of society that's
getting into being conspiratorial, and
it's not
that's bad faith. That's bad faith.
This is
again, please, this is where talk to me. Please talk. I am
talking to you. I'm trying.
You're not talking to me. You're talking about other people.
No, I'm explaining. I'm trying to say why I don't think you understand what they're doing. And this is where Judith Katz comes in. Judith Katz was one of the she's the one that had the white culture chart with, black people, white culture being empiricism and on time and all that shit.
You have confidence that you've interpreted that in the best possible light.
Yes, because I've read her whole book about this. And I did two videos.
I don't agree with
I did two videos on this.
I don't.
Judith cats. What about Judith dogs?
She was one of the big proponents of redefining power plus privilege equals racism. And her and Patricia Biddle, who came up with this concept, the only rationale they gave for this was because they wanted to use it to win arguments against Republicans saying that affirmative action was racist.
All right, so this is evidence that critical race theory has this position.
This was done entirely for optics.
All right.
And a lot of the
Can I tell you something that will make you feel very good then?
Yes.
Ibram X. Kendi rejects this notion that racism is privilege plus power. He rejects it explicitly in his book. And I know that he's not a critical race theorist, but he's called a critical race theorist. So I think it's a fair example to bring up. So I have my example, you have your example. Which one's more representative?
No. Well,
Okay,
I can give you there's in
I actually have a lot of
CRT
scientific
literature-
sources here that I haven't been able to get
CRT
into.
literature, Kimberly Crenshaw and other people actually talk about how, and they cite Gramsci and other Marxists or other neo-Marxists. They talk about how
Neo-Marxist,
or whatever you want to call them. They talk about how in order to critique a society, you have to be cautious because you have to critique it in the dominant framework, because otherwise people will attack you. And they talk about how they have to be careful when attacking liberalism or liberal society, because if they just come out and kind of say what they mean, then people will just dismiss them or it'll just be bad for Black people. So this is built into CRT.
All right. I feel like this is not that bad a thing. Tailoring your rhetoric to the person you're talking to, it's like teaching. Tailoring your rhetoric to the person that you're talking to is not dishonest. It's a fundamental concept of communication.
It depends.
Wait,
because
it depends. Obviously, it depends.
Hold on,
but it's also a fundamental concept of communication.
The specific example that I'm referring to is the one I started the entire conversation with, which is that CRT is being presented to mainstream liberals as simply the progression of liberal civil rights. When
I disagree with that. I think you have the timeline of events wrong. I think it was attacked first, and I think that you would agree with this. It was attacked first. This gigantic attack of this thing that most people had not heard of prior to March of, it was either 2020 or 2021. I have the data in front of me. Do you want me to bring it up? Or
no. I think it was attacked.
All right. And so conservatives, specifically James Lindsay and Krista Rufo, defined it as this terrifying thing. And then in response to this, and I'll criticize liberals and leftists for this, in response, they try to say that critical race theory was just teaching history, or critical race theory is just a continuation of the Civil Rights Project. Just because they were wrong does not mean that that's the true definition of critical race theory. The people defending it, I'm not a critical race theorist. You shouldn't take what I say as definitive of critical race theory any more than you should take Adam or Sitch's conception of critical race theory as the true definition.
So I think
the best I can do is offer my own personal thoughts informed by this one thing. And in addition to all the, look, I took 40 pages of notes and none of them were used during that debate. I'm very upset.
Oh no!
I know, Sean.
I'm sorry. I just realized that I bought stuff on the wrong credit card.
Sean.
Ouch.
Really? But
I was hoping there was a moment of sympathy. I did all this. I took handwritten notes like a goddamn boomer.
Yeah, why would you do that?
Used.
Anyway,
moving on to
I
the
agree with your
unscientific.
timeline, and I agree with your characterization about how the left is just responding to the right, because this is generally what happens in American politics. Both sides just react to each other. They're not really thinking about whatever is being argued honestly.
True.
Or
I agree. Yeah.
Okay. But when it came with I don't know about Rufo specific, but with Lindsay, I think the initial attack on CRT was more that it was this idea, and I think this is what Lindsay's been trying to push for a long time, that all of this woke shit that has been coming around since 2014 or earlier, this all stems from what I would consider radical leftist academia. And all that shit predated CRT, and all that shit is being portrayed to the public as just, this is just liberal values. When it's not.
I'm sorry. The conversation about what is and is not woke is more than I'm prepared to talk about. Because I don't know what wokeness means.
Good. Let's move on to CRT being unscientific.
Please. Okay. So I have a bunch of studies here. All right. So my charge is I have several studies to back up a lot of the notions of critical race theory. I can link you my documents. Would you like to see it? These are links to the actual studies.
I don't want to see your documents. I just the CRT,
like you don't want to see my actual sources to make sure I'm not lying to you.
You can put it in
I just
chat.
assume
I
you're
don't
lying
understand
to
what
me.
we're talking
So
about,
I
but-
mean, I don't know how the sources.
Is that a
help.
joke? Is that a joke or like?
I'm just.
Is it
I'm
actually
saying
good
like
that
I
I'm-
looked. I've read one CRT paper, and the CRT paper was the reason I read the paper was because I was interested because the CRT paper was complaining about how CRT categorizes science, empirical study, statistics, things like that as
Do you know who Michael Polanyi
whiteness.
is? Do you know who Michael Polanyi is?
No, let me finish my point here. So, and the paper is saying in order for CRT to actually be valuable, we have to stop calling using science white supremacy. So in light of that, I mean, I'm curious because you're saying we need CRT because CRT is like a scientific perspective on understanding race. I'm curious how this. Okay, so you're not saying that then. So you accept that CRT is not a scientific perspective on
It would
understanding
be great
race.
if you would stop doing this and just let me give you my perspective instead of describing it for me.
It would be great if you would not, just make a big deal about shit like this.
Okay, buddy. Don't make a big deal about you like describing my position for me. Like you've been called out for this like 9 times. Is it not like starting to
Does this work in debate, Sitch? Is this like a good tactic? I feel like
I would agree
any
it's
second
not.
he's going to look at the camera like Vosh does and like wink at his audience or something. Are you live streaming this at the same time on your channel?
Nope. So I'm winking just to you, Adam.
I mean, I'm trying to ask you a serious question here. It does. I noticed that your screen name there says Jangles Science Lad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I get upset when people stand under the banner of science and promote something like CRT, which is
I don't think you believe that
objectively
because-
anti-science.
I don't think you actually believe this because I have a source with a bunch of studies in it, and you say you didn't care about it.
Well, what
I don't
So
even
why bother?
understand what the topic that we were talking about is.
I don't know. Adam's
What
attacking
was
my character again.
what is the
Failing
science
hilariously.
you wanted to talk about?
So, well, do you consider sociology to be a science?
Yeah, I fucking love sociology. I
Sure.
hate the fact that
It
there's
can
all
be.
these CRT people who are anti-science invading the sociology departments. It bugs the shit out of me that they've changed the Wikipedia page to turn Marx into a fucking sociologist when Emil Durkheim is the father of sociology.
Goddamn, they've infiltrated Wikipedia.
Yeah, I hate it. The fucking Marxists need to get off the
All right.
internet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm just gonna bring up my points in order because I forgot like
Who,
what the
do
actual
you
quote
like
was.
sociology? I'm curious here. Who is the father of sociology, Jangles? Mr.
wouldn't say that
Science
there's-
guy.
I wouldn't say that there is a father of sociology. It's
Oh,
an
okay.
academic
So
field.
have
There's
you
multiple
even
different people.
taken a sociology class? What have you read on sociology?
I took a sociology class way back when.
Okay, so you've taken one
I
sociology
have
class.
a degree in sociology. Okay.
Hold on.
What the fuck?
What Adam is getting
Why
at,
is I
hold
want
on,
to
hold on,
like
hold on.
where does this
Jangles.
aggression from Adam?
I don't
coming
actually
from?
have a degree in
Jangles,
sociology.
Jangles, do you think Karl Marx was a sociologist? That's all. that's what
No,
he's getting
I
at.
think.
Okay,
wait,
there we go.
I
Awesome.
don't think
Okay.
so.
Built a bridge.
All right, so we didn't build a bridge. Like, y'all gotta call out Adam when he insults me like that.
Adam,
I tried to
Adam-
call people out. I got fucking
Adam,
talked over the
I
whole
want you to
goddamn time.
be. I want you to smoke a joint.
Me?
Yeah.
Dude,
I want you to-
listen, I have a low tolerance for bullshit. And you
I
have
know.
Jangles coming in here saying, I'm the fucking sociologist here. He took one fucking
I said
sociology
that-
class
I said
100
that-
years
I
ago.
said that objectively.
Both.
I said that
pretty
verbatim.
aggro,
I'm the
okay?
sociologist.
Who
here.
is
I don't-
who is
I
the
don't think anybody
bullshitter?
talking about
Yeah,
sociology.
Who is the fucking bullshitter here, okay?
Apparently, I said I was a sociologist, which would be bullshitting. So
Everyone's gonna
Sitch,
be.
I'm
calm.
fine, okay?
We're all gonna smoke a joint. We're gonna not
No
be
one
so
is.
aggro.
I'm not smoking.
Actually, I'm
a
just kidding.
joint.
I think when you guys yell at each other, it's hilarious. So you can keep.
it
doing
is. I want you to get more super chats.
Thank
So-
you. We get a super chat every time someone yells at someone else. We get a super chat.
Do
so
we?
I do appreciate. No, not really. But, okay. So what? Okay, moving on. What was the science
Okay.
thing that you were talking about? Because I didn't understand what we were
You,
talking about.
you didn't understand me, what I was saying?
No. I don't understand what
Okay.
Django said. He had studies of
Right.
what? I don't. what
So
is
I
being-
have
what are you talking
several.
about?
So in the
Studies.
studies.
Thank you for
Like a fucking nerd. So I have several points in this document that I've linked that I think support with academic literature and sociology a lot of the points that I would use to support critical race theory. I'm not saying that these are critical race theory studies, but I think I can reasonably make the connection between what these studies find and what critical race theory would generally support.
Support what?
Be specific. Yeah, let's be a little specific here.
All right. So the first study linked. So it's on page 3.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to pull this up? White people as a whole endorse more conservative and anti-egalitarian beliefs. Sorry. One more.
Hold on. Did he just say white people support more conservative and egalitarian beliefs?
You gotta take.
Is that what he just said?
Try taking some ginger tablets after you eat your meals, Jangles.
I didn't email. I'm drinking
Is
beer.
that's a scientific
Well,
study?
take it
That
with
you're-
your
on.
beer, okay.
Shh.
That's
You
a scientific
literally-
study. No, I take it
you
back. I
literally-
do want
you
a links to
literally
these
have the-
studies.
Hold on. You literally have the
It's in chat.
document in front of you.
Oh, Adam is. I can guarantee you, he's not looking at anything. Adam can't read. I don't know if you
How
know this. He's
how do you
horribly
know?
dyslexic?
How do you know, Jangles, that James Lindsay didn't write that fucking study?
Because the studies have authors.
Yeah, they use a fake name. That's how they do these studies. That's how James
All
Lindsay
right.
writes these studies.
I think, can I just let Adam talk for the rest? Can he describe my
Listen,
positions for
no,
me?
I'm dying to hear all of these studies now, Jangles. I can't believe that you're actually. Let's hear more of these studies. These are good.
So,
This is a comedy show.
you have
I
a
want to hear
study-
these studies.
So I'm looking.
I actually like. Can one of you bring up the link that I brought up and just read them for me?
You have a study that says white people as a whole. Oh, this is your document. Whites see racism as a zero-sum game that they are now. Let's say.
All the links are the titles of studies.
Yeah, that's the title. That's the name of the study. Yeah, I have the study open.
Oh my God,
Okay.
this is
Well,
so good. We're gonna have to do a
but I
whole
don't
other
understand-
show
what's-
on all these
Wait.
studies.
So
Please do.
first of all, I don't know if the, I'd have to really go into the study to see it. But I don't even have. To me, it's like okay, I could
So
grant
everything-
that that's a thing that exists. I don't understand what's your point.
So the point for that specific study is that as Black people achieve more and more status in society, white people see that as a threat to their status.
Yeah, white people can, but this is my issue. Was that
You understand like, in sociology, like it's not any individual white person; it's like the majority of the people that they.
I understand that.
Not even majority, like it's statistically a significant portion.
Well, okay, what I'm trying to say is that even if I grant the study is completely correct, okay, what I would say in response to this is why we need to have a more culturally liberal attitude where we sort of dissuade people from thinking about race as being this, as opposed to people thinking like, oh, I have to class myself as a white person who my resources are from my fellow white people.
That's a very lovely sentiment.
Well, but wait a minute. And I would argue that all this woke shit from the last 6 years or so is basically triggering every white person to become this and to start thinking of themselves as a race.
God damn, you shouldn't.
And
have said
that's
that.
my
You shouldn't have said
entire
that.
problem with
woke shit from the last 6 years or so. Oh man, I wish you would have clicked on that link I gave you. When's the study from?
I don't know.
It's 2011.
2011.
Hey,
cool.
Doomer,
Wait,
can
can you
you-
scroll down to the second page? Can you scroll down to the 2nd page?
I'm looking at it.
Can you
Is
scroll down to the
this-
second
Is this
page?
saying that whites rating anti-white bias is about 5% of the population?
This has nothing to do with what I said at all.
Somebody link the studies
Well,
in the
I'm-
chat.
wait,
the chat
this
is
has
begging
nothing
to
to-
look at
Yeah,
these
I know it
studies.
doesn't have anything to do with what you
This has
said.
nothing to do with what I'm saying.
I
I'm
know it doesn't
saying-
have anything to do with what
I
you
said, if
which is
I
why you shouldn't have
grant
brought it up
you-
in response to this study.
I said, if I grant you that the study is true, okay, and I just linked it in the chat for everyone. If I grant you the study is true, my problem is that the way that they're going about this with all the woke stuff would be making that worse. It's not solving the problem. It's making it worse. That's
This is
what my
conjecture.
point is.
This is
It's not
conjecture.
conjecture. I
It is
literally
because what
watched
you-
it before my eyes.
You watched it before your eyes. That's
Yes.
an anecdote. But what this study says is that before all this woke shit, you didn't know. This is a major fail on your part. But you did not know when this study was conducted. This existed before the wokeness of the past 6 years. Whites
It's not a fit.
already
It has
thought
nothing
that
to do with my point.
whites already thought that anti-white bias was higher than anti-black bias before all the woke shit came out. And it's been rising since the 60s.
I understand that. I've seen studies like that before.
All
I
right.
don't deny that.
They were
You
probably
don't
worse
deny
in the
that?
60s
Where does this
when
go?
people were overtly racist to black people. Of course, they were probably terrible.
My point again has nothing to do. You don't have to construct this as like you're wrong, Sitch. You're owned. Okay. My point before I got interrupted like 3 times was just that even if I grant you the study is true, the prescription that is being wheeled out by woke shit is only making it worse. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we saw the alt-right, we saw this resurgence of white nationalist bullshit prop up on social media and on the internet as a response to woke shit. And I don't think that that's such a stretch to say, listen,
do you think that maybe
if white people keep getting labeled negatively as a group, and black people are labeled as, you know, oppressed individuals that need to be conferred special benefits, and that strategy wins politically, I don't think it's that much of a stretch to say, hey, white people are going to look at that and say, that works, I'm going to start doing that too. And that's what I'm afraid of. That's my fear.
All right, so I'll accept your perspective. How about that? And we can move on.
Sure.
So there are multiple studies here. I think it's the next 3 studies that have linked to these documents. Huh?
Did you read?
Okay, there, buddy.
Fuck you, Sean.
No, I'm curious.
I just coughed. I'm sorry.
Hey, fuck you.
Sean,
I have a fucking cough.
Sorry. My bad,
Sean,
my bad.
open the chat up, grab the studies, and paste them into the chat. The chat is dying to look at these studies.
Okay.
You can paste the entire
I can't
document
do
if you'd
it.
like.
Did
is
I
that?
miss the
Oh, I didn't
part-
know it was.
Did I miss the part where I work for you, Adam?
Yeah, jeez.
Well, I work for Adam, so I got it.
Please.
Did you
So
just
this is-
say?
Pretty
So this is a
please.
communist stream.
Pretty
Did you
please
just
with
assume-
sugar on top. Put the fucking link in the chat, motherfucker.
Did you just assume that because Sean is you know of
A
Latin descent,
marginalized-
Adam,
a marginalized
as a
person?
marginalized, oppressed person, that he, you know, is your maid and he'll do whatever you want? Is that what just happened?
First of all, I would much rather
That's the vibe
ask.
I got.
I would
That's the
much
vibe I
rather
got.
ask Doomer, my bro, but he doesn't have a fucking wrench. Why is that?
Yeah, why
Doesn't have a wrench?
He can't accept the responsibility of a wrench
No.
because he won't debate me.
Oh,
Once you
okay, never
debate
mind.
Sean, you can get a wrench. Okay.
Listen. Oh, thank you. Doomer has sent me the doc. Fuck all of you. I can post it now.
I
already
posted
posted
it.
Oh, you
already,
did
'cause I'm
already?
kind.
Okay, thank you.
28. I got 20. I got like 40 people looking at it right now.
Well, Aiden wanted to look at it. I guess I should ask Jangles if
Aiden?
it's okay.
Like socialism done left.
No, Aiden Paladin. When is Aiden Paladin gonna become Aiden Jedi?
She did last stream. You didn't catch
Jedi?
our last stream when she came on completely wasted, and it was hilarious.
Oh,
Hey,
I
was to let y'all know
Paladin
there's
with
some slurs in this
Palo
document
on.
that I do not take back.
Oh no!
Oh, I didn't
What?
link your paper. I linked
I
the
linked
individual paper.
everything.
Oh, okay.
And
Sounds like you're in trouble.
hey, if it comes back on me, I said verbatim that you can link the entire document. So
That's.
There
I
you go.
thought
Oh,
you
I'm
did.
sorry.
All
no,
right.
I said that you can link the entire document.
God
So
damn it!
you had explicit verbal permission from me.
Yeah.
That's
Maybe you
what
should.
she said.
Maybe you should.
Didn't
well,
stop
it's
the
too
court
late.
case.
Anyway, so are we continuing
tish.
with So these are the sign. This is your.
So yeah, what I was getting into is the next 3 studies.
Mhm.
The next 3 studies after the
Mhm.
wait, what was it?
But these are
right,
empirical
now that I
studies
find
the
that are
next
like.
the next 3 studies after the white see racism as a zero-sum game that now we're losing are like if you present people with the information that white people are set to become a minority in the United States by the year 2045 or
Mhm.
whatever the year they said that was. They are more-
2051 and a half.
and a half, of course, and a half. If you present white people with this information, a certain group of white people will be more likely to endorse more conservative immigration positions specifically, but also more conservative positions in general.
Sure.
This seems to me, if race didn't matter, it seems to be if this was the default framing in American society, especially among white people, that this shouldn't matter. If you're going to become a minority, but race doesn't matter, this seems like shouldn't matter. However, there are a lot of unconscious biases or sometimes explicit biases where white people will say that like, no, that's actually bad because like they have negative perceptions of what minority groups will do that go against what they think white people are good at.
So, do you remember the context publicly?
Woo! We hit 900 likes. Yeah.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, audience. Do you remember the context that that white people are going to become the minority was talked about publicly 99% of the time?
99% of the time, I think
Yeah.
a little bit, yeah.
Do you remember what was the context? How was it always framed?
How is it always framed? I don't know if there's a good like always.
How is it usually framed?
I legitimately, I legitimately do not think there's a single answer to that because if you put it,
no,
Sean knows
the answer to the question.
No, you asked me. Can I answer real quick?
You can answer. Yes, please answer.
All right. I think if you look at it in liberal publications, it's like this is a sign that like Democrats are going to get more power, and maybe that's about them. All right, and but in conservative publications, it's like, oh, Democrats are going to get more power, and that's because all the colored people are going to like be destroying and invading our country.
No, but let's separate it from politics for a second. When Jimmy Kimmel said that the new census data came in and we had the lowest amount of white people since whatever year, who cares? What do you think the crowd's reaction to that was?
Why they applauded?
Jimmy Kimmel's audience probably pretty positive.
Yeah, they were applauding, and even Jimmy Kimmel was like, "That's a weird reaction."
Yeah, it is a weird reaction.
Like, so we
is that like the argument that you're bringing forth? Jimmy Kimmel's audience applauded at a joke.
I was just using that as an example because like it's
you have destroyed my scientific study.
No, it's this weird thing where people argue. They call it the browning of America. That's the NPR term for it, and people argue about how this is like inherently a good thing on its own. And like the Jimmy Kimmel audience is just a reflection of that because he didn't even state that as an applause line. People just kind of applauded. And somebody's saying Jimmy Fallon, not Jimmy Kimmel. How about Jimmy from South Park?
One of the Jimmys.
Right. So the reason I asked that question is because first of all, I'm sure the study does show that. I don't have any. I would agree with that intuitively, but I think there's two things going on. One is that yes, there are some people that do look again as race as some sort of zero-sum game, and I would say we should be doing everything we can to get rid of that attitude in our society. But secondly, because the Democrats and the liberals in America didn't do themselves any favor because they constantly frame this as hot nanny nanny boo boo. We're going to win all elections
if
now.
If you want me to simp for the Democrats, you're not going to get it.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that would, for me, in my mind, a lot of the reason people would react negatively to that is because it's framed in that political sense. So you have a lot of conservatives who then say, what the fuck? I don't want to never be represented in my government again.
Do you also think it's reasonable that conservatives and liberals alike who say that they're not racist, when put in a position where they might not be the majority, that might not be the default identity in the United States, get uncomfortable despite the outward expectation of egalitarian beliefs? Do you think that also might be part of it?
No, not necessarily, because just because you don't consider yourself a racist doesn't mean that the people that are coming into the majority aren't.
All right,
yeah,
that was supposed to be
too.
That was supposed to be like I'm admitting that some of the lefties are bad. You're also supposed to admit that some of the righties are bad.
No, there's some people who are like, the Jews are bringing in the immigrants because reasons. Like those people are stupid.
Because it's easier for us to control immigrants than white people. Yeah, yes, thank you. But
how about like mainstream Fox News hosts who will say that like this country was founded by white people? And therefore it's not a bad thing that this country is majority white people.
I don't like any of that.
What is the point of all this? All of us think it's all boring.
But I don't like any of this stuff. I don't. To me, again, I'm just going to say what I said.
Wait, did you just object to me bringing up other people's opinions and thinking it's unfair to ascribe?
No. It's fair to bring up, but like the country was founded by like the founding fathers were white.
No, of course, but like, it's not a good thing.
Well, it's not.
It's a neutral thing, but. No, I'm just going to say what I said to the previous study, which is, okay, I can grant the study, and there could be multiple reasons for why people feel that way, which I've already talked about. But CRT, and I would say even broader term, wokeness, makes these things worse, not better.
All right, but you have no evidence to bring that as a general feeling.
But also, most people
around the world. I couldn't produce evidence that a woke academic would accept, because I would just say, oh, the only way I could prove
that's interesting. I actually can produce evidence that wokeness is bad. I can produce evidence.
No, but wait a minute, because this is the only. But listen, Jangles, this is the only way I could prove what you're asking. I'd have to show that white people have become more racist or more xenophobic or more racially group oriented once woke shit started entering the mainstream. Okay, so all you would have is these correlative points on a timeline. But then the woke people fire back and say, no, it's not because of wokeness. That's not why. Wokeness didn't make the white people racist. It's because they don't want to give up their power, and they're seeing that minorities are not being so oppressed anymore. So that's why I'm saying I don't know how I could, quote, prove this with a study the way you're asking me to.
So, again, I have a lot more studies linked below. My main argument is one of system justification theory, and this is the most supported argument that I have. I can actually legitimately offer a scientifically validated critique of what you would probably consider woke in terms of like the effectiveness of diversity training, which is to say that diversity training isn't effective. Would you be interested in that?
I've
As
heard that,
a show of good faith that I'm absolutely capable of like criticizing
I've heard
left-wing
that,
sources.
but I will say, like, the idea that it's weird that some white people in America feel uncomfortable about becoming a minority in a country where they're not the minority is kind of odd, because most countries are based on ethnic or religious or at least linguistic ties.
You can say it's not weird, but you also have to admit that this goes in contrast to like an egalitarian view that we typically associate with the American ethos. If race doesn't matter, and you're put into a position where actually you believe that race does matter, these are in conflict with one another.
It might not necessarily be the racial thing that's bothering them, but I get what you mean. But I'm saying
if that's
countries,
if that's the only factor that's been brought forth, it has to be race.
Well, there's certain things that correlate with race, like culture coincides with it or correlates with it, even though they're not one and the same.
The only thing in these studies were brought up was race. So if you associate certain cultures with certain races, that's just race by another name.
No, but you can bring up only race as your single factor, but people can think of the things that coincide with that.
And how is this different than racism?
No, I'm just saying that there are other factors that people could be processing that race is used as a proxy for.
You're saying that like, oh, just because you bring up black people, they might associate negative qualities with black people.
If you're talking about immigration, you're not typically talking about black people, although we are getting like African immigrants as well.
Yeah,
but like if you talk
another race, it's
the same about thing. If you talked about Asian immigrants like coming over and becoming the majority of your nation,
Johnny, you want to drop this?
You want to
drop this right now?
No, but like it would not be unreasonable for somebody to hear the word race and think of then Asian and think of Asian people.
How is this
Asian
meaningfully different than
over.
How is this meaningfully different than garden variety racism? Hearing about a race and then associating negative qualities to that race.
You associated all blacks with gangster culture a minute ago. I mean, Jangles, geez.
No.
Wait, did I do that?
Yeah, I called you out for it.
Let Sean respond.
Wait, no. Adam, that was Connor.
Yeah, Connor's the one who you were
Adam, admit that you were wrong.
Listen, Adam thinks all white people look the same. Okay?
Wait,
he's very colorblind. All right,
that's fair.
Wait,
if you think all white people look like
I mean,
that's
we
fair.
could. I mean, we'll have to look at the video, but Connor did it first.
Look at the video. Please.
Well, no, Connor did it first, and then Jangles did it later, and I mentioned both times.
Okay,
but anyway, Sean, go ahead, continue.
So there's in
Thomas Sowell's writings, he describes the difference between discrimination, like I think it's 1A and 1B. And one is using race as a proxy when you don't have other information. So if you're telling people to only look at race and they're bringing in other information on their own, absent the use of other individual data or other information, then that's not typically that's like an expected type of discrimination that people like naturally use, if you understand what I mean.
I think Jangles might have left.
No, I thought he was still here.
Oh, he's got his camera off
he might have dropped.
Muted.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's good because you were just about to start quoting, Hitler and everything.
No, it's
Sean, come on.
Do you remember?
Come on, Sean.
First of all, I don't even know how he got into the immigration thing, but like if you remember, there's like that discussion about the banning the box on the what you call it on job applications. On job applications about whether or not you're a convicted felon. And what they found out when they banned that box, I think they tried it as an experiment in California, was that black people were less likely to be hired than when they had that before, because people, when you remove information that individualizes the person, people tend to broaden out and use group information.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
interesting. Yeah.
So like that, they always thought that the convicted felon thing was causing discrimination against blacks, but in reality, it was helping non-criminal record having black people get jobs.
Yeah. Wow.
When they wouldn't have had normally.
See, the left shoots themselves in the foot on a regular basis. I can't stand it.
Ender for $5 says, Sitch, go to the link and read the conclusion. It's literally white people upset that affirmative action is race-based, and thus white people feel it's unfair.
Is that on the study? Aiden, I pulled out of the chat here. Aiden says, nothing I see in this list of citations is CRT or even related. So,
did you guys kill Jangles? What happened?
No, I mean, I did say Jangles.
I think he said he went to the bathroom. There he is.
Oh, he's back.
You're back.
Y'all hear that?
Hear what?
I want to know if it comes from a microphone. I have my window open. Gigantic thunderstorm coming.
So Jangles, Aiden in the chat says nothing in the list is like a CRT type paper that is like critical race theory.
And I never claimed it was.
Right. So, but you're saying, you're pulling these papers out and you're saying these papers are scientific and about race, and therefore we can call them CRT. And I don't think that's
Why do you, dog, Adam, you've done this several times. Stop saying what I say. Or if you're going to do it, ask me if I agree with it.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay. What are you saying then?
I'm saying
why are these papers CRT?
I'm saying that there are points that I make that I think that CRT would agree with that are supported by other data.
Yeah, but according to CRT, these papers are white supremacist.
All right. No, again, please stop talking when you don't know what you're talking about, which is always.
I can quote you from the paper. I mean, I have a paper that calls science white. I have a CRT paper that calls science and objectivity and statistics white supremacy.
Will you go yell at that paper? You go yell at that all you want to, honey. What I would say, and an analogy I'll bring up is the book White Fragility. I think it's a genuinely bad book. However, some of the points it brings up are supported by data, specifically system justification theory. I've done a video on system justification theory that was endorsed by the author and progenitor of system justification theory. I think I'm not an expert in that topic, but I know enough to give it an accurate representation of system justification theory.
So you don't accept that CRT is anti-scientific?
No. In the same way, I would say that I forgot his name. What is Michael Polanyi? Thomas Kuhn and I think Michael Polanyi are not anti-scientific, because these are people hundreds of years before critical race theory came out that would say that all science is necessarily subjective because it's done by people. So this goes back to that really boring conversation of objectivity versus subjectivity. It's like the notion that since all science is performed by people, it's subject to various errors, it's subject to different perspectives. That doesn't mean that none of it means anything, but it does mean that even if it's the best option that we have, science is subjective. And what a lot of so in the early days, how about this? Can you agree with this? In the early days of race science research, these were not honest papers, and these were not papers with an honest academic.
Yeah, but now you're linking us literally race science papers, Jangles. Do you understand the irony here?
I'm not linking you. I'm asking if you would agree that that's bad.
Hold on. Okay. If CRT literature said, yes, obviously science is subjective because humans are doing experiments and humans are biased, but it's the best we got. If it said exactly what you said, I would have literally no problem with it. But it doesn't say that. It says we're critical of the concept of objectivity in the first place, and that there are such things as objective or neutral.
I'm critical of the concept of objectivity for reasons that I think I've explained pretty well. I'm critical of the concept of objectivity.
Okay, so okay, well, that's a problem.
Yeah, take it to the next step.
I thought you said that, we might understand that, but we understand that science is the best we got. But CRT doesn't,
and this isn't contradicted.
That's why CRT goes into the whole, and I forget, Sean knows the term, where the narrative storytelling, where you have to talk about your experiences, which you were criticizing me for earlier. CRT does seem to have a very anti-objective, anti-empiricist scientific approach to things.
Can I ask you a question?
Give the criticism of science that CRT has, though, Sitch, because CRT says science is white supremacy.
The problem is that they frame everything as if white people, or if an oppressive class of people creates a system, they have ingrained their oppressive ideology into the system itself. That's a CRT belief. And I assume you would agree with that, Jangles.
Yes. Can I frame it in the best possible light possible?
Well, I'm just saying that applies to science too. And that's where a lot of people have a problem with the CRT approach to science.
So in my field of biomechanics, there are bad assumptions. Okay, I got to close my window. Hold on.
This is like this is
just it. Yeah. So there are assumptions within my field of biomechanics that are just straight up incorrect, and they're held via inertia. Right?
Sure.
This is a problem within science as a whole. To say that science, because it's a process and because it's done by humans, is not objective in the way a lot of people would like it to mean, that is not a rejection of science. It just means, and this is what every scientific paper will say, they'll list their limitations. They'll list the limitations that they have, especially in sociology. They'll say this population might not be representative. The framework that we used might miss a lot of stuff. The methods that we use are not going to get to the
This is
full
not what
truth of it.
CRT does, though. This is the bullshitting.
So, well, let me-
Jangles that
This is
we're
the
talking
bullshitting
about.
again. You keep stop. You gotta like.
This is
talk
the
to me.
bullshit.
Let's not ascribe.
You gotta
let's
talk
try-
to me,
wait,
dude.
Let's try not to ascribe negative motivations for anyone in the conversation. Okay.
This is not CRT though that he's talking about.
All right,
I understand. We're
can't-
talking about his own field. I understand.
Yes.
We're talking about me and my
Right,
perception
but it's
of
completely
CRT.
unrelated to CRT. That's why.
Yeah,
I,
I'm assuming he's saying that
but
this
you've admitted,
applies to
but
CRT
Adam, you've
too.
admitted you do not know enough about CRT to have an opinion on it.
no,
You
I
admitted
know everything there is to know about CRT, and I have a very,
Excellent. So okay,
Well,
so
hold on,
I have a
Jangles,
very
let me-
strong
was that a
opinion
joke? You
about
want to
it.
walk that back?
Hold on. I want to hear the end of your point that you were getting to, Jangles.
I literally can't finish a single point, can I? What was the point? I'm sorry. You got to remind
You were
me.
talking about how there are there are wrong assumptions in certain scientific fields that get passed down through inertia, and that there are limitations to science.
Yeah,
blah,
that's
blah, blah.
Thomas Kuhn's paradigm shift. It doesn't mean that all science doesn't mean anything, that all science is arbitrary, and then that like a random person's best guess is as good as the scientific process. That's not what it means. I don't think that's what the vast majority of critical race theorists say when they mean that science is subjective. And that's certainly not what I mean. I place a lot of power in subjectivity. Just because something is subjective doesn't mean we can't have enormous utility from it. Like language is subjective, currency is subjective, science is subjective. Like all these things we have immense utility from, and they're very, very, very good. Just because they're not objective doesn't mean that they're arbitrary. Doesn't mean we can replace them with anything willy-nilly.
Can you
I
steal
think it's a
man?
very
Can you
fair
steal man? What
Well, wait,
CRT says about science?
hold on.
I don't think he can.
But wait.
Go ahead, Sitch.
The problem is that CRT actually does mean what you don't think it means. And they actually talk about this in the introduction to the key writings that form the movement. And I'm trying to remember the term. I think they say integrationalist or structuralist. And they talk about how there's a divide between them and other Marxists about where problems arise in systems. And that some people argue, that's not them, that the system is fine, and then bias actors sort of act upon the system and utilize the system in a negative way. And if you could just remove the bias actors from the system would be fine. And they say, we don't agree with that. We think that the system itself has these biases ingrained within it, so that even if you remove all of the bad actors, the system itself is still going to produce bias outcomes. And they attribute this to things like science. And that's where I have a problem with it.
Yeah, that's a common theme in CRT there, isn't it?
Right.
And
that
you
is,
gotta have you read a lot of CRT?
yes.
No,
Sitch
Adam, have you read a lot of CRT?
Sitch has read a ton of CRT, and I have to listen to this fucker 10 hours a week. I mean,
That's
I
true,
know
he
my
does.
CRT.
All right, legitimately, Sitch, do you make an effort to put CRT in its best possible light?
I make an effort to try to read things neutrally.
Yeah.
All right.
Not in best
We all
or
do.
worst lights.
I don't. Sorry, Adam. I don't
Okay,
believe
that's-
you.
You don't
haven't
believe
demonstrated-
you don't believe that of me? Well, it's a good thing that I don't
Yeah.
that I can sleep at night not caring what you think about me.
Well, that's I'm sure you will. You've called me a bullshitter multiple times.
Because you
throughout
keep
this conversation.
bullshitting. Stop bullshitting
Exactly.
and I'll stop calling you a bullshitter, okay?
Exactly, and I care very much about what the great intellectual of our time, Adam Brendan, thinks.
You don't I'm not asking you to care. I don't care. Just stop bullshitting.
Well,
do you want do you
why would I care
steal-
about what you're asking me?
Do you want to your steal what do you think CRT what do you think the position on science is by the CRT philosophy? Because it's not a science, it's a philosophy.
Well, science is a philosophy.
There is a philosophy of science, yes, but
Yeah, but
I'm
science is
asking
a
you about
methodology, it's a
CRT.
philosophy. I'm saying I agree with them when they say that science is not objective because it is a process. It is an incredibly useful process. I would argue that it's the best process that we have.
But is it white supremacist?
Not object, but it's still not objective, and there can still be parts within science, within certain scientific fields, that make assumptions that are the result of cultural inertia that could flavor the results of said sciences.
Is science constructed to benefit white people over other races?
Not intentionally, but I can see a criticism of science where it says that. For example, like the bell curve. The bell curve was a work of, I would argue, science fiction, but it was very obviously, it used a bunch of studies, it used a bunch of citations.
I would make the
done by scientific researchers. It was very obviously white supremacist in its conclusions.
But that is I would argue there's a difference. When white supremacists want to use science to bolster some white supremacist argument, that's different than saying that that you can take any white supremacist, any racial racist category out of science and still, just using science as objectively, as unbiased as humanly possible, you're still going to get outcomes that are racist in outcome, basically just to benefit white people.
Well, I do not know how to answer for these other people that you're talking about.
Well, I'm just asking about you.
So I found the term. It's instrumentalist and non-instrumentalist. And that was a founding disagreement in critical legal studies. And it was about whether it's bad actors acting on the outside, using them as instruments, or whether it was baked into the system. And to me, you have this idea that things are baked into the system. Well, first of all, labeling any system that is produced by a society and attributing that to the race of the society, I think is inherently a toxic idea.
Yeah, totally.
And then
racist.
I think that, because that's the problem. That's why I have such a big problem with CRT, is that if you're going to label success, or you're going to label empiricism, or you're going to label any system that was created in a white majority society as white, you're telling people that are not white to not follow that, to not follow the majority culture. And to me, that's just setting up people for failure.
Yeah, people we want to see succeed. We want to see everyone succeed.
And it sounds
we do want to see everyone succeed.
Even you, Jangles. We want to see you succeed.
Yeah. You shouldn't.
I want to see the stream get to 1,000 likes.
Oh my God. Except for
We're
Sean.
970.
The fucking shill.
You
know what? Get the stream to 1,000 likes.
Jangles, you see what triggers me when you're pro CRT and you literally have science in your name. It makes people think.
Bunch of studies supporting my positions,
and none of those positions have
outright.
any relationship to CRT, though.
Except they do.
Listen.
You see what?
You're setting up. Jangles, let me just 1 second. Jangles.
No. You've been calling me a bullshitter this entire time. You've been interrupting me the entire time because apparently if I say something and it's too agreeable, it pisses you off. It triggers the fuck out of you. So I have more studies that we're not going to have time to because I actually have to go spend time with my spouse. I don't know what to say.
Tell them to come on. They can argue too.
No. Hey, if y'all have spouses, keep them out of this space. All right? Assert some dominant masculinity. Tell them, you don't want to be here.
There you go.
Adam does tell his wife to get out of his space. I heard that.
It's to protect her. Okay. I use that toxic masculinity. All right. We can use that for good.
We made it to 1,000 likes. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sean.
I think it's CRT. If CRT is anti-science just because you have papers that deal with racial topics,
it was anti-science,
doesn't mean that it doesn't make them CRT, and it doesn't make CRT not anti-science.
Did I ever agree that CRT was anti-science?
No, but I think that's the contention.
Yeah, that's what we're debating right now.
It's the contention, and I think the CRT is not anti-science. I think critiquing a process, I think critiquing a philosophy is not the same thing as being anti-it.
Unless
it strikes me.
There are lots of
critiques
of scientists.
At best, it would strike me as irresponsible if someone is critiquing science and the scientific method if they don't end it with your tag of saying, but it's the best we got. To me, that's irresponsible.
Well, I don't know. Well, then just say that I'm responsible and this person that you have in your head is not.
Well, I'm talking about reading CRT literature, which is the topic of discussion.
But I've read CRT literature too, and I haven't seen that. That's all I can say. Now, maybe I haven't read as much as you. I would much rather be called stupid because I am stupid. I'd much rather be called stupid than dishonest.
I don't think you, in this, I don't think you are dishonest. I just think that, as I said, I don't think you're knowledgeable enough about some of the underlying toxic ideas of CRT, and you're kind of interpreting them through your more moderate framework.
And I think that I have enough. I do have a lot of academic sources supporting notions that would be very amenable to critical race theory, that would support all the positions that I had, specifically in regards to system justification theory, specifically in regards to that, and specifically in regards to the video I made on like the opposition to critical race theory. I think that I have a very informed position on this topic.
Do you understand that my response is always going to be the same, though? It's just that your studies could all be true. CRT is going to make it worse, not better.
You understand my critique that critical race theory is not a thing, is in it's not one perspective, one unitary perspective.
Okay, so I'll broaden it and say wokeness in general is going to make it worse, not better.
That actually makes it less.
Yeah, he doesn't like the woke term.
I don't like it because I don't know what it means.
Well, do you acknowledge that talking about race and gender in terms of, race rights or gender rights or whatever has shifted away from kind of the liberal conversation to the more leftist conversation?
I'm not weaseling, Adam. I promise I don't know, because it was always called some sort of woke. It was a social justice warrior before that. I think it was I forgot what it was before that because I'm not that old. But it's always been it's any sort of like one of the studies that I don't know if it's in this, but one of the studies that I often rely on is that any change to the status quo is always framed negatively. No, I should say it's always framed more negatively than an endorsement of the status quo. So when you had Black people advocating for like equal rights and civil rights movement, they were framed as extremists, communists, violent, what have you. MLK was called a Marxist, a communist. They said race mixing was Marxism,
right.
what have you. In the gay rights movement, for some reason they said like gay rights was communism. I don't know how that works. I don't know how me sucking a dick is a dictatorship of the proletariat. But apparently that was a connection people made. But it was framed like this far left ideology. So like it's not a new thing. The terminology has changed, but the notion has not changed.
Sure.
And so,
I just want to say that I've talked about this many times on stream about how the right has kind of screwed themselves because they've been crying wolf about communism for the last ever. Okay, and so finally, when I'd say, oh, the actual Marxists have shown up, people don't believe them. They say, oh, you've been saying this for 50, 60 years. So, it's all, they're not going to listen. And from me and Adam's perspective, I mean, we were both pretty in the left-wing bubble. We were both very liberal. And it was only until the dreaded SJWs started to pop up and started to have these what seemed to be anti-left-wing positions, at least what would consider left-wing at the time, about being anti-free speech and concentrating on microaggressions and all this other stuff that seemed to be very anti-liberal. And for years, I didn't understand where any of this was coming from. And I was like, I don't understand why the liberal left has suddenly turned its back on everything it stood for the last 20, 30 years. And it was only until I really liked Christopher Rufo or like James Lindsay, until I really dived into CRT and said, oh shit, it's because it's not liberal. It's because this is all leftist ideology.
You understand,
and that's why it seems so foreign to me.
Do you understand why Christopher Rufo, who's admitted to lying explicitly, this is not an opinion, he's admitted to intentionally lying about critical race theory, and James Lindsay, who's a psychopath. So James Lindsay's a psychopath.
Christopher Rufo,
these two people are not the best representatives of the ideology.
Well, first of all, that doesn't really address what I'm saying. But Christopher Rufo admitted that he's broadening the label of CRT to encompass all woke things. Okay, so I understand that is somewhat dishonest, but
it's not like, no, it's not.
I don't really
dishonest.
care because the problem is we do need to fight back against wokeness and we don't really have a good label for it.
Would you
And so
say
if
that
he wants to
would you say that you, Sitch, also need to fight against anti-wokeness?
Anti-wokeness or woke?
Yeah, anti-wokeness.
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
It means like all right, so with the very, very broad label of woke, there's some things
It's
in woke
white
culture that
supremacy.
yeah, I know. Well, in the very, very broad label of woke, I think there's some good things. I think it's cool that gay people get to exist in media, but that's called woke. I think it's cool when black people get to be the main character in media, but a lot of people call that woke. And that's what I'm talking about.
You're right,
You
and
think
that's
that
part. You're right, and that's part of the problem. Woke is too broad of a category, and people whenever a label exists, people will use it for everything. Just like they'll call everything woke, they'll call everything racist. I understand.
I know.
And so I'll try to
will
be
admit,
more
lefties pull out, use the label racist. They use the label
Yes.
fascist way too
Right.
broadly.
for
But I
everything.
want just
I'll
this
try
one
to
bridge.
let me be
Yeah.
very specific then. Okay.
Build the bridge.
What I want is to push back against radical leftist identity politics or radical leftist, and unfortunately I have to use a term, cultural Marxism. That's what I want to push back against. And we can't use that term because that term has been labeled a neo-Nazi conspiracy theory.
Because do you acknowledge that there's some legitimate roots in Nazism?
Well, no, because the term was created by Marxists for Marxist use, and then in the 60s and 70s, and then it was sort of dishonestly by some Marxists warped into meaning, oh, when you say cultural Marxist, you're really likening back to cultural Bolshevism or whatever. Okay, which I'm sure some Nazis were doing, but like the OK sign, that doesn't mean that we can't have a term to describe the concept we're trying to talk about.
All right, cool. Hey, if you want to have a broader conversation about all this stuff in the future, absolutely be down for it. This was better than I thought it would be. I have to go in the next 2 minutes.
That's
so
cool.
Any last points you want to bring up?
No, you can give your last points.
Hi, everyone. I hope that I have shown that I am as honest actor as I can be. Do not attribute to dishonesty. Do not attribute to malice what can be attributed to ignorance. Because I am
razor.
I am a dumb fuck. I read this in my spare time for the past 3 months while I wasn't losing at Overwatch and drinking. So, yeah.
Well, Sean vouched for you, and I think
Sean, Doomer, and Connor vouched for me.
I think
a little bit of something, right?
I have a low tolerance for bullshit, and I just feel like you're trying to talk a lot and not say anything.
Yeah,
so,
for what it's worth, Adam, I still have as low opinion of you specifically as I had coming in.
Well, I unblocked you on Twitter I blocked you on Twitter just because you were a nuisance. You kept coming at me with just stupid shit. So
stupid shit.
But no,
maybe I was coming.
No hard feelings here. I'm not
coming
a
at
grudge
you for the
person.
stupid shit you said.
Yeah, but the shit I said wasn't stupid though. It was
well, I'm sure you're the best judge of that, right?
Pretty regular stuff. So I don't know.
Okay. All right. I had fun. Hey, Sean, I still like you. Sitch, you're not as bad as Adam. Low bar.
I'll try and not trip over
and,
the bar you throw on the floor.
There you go. You can ice skate over the bar.
Jangles is S class.
That sounds
there you
like
go.
it.
Oh, there you go. And I like Doomer. Doomer, I'm sorry that you didn't talk a lot during this, but I like Doomer. We're buddies.
Doomer's great. Who couldn't like Doomer?
Yeah,
Who likes Doomer?
Doomer's afraid to debate me.
Well, Jangles is about to leave, Sean. We can hook that up.
Doomer has to debate me on Jangles Unchained.
This is I don't know. Have you done a 4 hour and 30-minute debate before, Jangles? Because I feel like this might be some kind of record.
It's been close.
Yeah.
You mean a 4 hour and 30 debate? Yeah.
A 4 hour and 30-minute debate. So
yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
I am in trouble. Put it that
way. You go not be in trouble. Simp. Sorry, what?
Take care, man.
Take it easy.
See you later. Thanks for coming.
By the way, I want to clear up a little bit of misinformation. So in volume 2 of Capital, Marx absolutely did say that dicks are delicious. So I just want to throw that out there.
Oh.
Was that the annotated volume or is that?
Yeah, I think it's translated from German.
I think what we learned today is that Adam has an anger problem.
You're just learning that now?
I know. How did you not learn this months ago, Sean?
Well, your avatar here on Zoom is angry. I could see his face every time you talk.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Well, whether or not the gaslighting is intentional or unintentional phases me not. It's very ironic to me that their central premise is that, if the outcome is, if there's some sort of disparity in outcome, then it doesn't matter if that was intentional or not. And at the same time, they can do this weird thing where they gaslight everyone unintentionally and say, "Oh, well, that's fine." It's like maybe not.
Well, we never get to why they expect everything to be equal in terms of outcome. We've never seen that ever in the history of humanity.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Doomer.
I was just going to say that it seems like you guys have different understandings of what CRT is, and that miscommunication seemed to be the root of a lot of problems.
Right, and you have to. I understand that you say there's no difference between whether someone's gaslighting you intentionally or unintentionally, but you do have to hold in your mind that there is a difference there, because there is the difference between malice and ignorance.
Yeah,
and I
you're
do
right.
think
you're right.
that
I'm nearly
Jangles
certain that Jangles was not intentionally dishonest.
Well,
yeah,
gaslighting has to be intentional, so you got to think of a different word.
But Adam used it incorrectly, and I was just following his.
So what's the unintentional gaslighting word?
Well, I think
Jangles
has a much more moderate view of things, and he's the problem is that a lot of CRT literature, especially Delgado's book, which is written for a more mainstream audience, is written with enough slack that you can kind of interpret it the way Jangles is interpreting it.
I agree.
Especially if he wants to politically, which
that's by
he
design,
does, because he's reacting to Lindsay and Rufo.
Right.
Where if you read like the specific papers, like Gary Peller's paper, it's way more explicit, and you start to see what's going on here. I mean, there's a part in some of Kimberly Crenshaw's work where she specifically talks about how they have to be careful to frame things in the liberal framework until they have enough power or have changed enough minds to sort of reveal their power level.
That's so fucking insidious.
I know. And that's why when she was on Joy Reid, she didn't answer the question about whether CRT was Marxist.
Right.
But they both said in the beginning of the conversation that they would admit that CRT is leftist and not liberal, which is more than I've gotten from 99% of anyone else about this topic.
Well, how about this?
Got from me.
I think there was a big problem in the conversation, and I don't want to name any names, but I think it was, in fact, the Connor problem.
Me.
Yes.
Oh. What was the Connor problem?
It's for some reason it wasn't like I was telling people to do this in the chat, but every time he spoke, some people just typed "boo" in the chat, and I don't know why people were doing that.
Oh, such a shit starter.
We love Connor here. Okay, we don't love him as much as we love Sean, but
there's a hierarchy of love.
There's
that
a
goes
hierarchy
around on this show
that
we really only have to piss Jangles off. That's the only reason we have the hierarchy of love.
I got copyright claimed by CBS. I'm fighting that to the death.
Oh my God, that's awful.
They claimed an Ellen Page clip from my Jussie Smollett video.
Oh,
how dare they? How dare they? Paul, is there anything anyone else wants to say before I read super chats? Or
I would just
Django
like to
Unchained's
say,
a garbage movie.
Oh, you're wrong.
Thank you.
I would just like to say that every CRT conversation, there's always a battle over definitions.
Yeah.
And there's no way to avoid it ever.
You tried like a champ at the Better Discourse. Sean,
I was trying. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, it's pretty frustrating because I wanted to ask at one point, do you think that when people say white supremacists that they're factually miscommunicating with most people, right? Mm-hmm. It's like if you respond to that with yes, then I think you can like almost fully build the bridge between you guys, because that's just acknowledging, okay, some of these terms, at the very least, they are putting inaccurate things in people's minds, right?
Yes.
It doesn't really matter whether it's intentional or not. It's just there was already an established definition of these words or phrases or whatever, and you introduce a new one that is very different, and people will confuse them, right?
Yeah.
And like that to me defines almost the entire conversation.
Yes.
It happens with racism and white supremacy and whiteness, and I mean almost nearly every word except for intersectionality, which isn't appropriating something else. It's its own phrase. Mm-hmm. Like that miscommunication, that's sort of, you could call it equivocation or misunderstanding or whatever. That's like the whole fucking, that's every conversation about this shit. It's so obnoxious.
Yeah, what you were saying was so good, Doomer, when you were talking to Jangles about that, where you were isolating that point, because it is very prescient.
Yeah. And like, I don't think, like, despite the level of hostility of some of the conversation, I don't think you guys disagree about that much. Like, if you were to talk about like policy prescriptions or descriptions of reality or underlying, principles, I really don't think you disagree about that much. Like, a lot of the conversation is just arguing about the definitions of words.
Right. But no, you're completely right. And I think you are right that we probably agree on a lot. But that's the problem, is that I'm over here saying this thing that you're advocating for, that other people are advocating for, want to destroy the thing you say you want.
I know. Yeah.
It's going to bring about this people being more racist. It's going to bring about all these negative changes. And I guess the problem is that Jangles just doesn't see, like he would say that I'm having too much of a, I'm looking for the negative interpretation too much, when I think is looking too much for the positive interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, it's very obvious why they use the term whiteness, why they use the term white supremacy, why they use the term systemic racism, that these are, as you said, these are all intentionally incendiary on purpose.
Yeah, by design.
I would actually disagree with the idea that you guys don't disagree that much, because if you don't agree on that fundamental premise that the disparities are due to past discrimination or ongoing discrimination, then there's no way you can agree on what the remedy of that is in terms of policy. Like, if you're in the camp that I'm in, where I don't think that's the case, largely that it's a behavioral issue.
I think
which determines your
closer
success.
to past discrimination, Sean. So I might disagree with you on that.
I mean,
it's
if you treat all disparities, wealth, income, and all that, and if you think that the majority of those disparities are due to discrimination, then maybe you will agree on
Sean.
Sean,
hold on one second here, Sean. It could be both though, because in the Woke Racism, the new book by John McWhorter, he talks about how past discrimination creates a cultural pattern that people continue. Kind of without thought. So it could
theorizes
be
that.
So you've read it too. Okay.
That discrimination in schools, for example, is one of the ones that he gave, led teachers to greatly underestimate and dismiss the intellectual capacity of Black students. Right. Therefore, culturally, Black people, but this is a theory, reject school because they think school rejects them.
Right.
Like that's an interesting.
But you're
theory.
You're saying the culture you're saying behaviorally the cultural has to change, but the culture was established by the racist intent of the past.
I don't know how much of that is true and how much of it isn't true, because we saw, like, if you read I forget which one of Thomas Sowell's books about the Northern Blacks and how they fared in education, it was completely different.
Black rednecks and white liberals.
Yeah, so they would have faced probably worse discrimination, because this is at a time when they weren't allowed to vote. They were perceived, even though they weren't slaves, they were still considered like the exemption from the normal Blacks in society, and yet they out-succeeded, what we saw from Black people who were freed generations later.
I think we're saying the same thing though. You're saying that the culture has to change, the behavior has to change, but you don't believe that behavior was created and is continuing today via past racism.
Well,
right. Let me and you could just look at other, I think a portion of it, sure, but like it's not like these problems don't exist in other places around the world. Like in Japan, there's such a deference to tradition and to your elders that they still use fax machines in offices, which is God. Like it's outdated. Yeah, it makes no sense. It's like they're building sex robots, but they're also sending schematics over fax. Like that doesn't make sense.
Right. Yeah. But so let me ask a hypothetical. So if, say, when America was founded, America just didn't have slaves at all, and that instead, Black people just immigrated to the U.S. the same way white people did, in the 1800s, and there was this is a magical world where there was no racism and there was no segregation or any of this stuff. Do you think that there would still be this wealth disparity between Blacks and whites on average? Do you still think there'd be these cultural differences?
Well, we see a wealth disparity between Africans and Europeans. So like it would follow. It's actually much narrower in the United States, but it might not be the same at all because again, immigrants have the selection bias. So
I'm talking about like immigrants from immigrating here from the 1600s, right?
Yeah, but they would still have the selection bias. It's a dangerous journey and all that.
Sure, right.
It would be like I can't say that it would be equivalent. Like they could be an outperforming minority, like the minority that outperforms the majority. Like Nigerians are technically better than the average American.
Well, no, but what I'm trying to get at is like, I'm trying to isolate the specific variable here because I'm saying like if you could wave a magic wand and you reconstruct reality so that all the slaves in the 1700s were actually immigrants and there was no racism, I don't think American society, in terms of wealth disparity and all the other racial problems we have, I don't think America would look the way it does today. That's why I do think
there would be differences for sure.
Well, I think there'd be huge differences.
But it also depends on where they would end up, how much of their African traditions, because there are also destructive African traditions that prevent success, were brought over and unchallenged. If they ended up in the South, then they might have absorbed some of the dominant culture from the South, which we all agree was a negative culture.
Sure. But I think
even absent the racism,
I think this does kind of play back, because you've brought up the statistic about how, a lot of economic indicators for Black communities have done worse after a lot of the civil rights legislation passed, not better. And I do think part of this is when I'm reading the CRT literature, assuming that they're correct, they say that the majority of the Black community was more in favor at the time, or the popular narrative was the Black separatist, Black nationalist narrative. And I wonder if that idea, that toxic idea, is what's created a lot of the problems we're still seeing today. It's just this, turn away from success because we're going to characterize success as being white.
Oh, I think that's definitely a detriment for sure. Like if there are successful behaviors like studying in school and on all these things that you reject culturally, you can't be surprised when you see negative outcomes. I don't know like what percentage of I don't know, like it would depend on a lot of different like things, because again, we got a bunch of like, terrible people from the borderlands of Scotland and England that came to the American South, and the American South was just not productive. So it would depend in part like what African immigrants would be able to come here. And by the way, a lot of them, if they didn't come as slaves, wouldn't be welcome here throughout the early history of America.
It's just a hypothetical situation. Yes.
But it depends. Like I don't see, like it would probably be different. I would hope it would be better. Like they could be, like I said, they could easily be a minority group that outperforms the majority group, especially if they were like an oppressed minority group, because most minority groups aren't actually oppressed and then do worse. They're oppressed because they're already doing better. Right. Like that's what a lot of anti-Semitism, the Armenian genocide, like all these other different like attacks on minorities are about them outperforming. So it would depend on which Africans came, obviously, and like what they brought with them.
Okay. Yeah. I think we just disagree. Me and Adam do think that the history of racism, like a lot of the negative attributes of culture that we're talking about, and CRT turning away from, quote, white culture as being successful, is a direct response to racism. It's kind of like a defense mechanism. I mean, emotionally.
So sure, but also like maybe the perception of racism instead of actual racism.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, 100%. Yes, definitely.
So like one of the interesting things
that's why I'm so against CRT is because it makes the perception of racism that much worse.
Right.
Well, one of the things, and I'm sure you guys have read about this too, that I found is the idea of last names, like getting rid of your quote unquote slave name, and how that became a big movement in the 60s because they're like, oh, these people took the name of their slave master, and that's horrible. And in reality, the reason slaves created family names, sure, they noticed that the whites had family names, is if they were separated, they would want to be able to find each other like later on because they wanted to reunite with their family. So oftentimes they didn't just have the name of the plantation owner because that wouldn't make it easier to find your family. So they had secret family names. And at the end of the Civil War, there's like accounts of freed slaves like walking across entire states to be reunited with their family. So like it's the thing that bothers me is when people say that the like legacy of broken homes is due to racism or slavery, when from the end of slavery up until the 1960s, the black home was together. Like they had a strong emphasis on family, so it didn't really make a lot of sense to attribute it's related to slavery, but also it kicked in 100 years after slavery ended. Sure. That never made any sense to me.
Well, it seemed like before then there was the attitude of we need to reject success seems to be a lot of the key factor here about problems with toxic cultures. And it didn't seem like that attitude, I could be wrong, but it seemed like that attitude really came about with the Black separatist movement in the 60s.
Yeah, for sure. And like they're it's funny because they like the separatist position was represented in the ending slavery side. That's what Liberia is all about. Is right. you send them to their own country. And by the way, when Black people went to Liberia from the Americas, they completely set up like a class system where the American Blacks were on the top of the Africans. Which immediately did the same thing.
Didn't Liberia descend into chaos though? Liberia was like a completely failed state.
It's not gone particularly well.
Yeah.
I don't think in the chat someone said Jangles called Thomas Sowell the C word. I don't think that happened in this conversation that I'm aware of.
Not in the conversation. For the people who hate,
that's awful. If that happened.
No, someone said it in this conversation. I don't think that happened. Yeah,
but the people who hate Thomas Sowell and like John McWhorter and all these other Black people because they like speak against like the dominant political narrative are ridiculous. Like if you read Thomas Sowell's writings and you don't think he cares about Black people and their success in America, you're crazy.
Yeah. Every Black conservative, like you could say that about. I mean, it's completely, they're just misrepresenting them for political gain, which that bugs the shit out of me. It's awful.
Look, there's some Black conservatives that their analysis doesn't go further than saying Democratic plantation, and they don't really progress anything anywhere.
Like Candace Owens, is that what you're talking?
What'd you say?
I'm not saying
is
any
that
names.
Candace Owens?
You're not naming any names. That's fine.
But
that's fair.
But there's some that their analysis doesn't go any deeper than that. But like Thomas Sowell spends his life researching.
Oh my
and,
God, I know. He's like a fucking genius.
And
he used to believe though in his own ways.
But he used to believe a bunch of this shit though. That's the thing.
No, I know he did, but now he has that. He has the Dave Rubin effect where he's
such a hater.
No, he's like Thomas Sowell hasn't seen a problem he doesn't want to blame the government for. Okay, he's very biased in that way. I like some of his research, but he's not gospel.
In terms of economics, obviously he's a free market economics guy, but like his writings on culture and practices that go generations and supersede government.
Yeah, I like that work a lot better than some of his economics stuff. Yes.
Do we have some super chats to read?
We have a lot of super chats. Yes.
Are we going to go late? Or are we going to go on Tuesday? What are we going to do?
We can. I mean, we have a lot of time unless you want to fuck off. It's up to you.
I could go either way.
Okay, I think we should power through unless you're about to pass out.
Oh, I'm actually feeling pretty good. Something about Jangles, hating Jangles really invigorates. I think it gets the
you were
blood
so
flowing.
aggro in this conversation.
This was
from the word go.
This was
You're
great.
ready to change your YouTube name.
This was great. What are you talking about?
It was good to. It was funny. I'll give you that.
Yeah, Jangles was actually a pretty good sport about it all, and I mean it is it's dignity culture. This is dignity. This is looking at dignity culture right here.
Look at Adam softening up before our very eyes.
What are you talking about?
He's like, oh, he was a good sport about it, and meanwhile, 20 minutes ago, you're a bullshitter.
Hold on, I don't want you to think. I don't want you to think any of that
absence makes the heart grow fonder.
No. I don't want you to think any of that was
gaslighting
insincere.
himself.
Listen, Sean, is Jangles not completely bullshitting? Like his answers are bullshit. You know they are. Don't fucking simp for him.
I don't. First of all, I don't agree with him. Number one. Number two, I said it while he was here. There is something with him where he goes when he gets on a panel or any kind of debate where his aggressiveness ticks up like 600%, and it's weird.
I'm not talking about the aggressiveness. I'm talking about the not answering. Not like some of the things. It's obvious. It feels like he's never even thought about. It's like, why the fuck would you be in a debate about this topic when you never even thought about this?
If you watch the debate, which you guys did, which is the whole reason you're getting yelled at, you'll notice me like whispering to James.
Yes,
Lindsay.
what were you saying?
So a lot of the times I'm talking to him, like, I'm like, dude, don't feed into that. They're just trying to control the pace of the conversation, throw you off balance and all that.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening. So I do think that's a strategy for sure.
So bullshitting is a debate strategy.
I think the controlling the pace of the conversation is a strategy, but you guys got way too bogged down in you're misrepresenting my position, blah blah. Like it was like, dude, like let the thought be finished and all that. I think he wanted you to ask more things in the form of a question than as statements. Like if I'm giving him the fairest reading of what he was getting mad at.
Yes.
Yeah, probably for about half the conversation, things were a bit too heated and things would get out of control for no reason. Like there would be a very simple miscommunication and I would try and clear it up. And then 3 people would talk over me and people would start screaming and everybody was fucking pissed off. And I was just like, whatever. It's like, there's like this Godzilla versus King Kong movie, right?
Oh,
and
I love that movie.
And they see the big CGI monsters and they're like trying to figure out what to do about it. And like there's a scientist, like camera pans in on him, and he just goes, "Let them fight." That was basically how I was feeling for a lot of the conversations. Like,
yeah, me too.
You want a shit show? Fuck it. Let there be a fucking shit show.
Yeah.
If you want to see like a very similar conversation, I did when I talked to Counterpoints, like.
Really?
We did not agree on like the basics of like the link between poverty and crime. And I kept trying to explain. I'm like, no, dude, like crime is driving the poverty. Like that's what's prolonging the poverty.
Oh, I agree. I totally agree with you there.
And we were like, so we're arguing, but then he's like, I want to move on from descriptive to prescriptive. I'm like, but we don't agree on what we're talking about. So why are we gonna, like, we don't agree on the problem, so how are we gonna argue about what the solution is? And he's like, but it is a problem. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like, so that it was very similar to that conversation, which is why I think people were randomly, without me telling them to do it in the chat, booing Connor.
Yeah. Crazy.
Boo. Fuck Connor.
Boo.
Come on. Connor's
Doomer and Sean are still here. Okay, because they're alpha chats. Not like these losers who had to go interact with their family. Ugh,
I literally like walked away, made a coffee, put on the stream on my phone, and I just heard Adam and Jangles yelling at each other. You're bullshitting. I don't care. I don't care what you think. Well, I don't care what you think. Well, why would I care what you think?
I know, it was pretty funny.
It was hilarious.
That's fucking great YouTube. Fuck all of you.
I'm supporting it. I'm in for it. By the way, I just want to say one more thing before I let Doomer, who won't debate me, talk. I'm 3 followers away from 3,000 followers on Instagram. Go to Instagram.com/actualjustice.
What kind of pictures are you throwing up on Instagram?
My God.
My thumbnails. I'm terrible at Instagramming.
Christ. Pathetic.
Sean, you shill more on our stream than we shill on our stream.
You guys want to see my bod pics? Follow me on the gram.
If I get to 10,000, I'll start an OnlyFans.
Actual Justice Bod. That's what should be your Instagram account name.
Did Doomer want to say something, or are we moving on to super chats?
Oh, I forget what it was.
Why won't you debate Sean? I mean,
why won't you debate Sean?
He's a fucking pushover.
Look, I'm intellectually inferior. I'm a coward. I have cowardice is ingrained in my soul. And I just deep down, I know I'm wrong about everything. So I don't have the courage of my convictions to stand in a public forum and defend myself. What do you want to say?
Like a man that doesn't like Django and James.
Well, you are correct about Vosh though. So you had a good start.
You know what cracked me up about that is that you guys were talking to him about the Vosh video, which by the way is a very well put together video. It's nice. People sent it to me 10,000 times, so I had to watch it. And
those people were all very intelligent and beautiful.
Yeah,
they're all Doomer's alt accounts, basically.
so I come in the chat and then I put and then I'm like, he's refusing the debate, which is like that old vegan technique. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, are you you're refusing to engage in the debate, and everybody in the chat does that. And then the Doomer guy's like, why is this guy saying I won't debate him? I don't understand it. And I'm just like cracking up as Adam and Sitch are like, no, it's okay, he's being retarded, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like,
I
then
do
we went
remember
along with
that.
it. So
Yeah.
it was all worth it.
It's a previous stream meme. All right, super chats. We got to barrel through these. Here, let me pull some up.
I don't have to.
I'll read them.
You guys can also dip out whenever you want.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, if you don't want to listen to super chats.
I'm gonna respond to every super chat.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm committed for about another hour.
Okay, awesome. Goro Cero for $5 says, my contributions to the Sitch Don't Debate Fund. Last time he did, it made the worst episode on EFAP, and it couldn't get past the opening crawl in The Phantom Menace. First of all, we did get past the opening crawl. Okay. Secondly, it's not my fault you guys think the prequels are good movies. Your brains are broken. I don't know what
like
to tell
the
you.
prequels? What's wrong with them?
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. People were trying to debate that the prequels were good movies. Okay.
In a world where 80% of an action movie is shot, reverse shot, terrible dialogue.
Okay,
oh my God, so true.
Hold on, let's clarify something. Were they saying that the prequels are good or that they're better than the sequels?
No. That they're good.
Mahler was?
Not Mahler, but the people we were talking to. I don't remember their names off the top of my head. Mahler was just kind of
I'll go back and check that out.
Conversation. Oh, you don't want to check it out. It's fucking terrible. It's a terrible conversation.
It sounds pretty interesting.
But no, it's me and Glib. We took the prequels suck position, and the other two people took the prequels are good position. So
it's going to be really unfortunate watching a debate where I agree with Sitch. That's going to be a hard experience.
When have you watched a debate where you disagree with me? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Never.
This one.
Never.
It's going to be very unfortunate when in 20 years people are nostalgic for the sequels, and like I'm going to be watching the same exact debates happening.
You're right. You're so right. There's going to be a bunch of kids that were like 7 when the sequels came out. They're going to be like, the sequels are good. I don't know why everyone said they're bad. They're just hipster haters.
Can we just talk about how all these losers who were like, I hate the Disney sequels, Disney ruined Star Wars, completely fell for the Disney marketing campaign right after they bought Star Wars, where all those articles came out, those think pieces about how actually the prequels are really good Star Wars movies. And they think they're like fighting against Disney by agreeing with Disney propaganda.
Right. True. That's very true.
Yeah, you can never go wrong by just hating everything, except for Netflix's Arcane. That's really good. But everything else is garbage.
I think there's a twofold issue. I think there are people that were just have sentimental value for the prequels. And there's people that just like the meme on the prequels, which is fine. The prequels have objectively produced a plethora of amazing memes that I don't think the sequels will ever match. So they are better in that respect.
Can I just point out, some internet dude, that's his name in the chat, says Samuel L. Jackson was badass in the movie. No, he wasn't. That's the problem with the prequels.
Right.
You have Sam Jackson, and all he does is deliver terrible, boring dialogue.
Listen, Mr. Plinkett, we've all heard this before.
Yeah, but he's like known for energy and charisma and all that, and like he doesn't do anything. And people will say, "Oh, well, actually, in the light novels, whatever they call this expanded universe shit, Sam Jackson can use the dark side and the light side of the force." So that's not in the movie at all. It's not in the movie. Like if I have to read a book to understand the movie, then no.
Yeah,
wrong.
totally.
Yeah, like Genndy Tartakovsky's animated Clone Wars was fucking crazy badass. General Grievous was like one of the most badass villains of all time in that animated cartoon. And then in the movie, he's like fucking dog shit. So sure,
sad, very sad.
Anyways, move off Star Wars. Anonymous Coward for $5 says, get Rob Noor on the show. He's like a right-wing Destiny who debated him, Jangles, and Vosh, etc. Sure, maybe. I'm not familiar with him super much, but
I have connections to him. If you want to get,
you have connections with fucking everyone.
Yeah, I am very well connected.
Why are you so connected to
some
everyone?
guy who made like one video?
You made one video and you like know everyone somehow.
Why aren't you streaming with these guys, Doomer?
I don't know.
I'd listen to
that's a good
more
question.
streams. Come on.
You gotta weasel your way into a stream somewhere too, man. Okay.
Yeah, get on a
Put some
podcast.
streams
somehow.
on. I'll
Well,
listen
that's what's
while
funny is
drawing.
I'm on like 2 or 3 other people's streams a week. I'm like basically do stream. It's just
Whose
not on my
streams are
stream.
you on? Do you get paid for these streams? Do you get money?
No.
Oh, well, then that you're getting taken advantage of.
Oh, I need to bring up a very important topic.
I'm
that's
not
in the
giving you
same-
any of the super chat money. Sean.
It's in the same vein as the prequels.
Okay.
Dragon Ball Super is not good, and people who like it are wrong.
Who the fuck thinks Dragon Ball Super is good?
I watched an episode, and this is very important. This
Yeah.
is like more important than any of the super
Yes.
chats. I watched an episode, and in that episode, Vegeta did his like explode move that he did against Majin Buu.
Big Bang Attack?
No, the one where he sacrifices.
Oh, the
himself and blows up.
self-sacrifice. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And they even just so you knew, it was like all about nostalgia. I mean, because Frieza's there, the androids are there. They're
Yes.
like, it's a tournament. It's all nostalgia, 100%. So Vegeta does the explosion move. They cut to a clip from Dragon Ball Z where he did that sacrifice,
Yes.
and then he doesn't die. And they're like, oh, he learned to control it. And I'm like, he learned to control the move where he blows himself up in like a sacrifice, one of the biggest like character defining moments for him. And they're like, yeah, that sacrifice, that was him being an incompetent idiot, because if he were to learn to control it, he would have been fine.
Yeah. Listen.
That's Dragon Ball Super. And
Here's
they
the
have
real-
S cells, like mitochondria, like midichlorians. They have S cells. That's what makes you a Super Saiyan. They added in the midichlorians.
God.
Yeah. Listen, here's the red pill. Okay, here's the real red pill. I love Dragon Ball Z. I grew up on it. I started watching when I was 5 years old.
Oh my
It is what
goodness.
opened the door in the world to me for anime. And so it will forever have a special nostalgic place in my heart. But Dragon Ball Z is not very good. And people just need to accept this. It's not a very well written show. And Dragon Ball Super is just as poorly written as Dragon Ball Z.
No, Z has too many episodes and it's nonsensical, but Vegeta has 2 amazing deaths in Dragon Ball Z. The death at Frieza, where he like
2
explains his
amazing
backstory.
deaths.
He dies twice in the show. Where he explains his backstory to Goku and all that, and he begs him to kill Frieza to like avenge the Saiyan race. Amazing. Like you see this badass character break down, you're like, holy crap. And then he does it again in the Buu arc where he sacrifices his life, and you're like, oh my god. And then you watch Super, and Vegeta incompetently doesn't kill Frieza, and then because they bring Frieza back, and then you watch they say, oh yeah, his self-destruct sacrifice thing that you loved, that was a character arc. They're like, no, that's because he sucked at controlling it. Like,
Okay.
that's what Super does.
I will agree with you that Super is worse than Z, but Z is not very good.
Worser.
It's worse. It's better than GT, but worse than Z. Yes. Okay. Jab slant. Jab slant for $2 says weekly reminder that I got Doomer on EFAP. Fuck you, Jab.
Again.
Wait, who did?
Yep. Jab slant says he got you on EFAP.
I brought up the
Oh.
rejected thumbnail for this show just so we could show it off.
Oh my god.
Where was the other one? The
I
one
thought-
we talked about in DMs.
Oh no, I can't. Do you want me to show that
was-
one?
You can show it quickly. Just
Look,
so
Look,
Adam
let's
is
just-
Come on, you know they're
of
gonna.
making
just,
like
hold on. Let's just give a little disclaimer, okay? This is a comedy show, okay?
it's a comedy show.
If I show that one, 1 million people are gonna screenshot it immediately and
Okay, don't
tweet
show
it
it.
at
Don't show it.
Jangles.
I'll just describe it. Okay. Adam took the crying Wojak and he put a Jangles mask on in front of it. Okay. And he wanted this to be the thumbnail to the fucking stream. And everyone was like, no, Adam, come on. We can't do this. And then he's like, okay, how about this? Then he comes up with this crying, bleeding guy saying, I love CRT.
What?
No, Adam.
It says it's
We're
not overtly
supposed to be-
Jangles.
A good faith conversation. He's like, oh, I got you, Sitch. I got you. Good faith. So then he created another bleeding face, screaming blood. Like,
Come on, it's not too bad.
Oh my
Sitch, it's a
God.
comedy show.
right.
People
right.
expect fun thumbnails from us.
They
Sitch, you're
do, they
such a
do.
fucking.
No,
you're
listen,
such a
listen.
fun assassin.
That's why I said when you came back with that bloody thumbnail, I said perfect.
Wait,
I said
I like
that.
how it looks like I'm like Adam's ferret.
You are.
on this thumbnail.
It's
You
great.
are. You're A-team General Adam Ferret.
True.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, taking a shot for every straw man in the stream. Pray I don't die. Well,
He is
are you
dead.
still alive, Derek? I hope you're alive, Derek.
Oh my god, I hope so too. Jeez.
Mhm. Did you watch season 6 of JoJo yet, Sean?
JoJo, what is that?
Okay, what a fucking anime faker. She
Oh, I don't watch anime. I have friends.
Is season
Yeah.
6 new?
Based.
Yeah,
It's like brand new. It's on
brand
Netflix.
new.
Really?
Brand new. Yeah.
Oh, I
Did
gotta
you
gotta
watch
check it
Lock
out.
and Key on Netflix? Did you watch that show?
No, I did not.
It's based on Stephen King's son's comic book,
Mhm.
and they turned his horror comic book into a CW show.
Oh no way. That's awful. That's awful.
I like that. That's his own genre, CW show. I go, oh, I know exactly what you're
I
talking
know
about.
who. Obviously, everyone knows what the
Jeez.
CW means.
I was watching it, and I'm like, this is such a cool concept. And I'm like, why do I hate it? And I thought about it. I was like, oh, it's a CW show. Even with the music at
Oh
the
my
end
God.
of the thing, it's like
Yes.
at the end of every episode, there's a song that's like the most on the nose song humanly possible. Like there's one where this person gets a thing and they could control shadows, and he literally says, "Hello, darkness, my old friend," and then they play that
My
song.
God. Oh no.
Uh,
Oh no.
Wonderful. That's like I wanted to like the Flash TV show. I really wanted to like it, and I couldn't.
Well, after the third straight season of him fighting somebody who runs faster than him, I was like, yeah, I'm out of here.
I'm done.
You know what I really wanted to like? Django Unchained.
Jesus.
Well, that's because you're pro slavery. That's why you
Yeah,
didn't like it.
exactly. No
You're-
response. You're accepting pro slavery. Okay.
Why not?
Okay.
It's a comedy show.
There you go. If someone send a script to Vosh, he can say the guy who made the video about him is pro slavery. There you go.
Which he will every single live stream.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, I have a coworker that claims that Gandhi didn't liberate India. It was actually militant socialist forces. Gandhi just took advantage of it and credit for the situation. Wow, that's a new one. I've never heard that one before.
I actually have heard that one
Oh,
from
really?
an Indian. But Gandhi went into the ocean. He grabbed salt and he said,
Yes.
"This is salt." That's all I remember from the movie.
Oh, I remember that part too. Yeah. And then the British said, wow, he's got a lot of salt there. And they just left.
They're like, "Damn, this is getting to be a salty situation."
You know, Adam was all like, Sitch.
Mhm.
I want you to debate more. I want you to have more debates with people. And I was like, okay, let's talk to Jangles. And I was like, no, Sitch,
I said no.
don't do that.
I didn't
You were
say
so-
no.
Okay.
Wait, Doomer, why do you hate Django Unchained?
So I don't hate it. I think that it has the biggest writing flaws of any Tarantino movie, but Tarantino's my favorite director, so I don't like hate it. Right.
Name
just think
7
it's-
of the flaws right now.
Well, there's two really big ones. One is that the central narrative doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no reason to go undercover to try and like trick Calvin Candy to get Broomhilda. They can just walk up and buy her. Like, there's nothing about the plan makes. I spend like 10 minutes talking about why the plan makes no sense. The other problem is that Dr. King Schultz's character is like completely inconsistent. Like, if you look at the choices that he makes in the first half of the movie, he like walks onto Candy's ranch and just becomes a completely different character. Like, everything about his character is undermined. Those are the two main reasons.
You're 5
Nerd.
short, but you know.
I didn't like Reservoir
I made a whole
Dogs.
video on it if you want to watch it.
I'll watch it.
Everyone likes Reservoir Dogs. I'm like, that movie sucks.
Reservoir
I-
Dogs
I-
is good.
No.
I rewatched it. It was fine.
No.
I noticed 2 massive fucking plot holes though. It was kind of weird.
Mhm.
Like the whole movie is about them trying to get the fucking briefcase full of diamonds. If you watch fucking Mr. Pink drops the fucking briefcase full of diamonds, gets in a car and drives away. And then the briefcase just teleports to him. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, it's not a
Really?
plot hole.
Like,
That's
that's
just
a
like a
big
film.
deal.
A film.
That's not a plot hole. That's a continuity error.
right.
Sure. I mean, it's a pretty
Nerd.
big fucking continuity error. The-
Are you one of those people that calls everything a plot hole that is like not a plot hole?
I mean, I'm not. Are
It
you one of
is
those
kind
people
of
that
a
likes to
plot
argue about the
hole.
definition of plot hole?
Are
How's
you
it
that
not a
guy
plot
who
hole?
does the little Bing counter?
Are you
no.
Cinema Sins?
Are you
Is it-
Cinema
I'm not
Sins?
fucking CinemaSins? No.
Okay. You sound kind of like
the other one that I mean, I'm sure even you will concede is a plot hole. Is at the end, everybody falls down dead, but nobody shoots Nice Guy Eddie. He just like falls over. No one shoots him.
That's because the bullet was in his heart the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Tenet?
It was a reverse energy
I've heard
bullet.
I've heard Tenet is terrible from so many people. I have to think that's probably the case.
It's actually great, but just don't
terrible.
think about it. I like movies that you don't have to think about.
Great defense. Just don't think about it.
The Riggs Show for $5. Hey, Riggs says S-Class can't do simple math. Wow. I do know who's my cousin and who's not, so I guess I can do simple genealogy. Heyo, A-Train, all aboard. God, I love being 21 now. I also bought a gun yesterday. Anyway, hashtag wrench Riggs. There you go.
We got to get that straight because I feel bad. We've kind of threw Riggs under the bus on the last stream, and Riggs's cousin is second cousin by marriage. So totally fair game.
You're going to believe what a cousin fucker tells you, Adam.
Oh,
Well,
there was one point that was the most dodgy point for Jangles, and I wasn't in here when it happened, where he said he had no opinion on Kyle Rittenhouse. Come on.
Oh, okay. Why does he have an opinion on Kyle?
No, but it doesn't matter. But that's like the biggest dodge ever. The videos were out there. Is it self-defense or is it not?
Listen, Sean. We can't move. We can't make miracles. We can't move the ocean. Okay, we got to do what we can.
I talked to him in that Twitter space. He watched my videos. I'm pretty sure his lawyers watch my videos, and that's how they constructed their defense.
I mean, in general, I think it's perfectly fine to say you don't want to talk about something because you haven't done enough research. But
yeah, I agree.
I mean, do you think that like he knows about it and just is like hiding his power level? Is that
how do you not? I think that the correct position on Rittenhouse, the obvious and correct position on Rittenhouse, is something that is not tenable among his lefty circles.
Maybe.
Like you can't say it. I mean, just look at what happened to Destiny for pointing out that this is obviously self-defense. Just watch the videos.
Well, I'm curious. So I saw Jimmy Dore was covering it, but it seemed like most of his coverage was shitting on the Young Turks. And I'm curious how his audience took him. Did he say that it was obviously self-defense?
Yeah, he said he made a video where he said it was BS, and he played a compilation from like Matt Orfalo or whatever of Cross State Lines, which contained my Anna Kasparian Cross State Lines compilation within it.
Yeah.
So he said it was, but he said it like near the end. And what people got mad at Jimmy Dore for is when he was found not guilty, he was like, "Oh, I thought they were going to convict him of crossing state lines." People were like, "Oh, you can't joke about this." It's like, but it literally is a joke.
Right.
I'm
curious. Yeah, I was curious if his audience would be angry with him saying that it was obviously self-defense.
Well, he just said it was bullshit, like media bullshit.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Anyways, Dr. Diddler for $5 says A-Team tips waiters in exposure and drinks pickle juice recreationally. That's why S-Class is the best class.
Tips waiters in exposure. What is that? Like I take a picture and share it on my Instagram or something? I mean,
yeah, no. When the waiter comes over, you expose yourself to them and you say, "Drink it in, boys."
Okay.
There's your tip.
I like this Dr. Diddler guy.
I love Dr. Diddler.
Dr. Diddler's great, but that was a little over the top mean.
Wait, is Dr. Diddler somebody who is a doctor and diddles people, or is it somebody who diddles doctors?
We have yet to figure that out. But
so funny because he said he gets very triggered because that everyone always asks him that one question. So there you go.
Really?
Good job, Sean.
I hope no one asked him that in the chat.
Dr. Diddlerino.
Or on the Discords.
J-Mac for $50. Thank you so much, Jay. I'm sorry we couldn't read your super chats during the stream, but it was so contentious, so heated, so much energy flying. It just I couldn't interrupt it.
You read a $5 super chat from someone faking to be me. What are you talking about?
Well, listen, that was appropriate to the conversation. Okay. J-Mac for $50 says this super chat is for Chris Gard, Mordecai, and Justin Matthews. I'm doing a monetary free will exchange on their behalf.
Oh my God.
Merry
that's awesome.
Christmas. Well, look. Since Jay got 400 fucking free units of free will, that's more free will than people.
In the free will.
Okay, so he's very generously giving off 25 free units of free will to both Justin and Chris, the progressive musician. Risono Kairu for $5 says, maybe today don't quibble on definitions, don't talk over and past each other and respond to what is actually said. So I don't think we talked over each other. I don't think we talked past each other. But to me, so much of the debate is quibbling over definitions. I don't think you can get around that or away from that. At least that's my position on it. I just want there to be an admission of what CRT is publicly.
There is a little bit of, I mean, if you're going to define white people as racist, you technically are quibbling over definitions, right? I mean, you don't want that to happen, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So something that I've noticed happens a lot is that you will say something about CRT literature and you can back it up with a source, but there's sort of this defense of, oh, well, that doesn't represent all of CRT.
Yeah, no.
Then I would like to know what prescriptions, like what exactly does represent all of CRT, right? Because it seems fair to me if you could make an observation about the literature and back it up with 2 or 3 sources, right? That's enough to submit it into the record in the conversation, right? But it never really that never seems to be accepted. Which is sort of a problem with discussing this particular topic.
Yeah,
that happened to me. I did a debate and they were like, "You're just quoting the foundational scholars of the discipline. That's not CRT."
Is that the Destiny RGR debate?
Yep.
Okay. I have no public-facing position about that debate.
That happened in the same when we talked to Sam and I was right the other guy's name. About CRT was the same thing. I'd be reading sources and it's like, well, that's just one CRT person. You're like, okay, well, this is Kimberly Crenshaw and Derek Bell. I mean, I don't know how more foundational we can get here. So there is a lot of no true Scotsman going on.
It was like everybody that I mentioned. If you went on the Wikipedia, they would all be there. It's like the people there.
Yes.
Like they're like, that's just their opinion. They don't represent the whole discipline. It's like, I guess. And I knew they would be like prepared for like Robin DiAngelo and Ibram X Kendi. So I didn't have anything from them. Right. I wanted to go back to the original. So I'm like, okay, maybe they'll take this as a good fit. Nope.
That was such a weird debate because I had no fucking clue like why the fuck Destiny would even want to take that position at all.
Well, he backed off of it immediately. Afterwards, he talked about it on stream and he was like, basically started telling people we can't be supporting this anymore because it's optically so bad. They like had a stream going over like stuff after that debate specifically. And he was like, man, a lot of this is pretty fucking yikes. So,
yeah. Cullivar for $20. Thank you so much, Cullivar. Says, Sitch, please read this in a whiny voice. Okay. I just hate debate panels with more than 3 people. Like, what is that? It's so stupid. Looks at Adam.
Who would
Why don't you just read it in your
like
voice?
that?
Cullivar, your other A-team general.
Why? Why, Cullivar? Why? Et tu, Cullivar?
To be fair, I've literally said the same thing to Connor in DM, so it's kind of funny.
Well, we did. I mean, you could see the limitations of that format. We had 5 people talking at once.
The thing that I don't like is because we're all kind of we all have different points, but we're all kind of in the same page here. I don't like necessarily the hippy dippy streams where you got like 12 people that are all from different channels that all have completely different views on everything. And they're all just trying to say their one line, because they only have 10 minutes to talk about the subject. That's what I don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hippy dippy thing was the worst thing I've ever done on the internet.
See, there you go. Ringing endorsement right there.
I'm being dead serious. They had 12 people on the panel and they gave like the first topic 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's impossible.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I kept asking to be voted off the panel. And people kept voting me to stay. So I ended up going all the way to the end on that. And I was like, and they're like, you need to explain why you need to debate Vosh. And I'm like, I've already done that. And I'm pretty sure I could do that again if I just messaged him.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know this was the prize. You told me like an hour before to come on.
Yeah.
This is the prize? Jesus.
The Hippy Dippy Roundtable is a comedy show, though.
Yeah, of course not.
That's right. That's right. Riggs for another $5 says, I'm going to stop watching the live stream so I can listen to this at work tomorrow. Have fun. Adam should join us next time we play Jackbox, #WrenchRiggs. Yeah, Adam, you should join us.
I would. I was on terror working on the comic. So obviously,
There you go.
Yeah. And when I work on the comic, I get fucking wasted, and I can't play Jackbox when you guys are gonna win. Fuck that shit.
There you go. Kano for $5 says Matrix 4 Carmageddon. The new one is a straight white male that red pills out a sexually ominous black woman. 500 pennies for your thoughts.
What?
Wow.
Did,
Is
didn't
that
you,
real?
Didn't you hear the leak of the new Matrix that
No.
Trinity's going to be the real one?
Oh no.
Oh my God!
You're
Please
kidding
make
me.
it stop, Sean. Is that real?
No.
No, I just made that up.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Thank God.
I believe you though. I believe
It probably will happen. I'm sure there's a theory.
When
out
is
there.
that even coming out?
December.
This
December
month?
22nd.
Yeah.
Something like
Oh,
that.
okay.
It's coming straight to HBO Max.
I have
Is
like
it really?
Yeah.
You know what's great about the new Matrix sequel? We're going to have access to high definition video immediately. So us YouTube media video people we can
Make
a
our
video about
reviews.
that shit immediately. Yeah.
right.
Based.
I have my expectations for that are like in the dirt. I am
We should
assuming
watch
it's going
it
to be
and do
trash.
a show. We should watch it and do a reaction show.
We will.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to watch. I loved
Yeah.
the first Matrix and the second Matrix. I loved until I saw the third Matrix and realized, what the fuck? They set up a ton of really awesome shit in the second Matrix that they didn't pay off at all. It was completely disappointing.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I'm a one and done on the Matrix,
Yeah.
but I will watch 4. Like that, I Reloaded is so
You gotta
fucking
cringe
boring.
watch it, Sean.
Mhm.
It's gonna be the worst thing
No,
ever.
no, I will watch it, but I'm curious if they're gonna do the Matrix, whatever the one, because they don't call it Matrix 4, they call it like the Matrix, so you don't know you're
Mhm.
watching the fourth thing. I'm curious if it's a sequel directly to 1, like they're just gonna throw out 2 and 3, like how they
no,
how
no
they do
fucking way. No
you
way.
know they've done
It
that a
should
million
be-
times.
They're not
with,
gonna do it. Not gonna do
It
it.
should be Matrix with a 4 for an A.
I think it's gonna be
you
a
imagine?
direct sequel to the third Matrix, because if you remember the end of the third Matrix was there was supposed to be some agreement between the robots and the humans about how they could move forward in the future and create a better society, and this is probably what they tried to do.
Or he never left the Matrix in the Matrix movies, and the Scion was actually part of the other Matrix.
There you go.
Matrix.
That's
Was a
kind of what they
Matrix
set up
within a
in too,
Matrix.
but they never paid off. This is an interesting
They
idea.
also they never asked Lawrence Fishburne to come back. Like
Which is
somebody
crazy.
told me he was dead. I'm like, is he really? And no,
No.
he's still alive. They just found a younger black dude. They're like, you
It's
get
weird.
in there.
Wait,
Because
really?
he's
What the
literally
fuck?
the only actor I'd want to see again from the Matrix.
I agree.
He did
Reprise his
such a
role.
good job.
I don't
said
care
would
about
co-
anyone
He
else
said he
but
would have
the
came back in a second. They
Of
just never
course.
asked him.
It's insane. I don't care. I don't really give a shit about Neo or Trinity. I only liked Morpheus. Okay, everyone else can fuck off. Anyways,
Can you
That's
imagine
crazy.
making a Matrix where, like, it's Neo, and then Neo comes out actually as a sexually ambiguous black woman, and then the whole movie revolved around the oppression that the robots set this environment up where the person would think they were a straight white male, and then the reality.
oh my
sinks in.
God,
I will say
This
the
could be the
Trinity-
wokest movie of all time.
It's true. Remember, the Wachowski siblings said that the Matrix is about transes.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, I was about
But
to say,
Kind of
wouldn't-
brilliant.
What wouldn't okay, if someone's trans and it's the Matrix, are they actually trans, or is the Matrix making them think they're trans?
Oh yeah.
I don't know, but I
It
will
has
say,
like all sorts of bad like implications.
There's
I will say
Morpheus's
they-
ship, and there's a social justice ship that goes around and plays with people's programming just to fuck with them.
I will say they can't get Keanu Reeves to shave his beard from like John Wick look, but the Trinity chick actually looks good for her age. I was like, damn. I'm like,
Mhm.
I'm like,
Oh,
where
really?
you at? I'm like, come here often.
Really? Wow.
I never thought she was that
Sitch,
hot, but-
Sitch and
Well, she wasn't that pretty back in
Wow.
the day, but like now she's like 50 years old.
Sitch and Sean
true.
both like the MILFs. I like this. You guys
There
have
we
a lot in
go.
common.
Patrician taste. Okay. Andrew Haskins for $2 says burning witches involves science. Fire is science. There you go. It's true.
That's
very true.
basically that is exactly the stance that Jangles took. I mean, that's basically word for word what he said.
Lucas Henry for $5 says racism is funny and anti-racism has too many calories. There you go.
Interesting.
The Butter Handful for $2 says can't watch live, but I'm certain this will go bad.
You were right.
I think it went fine. I think it was fun. I was fine with it. Brain for $2 says moral foundation, collectivism / individualism. Should that be a moral foundation?
All of the moral foundations are designed to turn individuals into cooperative communities. So this is like, I don't get it. Like more the whole purpose of morality is to turn individualism into collectivism. Like
there does seem though to be people who are primed for collectivism and people that are primed for individualism.
I mean, if he's using like the communism
bewildered
version
herd
of collectivism, I don't necessarily know.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be communist. I mean, there's right-wing collectivism.
Sure, totally, yeah,
right,
yeah. I define,
NPCs.
Collectivism is basically putting the needs of the group over your own individual needs.
Right. But there does seem to be a moral foundation between that and, people who are individual, people, more libertarian-minded people.
Yeah, it's one moral foundation, liberty, oppression. Yeah.
Well, I see. It's just kind of baked in liberty, oppression. Okay.
But I mean, authority, subversion, loyalty, betrayal, sanctity, degradation, all those involve individualism versus collectivism.
Okay. Brain for $2 says, why is Adam so calm and collected? He needs more cowbells. There you go.
Yeah.
Were they watching the debate?
I love cowbell. I didn't, Doomer, everyone kept saying I was angry, but I really don't feel like I was that angry.
You should go back and watch it.
Really?
Yeah.
People were saying that I had
pretty fucking aggro.
Seemed pretty angry.
Wait, people were saying that I had like James Lindsay moments, but I don't like James Lindsay was angry and I thought like out of control. I don't feel like I was ever like out of control.
You weren't angry and out of control. You just like there would be a disagreement and you would go straight to like you're lying or gaslighting or whatever. That happened a couple of times. Every time I could see his face and he'd be like getting all fucking fired up, and then it's like, well, now he's gonna be all fucking fired up and you're gonna fire right the fuck back. And yeah, I don't know.
Unintentional.
It was a heated conversation.
See, we need a term for it because the gaslighters are the ones that actually wrote the text, and Jangles is just, repeating it. So he's not gaslighting, but he's.
You can't call him gassed because he might have a certain ancestry.
He's signal boosting.
God.
Yeah, that would not be a good term.
I don't think he does. He's from like the Midwest. They don't allow those people.
I give you the Jew pass.
How about vicarious? How about? I'm not gonna. How about vicarious gaslighting? How about that?
How about
gaslighting by proxy?
How about being litten?
No, that's too close to Sean. You're. Think about what Doomer just said and take it into consideration. Suggestion.
I know Jangles is from the Midwest. He's just straight up white. So, yeah.
So, Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain, for $20, says Jangles did an amazing no true Scotsman. True. Adam, control your elephant, but the stampede was entertaining. A-Team is finally good. There you go. You have a fan.
What?
A-Team has always been good. I'm tired of these fucking super chats.
I know. What's going on? No,
Doomer,
I love the super chats are great, but
Doomer, your media takes have been pretty bad.
Where are you getting
these suck? Does his video suck?
That video is awesome.
People in the chat write suck.
You seem to jump ahead. Did you read all these, or you?
Well, yeah, Crack Rock. No, I didn't. Crack Rock said he wanted me to make sure I read this.
Somebody called it stochastic gaslighting.
There you go. I like that. That's a good term.
I like that.
Stochastic gaslighting.
That's a good.
A full Boku no Pico review would be best for you. There you go,
gaslighting
Doomer.
by proxy.
Doomer, you should review Boku no Pico.
That sounds like some weeb shit.
It is.
Wait, Doomer,
my review is that anime is lame. That's my review.
Except for Akira, man.
Yeah.
Doomer, can I ask you a question?
How
old are you?
Mid-30s.
Oh my god.
What an old man. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a fucking
Jeez.
boomer.
What are you, an ageist, Sean?
No, I was not. I was going to determine what I was going to say next.
Sean is
That
only
wasn't the
15 years
answer.
old.
Yeah.
Well, no, my girlfriend's 15 years old.
Oh my God, Sean! Sean!
Oh no!
There's no way.
Christ.
There's no way that Surfs is not clipping that. Okay, there's no way.
There it is.
I remember when I was in Texas, I was like, and I brought my girlfriend. I'm like, it's her birthday's coming up. They're like, oh, how old is she gonna be? I'm like, 17. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, and it's cool because it coincides with our 6th-year anniversary.
Oh my God!
I just like walk away from the conversation.
No, Sean.
Oh my fucking God.
You're
Nice.
You're lucky they didn't call Child Protective
Jesus
Services
Christ.
on you.
Why? Who's this little Sitch that you have up here?
So, wait,
CT made that.
Oh.
so Sean, are you harboring some hatred against Zoomers? Is that what I'm getting?
He's jealous.
From wanting
No,
my
no,
age?
I'm anti-Zoomer. All these kids that could use the internets, and
Okay, good.
know
Because
know
fuck
about these
Zoomers.
social medias.
These
I-
fucking
Look at
Zoomers
this.
like Sitch that are leaking DMs and fucking don't
I
respect
know, that's
privacy.
the worst.
I know. I'm only
Fucking
12 years old,
Zoomers.
guys.
Wait,
Anti-privacy.
what's Sitch's actual age range?
12.
Are you younger than me, Sitch?
I'm 12.
I was
I'm a
actually
Zoomer.
asking for a real answer.
You guys are all the same age.
I'm about the same
basically.
age. Probably
Yeah.
around the same age as Doomer.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're okay. So you're older than me. So I'm the young one.
Yeah. Here's a young
Oh,
Padawan here.
Don't read
I'm the
the super
young
chat.
30-year-old
Interesting.
buck who's
I
not
hope
30.
if your girlfriend's 17, I hope you're the young one. Like Jesus.
Pacifarian Priest for $5 says, knowing nothing about what just happened, I blame Adam. Adam, calm down. This is why S-Class is the best class.
That's hilarious. I was getting heated.
There you go.
It was all in good fun though. I like to let my elephant trample the flowers every once in a while.
Was this like, never mind. Max Utabi for 10 Sardoses says, C cohort, best cohort.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means. C cohort?
I don't know.
Okay. Brain for no $2 says, I wish Adam would just go on the offensive here. Sleeping emoji.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Adam, come on.
Is that sarcastic? I need the little S, the little slash S
No.
at the end, Brain.
No,
Come
no,
on.
it wasn't sarcastic. Meet the Galaxy for $5 says, it's just a comedy show. We don't have real opinions or positions. True. That is completely true.
That's what Jangles was hiding behind though, and I didn't like it. I wanted him to take real positions.
Philanthes for $5 says, adding Adam was a mistake.
Oh my God, painful. How many of these can we just skip the ones that are mean to me?
No.
We have no super chats.
Sam Houston for $20. Thank you so much, Sam. Says at least when the Houston Texans prolapse on a football field, I know the Sunday streams from you guys will keep me going. S-Class is the best class.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Sam.
Yes.
You know, when you guys are sending pro S-Class super chats, I want you to know that Jangles is S-Class.
Yeah, exactly.
Just so you know.
Yeah. S-Class is Jangles class. Let's say that a couple times.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Since the word Houston got mentioned, Adam used to live in New York. I learned that last week or something.
Yeah. Houston.
That's right.
Is that's
That
not
was
the
last
proper
week.
spelling of
Yeah,
Houston, though?
exactly.
No, it is. It's Houston.
Are you're probably like well, I don't know how much you want to talk about where you live because I don't know, like
I'm in an outer borough. I'm not like an
Doxing,
elitist
yeah.
like you that can live in
well,
Manhattan.
no, I lived in Williamsburg for a while too. So
That's like even more expensive than Manhattan. So
now
you're like,
it
I didn't
is.
just
Now
live
it
there.
is.
I lived in the even
on.
more expensive part.
I don't
We
think
were-
Adam,
we were
when
res-
he was in New York, was living on the high life economic.
we were responsible for gentrifying Williamsburg actually. So
Yeah, that's why you hate critical race theory, because
There you go.
went into that neighborhood and you threw people out of their generational homes.
Yeah.
Adam,
You
how
put, and
could
put
you?
up you
We
put up
did.
frozen yogurt shops in their place.
We did.
Adam, how many elderly black people did you drag out of their homes, kicking and screaming?
What elderly
put a
black
nice
people
white family
doesn't
in there,
like
you
frozen
racist?
yogurt? Okay,
Okay.
come on.
Adam went to the place where jazz first premiered in New York City and was
Mhm.
like, you know, it'd be great if you could get yogurt for $12, put granola and Snickers bars on it.
That's right. You know that black people
Ah.
are disproportionately lactose intolerant. Okay, so obviously
Really?
this was really a conspiracy to give them gastric distress.
Oh my god.
Oh.
It wasn't.
That is
I didn't
true,
open a yogurt shop. Okay, I did see a couple, and I may
There
have
you
eaten
go.
there once or twice.
He may have went
Black
in there
people and
and dropped
Jews
2 paychecks on
disproportionately
it.
lactose intolerant. Adam, come on.
Yes.
Deprived Dolphin for $5 says A team comes mean, curb stomp the Marxist and offers helicopter ride.
Whoa. Okay, I like
Oof.
that. That's
That was pretty
good.
intense. Canned Rain for €2 says this debate proves that S class is greater than A team.
Look at that. These super chats are like dueling super chats.
I love it. I love it. Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says Sitch and Am last week. Quote, James is too triggered. He should let Jangles talk so that he can hang himself with his own position. Adam this week.
I guess you're right. I can take criticism. I'll take that criticism.
Good.
I'll listen back, and it better be bad. You guys better not be gaslighting me.
Go listen back to it.
It better be.
Go
it
listen
better
back
be
to it and tell
awful.
me in DMs that you were called.
It better be awful.
Mm-hmm. Brain for $2 says this mod's very biased. He overreacts to calm Adam.
Wait,
true.
is that an anti-Connor super?
That was an
I agree-
anti-Connor,
I agree
yes.
with that.
What was
Yes.
that? What's it say? Where is it?
I said Connor was very biased. He was overreacting to you being so calm.
Was I? I don't know.
Yep. Right. Brain for another $5 says etymologically, race dates back to the 1500s and refers to heritage, and all people with languages have a word for it. Jangles has a Eurocentric position. Yeah, so it's like this weird thing where, like, yeah, I understand that all cultures have had a term to refer to like different groups of people, but I think this specific thing of like classifying people along the colored races that he mentioned was what he was referring to. And I think that was created at that specific time period. At least
Yeah,
I think,
he was talking about the categories of like Chinaman,
yeah, white, black,
Na-
red,
Na-
and yellow. Yeah.
Indian,
Right.
I thought you
Thank
guys were
you.
gonna stop me after the first.
Oh no,
one.
I was gonna let you keep going.
Yeah, it's a good list of words.
Yeah. What makes the red man blush? But no, and I think even James Lindsay has agreed with that point. So
Well, James Lindsay, I actually liked his explanation where he's like, "This is a low resolution explanation for like differences that we saw in the world and don't quite understand."
yes, that is a good answer. That's a very good answer. I actually was planning, if we didn't have anything to talk about, which was hilarious, of playing Lindsay's explanation of CRT and saying, okay, Jangles, I want you to pause it and explain what you think's wrong here. Because in your guys' debate, the first one, I felt like he wasn't really specifically countering any specific point that James Lindsay was saying.
Did you guys see, speaking of Chinamen, which one of you guys brought up, did you guys see that Republican politician?
You mean
who-
Chinatown, the movie? What are you talking?
No, the Republican politician that used the term Chinaman, I think he was attacking like
okay.
Mitch McConnell,
Uh-huh.
and people told him
Recently?
that was an offensive term. This is when he was running for
This is
Senate.
an
yeah,
offensive
wow.
term.
Yeah,
right?
that was a couple of years ago, right?
Mhm.
And he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." He's like, "I meant to say China person." And
That's better. I mean, it doesn't sound like it.
I do remember that. Yeah, it was pretty
love-
funny.
I love old people sometimes.
Yep.
It's true.
The Real Hydro PX for $5 says, how do you guys like being cool with true racists like Jangles?
I don't like it at all.
Jangles is racist. Listen, I don't think Jangles is racist. At least that didn't come across in this conversation. I don't think.
Well, by CRT standards, he's definitely a white supremacist, though.
Well, that is true. You're right. He is a
Yeah.
racist. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. The Real Hydro PX for another $10. Thank you so much. Says everything about Jangles is confession through projection. He is the only person looking down on people of color. There is no evidence of racism. That is why you can't sue someone for calling you a racist. It's an opinion.
True.
That's just like your opinion.
Man, I do feel like there should be some way to sue media personalities like Joy Reid and what's his name?
Keith
Joe
Olbermann.
Scarborough.
Joe
And
Scarborough.
all those people.
Sue them all.
Who would continually say that Kyle Rittenhouse is some kind of white supremacist.
Yeah,
I do
agree.
think you should be able to sue for that.
Yeah.
Even though I know you can't right now.
Sue for
because that would just be an opinion. But
yeah, civil liberties are great and all, but
free speech is great and all, but Dra Sir for £5 says the prescription for disparate outcomes should be grass. Then everyone will be super chill. A-Team Manx Shakes Uyghurs Meat Pole Gleam. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ouch. What the fuck?
That was okay. Bastafarian Priest for $20 says, does calling something, quote, systemic racism mean it requires a race-conscious solution? That may be the disconnect on this. If you can address systemic racism by addressing poverty, why should you treat that as a racial issue? Yeah, that's a good point. And I thought at one point in the conversation, I was trying to get to that, and then we got off track. So
probably my fault.
Probably your fault. Trebacious T for €5 says, considering racism is an opinion, policing someone for racism is policing thought. Instead, guard against racial discrimination, which is an action.
Yeah, I agree.
There you go. Derek Drummond for $5 says, Jangles Unchained is the undisputed best Quentin Tarantino film ever made.
Wow.
Undisputed, huh?
Coming out strong there. That's an
Jangles Unchained, not Django.
That's yeah.
The Real Hydro PX for $5 says there's zero evidence of racism. It's a commie thing to control white people on half-whites or half-whites like Sean.
Oh my God.
What?
I prefer the term daywalker. Thank you very much.
Fucking all these half-whites like Sean running around. Sean Obama, all these half-whites running around here.
Daywalker. That's kind of cool.
Lucas Henry for $5 says Jangles is a beta. He's been in a defensive posture this entire stream and this stream is a complete jogger moment, to be honest. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
I know. My goodness.
Jesus, Lucas. J-Mac for $20. Thanks, Jay. Says the solution for the racist laws is easy, but not so easy for the not racist law. Disparate outcomes can and are multivariable, which is why many of us liberal-minded people have reservations. See Harvard and Asian denial. That's true.
Right
that was
on
brought
the
up in
money.
the original debate too. Yeah. And Jangle said he doesn't support that. The Real Hydro PX for $5 says it's right or wrong, good or evil. Only commies like Jangles use words like racism to control how people think. Well, maybe racism. I guess the left does like to use the term racism to
be denying
promote behavior, and that's why I think the term systemic racism is so useless.
Well, he agreed that racism was overused.
Yeah, but they also both agreed that the term systemic racism is kind of dumb and doesn't produce what they want it to produce.
So basically, be anti-CRT would be a good advice for Jangle.
I would think. Death by Sloth for $5 says, so tripping accidentally into someone and deliberately punching someone both count as an attack because that someone ends up injured? Yeah, it shouldn't. Yeah, that's true. That would have been a good counter to the whether the law is intentionally racist or not question.
Yeah.
Pastafarian Priest for $5 says, Pet Casey discussed the grandfather clause. They didn't mention race, but they were racist laws. What explains this? I think it may help. So there were laws, especially that were designed to target race that didn't mention race. But fortunately, we live in a society where our judges can look at the laws and say, oh, even though this law doesn't mention race, the obvious intention was to target race. And then they can say, fuck this law and throw it out.
Yeah, people played like this weird game where they'll cite something like the grandfather clause, which for those of you who don't know, after black people got the right to vote in the Constitution, a bunch of southern states said, well, you had to show that your grandfather voted so that way you can vote, which verifies your citizenship. And now obviously if you were a slave yesterday, your grandfather didn't vote for anything. So like that was the trick, but that was obviously an end around a specific constitutional amendment meant to protect black people's right to vote. And that's like not something that's slick when they use something like the grandfather clause, which is obviously racially oriented. It's like, you know, because black people ended up taking over and electing senators and congressmen, etc. They use that to say, oh, so this law that says that you can't murder people is just like the grandfather clause because look at the disparate outcomes.
Well, I think they cite it in terms of like, oh, you think color blindness will work? Well, look at the grandfather clause. This is a quote colorblind law. And it's like, but it's not. And everyone knows what the intention of the law is, and our courts recognize the intention of the law and they throw it out. Yeah. It's the same thing with that voting law, the voter law, that voter ID law that Jangles talked about in your first debate that the courts threw out.
Yeah, and if anything, that highlights the importance of intent over impact.
Right.
Yeah.
Vile Van Gogh for $5 says, Beast Wars. Dun, 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 dun.
Yep. Great show.
Who was your favorite Beast Wars character, Sean?
I don't watch that.
Who was your favorite Beast Wars character, Doomer?
What is Beast Wars?
Who was your favorite Beast Wars character, Adam?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Maybe Night Scream?
Okay, obviously the answer is Dinobot. All wrong.
Dinobot? I mean, that guy
Dinobot.
was annoying as fuck.
He had the same voice actor as Vegeta. Okay.
Dinobot?
And he was a Velociraptor.
Yeah, Vegeta was annoying as fuck.
I mean,
Wow.
Night Scream was like the emo kid.
That was in the second. That was in the second series.
Doomer, maybe your media takes are terrible. Vegeta's like the only person with like a character in Dragon Ball, like a character arc.
You say this like I've seen Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
The only good moment in DBZ, which I think I'm reading into and didn't actually happen, was when you think Vegeta's taken over by Majin Buu and he kills all the people in the audience. And you're like, oh, he did it because he's evil. And then Vegeta's like, well, no, I've actually was never good. I was just waiting for my chance to fight you, Goku.
Yeah.
This whole time you assumed I became a good guy, and that never happened.
Yeah, where he's like he gives the speech to Goku where he's like, I thought you became more powerful because you had like a family and people you cared about.
Yes.
He's like, so I had a family and I didn't get any stronger. It's like, that was stupid. And my favorite thing is when he gets taken over by like the Bobbity and for the power upgrade, and then Bobbity orders him to do something, and he's like, listen up, idiot. You may have I may have literally let you take over me like from the soul level and all that, but like I'm a Saiyan, so I have pride, so that's not gonna work on me anymore.
My Saiyan pride is more powerful than mind control. Yes.
It's like, and it's so like epic and all that. Like he flips out.
But then it turned out that wasn't really the case, because then that's when he cries and sacrifices his life for Trunks and everyone else.
It turns out, oh yeah, the fact that he was like evil along, but it was the case that like he can, if you're a wizard who could take over people's bodies and give them a power upgrade, Vegeta's pride is so strong.
Yeah, I know, it's
that
ridiculous.
He can get the power upgrade but not be taken over.
Right. Well, I just like that it was because all of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z is just Goku turning bad characters into being his allies. So I just like the subversion of, oh, Vegeta was actually just evil the whole time. You stupid idiots. But then it turned out that wasn't the case.
Yeah, well, every arc he takes somebody with him, like from the villain side.
Right. Well, in the original Dragon Ball, yeah.
And from the original Dragon Ball all the way through to the Z.
Well, not in every arc. No, he doesn't. Because in the Saiyan and Frieza arc, only Vegeta would be the person.
Yeah, he takes Vegeta with him. In the Android arc, Android 18 comes with them.
That's Krillin, okay, because he's such a Chad.
I'm just saying that side takes them.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Krillin knocked up a robot. Just think about fucking.
That's true. Chad moved there.
How hardcore his little Krillin penis.
You do like like right-wing politics stuff and like anime reviews on your channel? Is that what's up?
No, I don't do anime reviews. I watched Dragon Ball Z as a kid, and occasionally I see clips or whatever that are circulating on the internet. But like,
it brings back the nostalgia.
Oh, and I watched the Naruto. I watched it.
Oh, I never watched.
How was the Naruto?
It's a good show. And narratively speaking, the show is over after the pain arc, and because that's when he accomplishes everything. And then I think there's something like 300 episodes after that I didn't bother to watch.
Don't really exist. Ginger Must Prime for 30 Aussies says, ask if an explicitly racist law like Jim Crow results in less disparity in outcomes compared to a colorblind modern law, which they would consider the most racist law. Their logic would imply the colorblind is more racist. Yeah, that's true. And that's a big problem with looking at it from this outcomes perspective. Doesn't make sense.
So people are ewing Naruto in the chat. Listen up.
Yeah, I'm ewing Naruto
in the beginning. Go watch.
You're wrong.
Go watch the tuning.
I watched the first 10 episodes. I said this is garbage.
No, 10 episodes. Go to the tuning exams. Watch like the Rock Lee Gar fight. You'll be hooked.
You got to get into at least episode 100 before the show picks up.
In the beginning, way back when.
Are you leaving, Doomer?
Pretty soon, yeah. But this is pretty amusing.
Okay. In the beginning, like way back when.
Yes.
This was a show that was all about tactics. It was ninjas and all that. It wasn't about super Dragon Ball Z style power-ups where everybody became useless. Then it's like a curse with all these animes. And this is why I abandoned the Japanese is because everything becomes Dragon Ball Z and then it sucked.
There you go.
All of a sudden,
Sean,
it wasn't tactics, but that's like hundreds of episodes in, and you skip most of them anyway because they're filler.
You've got to hear your calling. Okay, you need to make a video called "The Day Naruto Died." Right? You need to get your thoughts out to the world about this.
You know what's funny is I made a like randomly, and I forgot there was some big news item going on, and I was like, I really want to talk about Superman because I don't like the way that Superman movies are going. So I just released like a 45-minute Superman video.
I saw it. It was a good video. Yeah.
Yeah. And then people were like, I didn't ask for this. And I was like, you're fucking banned.
John Smith in the chat says, I watched 400 episodes of Naruto and it all sucked. There you go.
Shut up.
Explains why you watched 400 of the fucking episode.
Listen, watch Konosuba. Yeah, you should watch Konosuba. Way better.
Yeah. All right, well, I do have to peace out. So I'll see you guys later.
Thanks
for having me on.
Thanks for coming.
Later.
Yeah.
Take care, man. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys later.
Peace out. Sean, watch Konosuba. And Doomer.
Excellent.
I said watch Konosuba, Sean.
I like the Death Note show. Like you guys watch Death Note, right? 35 episodes in and out.
First arc is really great. Second arc is okay. And the third arc is, whatever.
Yeah, Death Note. Yay.
Adam, you never watched that? Go on Netflix and watch it. Don't watch the movie.
Just watch the anime?
Just watch the anime.
It's only 35 episodes and they're all 20
great.
minutes long. And even the English dub is great because it's done by Adult Swim.
Well, I do like that it has an English dub.
Let's not get crazy here. The Japanese dub is like 1,000 times better. As
the Japanese isn't a dub, you fuck.
Japanese
That's
sub
just the original language.
is 1,000 times better. Okay.
Well, you want to watch the English dub with the Japanese subtitles? That's
what I want to watch.
Yeah. I'm learning Japanese though. I think it's working.
The Real Hydro PX for $5 says the fact that no one can sue Jangles for defamation shows you that racism is not real and it's only an opinion.
True.
Bjorn Kazark for $5 says, what is a core tenet of CRT that is unique to CRT that justifies its use over civil rights style liberal racial theory? That's a great question.
Yeah.
It's a great question. I feel like I tried to ask that question to Sean. Not you, Sean. The other Sean. In that conversation. I don't think I got an answer. The Real Hydro PX for another $10 says, I would love to hear the truth coming out of these down low racist patronizing whites. Jangles, I would love for you to go into any black community and talk the way you do about black people.
Oh, I know. I know. So patronizing.
Pastafarian Priest for $5 says, hashtag Adam can't hunt. I don't know what that means.
Adam can't hunt. Huh?
You can't hunt, Adam? They're not allowed.
All right. I've been hunting before. I've been hunting quail and I've been hunting deer.
Mm-hmm.
I hunted fishes once.
I hunted fish. I did some fish hunting.
Really?
Yeah.
I ended up getting arrested because apparently you can't bring a gun into the aquarium.
Yeah. That sucks.
Amoeba Sheep for 50 knock knock says, "Hey, my first live stream. I've heard that if you showed up and aren't Doomer, you get a wrench." I'm ready, guys. All my love to Actual Justice Warrior. You rock.
Oh, by the way, little known fact: if you go to the aquarium in Dallas, they let you touch the fish.
All of the fish, or just some of the fish?
Just a bunch of them, and then this struck me as a little odd. And they're like, "Bro, this is like a private aquarium. Some guy owns all these animals." He's like, we could let you punch him for all we care.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
What?
That's how you're gonna get fish.
You can touch
AIDS.
you can touch a shark in there. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Texas is crazy.
I've been to aquariums where there are some fish. They have like the manta rays and stuff you can touch.
I think I've been to that aquarium. And touched some fish, but there was only like the flat stingray fish. There wasn't sharks. Maybe there was some sharks in there actually.
Well, in Boston, I was able to touch sharks and stingrays. Maybe I'm confusing that because the Dallas aquarium, if I remember correctly,
pretty sure
had a whole bunch of birds.
Yeah, they have like
that's not a
and
fish.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, no, it had birds and it had a puma, which is like the most Texas.
Aardvarks. They have all kinds of crazy.
These are
shit.
opposite of fish.
No. That's the thing. It's like Texas. They don't care. They're like aquarium. I guess that's like a zoo.
I
like,
swear I've been to that aquarium and it's amazing. It's an amazing aquarium.
Cool.
I went there. I went there when I was in Texas and I did like
mushrooms.
I did the You Are Here show, which is hosted by Sydney Watson and Elijah Schaefer. And Sydney Watson's an Australian. And I don't know anything about Australia except crocodiles, Steve Irwin, and that they have like ground nesting birds. So I just like sent her pictures of all of them. I'm like, how many of these birds do you have? And like, she doesn't talk to me anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Probably... When you realize how many birds are there's like 600 of them. So, I was just constantly bothering them. And then the restraining order got filed.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. And then the non-disclosure agreement, so I'm not even allowed to talk about it. Yeah.
Well,
how was did you go on a date with her? How did that turn out?
No. Don't. I've been seeing the same woman for years. Don't shut up, Adam.
Yeah, Adam, what are you trying to do?
You're
here?
the one sending her unsolicited bird pics.
Yeah, but that's one thing,
I mean, I don't know. It's like
unsolicited cock pics. Yes.
No, jeez.
Well, what you call it? Do you guys know who John Doyle is?
Yeah, we did a stream on his debate with the crazy lady.
Oh, well, John had a car accident recently.
Oh,
so I look for pictures of the car when it, that same model car when it was like not broken, and I send them to him. I'm like, this is what you used to have.
That's so cruel.
He's okay. Just so you guys know.
What precipitated you doing?
Oh, well, I first heard that he was in an accident, and then I asked him if he was okay. And he told me he was hit by he told me he was hit by a woman, and like this is how
That's why women shouldn't drive.
Yeah, women drivers, and I was like, I agreed. Then he sent me pictures of his car for no reason, so I was like, oh, I guess I gotta send him.
Gotta respond like with like. I mean,
gotta send him pictures of a car that's similar.
Yeah, there you go.
Bully him.
Yep. I'm all for bullying John. I think he's crazy. Dragon for 50 Ronins says, from Romania, we have the same situation where Gepspies? Is that supposed to say be gypsies? With gypsies, like you have with blacks. I don't like the way this is.
I know, this isn't going well at all.
We are racist. No.
Oh, God.
Okay, I'll just get to read this. I do not support or condone this. We are racist because their culture is horrible. So unless they change, I won't respect them or give them reparations.
Oh my God.
This is the thing that it's like you can't paint all of the culture as the bad culture.
Right.
This is what bugs me. So obviously.
And look, you can have negative cultures. It has nothing to do with race. because nothing to do with race.
I know this throws Thomas Sowell under the bus right here.
Well, gypsies aren't, they're not white.
Oh, okay. I don't know the rules here.
Is
Richard,
gypsy? I
Richard
think
Spencer.
I don't know.
Get out the color sheet.
I'll tell you a gypsy story real quick.
Gypsies,
Okay.
but gypsy's not like a race though, is it? It's like it is a culture.
No, it is.
Correct?
It is. It's like a subspecies.
Subspecies? Excuse me.
No, okay. All right, I'm just kidding. But no, when I was in Rome, I saw like this woman that looked like she was like out of a stereotypical like depiction of a gypsy.
Mhm.
And she like screamed at me in like the square where all the people are there to like scam the tourists and all that.
Right.
And I just walked up to her. I was like, "Ma'am, you're offensive. Like, it's 2019. You can't be looking like this like right now." And I sent her away. But then her little gypsy grandchildren pickpocketed me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
There
say.
you go.
How pickpocketed did you get?
You should have told those kids. You should have yelled at those kids if they ran away with their money. You're just reinforcing negative stereotypes.
That would have been great.
No, but a lot of the
epic.
anti-gypsy thing is like a peddler like kind of thing because they sell stuff. It's the same thing that Thomas Sowell talks about a lot. I'm sure they're fine people, and
I've seen
sometimes
the
their
movie
women are
Snatch.
really hot.
Yes. David C for $20. Thank you, David. Says, I assume everyone here knows the 1350 statistic. Jesus. So should we get rid of certain crime laws because of the disparate outcomes for black people? Question mark. John Smith for $5 says, happy last night of Hanukkah. Sitch. Thank you, John. I didn't even realize it was the last night of
Hanukkah is over already?
Apparently, this is the last night of Hanukkah.
That's it?
Yes. This
It's
is
not even
it.
Christmas yet.
I know. What do you think? It's the whole month of December is Hanukkah? I mean, that'd be pretty based.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
Zach replies for $20. Says, culture is the actual problem. It has been hijacked by the industries of this world and has done nothing but created a type of Hegelian dialectic. There is no unifying culture anymore. That's not good. Character is greater than culture.
Yeah, we're for it. This is why we were talking about assimilation. I mean, we're for a unified culture. That culture has to be dignity culture,
Right.
not honor culture.
Right. True. David C for $20 says, so because black people were doing better before Jim Crow, then does that mean it was a policy problem? These things are the problem with only, this is the problem with only looking at disparate outcomes between groups.
I do want to make it clear they weren't doing better before Jim Crow. People weren't doing better in this country as a general rule before like 1960. If you look at after,
that's what I was gonna say. Jeez, they were all fucking.
But they were pulling themselves out of poverty, and they were on a better trajectory in the 20 years leading up to the Civil Rights Act compared to the 20 years after.
Sure, but again, and we've had this conversation, I think a lot of that's just because the economic situation changed so rapidly in the 70s.
Yep.
That it really fucked over specifically black people who didn't have any intergenerational wealth or property ownership to fall back on.
Right. Yeah. And then Reagan came in and fucking did away with a bunch of programs and shit like that.
I can hear that. I can hear it.
Sean doesn't like that.
Euro Games for $50. Thanks so much, Euro. Says, I come from a household that speaks a dialect of English most Americans can't understand. I am the only person in my family that went through a rigorous phonics curriculum and happened to be the person who earns the highest income by age. Well, that's great.
Yeah.
That
sounds like John McWhorter.
Yeah.
John McWhorter's message right there.
Well, I mean, and that's what's funny about, the eubonics conversation too. I mean, there's a whole bunch of white dialects that are like, I hear like, you go in some like redneck places. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah, totally.
It's just so
totally
right. So it's the same issue. It's the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Guy for $20 says bullfighting is amazing. F you.
Oh yeah, what was up with that? He was hating on the Spaniards. Like, bro, they colonized all of South America. If they want to fight bulls, they could do whatever they want.
Oh, this must have been when I went to the bathroom. Who brought up bullfighting?
Connor was talking shit about bullfighting. He was like, it's like, bro, like they do that even in Texas a little bit. It's called a rodeo. It's like, you freaking racist.
Well, I'm a bleeding heart lefty, I guess. I don't like the senseless killing of animals unless I'm going to eat them.
Dude, the bullfighting, they kill people. Like, if people want to run from the bulls and like have random Spaniards get killed because of it, Like that.
Well,
if
you're
anything,
talking about
that
the
helps-
running of the bulls or bullfighting?
That helps the animal's confidence because like the animal wins a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
What do they do with the animal that wins? I bet they put him down.
No, it keeps going
breed
until
'em.
it loses. It's like a
Oh, really?
it's like a coliseum.
First of all, the Spanish, like when they fight the bull, like the bull is ready to kill you, right? That's its strategy. If it beats the little guy with the red cape, it wins. If the Spanish guy dodges him, then that's considered a win. So like it's not like they're like fighting the bull to the death. Like
I thought they stabbed the fuck out of the bull.
The bull
with little
wants
swords.
to neutralize
What
the
kind of
threat.
bullfighting are you watching, you
I-
animal?
The one where they stabbed the bull with a bunch of swords.
What, you monster?
If it was
yeah.
just them dodging the bull, who cares?
They
No
killed
one would
the-
care then.
They killed
Yeah.
the bull.
I'm-
The bull bleeds out. What are you talking about?
I don't
Sean?
think in Texas they have the same kind
No,
of
no,
bullfight.
no. I'm talking about in Spain. I watched a ton of cartoons that reference Spanish bullfighting.
Well,
Mhm.
cartoons.
And at no point did they stab the bull.
You know what? That's true. I've seen many Bugs Bunny cartoons where he's a bullfighter and he does
Yeah.
not stab the bull. That's true.
You're right. That
That's
would
true.
be too cruel for cartoons. Real life is much more cruel than cartoons, though.
Everyone
Oh
in the
my
chat saying
God.
they do stab the bull.
Everybody
Yeah.
in the chat is wrong, and they just ruined my childhood.
So I was just like, wait a minute, I've been lied to this.
This
whole
is the
time.
thing, Sean. It's so cruel because the bull slowly like loses consciousness from being bled out.
Mhm.
I can't believe the Spanish are such savages in my motherland. God,
The
You know, it's
bull,
one thing-
sometimes the bull just falls over from just like bleeding to death, and then the Spaniard goes over and cuts his
That's true.
throat.
They do eat the bull afterwards, but it
Yeah,
still
I think-
seems kind of
I think
It's-
they
it's like-
throw a fest. They throw a feast with
Yeah.
the bull, right?
right.
it's one thing to take over all of South America and institute an authoritarian government, but it's another thing to be just stabbing bulls.
That's right. My favorite team growing up was the Chicago Bulls, so I'm very extra offended by this. It's almost like they are stabbing Michael Jordan, my hero.
It's just like when
Jer-
you order bull on the restaurant menu. That's when the thing begins. That's how they make the bull.
I've never seen bull being offered on a restaurant
That's
menu.
the first step of the banquet. Oh, you ordered
Somebody-
the bull? Matador
some-
goes out and bleeds him to death.
Somebody said, "Why do you think the bull is angry?" Because it's a bull. It's always angry.
Why do you think that's why they call it a bull? Because it's a bully.
Yeah. Wah,
Derek
wah.
Drummond for $5 says, for being a teacher, Jangles sure says, quote, "You're incorrect a lot. That's a big no-no in pedagogy." Well, we'll tell him that.
Oh, really? Is it?
Can you imagine if Jangles had a student like Adam? Oof.
He was called. He called you stupid. He called you flat out stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he was wrong. And then he was stupid. So it was
What
okay.
was really weird is when he called you guys stupid gays. I was like, Jangles, wow. And he was like, no, he has the gays pass. So.
I thought that was bad. I didn't think that was as bad as when he dropped the N-bomb. So
He dropped an
Oh.
N-bomb? Where was I? What are you talking
I don't know.
about?
I thought that's why you got so upset.
He did? Really?
He just he said it like 5 times in a row, and I was like, Jangles, you trying to get us kicked off of YouTube? What's going on
Bullshit.
here?
That never happened.
It totally happened.
Nah.
Diogenes for $10 says, I'm just waiting for the quote, "I'm not racist, my wife's Asian" argument. Also, A team fights bulls with only the red shorts on because it's more of a challenge.
Hell yeah, that's right. I don't use swords. I use toothpicks.
95 Keat for $5 says, quote, "Are you beginning to realize that you're wrong?" Says Jangles moments before the book talks about segregation.
Oh, that
yeah, I
was
noticed
so
that.
good when you read.
I noticed that,
when
but I
you
didn't.
read. Oh,
I didn't want to rub it in his face. Listen,
oh,
I'm a nice guy.
I wanted to rub it in his face.
I'm a
It was
nice guy.
fucking great. Oh God, you made him look so foolish.
Yeah, he did. I meant to get back in it because he did kind of move the goalpost on the the book is not advocating for separatism over assimilation. And then the goalpost was kind of moved to, well, assimilation is the normative mainstream view. and that's why
That
the
was
book
a
doesn't talk
total
about it.
move. That was a dodge, move, the
that's true.
goalpost, pivot,
That's true.
whatever you want to call it.
Yep. Roland Rush for $5 says, Jangles, kids are not being educated because education is a graduate level course. There you go. Fair.
He thought that was a big gotcha too.
It was not. Yes.
Yeah, it was not a big gotcha.
Brain for $2 says so much nuance. One Quim, who I missed one of his super chats last week, right? And you sent it to me. This is from last week. One Quim.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
For $50.
I know. How do we miss that?
$50.
We're fucking crazy. I know.
Why is it Osco about? Why is Sean in this? He wasn't on last week. What's going on here? It's like he saw the future.
Is it Sean?
Adam, how do I get on the Thursday live stream? I want to slap you around about automation or libertarianism.
You DM me. I have the next 2 weeks lined up. So, but DM
Wait,
me.
Adam hates the robots?
No, I love the robots.
He thinks it's going to happen a lot quicker than I think it's going to happen. Basically, that's the only disagreement.
You know what I learned?
Tiny
disagreement. You know what I learned, guys? It's apparently taking the Japanese a really long time to make the sex robots because they're trying to make sure that they can talk better. But like, who wants a woman that can talk? Sitch, same time.
Yeah,
damn it.
I got you. I saw that joke a mile away. Also, Ray Kurzweil's a joke. Who's Ray Kurzweil again?
He's a futurist.
Oh, that was the futurist prediction guy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
S class is the best class. Also, ask Sean about why the 17th Amendment should be repealed.
Sean.
Oh, well, the 17th Amendment allows the direct election of senators instead of it being chosen by the state legislatures. And because of that, number one, the Senate confirms Supreme Court justices and other nominees from the executive branch. And that's a check on executive power, on federal power from the states. That's just gone now because now senators are elected directly. So they're federal agents. So a lot of people like to complain about how the Supreme Court tends to side with the federal government more than the states. It's like, yeah, because you removed a major check and balance that would have had the states have influence on the court. So yeah, you should definitely remove it. It's ridiculous. If they're going to be directly elected, then why even have a Senate separate from a House if they're not going to be structured differently? And it also makes people not vote in their local elections because they obsess about the national, and so much of your politics is local.
So you're saying that we should vote at the local level, and those people we vote for will nominate our senators or appoint our senators or something?
Your state legislatures are supposed to select your senator and send him to Washington because the senator is actually a delegate of the state.
So, but wouldn't our state legislatures then be running on, I will appoint this senator or that senator? And
I mean, if that's an issue, then that's fine. The point is that they're supposed to be a delegate of the state, advocate for the states. You're trying to use the desire for power at the local level, the state level, as a check on the desire for power at the federal level. So like, the founding fathers weren't dumb. They knew that people in government were power hungry and ambitious. So they created the Senate in such a way that the negative ambitions of the states and the federal government would act as a check on one another.
Do you have an opinion on that, Sitch? I mean,
well, I'm not sure I see what the difference,
what
the actual difference would be, and how they would behave.
So if they're appointed by the state legislature, they could theoretically be recalled by the state legislature, and they're subservient to that role. When you're elected by the population of your state,
they can't be recalled.
Maybe you could, but like when you're elected by the population of your state, you're not subordinate to your state. It's for the general electorate, and most of them aren't.
Why would you not be subordinate to your state? I don't get it.
Well, you'd be subordinate. Well, it's different. You'd be subordinate to the people who voted for you versus the state legislature,
right?
Which is probably better.
Which I think most people like that, but I mean, would you get an issue where like, what if the state legislature shifts between Republican and Democrat? And since the senators are only elected every 6 years, I mean, are they going to just start recalling people because of the wrong party?
Well, it typically states that have recalls have a high threshold for recalls. But the reason people think they like that is because they're like, yay, democracy, but in reality, the Senate has a specific function in our government. and you're removing a giant check and balance. For instance, the fact that they're supposed to confirm the judges for the federal courts, which are supposed to adjudicate disputes between the states and the federal government. Now that's all done by federal government officials rather than the president, who's an agent of the federal government, and confirming it through the states. Like, there's a reason that our judicial nominees don't get confirmed by the House because
I kind of understand what you're saying.
They specifically didn't want that to be subject to the whims of the majority, and like we kind of totally changed that.
I understand like the theory of what you're saying. I don't see what. I'd have to see an example of like how you think they would act differently to really.
Well, I mean, just they changed the way the Senate works in like during the Progressive era,
yeah,
in
I
like
understand
1913,
right?
And you just look at the way that the court has tended toward federal power post that change, as opposed to pre that change.
When was the 17th Amendment passed?
In like 1913, around there, Woodrow Wilson era.
I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
I mean, you have things that should not exist if you had one half of the legislative body of the federal government existing, which is like unfunded mandates to the states. If the states have their own representatives in the Senate, then you wouldn't have things like that. But yeah, it's structured specifically. The reason we have the states are represented equally in the Senate is because the Senate is supposed to represent the states, not the people.
Yeah, I understand. So no, I understand like the logic of what you're saying makes sense. I'd have to really dive into what would be the actual practical difference.
Well, I mean, it's also like the structure of our government doesn't make any sense. The fact that we changed it.
Well, this one element doesn't make sense.
Well, it's a huge element.
It doesn't coincide with the original intention, I guess.
But if you're gonna have the House elected by the people, and then a separate chamber with separate powers delegated, like, so for instance, the spending power must originate in the House because that is the people, but you're going to delegate separate powers to a separate chamber. It makes sense for there to be separate instruments to allow them to come to Washington in the first place.
Perhaps, maybe. I don't really have a strong feeling about it either way. But it's an interesting idea. One Quim for another $20. Thank you, One Quim. Says Connor is spineless. Wow.
What?
And nothing more than a moderate. He is that centrist meme in human form. Oof.
Ouch.
One Quim hating on Connor.
I'm just kidding.
Wow.
I would hype up more that like I don't like Connor like for entertainment value, but he doesn't have any sense of humor. So
Connor doesn't?
No,
I honestly thought Connor got more triggered than me, to be honest with you. I thought
he always does. He's always at like at least 85% triggered.
He got way more triggered than me. I thought it was funny.
Listen, I'm not willing to follow you down that path, Adam, but he was triggered at some point, sure.
What do you mean? More triggered than me?
Yeah, I'm not willing to.
Do you think I was? Do you really think I was triggered? Come on, I was just hamming it up. I wasn't triggered.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
I was just hamming it up. I know how to roll here.
Him is all just bad cop. I get it. It's all an act. It's
you
a
said
comedy
you
show.
told you said he's the bad cop. You told
I
him.
did say that. I did
straight
say that.
up.
That is true. That's true.
Connor's a nice enough fellow. Who didn't love that Tales from Two Rabbits or whatever debate?
That was one. Yeah, that was a fantastic debate.
Why did
that was amazing?
He should. I said, who didn't love it? Like everybody
did. Yeah, we all loved it.
Understate for 20 Canadian says triggered Adam equals best Adam. A train sounding louder. Glide on the A train.
All aboard.
There you go. Hassan's stepsister. That's right. Hassan's own stepsister for $20. Thank you so much. Says Sitch. My mom ran into your dad at the supermarket, and I think they hit it off. I believe soon I might be your stepsister too.
Oh my God.
Listen,
shit.
Listen, my dad is in a loving long-term marriage with my mom. Okay. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon, despite the wily charms of your own mother, Hassan's stepsister.
Could change.
Okay. One Quinn for $20 says, "Someone wake Doomer up. I want to ask him if he saw Kraut's tweets about Aiden." I'll DM him that. Also, LSP and Kraut are terrible people, and Jangles is a snake, not a weasel. Wow.
Oh, snake.
Oh
I like
my
that
God,
better. I don't like
so
all
much-
this throwing weasels under the bus.
What was
I think that's homophobic. The fact that you called him a snake.
Homophobic?
What was
Homer?
what was Kraut's tweets about Aiden? What was the drama?
I'm not sure. Interesting. Kraut saw our show with drunk Aiden was upset.
I hope not.
Yeah, that was a fun.
Is that about that that whole Aiden controversy from a few years back, where that stuff was put into the public that was controversial?
I saw a tweet about. I saw
commercial.
I saw a tweet from Kraut saying that Kraut was not going to do culture war stuff anymore, and that he was interested in basically burying the hatchet with everyone, not really wanting to get in scuffles with other creators. So
okay,
Right.
That's good.
I don't know anything about it, so I was just seeing.
I know. I can
Somebody's
tell.
asking in the chat if you saw Carlin's latest tweets. If you're talking about Carlin Borsenko tweeting out about how, or it's people making fun of her video where it's like conservatives are canceling me because I'm not a Christian. Yes, it is hilarious. Yes, people sent it to me. Yes, I am an atheist who has not been canceled by any conservatives.
Yeah, she had a tweet where she was saying totally incendiary stuff about the Holocaust. I thought that's what she was getting in trouble for.
Well, she did a stream where she said it was because she's not a Christian, which is what people were mocking on the internet.
I don't think it's because she's not a Christian. I think it's
no. It's not because she's not a Christian, but she did a stream saying it was because that was the reason people were coming after her, because conservatives didn't like her because she's not Christian. That's just not true.
Yeah. How does Jangles ask us if we're conservative? How does he not know that we're not enlightened centrists? I don't know if he's
I don't know if Jangles is a leftist or LSP. So I guess we should ask that, but
it's really immaterial to the debate, though. I mean, that's why I was like, why are we even asking this stuff?
Anyways, the Real Hydro PX for $10. Thank you. Says, Jangles, sometimes I wish he had. Oh, Jesus Christ. I wish we had ISIS in America.
Oh my God.
So they could do what you lie about Americans. You do know the only people who throw gays off roofs would be the commies. How slow is the left?
The commies throw. You can't really say that you can't tell the commies it's bad of them to throw gays off roofs and then endorse ISIS. That's kind of a contradiction there. So
Derek Drummond for $5 says, LSP in his intellectual curiosity explores throwing gays off a rooftop is not a good
I know, this is so fucking, that was so weird. That was so weird. Wasn't it clear that I said, look, it would never happen to me because I'm not dumb enough to get on a live stream and go, however, come on.
Right. Hassan
people who take an ethical relativist position, there's no point in talking to them.
I know.
Ethics are
yes,
relative.
of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was like, I understand his point. I just wouldn't bring it up.
Yes.
It's not relevant in most conversations. But I mean,
you know what's weird?
Fair, the woman did ask him.
True.
Was it objective? But I don't think she meant it in that way.
No.
Considering what the rest of the conversation was about.
She meant it about CRT.
If you guys were to rewound the clip, maybe a minute before she asked him, the reason she asked him about that is because he was saying, how can you determine one culture is better than another?
Yes, he set it up.
Yeah, and the whole debate we were talking about income disparity, education disparity, and all that, it would be wouldn't you, the metrics we've been talking about,
right?
Listen,
that's what
Sean,
James Lindsay
all
said.
of those are the responsibility of white people. You got to understand.
Well,
white people created this thing called science that has been oppressing black people for generations. Okay, CRT told me this.
What happened was he got hung up on her using the moderator using the word objective.
Oh,
and he got hung up on that when I don't think that was what she was implying. I think she was implying the rest of the conversation.
They also said Carrie's like really religious. That's not true.
That's not true. She's an atheist, isn't she? I thought
I
that
don't know
was
if she's
completely...
an atheist for sure, but Carrie's like a hippie. Like if everything about her when you're hanging out with her reads super left, and like that's part of her thing. She was like, you know, I'm
She's
on the left, but I'm a
unsafe
liberal.
space, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Carrie's super
I think
sweet.
I think she's an atheist to be. I love Carrie to death too, and she did amazing in that debate. Obviously, I mean, any moderator that's going to jump in the fray, I am partial to her.
Yeah. Carrie lives in Texas, so she drove up for that. The day after, we went to like the Fort Worth stockyards, and like we had breakfast and all that before then. And yeah, she was super sweet. Made sure we got to the airport on time. One of my subscribers, like patrons, was out there with us, and she got him back to his hotel like after we were dropped off at the airport. Like Carrie's super sweet, cares about everybody. Wow. I wish her husband would have came up. He's a musician. He had to like gigs that whole weekend, but yeah, definitely check out Unsafe Space and all that.
Yeah, if they're calling us conservatives, I didn't say anything because I don't know if Carrie is a Christian or not, and I wouldn't care if she was. But
if I had to put money on it, I would say an atheist.
I would say atheist too.
Someone in the chat said she is Christian and her preacher has been on Unsafe Space.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There you go. She said he's recently Christian.
I would have guessed incorrectly.
Oh,
she converted.
If yeah, but that means that she was an atheist like 8 days ago. She converted.
Yeah, there we go. That makes sense.
I think it was a little bit more than 8 days ago.
I use 8 days as like a
Jordan
short.
Peterson got her. Jordan Peterson converted her.
That's right. Jordan Peterson tricking all the atheists into being Christians.
If I would have bet money, if I would have put money on it, it would be agnostic turned Christian. I wish I would have known she was a recent convert, because every time I go to like the Blaze people, setting aside all the bullshit about me sending people pictures of birds that didn't happen, I always fuck with them, because like if you ever notice, there's a ton of people who work at the Blaze who always converted to Christianity, and I think that's low key like Glenn Beck makes you convert to one form.
It makes sense, yeah.
So
Glenn Beck comes out and he's like, "We're giving raises to all the Christians in the office today." Okay.
I believe it.
So there's a few atheists that work there, but they're like relatively new. So I'm like, so did they have the meeting with you yet? Did they make you convert? Like
just DM them. Did you have the meeting yet? No response, no answer. Should I rename the stream to Yelling at Jangles and LSP? Adam,
do you want me to send you the alternate thumbnail?
No.
I like that little anime graphic in your thumbnail. Like it looks sharp. Your Adam face. Yeah. It's very nice.
Did an amazing Adam. Yeah. Sweet.
Hassan's stepsister for another $5 says, Jangles on stage said that racism is bad because the consequences of it are bad, but does that mean if consequences were good, then it would be good?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Yeah, interesting question. That's Hassan's stepsister's really doing the CRT reading these days.
I know. She's on point here. Well, she got to do something when she's getting stuck in laundry machines and stairwells all the time. She's got to read something to bide her time.
When Hassan is slamming his sister, she's got a book open. Is that what you're saying?
I was trying to say that, but without saying it.
It's such a weird like dichotomy of like, intent versus impact and all that, because our criminal justice system is based on, and like this, our criminal justice system is based on our philosophy on like what we think is justice versus injustice, mens rea, evil intent, and actus rea, evil act. So we consider both a requirement before somebody is guilty of a crime, specific exclusions aside. Right. So yeah, it's weird how they try to divorce that, but I like that example in The Righteous Mind, where he's like, obviously we consider somebody who takes out a gun and tries to murder somebody but misses all the shots way worse than a girl who kisses a boy on a first date and she had a peanut butter sandwich earlier and the guy has a peanut allergy and then he dies accidentally. Even though the outcome is worse in one, we consider the intent to murder way more severe. Right. But you typically need both evil intent, evil act.
Well, I think what Jangles doesn't understand, and this is going back to my P plus P equals R example, is that a lot of the leftist rhetoric surrounding race was designed just to win arguments. And systemic racism was one of those things. It was designed just to circumvent people nitpicking about whether or not something was actually racist or not. Like that was the intention of the phrase in the first place. And that's why it's designed that way. It's designed to shut down conversations. It's designed to just say, listen, there's a disparate outcome. It's because of racism. Shut up.
Yeah.
And, get in line and do what we say.
Ironically, terrible social science. Like awful.
It's kind of like Coca-Cola. Like, after a while, Coca-Cola was around. It was known. Everybody had a sense of it. But then they're like, how about vanilla Coke? How about cherry Coke? So they start attaching all these different things. And that's your systemic racism, your environmental racism, your economic racism. And eventually, like, you get so far diluted and you're like, all these like side things. I should have used Pepsi as an example because they have that blue Pepsi. But like all these side flavors, you're like, I just want to, can we go back to talking about Coke? Like the original, like you're so far away. It's like,
But that's the problem, is that the word racism, and I talked about this in my P plus P equals R video, the word racism has so much power in America because it was used originally to refer to the Nazis. And it was like, oh, we're fighting them in World War II, so you don't want to be a fucking Nazi. And so many ideas just got attached to it because they were trying to bleach off the power, the social power and social utility of the word racism. And this was done very intentionally. And if you don't realize that, you're missing 80% of the conversation about why these phrases are the way that they are.
Somebody wrote vanilla Coke is good, and then somebody wrote rip vanilla Coke. I had vanilla Coke last month. Somebody got it. My girlfriend got it for me at the airport. Like they just had it, and I was like, I hate you for getting this for me. Like, so it's not dead. It's everywhere. Coke? Yeah, go to. It was actually fine. I feel bad because I think as a kid I didn't like it.
I don't like Coke at all in general.
Oh, you're wrong. Go to like
disgusting.
Go to like the movie theater, like AMC, where they have that mixing thing. You could have all the flavors of Coke. They exist. So what are you people even talking
Orange
about?
soda and Sprite are way better than Coke.
Oh,
that's a fact.
That's fine if you're in that camp. I thought you were saying like like you're one of those like asses that likes Pepsi. But then you're like,
no. I don't like.
I hate Coke. It's slightly minorly different. I can't.
I don't like whatever that Coke flavor is supposed to be. I don't know what
the cola. The cola, I guess. Like you're not a fan of the colas.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair. But there's something very, 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 very not important that I was going to say. Oh yeah, Nuance Pro. I don't know if you know this. I found this out.
Yes. Spill.
He told us at a restaurant that like he has to stop himself from eating pumpkin pie because what you call it, he would go to Costco because he moved down to Texas and buy it, and since he lives alone he would end up eating it all in like one sitting.
Wow,
what a fatty.
So
what
me and
low
my girlfriend,
impulse control. That's awful.
I thought he was like healthy and ripped.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. That's why he stopped buying it. So me and my girlfriend, she spots like the pumpkin pie on the menu, like a little personal pan pumpkin pie, like little mini size. So I order that shit secretly when we're having breakfast, and I give it to him. Yeah, well, we were out for breakfast, right? So I give it to him, right, because I think it's hilarious.
Yes.
And he got like genuinely mad, like he didn't see the humor in it at all. And I was like, bro, calm down.
God.
Sean, you just ordered an Alcoholic Anonymous survivor drink. Okay.
That's what he said to me, and I was like, dude,
my God,
like, come on. But yeah, like he got seriously mad.
He like takes out his like 2-month chip and he just throws it at your face. He's like, why are you having a face shot?
You want to know a scientific fact about pumpkin pies? If you go to the store and you buy them,
why do you know so much about pumpkin pie?
This is very important information. Like, where else am I going to get this off except buried in your like 9-hour stream?
Okay, go for it.
All right. So if you're looking for a pumpkin pie at the store, like if you make it from home and you're like, oh, the true homemade, shut up. Nobody cares about you. Like, just get out. But if you go to the store and you want to buy like a store-bought pumpkin pie, the smaller the pumpkin pie in the store, the better it will be. If you go to like BJ's or Costco and you get that giant one that's like, you know, like a freaking trash can lid size, you know, that you fling across the room and cut somebody's head off with, that it won't be good. Like smaller the better. Like that's a scientific fact.
And It's funny. I had almost the opposite experience that Nuance Bro had with cheesecake. Back when I could eat that shit, I would get the grocery store entire thing of cheesecake. I'm like, I want to eat cheesecake. I'm an adult. I can just go get a fucking giant thing of cheesecake. And I'd bring it home, and when I first had my first slice of it, I'm like, this is delicious. This was the best idea I've ever had. And every day I would eat one slice of cheesecake. And it had like 7 or 8 slices worth into it. So the last day I'm eating this and I'm realizing this is like 60% worse than the first days of cheesecake. And I thought maybe it's because it's been in the refrigerator for a long time. So I go and I get another cheesecake the next day, and I eat it. I'm like, no, it's the same. This is like 70% worse than the first day. And I realized cheesecake's just good because you have it rarely. Like the more you have this delicacy, the more it just becomes kind of bland and you don't appreciate it so much. It just kind of becomes.
That's called the law of diminishing marginal utility.
Exactly. It just kind of becomes, something you expect.
All you Mises people in the chat, like creaming your jeans because I'm fucking saying that. But that's like straight out of Mises right there. The law of diminishing marginal utility.
It's because of the richness in the cheesecake. That's why if you ever go to a restaurant like the Cheesecake Factory, right, and then you have the dessert there and you're like, oh, that was really good, you order some to go, and then you try to eat it later that night, you're just like gonna be like, it's like too much richness and all that. Like it's not good. That's why pumpkin pie is amazing, because I only have it on like Thanksgiving time and on Christmas time. Like
exactly. Right.
And there's no law that says you can't buy it all year round. I mean, ask Nuance, bro. He was like an addict and with emotional problems that he yells at people in restaurants when they try to do something nice for him.
I like how you've recategorized you teasing him as doing something nice for him.
By the way, I took that pie.
Always food.
You should have took it out from in front of him and started eating it in front of him. Like,
no, I took that pie all the way back with me to New York, and then I went to eat it. From the restaurant and all that. I had little baby pumpkin pie. So there is a limit for how small you could get. You have to make a law of diminishing decrease in pumpkin pie size returns. Okay. But to write that down, Adam.
That's shrinkflation.
Yeah, it was actually not good. Like it was not like I was unimpressed by it.
You can't take pumpkin pie on an airplane. Did you know that? The elevation ruins the flavor.
No.
Pumpkin pie is not great.
That's not true.
Pumpkin pie it's delicious.
Pumpkin pie is like the Kmart of pies.
Wow.
No,
I disagree with this.
You know what sucks? Mm-hmm. And like I'm not saying I love candied yams. I make them every year, right? But when you accidentally buy a sweet potato pie, when you think it's a pumpkin pie, and then you bring it all the way home, and then you cut it like little cutty cut, and then you take a bite of it, and you're like, what the fuck? Like you just want to like go back to the store and set the damn place on fire for putting these two pies together that look so similar. It's just wrong.
Oh, you cut into the wrong pie?
No, you bought it from the store on accident.
Pie, yeah. Well, if you guys ever see any random grocery stores burnt down, you'll know who it was.
Yeah.
Federal Reserve has committed treason. Wow, what a name for $5. Says, are we addressing how progressives are the champions of eugenics and creating those so-called institutions? No, we were not really addressing that. I don't know if that would really
go read Intellectuals and Race by Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, I don't know if that would really was relevant to the conversation, but okay. The Real Hydro PX, for another $10. Thanks so much. Says, Jangles, when was the last time a gay person was thrown off a roof? Jangles, won't worry. You're a gay head. We won't allow anyone to throw you off a roof.
Well, that's good. I'm glad.
That's good.
I'm glad that's clear.
Real Hydro's got your back, Jangles.
Somebody said blackberry pie is good stuff. My grandma, when I saw her, she's 99 years old, told me she used to pick blackberries as a child when she was 10, right, in Pennsylvania. And I was like, Grandma, I don't like blackberries, so this story is pointless. And I just walked away.
You didn't spit in her face first?
Well, I paid my respects to my grandfather, and then I walked away because it was his funeral.
You didn't turn. Oh my God. Sean, do you write these out before the show? I'm just curious.
No, just talking shit. I start a true story and then I add a little subversion in there.
I know, it's great. It's great. Sean gets the comedy show.
Yes, he does.
I really
He
like
does.
that. Thank you, Sean.
Sean is a comedy show. Okay.
Yeah.
My channel is actually listed. I never changed it as if you go on Social Blade as a comedy channel.
So is ours.
There you go.
Yeah.
And it's like I forget where I rank, but it's like unusually high among comedy channels, and I'm very serious.
Sometimes your videos, I'm just fucking laughing so hard. You have the just the like sarcasm that you come out with is so good. It's so good. Some of your Kyle Rittenhouse videos when you're going after Anna Kasparian is just fucking gold. Comedy gold.
Yeah, I'm in the top 6,000 in comedy rank according to Social Blade.
Nice.
Right under H3H3.
Yeah, almost there.
Evil.
Kazuki Zaki for $2 says Jangles is what other gay people call the F word.
Oh, uncool. Uncool.
A lot of anti-Jangles.
Is that bad, or I don't even know if that's.
I think that's bad.
It's not like an endearing thing.
Fun. Jangles is what other gay people call fun. There you go.
There's a moment in the debate where Jangles and LSP they say that the problem in this country is people like you, and then they're like James. Like they made it very clear, not people like us, because like we actually get along. They're like the lefties at these events don't hang out. Like they don't come to the bars and get trashed with us the night before or the night of. But like Jangles
did.
No, Jangles and Mike, like, you know, you get time to talk to them and all that. They're much calmer, like off stage and all that.
Right. Sure.
So are we. Nah.
I'm the same.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same.
No, Adam is way more chill, but he's
I just mess with people like in the green room like nonstop. So
I can imagine that being super annoying for a lot of people.
Visbrad for $10 says, if your standard for objective morality is that it has to be written in the fabric of the universe, then life isn't objective. Life existing isn't written in the fabric of the universe. I don't agree with that super chat.
It seemed like they were making the same conflation I used to make with objective morality when they really meant universal morality.
Well, literally, because when everyone says objective morality, Adam, they mean universal objective morality. I know.
Yeah. Well, if they would have, I would have liked for them to argue about that, because one of the things that is a universal moral principle is this idea that we maximize life. In every society, they have a version of that. Even the throwing the gays off the rooftops, like what that dates back to is this idea that you're supposed to procreate. That's the purpose of sex, because you're supposed to maximize life.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's all
incorrect
interpretation.
Understanding. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could say that. I mean, obviously, there's the biological imperative to breed and multiply. You know, you could say that's inherent in life. But I don't know if you necessarily want to structure a moral system around.
Well,
just
it's like the Eskimos. They when they become elderly, because
put them on the ice floes.
Yeah, they go up and they voluntarily walk away, and they end up dying because, you know, the people, once you're not able to produce and you're an adult, like you can't reproduce and increase life.
Yeah.
So like you leeching off of other people would cause the next generation to suffer and potentially die. So like that's how they represent that human value of maximizing life. Infanticide, where a lot of places in the world, if they needed boys to work the farm, they'd actually kill the girls if they don't have the resources for that. So again, that's another reflection of that. And all of these people, once you gave them more resources, like the Eskimos, like these Brazilians that you know, the natives in Brazil that would kill their girls, once they had alternatives, they would not do those practices anymore, because they were about practicality rather than immorality.
Sure. Yeah. The real Hydro PX for $5 says Jangles makes you want to hate gays when they lie and project the way he does.
Why do you don't hate gays? just hate liars and projectors. I don't like. Why is it? That's not a characteristic of gays in particular.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with him being a gay. And if you would have had Mike separate from Jangles on, Mike is more aggressive when he doesn't have a co-pilot. Then you would they would be saying all this stuff about how they don't like him.
Interesting.
Oh, fascinating.
Go watch my immigration debate at Myth and Form with Mike.
Okay. Miles for $10 says pain. Subversively for $5. Thank you. One Quim for $10 says, also, you guys missed my $50 super chat from last stream. Yes, I'm so sorry.
But we did read it. Yeah.
Yes. Dr. Cataclysm for $20 says, I'm a veteran. I can answer the question. We don't care about dog tags and fatigues. Military garb has been fashionable for as long as I can remember. Stolen valor is claiming service or deeds for clout or personal gain. Yeah, when he said dog tags, I guess I just assumed he meant like, medals, like pretending you served or whatever. Which I do. Obviously, people have a problem with that. I don't see many veterans complaining about civilians just wearing military fatigues or whatever.
Well, it's also because it's like my cousin, when his father died, he received his military flag, and he displays it in his home to honor his father's service.
Yeah, I've seen people wear their father or family members service jacket.
Yeah,
like that, right? Or
the dog tags and all that. So that's why I was like, it's more like medals. The fatigues. There are some military people, because I have both my parents met in the service. There are some military people who think like the people who dress up in camouflage, like the militia dorks, are just that dorks, but it's not like cultural appropriation.
Yes, right. We didn't really get to the bottom of that either. Why people are complaining about the cornrows thing, but there's a lot of things we didn't get to the bottom too.
How can you when people just bullshit for hours and don't actually answer the question? I'm serious.
I don't necessarily disagree. Chris Nemo for $5 says, coming in 3 hours late, hoping Adam managed to wrangle his elephant between when I'm watching and where you guys are now.
No. Sorry to disappoint, Chris, but it was a failed attempt.
Yes, it was a failed attempt. It's okay.
I just want to say, I hate that you guys like read the same books and all that. Like, I remember you guys put out a reading list and I'm like, oh, I've read 80% of those books already.
Yeah.
I hate it because even your audience are like talking about wrangling the elephant and all that.
You want new content from us?
You know what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, but that's like the secret on YouTube. Let me let everybody in on this. And I've talked about this with Stephen Michael Davis. If you read one book in your life, you're way ahead of the curve.
Oh, true.
And everybody thinks you're a research genius.
Yep.
Like it's crazy how like baseless a lot of people's philosophies are on the platform.
Hell yeah. Holy shit. Yeah.
Well, it's just people reacting intuitively. That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
My intuitions tell me this, and then they go and look for, post hoc
supporting evidence.
For it.
Exactly.
So, I mean, that's what's going on.
I will say Melissa Chen is actually legitimately smart. She's like a microbiologist or whatever, if you've seen any of her stuff. When I came in from my flight in Texas, she had John McWhorter's book. I was listening to it on the plane. Like, but she had the physical one. She's like, yeah, I have to read. She has like 3 guests coming on like whatever, like, media thing she's doing. And she's like, I have to read all of their books. So she takes her job super seriously.
That's right. Roaming Millennial?
No, Melissa Chen.
Okay.
Roaming Millennial's Lauren Chen.
Okay. Yeah.
Nick for $5 says, as a 3-year viewer and first-time super chatter. Oh, thank you, Nick. This is probably the worst I've seen Adam's elephant go on, especially early on.
It's not. I'm telling you, I'm going to listen back, and I know you're all gaslighting me here. I know this is like
sure.
Sitch was loving it.
I thought
you were loving it the whole time.
I was, but not for good reason.
Sitch is like, I was just sitting back, fucking laughing the whole time.
Adam, I thought you were a little aggressive and quick triggered, and I did think it was hilarious. So
I like how things got hot in the first 10 minutes, basically. I mean, it was like out of the gate.
Right.
I can only take so much gaslighting, man.
Yeah, you took 1 second of it, and then
You were like, what? Did you mishear me? Oh, that's it. It's over.
We never got to the bottom of the dishonesty thing, though. I had hoped to settle that score with Jangles.
The bottom of what?
Well, when somebody accuses you of being dishonest, like maybe, and then just maybe, somebody's talking crap. Oh my God, people are so bad. Maybe the woman is pregnant, and people are talking about how she needs to lay off the pies. Like, stop
reading the chat.
Like,
Stop
you're
reading
freaking monsters.
Stop
But
reading the chat. Oh my God,
that's so distracted me. Yeah, if you should have maybe, if you were like trying to have a more productive conversation, gone over like points where they thought you're being dishonest. Like at first, like here's 2 points, and then we can get into it, and then let's get into the broader discussion.
Well,
because they're like, we have.
I tried to do that, but then Connor wouldn't let me do it.
That's what LSP wanted to do, but honestly, I wasn't really that interested in that part of the conversation. So I was just like, I'm just gonna go where I want to go. I mean,
oh my
listen,
God.
you know,
it would have been such a better, more productive conversation if we would have got that out of the way.
I will 100% concede that very often when we do these streams that we fall into patterns of like grouping people together with larger, broader messages. And if the people say that we shouldn't do that, then that's fine. I'll say, okay, I just misunderstood your position. I mean, I'll concede that. I don't know why we have to go over like 10 examples of where he thought we were strawmanning.
Yeah, totally.
It was also like you were reviewing a debate, and like a lot of your criticisms were also like, I don't like their performance in the debate, which is not really like
true. Yeah, that's just stylistic.
Sure.
But
also, it's a fucking 12-hour live stream. Okay, we got content to fill here.
The thing though with Jangles is I don't feel like in the original debate I felt like Jangles was being completely evasive and not really answering, so putting us in a position where we kind of had to hypothesize what his position was. That's not our fault, that's his fault. If you're in a debate and you walk away and people have no idea what your position is, why the fuck are you even in that debate?
Well, there's 2 things. One, when you look at the thing, like when you I remember after the debate, they were like fighting with James Lindsay and all that, and like on Twitter, right? And
oh my god,
and they were talking about how, like Sean said that he didn't want to argue about this like niche definition thing, but James immediately contradicted him, and I'm like, they were arguing for like a couple of days, and I'm glad they stopped doing it. That like the speaking order went me, opening statement, then James, and then it became a shit show because we contradicted each other. That's not what happened.
Yeah,
it went me, then Justin, and then James is like, okay, Justin, we're gonna have this whole argument,
right?
Like the way that
and we said in our original viewing of it that Justin immediately sort of threw what you said on the ground and stepped on it. Yep. So I mean, I don't think that's on James's shoulders, but also I do think that that's where James wants, James wants to talk about that topic, and that's what I want to talk about. By
the way, did you watch the later thing? So in the last panel during the questions, so this is a little, and this is not me talking crap about Jangles because this was public. Everybody knows about this. So after
I don't
Jangles'
know about
panel,
it. Thanks for
Oh no, it's you don't know about it because you didn't watch the full Myth
right. But if it's
panel.
talking shit about Jangles, then
okay.
By all means.
After the debate, this is the speculation part that I heard from other people. Jangles went to the bar and had himself a few drinks. Now he says he was drunk already.
Oh my goodness!
But that's whatever. So in the last panel, they have Q&A, and the last panel, the Myth Informed guys gave it to the Blaze crew. Like, and you could see the video. I've seen some of the video. He starts flipping out at like the whole Blaze crew, and it's on the Myth Informed thing. Like he's like screaming at them, and then they're like we don't care that you're gay. Like, you're like screaming that back at him because what he was screaming at them had something to do with that. Yeah, so if you go to the Myth Informed video, the last panel, the one with Sydney Watson, Elijah Schaefer, Lisa, John Doyle, and
I mean, we have a watch together room right here. We could watch it. I mean,
it's like it's in the queue, it's in the question phase, so like you can actually see like that.
Well, I might have to. I might have to dig for that.
Astolfo wants me to let you know, Sean, that he thinks you're cringe.
Who?
What?
Astolfo.
Why would Astolfo? Why?
I don't know.
Right. You know. Honestly, write down
Sean
his
name.
DM it to me, and
show.
I'll call his parents and I'll complain.
He's probably in the chat right now.
Sean?
There he is. Astolfo SMG. He's even got a wrench. There you go.
That hurts my feelings, and I'm gonna. That's gonna be my. I'm gonna head out now in 2 minutes because of that.
Wow.
That's very sad.
Hurtful.
Not because I have to go, but like because of him personally.
God, what a pussy. I mean, yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Nick for $10 says, Adam, the Sunday shows that are just you and Sitch are great for dunking on crazy people, but when you're having a conversation, you need to attempt to take them seriously. That's why one debates.
That's why what?
One debates.
What does that mean?
That's why one, like number one.
Oh, that's
like,
why a person debates.
Like a person debates, yes. Right.
I get it. Really? Do I need to take? I mean, the whole thing is, if a person is not arguing in good faith or a bullshit artist, how can you really even take them seriously? I mean,
but you can do
position.
It if you think someone's not answering the question. I mean, you can talk about that in
there were
calm, controlled demeanor,
many thank yous in the chat.
Okay.
That I was like pointing out that Jangles was just not answering.
Okay.
Not answering.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what you need to sharpen your debate terms. You need to say like logical fallacy. You're pivoting. And
that's why
like that.
That's why Astolfo is calling you cringe, man. Come on, no, we don't need the list of fallacies here.
No, you just got to say logical fallacy.
Dialogue always for $5 says, ask Sean if he knows anything about the decisions made involving Chicago protests in the last 30 years. It's important.
Mm-hmm.
What decisions to like shoot the protesters?
I don't know what that's a reference to.
I have no idea. No.
Decisions made involving Chicago. Oh, I'm sorry. Chicago projects in the last 30 years, not protests.
That clarifies nothing.
Oh, okay.
Dialogue.
The Chicago projects, like the ghetto, like the projects. Okay.
Right.
I don't even.
Does that ring any bells? Dialogue always has been on my Thursday stream a couple of times, and he's actually coming on my Thursday stream this Thursday. I just read the book. We Have Overcome: An Immigrant's Letter to the American People by Jason D. Hill. And this guy is like a black conservative, and we're going to watch some of his videos together. And Dialogue always is definitely on the left. I don't think he's a communist. I think he's just, I would call him maybe a progressive. I worry about that because I don't necessarily know if he is a progressive or if he would call himself a progressive, but
he replies to me on Twitter a lot.
Yeah. So he thinks, like, he buys into, there's like, the legacy of racism is a big deal in culture. So
he's actually responsible for the "Where were you January 6th? I was buying a car" meme.
Oh, is he really?
Yes.
What does that mean?
What is it? Yeah.
So on January 6th of what was it, 2021? That's
this year.
You were buying a car in Washington D.C.
Oh, I do remember this. Yes.
Yeah. So I woke up and I was like tweeting in the morning, but I went to go buy a car and I was like arguing for hours, and I don't like have my phone checking Twitter when I'm out in like real world and all that.
Yeah. So
I'm in the dealership and I look at the TV, and it's not going well in the dealership. The guy tried to sell me a car with frame damage. So I look at the TV and I'm like, holy shit, people are well, he was saying that frame damage happens from parallel parking. So I see the whole so he's just trying to rip me off. So I see on the TV all the like Trump people breaking into the Capitol and all that, or as I like to say, the FBI and QAnon and Black Lives Matter disguised as Trump people, obviously.
Of course.
So I go back on my phone. I'm like, holy shit. And then I see like everybody's tweeting about it, but Dialogue always is like, notice how Sean is waited 7 hours to like condemn this. So I was like, I was buying a car. So now every time I mention January 6th, I'm like, where were you January 6th? I was buying a car.
and all that.
There
It's
you
because
go. There you go, Sean. I knew it. I knew you were bad faith. This
You
whole
have
time.
to disavow that stuff immediately, Sean. I
Yes.
don't know what you were doing.
You have to be constantly checking Twitter to make sure nothing's happened that you're supposed to disavow. Okay.
It's like a way better story that like the most major news item I totally missed because I was just like not paying attention to anything.
Right.
And they're like, but yeah, so I was like, yeah, that's bad. Don't do that. It's like, took you 7 hours of not tweeting. How dare you?
Aiden Paladin for $20. Oh, sorry, I missed your super chat, Aiden, during the stream. Says, I'm paying money just to request Jangles attempt to define systems justification theory. Yeah, I thought about, he kept going to that, and I thought about asking him what the fuck he was talking about, but I kind of wanted to talk about other things, so I didn't. I just ignored that. So.
All right. Before you go, if the next one is for me, I'll stay for 1 minute. Is it? Just say no.
I'm gonna scroll.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Oh, wow. This transphobic garbage just said. It is about you.
Let's see. Do I see any Sean's?
No, I wasn't saying I would stay to answer questions. I was just saying if somebody was going to have theirs read right after, I didn't want to look like a dick.
Not Gay Ben for $5. Always leaving us in constant suspense. Says, Sean may be the actual Justice Warrior, but I'm the actual not gay Ben. Trademark.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, but I'm gonna head out for the evening.
Thanks for
Good
coming
luck
on,
to you
man.
guys.
Thanks for
no
coming
problem.
on.
I would say thank you too for not clearing my video by the monetization gods until just now.
Yeah.
Or
Sometimes
an hour
it
ago.
takes a while.
I was gonna premiere my video and counter program you, but they didn't clear it.
You
so.
fucking asshole. Jeez.
I was
Yeah,
like,
why
I
would
guess
you
I'll-
do such
I'll
a
do-
thing?
I know. God.
So
It's
evil.
competitive nature. But thank you guys for having me on, and I hope you guys are doing well. And Adam, I
Take
don't
care.
think you're that angry. Sitch is gaslighting you completely.
I totally agree. Thank you for noting that.
Thank you as always, Sean, for your non-sarcastic, completely serious 100% of the time.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Might I suggest, Adam, when you're really calm, to yell out that you're calm, like going forward.
That's how do you let people know you're calm if you don't yell it in their face?
You have to assert your calm dominance. Yes.
Yeah.
But seriously, good night, guys.
See you later. Take care.
Bye.
Rizno Kairu for $5 says, "Oh wow, this transphobic garbage just said trans women aren't women." I must have missed that part. Of the
Did you say that, or who said that?
I don't
Was it
know.
Sean?
I don't remember. I missed that part. Satoshi was a Reploid for 200 knocks. Says CRT and associated fields are pseudoscientific nonsense and quackery. Richard Feynman, the greatest scientist ever, called it out in the 80s. True.
Yeah, I agree.
Very true.
We tried to steer the debate in that direction. That's why I'm like, Jangles, just take science out of your name and it would go a long ways for me.
Well, that's why I mean, I didn't understand because the studies he was talking about, and he said that they're just things he was saying CRT people would agree with the results of a study. I'm like, oh okay. I don't. So what?
Doesn't mean it's CRT. Yeah.
Yeah. Who cares? Subversively for $10 says, quote, gangster culture being simplified as a response to past racism is only charitable and ignores the sexism and violence that goes with it. Regardless, I scream, you scream, we all scream for A-Team.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
I don't, ever since I read the Thomas Sowell book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals, I'm super conscious of that because he pulls out so many examples of people. And even what you read, Sitch, is an example. The William guy, who's, you know, the button up, go to school, get a law degree, do the best you can in the world type guy, is described as not black. It's like, fuck you. That basically says, okay, the only way you can be black is to buy into gangster culture, which is like, first of all, no. I mean, like, I think meth use is predominantly white, and I wouldn't condone like meth use or condone calling like meth culture white culture. It's like, what the fuck?
Right. Yeah. This was, I mean, James, one of these examples in the debate.
Yes.
About the Appalachian culture of, you know, you're never going to leave the mountain. We didn't leave the mountain.
Totally.
Yeah.
So we have to make a distinction between those two cultures and decouple it from race. But even inadvertently, and Jangles did do it the second time I brought it up. Jangles did it inadvertently too, which means it's a fucking problem.
I agree. Dave Edward for $10 says, Jangles, are cognitive abilities heritable? Before you answer, here's your data. And there's a bunch of numbers. I assume these are numbers referencing genes or something.
Or maybe studies on.
I mean, I don't think anyone's ever denied that cognitive or IQ is heritable. No one's ever denied that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's usually when you get into sort of the group differences that you get into the sticky areas. Will Ears for $2 says, Adam has the keys to Jangles' elephant cage.
What does that mean? It's funny. I don't know what it means.
It means you were setting off Jangles' elephant is what it means.
Was I?
I think you guys were
Jangles is triggered by me too. He totally is.
think you both were sort of jacking off each other's elephants, if I can use that imagery.
Oh my God.
Is that the good imagery for the conversation?
It's terrible.
No? Okay.
I thought it was the trunk. What's going on here?
Oh, geez. Triclotron for $20 says, Jangles should ask questions that aren't flatly idiotic if he wants them answered.
Oh, totally.
The real Hydro PX says, Adam, thank you for standing up for what is right and good while Sean and Sitch get cucked by Jangles.
Oh my God, you got cuckolded by Jangles.
There you go. Nick for $5 says, Adam, by your own admission, you are not listening to your debate opponents. Why even have them on? You're treating this like a struggle session.
Wait, I do this. I think I think Jangles is far more guilty of that than me. Every time Jangles tried to call me out for that, not listening, I could say back to him exactly the conversation that we were having. So I felt like I was very much listening.
You were very quick to jump to immediately recategorizing his statements in like the most negative light possible.
Mm-hmm. That's good
Which
debate
is funny,
tactics, right?
But it's not exactly a productive way to move the conversation forward.
There was a lot of bullshit, though. I mean,
I agree, but listen,
this conversation was like us.
This conversation was like 1,000 times more productive than I would have anticipated.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I thought we actually made some headway.
Right.
Which is funny because out of all the people we've talked to, this is the least likely debate that I would have thought that possible.
I know. But see, there you go. That's why you shouldn't, jump to conclusions about people. We're learning stuff today.
You've never read 48 Laws of Power, have you?
No, I have not.
God, you got to read that book because it's pretty high up on one of the laws. It's like, make enemies is the law.
Mm-hmm.
That friends will fuck you over. You need to learn to use enemies constructively. And I mean, it's kind of,
so evil. It's so evil.
Listen, I've said this a million times. Okay. You can't get your ethics from the book, 48 Laws of Power. Yes.
No. Please don't.
If you have to have good character, I would not even recommend this book to somebody who didn't have some sort of good character, because you're like, right. That's fucked up. How dare you? But it is useful to weed out the people who are trying to use these things on you, because you don't want to be a victim of these things. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So.
Right. The Real Hydro PX for another $5 says, Jangles just admitted that even King Token rather be black professional victim than white, because it's easier to be black than white.
I think he's saying like some black person is a token black person, but
who's the King Token?
Oh, probably Obama.
Obama,
we're talking about Obama. I make this distinction all the time talking to the people in Comicsgate, because the people who are anti-Comicsgate conflate all the time being like, Comicsgate makes an argument that what the industry is doing in movies and comics and other media is tokenism. It's like picking a black person as just the face of this property, even though it's a completely shitty property. So it's textbook tokenism. So I think there's a huge difference. Like, I'm completely against tokenism, but that's conflated with being against black people being in any movie whatsoever. It's like, no.
Whalers for $5 says Jangles thinks people can't learn on their own.
Really?
Okay. AD for $10 says, does everyone on the panel support Columbus Day, knowing where it comes from, and replacing it with Indigenous Peoples Day? And is replacing it with Indigenous Peoples Day offensive, knowing where it comes from? I don't know. I know where Columbus Day comes from. It was from that. We talked about this on stream.
Yeah.
It was that
But
the
I don't know
lynching
that
of
the
a bunch of Italian people.
I don't know that the super chatter knows. So Columbus Day does come
No,
from...
they do. That's what they're
Okay.
referencing, I imagine. I don't know where Indigenous Day originates from. Does it have some bizarre origin point too?
Give the backstory on Columbus Day for those who might be listening that haven't heard it.
It was, I don't remember why. There was some crime, wasn't it in Louisiana or something?
Yeah, against Italian Americans.
There was some crime that a bunch of Italian Americans were thought to have perpetrated, and basically a lynch mob came to the jail and dragged them all out and killed them. And this was like either the first or second largest like public lynching that had occurred in American history, or something like fucking crazy.
But we've made no progress, Sitch.
Yeah, he's a bunch of Italian people, and so Columbus Day was sort of like trying to placate Italians and like the Vatican and stuff.
Yeah.
So, which I think is kind of hilarious. I didn't
It
know
is
that was part
hilarious.
of it,
Yeah.
But so there you go. I don't think Columbus Day should be replaced. I've also seen, and I've never looked into this because I've never cared enough to. I've also seen conflicting reports where people are claiming that like the sort of new woke take that Columbus was some sort of horrible genocidal murderer is actually not true.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of myths surrounding it. So I've never looked into it either way to figure this out. But
I guarantee the people who are butthurt about Columbus Day, who are trying to cast Columbus Day as this, worship of some genocidal maniac, don't know anything about the origin of Columbus Day.
Oh, sure. I don't think I didn't know about it till someone on stream brought it up or something. Yeah. I don't think most people do. Dr. Diller for $2 says, I'm not doing timestamps this week. It's basically impossible to do live for a debate. That's fair. But thank you anyway, Doctor. Janus Science Tard for $5 said, no shade on Jangles. I'm just tardy and needed a funny name for my tithe. There you go. Thank you, Janus Science Tard. Cerebral Friction for $2 says, this is for counterpoints. I'm white and from the Northeast and aggressively loyal. An aggressive loyalty to one's family is a trait of my own family. I'm sorry, your family sucks. There you go. JMac for another $100. Thank you so much, Daddy JMac. Says, rich lives matter too. The bourgeoisie have feelings too. There
Of course.
There you go. Well, if JMac says it, I agree. Whatever it is, I agree. He's bought my loyalty.
That's very Dictator's Handbook of you.
There you go. Listen, I'm learning. Dr. Diller for $3 says, gangster culture is all Scotland's fault. Damn Scots, you ruined America. Oh, damn Scots.
That's what Thomas Sowell says.
Fucking terrible Scots. Cerebral Friction for $2 says, I'm so fucking offended by Connor's insistence that loving your family is an aspect of Black culture, as if that doesn't exist in every other ethnicity. Fuck you, Connor.
Yeah, I
must have left to go to the bathroom at this point. I missed this entire part of the conversation.
Yeah. It was kind of insidious, but I just called him out for calling Black culture gangster. So I was like, okay, fuck, we're going to be here all day. I'm like, it was an offensive machine.
Interesting. I will admit that there were points when Connor was talking that I literally just kind of zoned out. But listen, I'm glad he was here. Duck Size Roof for $1 says, why are there so many gays on roofs? Are they the new rooftop Koreans? There you go. Instead of rooftop Koreans, we have rooftop gays. The official S class for $3.50, who I don't think is actually official S class, who I think may be lying, says, I was in Buenos Aires and met with my long lost German grandfather. It turns out he was the conductor of a train. I think he said it was going to Camp Sitch.
Are you reading? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish up.
Anyway, he said they take people camping but everyone got lost in the woods, so no one returned. Wow.
That's terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I do not think that was actually from the official S class. I disavow.
Is that, are you reading StreamYards? I can't.
I switched to StreamYards.
Okay, good. You totally threw me for a loop.
I know. Utter Nonsense for $1 says, or $2 says, I met with one of my friends and he convinced me that I was being paranoid and retarded, thinking people were coming for me. I'm pretty sure I gave myself a stomach ulcer thinking about losing my scholarship and being plunged into debt. I am in a student budget committee and we voted to deny the Black and Palestinian Liberation Union from getting university club funds so they could go make posters and signs protesting the Cowan House decision. They used the same meeting room. 1 hour before we used the same conference room, they drew a couple of guillotines on the whiteboard for us.
Oh my goodness.
Drew Black Lives Matter on the window, on the whiteboard, causing the markers to run dry, and started making their meetings run super long, kind of childish, actually. Rejected funds for the conservative pro-life student group when they wanted to go protesting with clump funds, and they were completely understanding and mature about it. The universities are bad. Universities are as bad as people are making it out to be, and these leftists are going to fail in the real world.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm glad your friend convinced you that you're being, listen, don't, there's nothing, it's not worth getting a stomach ulcer over, okay? Just relax. Everything's going to be fine, okay? The people are assholes. Lots of assholes in the world. The woke people are assholes, but they're not going to kick you out of your college.
They kicked Kyle Rittenhouse out.
Well, he never actually showed up yet. He was preemptively kicked out. And to be fair, Utter Nonsense didn't publicly shoot someone on camera, so I think he's in a better spot.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and I'm glad you didn't get kicked out of your college, Utter Nonsense, and your meeting turned out to be a misunderstanding. So
right
there you go. It's an interesting life lesson. Lemon Dropped for $5 says Jangles and LSD are just here to read points and not engage. Adam was right. This was a waste of time to talk to these liars. You successfully managed to get them to nail down. You successfully managed to get them to nail down that they're dishonest or ignorant. Also, how's the comic coming along?
Comic is coming along good. I definitely need more time, and I have an update that I could have put out on Monday. I'm just like, I have butterflies of putting out the update because Sitch has kind of pressured me into putting out these pages that are
I've never pressured anyone to do it.
Bullshit. You were the one saying.
Adam thinks we're going to get canceled.
I hope these
Our pages are so spicy.
Yes.
So controversial that Adam thinks we're going to get canceled for them. Okay. I think Adam is being paranoid. It'll be fine. Okay. The pages will be fine. We won't get canceled. Everyone will love them. Okay.
So I have 4 totally fucking awesome pages that I was going to put out with a update saying I need more time. Obviously, I'm about a month behind now because of the hand thing. Sitch has forbidden me to continue to put in 10-hour days, 6 days a week. I actually did do some physical therapy. Like I saw my doctor, and I'm on a physical therapy regimen now that is like I drew all day yesterday and I felt pretty good. So I think I can get back into it and catch up. I'm also, I'm starting to color pages and it's kind of taking longer than I had anticipated. So, but I will put out an update for you guys, obviously. Okay. So,
well, listen, when you put out the update, you can write in big letters, Sitch is Jewish.
Yeah. I think that might get us big letters
right before the update. Okay.
Right. Jewish author. PSA.
What you can do, you can have my avatar and you can put a little Jewish star armband on my arm just to really identify.
You want to explain the pages and maybe we can get some feedback.
It's going to be a total surprise. I don't want to explain the joke.
Oh God.
People will see the joke.
Oh my God.
This was a joke that I put into the script very early on.
Yes.
Adam was completely like, Sitch, we can't do this. Sitch, we can't do this. Yeah. I'm like, what? I'm like, Adam, this is the best joke in the comic.
I said, Sitch, this joke is just, people will look at this joke and they will not process that this is a comedy show. They're going to say, these people are fucking warped. They're going to say, these people are out of their minds.
Yeah, you see, you when this comes out, everyone will think it's funny and that you're blowing it out of proportion.
Okay, maybe so. Okay. Maybe it's just me. You guys know how I feel about stereotypes, so maybe it is just me. everybody has this idea that we're conservative when I kind of feel like we're just disaffected liberals.
We're enlightened centrists. Okay.
I kind of feel like, okay.
Satoshi was a Reploid for $1 says another banned word in YouTube super chats is queer, as in queer theory. Oh,
really?
It was weird. Yes, some people can't write commie, some people can. Some people can write queer, some people can't. I don't know. I don't know what
it has to do with where you are, how the word is banned, like where you're.
Well, we never figured out whether it was whether you're on mobile or laptop, or whether it has some regional restriction, like what state or country you're in when you're sending this. So, I think it's probably not. I think it's account based. I think the YouTube algorithm makes certain judgments about people's accounts, and if it's labeled you as like a problem causer, then it starts banning specific words from you. I think that's what's going on. Dr. Diddler for $1 says, I have a cold and this stream is insufferable.
Maybe it's the cold. Maybe it's your elephant.
Yeah, I think it was a gray stream. Okay. CRT is like creationism for $1 says, creationism is for academics. Alchemy is for academics. And the Western male patriarchy is the real conspiracy theory. Not that Jangles is going to see this. There you go. I had to read in that voice because it was written in that font. So,
I crazy voice font.
Yes, the caps every other letter font.
What was your take now that you can actually talk without being interrupted? What was your take on the highfalutin? Oh, it's academic. That was a big time fucking.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, it was a bullshit answer.
Yeah,
so I kept pressing on it. It doesn't really explain what me and Doomer and you were getting at, which is that just saying something is for academic purposes doesn't explain why they chose this incendiary term.
Yeah,
that wasn't an answer. So.
I asked him, how do you explain it to your audience without it being incendiary? And he never fucking answered. Like, obviously, you can't use the word whiteness because you're saying that that's incendiary and also only for academics. What is your translation for whiteness? Are you saying whitey? Is that like your unincendiary translation or something?
Well, it feels like like both of them felt like they're in this weird, untenable position because they agreed that, like with the George Floyd example, that often when you talk about systemic racism, people too quickly will turn it into individual racism. And because that's, people generally need a face to project their problem onto. It's very hard for people to kind of grasp this. We need to be mad at this etherical, intangible system. It's very easy to just be mad at a person. Just say, oh, Derek Chauvin is the racist, as opposed to, no, there's this complicated theory about policing and, black crime, yada, 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 yada. Yeah. And so it's interesting that they'll like admit to all this, but then they won't take the next step and say, well, then let's get rid of the term systemic racism because that term is what's causing the problem.
They can't because they know it's politically advantageous.
Maybe. I mean, I think they're being honest. I think they just are very entrenched in the culture war.
Jangles did admit that he would do that. Like, I did a big sarcastic thing saying, "Oh, you would never ever do that. Never call someone racist when you had no idea they were really racist." Mm-hmm. And he was like, "I probably would."
Sure, but I don't remember that part of the conversation. I don't think that Jangles and LSP are operating in bad faith in that regard. I think they're very entrenched in like James Lindsay and Chris Rufo are saying this, so they think that they're both liars, and so
I agree.
inclined to just automatically take the opposite position.
I agree. So. But this is why the irony that critical race theory talks about how it doesn't matter the intent. It just matters the outcome is so fucking rich here. Because like the outcome is them advocating for CRT. The outcome is the same, even though unintentionally they have the best intentions in the world.
Right. No, exactly. CT for $1 says, I have 3 questions for Jangles. Oh, we didn't read this. What is your Harry Potter house? What is your Patronus? And most important, do you think you could defeat a horse-sized duck in a fight with no weapons?
CT always starting shit.
That's right. I think Jangles would say no.
Did CT put
not S-class.
Ornament design here on? Is there ornaments on? She has ornaments on our store now.
Oh wow! Is CT making ornaments?
I guess she sent a thing that says "Merry Christmas 2021" ornament design, Sitch and Adam. So.
Oh, we should. Oh, for Surround Me Tuesday, we gotta start putting up the art. We haven't been doing that.
I know. I just listen.
Slipping.
Last week too, people were like, "Where's my fucking Tuesday stream, you bastards?" So I'm not necessarily sure that it's a good idea to read all the super chats on.
Well,
so just FYI.
I don't know. It's too late now.
I have to run to the bathroom.
We can do
a
a Tuesday stream, Adam, where we talk about some other thing.
Maybe we should. I don't know.
Yeah, we still do that.
Do like a short one, just
Yeah, we can find some short video to cover or something. Yeah, short, 8-hour stream. Yeah, we can do that.
We're so bad.
Cerebral Friction for $2 says this might just be the ecstasy kicking in.
Oh shit!
But Jangles, I love you. You're a very silly man, but I love you. Still, fuck Connor though. I love my family.
Oh my god, I know. How could Connor say that and not know that he would piss off everyone?
How did I miss that part? Oh, I'm so mad.
You're like, don't we all? I mean, come on. Unless your parents are complete fuck ups, generally people do like their family.
Yell More for $1 says obligatory tithe for the yow. There you go.
Yow.
Did you go to the bathroom, Matt?
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Sword and Scale for $25. Thanks so much, Sword and Scale. Says this Jangles dude is clearly a white savior. Please show him the respect that you would show a proper Messiah. Ooh, ouch. Listen, here at Sitch and Adam Show, we disavow all forms of religious violence. Okay. Dr. Diddler for $2 says Dr. Diddler's wrench 1, Duper 0. Ooh, seems pretty clear cut to me. Poverty YouTuber Duper Media loses. Ooh, wow. Listen, Dr. Diddler, you will forever be above Doomer Media in the wrench game. Okay, forever. D team all the way. The Real Hydro PX for $10 says Jangles has shown nothing but evidence that being black is so much easier than being white. Sitch is right that Jangles has guilt from the racist Democrats whom his parents and family are, so he projects on to people. Empty Bottle of Monsters for $5 says we were all hungover. Quote, we were all hungover. It doesn't exactly boost my confidence in the public and professional debate community. Listen.
Oh, I agree with that.
There's nothing wrong with James and Sean and all the bros, all the Chads going out and getting drunk the night before so that they can't perform fully at the debate. Okay.
There is.
It's Me terrible. And Adam are totally hungover wasted.
No.
Okay. We were doing all sorts of drugs last night. That's just how you do debates.
I am a little bit hungover, but just not. I drank one, it was half a beer and it totally fucked me up. So.
Yeah, listen. When we do debates not hungover, we're 50% worse. Okay.
True.
That's just a fact.
That's actually true.
That's just a fact. So CT's making ornaments?
I guess. Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Or is this a contest?
I don't know.
My message above. What's your message? It's an art collab from, the Laser Discord. We're going to decorate Christmas ornaments and 3 people will be given nitro. It's not a contest. Winner will be selected at random. Arts, memes, everything is welcome. Well, there you go.
Oh, okay.
You'll get your nitro, which is the paid Discord service.
Yes. What is that? Nitro?
You get emotes and stuff.
Oh. We still have to do channel membership. People have been asking for that for 100 years, but.
Why does that Sitch picture that CT drew of me reading? I have an A-Team shirt on and I'm reading an A-Team book. I don't like this. I don't like this picture.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't like this picture.
That was your avatar for half of the
Oh my God. Get that A-Team merch off of me. It's bullshit.
You
Everyone knows
also
A-Team
have
doesn't read. Okay.
you also have pupils, which Sitch is really anti-pupil.
Yeah. The pupils are fine. I'm okay with it. This S class or S, I forget what I said. S crew is best crew. Yar. This was a Sitch pirate flag drawn by Nighthawk. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. The S crew.
Love it.
Way better than
See, A-Team is
the A boat.
A-Team has no problem with S class. We're
Yeah, because you're pussies.
why you gotta be a dick about it?
Yar, bitch. I'm taking over this stream, Adam.
Why you gotta
Prepare
be a
to get
dick
your
about
booty boarded.
Oh my God, you're after our booty now. No, hide the booty.
S crew is best crew. A train is little baby men.
Get the booty below deck quickly.
Jesus Christ. This is okay. Let's move on here. The real PX for $5 says, does Jangle notice he's the only person who is looking down on people of color? Is he this honest or does he really believe his racism?
Oh God, when people call Jangles racist, it's so good.
Is it like the
It's
wind
so-
beneath your wings?
It's so good.
Does it give you a half mast?
CRT is racist as fuck.
That's true. It is.
Yeah, I can't. That's why I can't stand the shit.
Mm-hmm. Oversized Trash Panda for $10 says, be careful here. Jangles, like Vosh, likes to cite studies that he claims supports his position, which turns out to refute him when you actually take the time to read them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't understand. As I said I could grant you your study. It doesn't even change my opinion whatsoever.
Yeah. What does it have to do with CRT?
Yeah, I don't know. It was very strange. Gabbles for 20 knock knock says, Adam thought Jangles was keys. That's why he was mad.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true, Adam? You thought he was jangling the keys in front of you and it confused you?
Maybe. I have a very low tolerance for bullshit. I mean, it's pretty clear. It's pretty obvious.
Jangling sound makes Adam mad.
Long answers that aren't answers is
Right.
like, we're against that on the show.
Sure. Kevin Garzu for $5 says, no one is asking for empirical evidence about claims about systemic racism. The CRT is anti-science claim is about epistemology, not science itself.
Correct.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's correct.
That's good. Yeah, that's a great use of the word epistemology.
The empirical evidence, this is the problem. The empirical evidence for systemic racism is just you look at something and say, well, that has a disparate outcome.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Remember social science that the guy talked about forever, but it turns out he doesn't really know social science? The chief thing about social science is correlation does not equal causation. It's like the thing that they drive into your head at every single turn in social science. Just because there's a correlation doesn't mean that it's causal. Right? And then CRT comes along and says, fuck that. It's all causal. It's such a nightmare. CRT is so anti-social science, so anti-science. This is what triggers the shit out of me. These people come in here and they're like, we need CRT because we need social science. No, we need to purge CRT from social science so social science can actually be science again and valuable. You agree, right?
I completely agree.
Yeah, of
100%. Yes. Totally.
Jangles, the science lad. Give me a break. Give me a break.
His name is Science Lad or Science Lab?
That's what it said. It said Jangles, the science lad. I mean, I would love if Jangles was, look, I'm pro-science, okay? I know a lot of people aren't. I'm pro-science, okay? If you want to solve these situations we got going on, don't categorize all science as race science, okay, Jangles? It's not a good look.
Well, he's not, but he's denying that CRT does, which I think is completely incorrect.
Yes. Yeah. CRT is no different from let's get out the skulls and measure them.
Yes. Colin P for $20. Thanks so much, Colin. Says, LOL, great point. Jangles can't tell if James Lindsay wrote a study he quotes or not. That's true. And I didn't really see him really in the first debate, I didn't see him really contradicting James. The only point that he really contradicted James on, which I prepared for, but we didn't get to, was the race essentialism point.
Oh my God.
Which he was wrong on. He was wrong on. And that's why James said they are race essentialists by proxy. He added that little qualifier.
Yeah, I remember. That was great.
The Real Hydro PX for another $5. Thank you. Just giving all sorts of money. Real Hydro says, wow, more confession through projection. Jangles projects his hate onto the right white people.
Oh, I know. That study. Oh God, we have to clip that out. Oh my God. The study that he's like, I have this study right here. The title of the study. Holy shit. Oh, can you imagine? Like, oh my, how is that not measuring skulls? How's that not the measuring skulls study just on the left?
Yeah, right. Cat Branchman for $5 says Doomer doesn't have a wrench because his wrench is mine. Doomer is a gray name tagged plebe. That's true.
Oh my God.
I was going to give Doomer a wrench and then I gave it to Cat instead. So now Doomer can never get it. Ever. Yeah.
I do like
I can only give one specific wrench to a person. So I
do like that our wrench numbers are climbing.
J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, Jay. Says, not us half-breeds. I can play the brown card and the white card, baby. There you go. The best of both worlds.
Is that LSP in the chat? Is that the LSP? Is that the... Did LSP come back? My dumb movie maybe.
That is.
Oh, okay. We're sitting.
Do you want him to come back on?
No. I'm just like, it's funny. I don't think we've really talked any shit about LSP.
I can start if you want.
No, I thought
Fuck LSP.
I thought LSP was great. I mean, but by comparison to Jangles, I mean, anyone's going to be great.
It probably stands for little stupid peenie head. There you go.
I forget what it stands for.
Liberal Sanity Project.
Liberal Sanity Project, yes.
The Real Hydro PX for $5 says, Sitch seems like the kind of guy Jangles would have in the back alley while Jangles is pretending to help the people of color. I'm going to be 100% honest. I have no fucking clue what that's supposed to mean.
I don't know what that means either. I was like having sex with him in the back alley?
Is he blowing me? Like
what is he talking about?
What are you talking? I don't know what that's supposed to imply there. But,
he's like, I don't know. We should move
Are you
on.
saying that like he's pretending he's helping me and pretending I'm a person of color? I'm not sure I understand that. But. Sam Houston for $5 says, have you guys seen the John Adams HBO show? If so, what are your thoughts on it? It's much better than Hamilton. I have. I was always been kind of curious to watch it, but I just never got around to it.
I searched for it and couldn't find it for some reason. I don't know. I might have got sidetracked and watched something
I assume
else.
it's on HBO Max if you have that. But...
I do, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Lumpy Space Princess. How did I miss that one? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. LSP. Crack Rocksteady, our favorite individual supervillain. Oh, I read this one. The Real Hydro PX for $5 says Sitch. Oh, my God. Sitch, he makes some insinuation that I was blowing Jangles. Okay.
Oh, is that a recent super chat that explains the other super
I guess
chat?
that was the back alley one. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know what that was in reference to, though, but that's fine. I do appreciate your money. Ender for $5 says, Sitch, go read the link. Go to the link and read the conclusion. It's literally white people upset that affirmative action is race-based. Thus, white people feel it's unfair. That was supposedly one of the studies that Jangles was citing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would imagine that's what one of the studies was
pretty
about.
hilarious.
Yeah.
That study. We got all the studies, guys. I'm sure Aiden's digging into them furiously right now already.
Well, and again, so I'm saying I don't even need to get, I could hand him, I could just say, I could grant you the studies are all true, but it still means that CRT is the wrong solution because it's just going to make people more racist, make them more afraid of losing their resources, make white people more centered around identifying by their race and circling the wagons to speak.
Yes. Going to make everything worse.
And to me, I mean, I wanted to come back to it, but we never did. I think it's totally crazy that Jangles and LSP, if you don't see it either, are not willing to recognize that this woke fixation on race is making white people more focused on race themselves,
right,
and more quote unquote protective of race, and thinking more about identifying along racial lines themselves.
Right. Yeah.
And this is part of the issue here, is that liberal ideas, liberalism specifically, generally recognizes that any weapon or argument you craft can be used against you and will be used against you. So you have to be careful with what weapons and arguments you create.
Yep.
Or like the leftist CRT wants to craft these sort of one-sided arguments. That's what race consciousness is. It says, we want to make it so black people can identify along these racial lines and coalesce along racial lines, but only black people. White people can't do this. Only black people get to do this. And I have some bad news. That's not how any of this works.
Yeah.
Okay. If black people start coalescing around black identity and they gain money or political power or influence around that, using that tactic.
What happened?
Thank you, Doomer. Jeez. Doomer just re-entered the watch together and started. If they start, no, Doomer did.
What is it? Accidentally?
Yeah. But if black people are doing that, of course, white people are going to see that and copy that tactic, and they're going to start doing that too. And they already are. And categorizing things like whiteness is necessarily evil, and all this white fragility talk, and all this sort of like you have to self-flagellate yourself if you're white, and all the suppressor talk. It is activating more racist.
Yeah.
It just is. And it's very visible to me. And I don't see the world where people think that's not happening, and that this is actually helping progress society in any fashion.
It's activating more genuine, old definition white supremacists. Not the rank and file conservative that you can, twist an argument together and call them white supremacists so you can win the next election.
Right.
Real people who are like into that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, so much of this is people saying like, oh, I mean, we saw this too with academic agent and some of this stuff. It's like so much of this is like, oh, because of woke stuff, I think we need to get rid of like liberal democracy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're seeing this happen. I don't know.
We need monarchy.
We need monarchy. Yeah. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell people that aren't seeing this.
Aiden is coming on to talk monarchy with me in 2 weeks. Not next Thursday, but the Thursday after that. So
okay. Bjorn Kazark for $2 says, ask Jangles if 2 + 2 = 4 and see if he has a straight take on that. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't get to that. Some internet dude for $5 says, Robin DiAngelo admitted to being uncomfortable around black people and right fragility. I don't know about people like Jangles, but I don't listen to racists. So, yeah, I do remember that. A lot of white fragility does feel like Robin DiAngelo kind of projecting her own white Protestant guilt onto other people.
Yeah,
so that's how I took it.
Into a cash cow.
Whalers for $5 says, why are you keeping Jangles around? There's nothing productive about having him. Don't give him time. You're above the discussion. I don't know. I thought it was a fun conversation. Aaron for $20. Thanks so much, Aaron. Says, if you spend 60 years telling people that being a minority is a curse that prevents economic and educational success, is it surprising that there's apprehension about being a minority about this new majority?
That is the best fucking argument against the woke stuff right there.
Yeah. And someone started to get to that point. We didn't really get to finish it because everyone was jumping in. But yeah, no, it's just like the concept of bringing up that minority study is like, yeah, of course, if you have the woke left saying that being a minority is the most oppressed thing in the world, obviously you're that's another way you're sort of indicating for white people to hold on and grab hold of things based on their own racial majority.
It's worse than that, because you're also implying that the majority can't help themselves but to oppress the minority. You're giving cover to the future majority.
Right. So it's just to me, it's like, okay, you can bring up that study, but this just forwards my argument.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think this helps the CRT position at all. John Smith for $2. Thanks, John. Says, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Dog.
Cat.
Really?
Cat.
Dog. Pete for $5 says, this guy needs an aerial. Oh, jeez.
Oh, shit.
Whalers for $5 says, Jangles is the kid who thinks he's cool by making insults, but everyone only keeps him around to throw him in a locker.
Oh, my God.
Me, a lot of Jangles say, wow. Old School for $4.99 says Jangles' quote science degree is in biomech, which is PM exercise and movement science. He's a gym teacher, not a scientist.
Really
I
interesting.
don't know anything about what biomech means. I thought it meant that he was making robots or something.
So his degree is what they've changed the phys ed degree to, so it didn't sound like you're a PE teacher.
I don't know. I'm gonna still think that he's making robots or something. Okay.
I don't know.
It says biomechanics is the study of structure, function, motion of mechanical aspects of biological systems at any level, from whole organisms to organs, cells, and cellular organelles, using the method of mechanics. Biomechanics is a branch of biophysics.
I don't like to dive
like
too deep.
Pretty
into that
broad
stuff.
Category.
Well, also, I believe people can be. I believe in autodidacts, people who want to learn something because they're obsessed with it. I don't think you necessarily need to have a degree to be good at that. So, yeah, it's an appeal to authority fallacy. Just
Joel Dykeman for $5 says, in order for the pro CRT person to mention Hanlon's razor when CRT's central thesis is antithetical to Hanlon's razor. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's true. Oh,
that's
my
a great
God.
point. Because CRT is all about, assuming malice 90% of the time or 99% of the time instead of ignorance.
That's so
That's
awesome.
very true. Yeah. Fondue for $5 says, all I hear Jangles do is ignore points if someone he doesn't like says it.
Yeah, I heard a lot of that.
Some of that was happening, yeah. Corey for $5 says, a lack of understanding shouldn't be mistaken for dishonesty, but a lack of understanding should be used as an honest argument, dishonesty by proxy.
Yeah, that's what I was
A lack of
saying.
understanding shouldn't be used as an honest argument. Yeah, okay. Well, that's why, I think Jangles just needs to read more into it. I'm not taking, I didn't come to this taking James Lindsay or Chris Rufo's word for it. I fucking read the literature myself. I said, oh, well, it seems pretty racist.
There was a point of somewhat agreement. I didn't want to give it to him because, Christopher Rufo, I complained about Christopher Rufo's documentary style being somewhat dishonest and him using the ominous music that critical race theory is going to destroy the world. But as more and more people are echoing that philosophy sort of from just an NPC perspective without any idea of how their actions are affecting the world, don't they at what moment do they actually become the mirror image of the Southern white racists that were just racist because it was cultural to be that way?
Well, they already are on the down low. The CRT people, that is, not Jangles.
Right.
Kimberly Crenshaw and Mary Matsuda and Gary Powell and all these people are really fucking racist.
Yes, they are overtly racist. But since, P plus P equals R, we can't accuse him of that. But Jangles, we can accuse of that pretty easily because he's white. So
I think Gary Peller's white, so we can accuse him of being racist.
Oh, nice.
Guardian Fortress for $10 says, I found Actual Justice Warrior before even EFAP when Rags was a PC versus console guy. Love all these communities. Well, thank you, Guardian Fortress.
Yeah.
We love you.
People get a real kick out of us communicating with other creators too, which is kind of cool.
Mithram 6 for 500 Kazarks. Thank you, Mithram. Says, Sitch, I think the main reason why people like Jangles read CRT far more charitably is because they translate, quote, whites into meaning Republicans or conservatives.
Oh, that's a great point.
It's not racial for them, it's political. No, it's actually, that's a fantastic point. I do think that is an interpretation they're reading, which if you look into CRT, it's very clearly that's not what they mean, because CRT is so focused about being anti-liberal or being a critique or critical of liberals and liberalism. So
right.
Jay, I mean, like even if you look in the like they mention liberals as a critique of them, or they're criticizing liberals like 100 times for every time they mention a conservative. So,
right. Yeah, it's totally off their radar. They're like, we really need to get our side to be communist. What are we doing?
The only CRT paper I can think of that's like really focuses on conservatives is actually, it's kind of funny. It's Kimberly Crenshaw has a whole paper where she just complains about Thomas Sowell.
Really? Oh my God.
Yes.
I should read that one. That sounds funny.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. And she's like, well, whatever, I don't want to get into it. But,
we should read some of these papers. That would be like a good Tuesday stream, reading
maybe,
some of these fucking insane papers.
Yeah, because I mean, I think Gary Peller's paper is such like a key paper to really understanding CRT. So we can, I mean, it's really long, but we can read the introduction. Maybe.
That was a great part. We're definitely clipping that out when you read the thing. And I had to mute Jangles because he couldn't stop interrupting. It was like he could see the ship sinking, and he's like, "Oh my God, I'm on the ship." He's like, "I'm going down."
J Mac for another $10. Thanks so much, Jay. Says Jangles got close to calling Sean an outright racist, but Sean kept cool as a cucumber. Gotta find your inner Sean Adam.
Yeah, you're right. That's
true.
Yeah. I see. That is the most dishonest thing about it, though. That's the tactic that I call dishonest. I left when he started doing that to Sean, because I was like, okay, this nonsense again. And Sean just sits there. I don't necessarily agree with Sean's strategy, because Sean's strategy is just kind of ignore it. My strategy is, okay, there's a game going on here, and I want to call them out whenever they start playing this game. It's the game. Let's trick them into saying something that we can misconstrue as racist on another stream, and then we can continue to call them race realists or whatever. I mean, Sean has been this has been done to Sean a million times by Lance of the Surfs. So
yeah, but so honestly, I think it's to Sean's benefit, because now he gets to make fun of Lance. He gets to have a whole rivalry with someone who's not understanding him intentionally or stupidly.
You think it is?
Sure.
I don't know.
I think that's why Sean doesn't give a fuck.
Lance is officially a Twitter check mark now. They took Christopher Rufo's check mark and gave it to Lance.
Gave it to Lance.
Like, is that? I mean,
he was on the Young Turks, so there you
go. In a fair universe,
yes.
Does that happen? I mean, Christopher Rufo is like a respected
the Twitter
documentary filmmaker, and Lance is a dude who bitches about capitalism on Twitch.
The Twitter checkmark thing is a fucking joke. There's no real rhyme or reason to any of it other than like, well, we'll give you a checkmark if we have to, like if you're like a famous celebrity or a journalist. And then beyond that, it's like, oh, do you say you say the correct talking points? You say the correct left or leftist talking points, then you get a check mark.
Oh, I know.
Like above a certain audience size.
I know it's a complete joke. It is. Like, I take Twitter as seriously as I take MySpace. But you got to imagine the New York Times like citing something from MySpace. Like, user on MySpace said, it's like, okay, what?
No, that's you're completely correct. And that is the problem, that all these fucking journalists are way too online, way too involved with Twitter, and keep confusing Twitter for real life. Thinking that this narrow space that it leans far to the left is indicative of the rest of society, when it really does not.
They cite Twitter like it's some scientific journal, like it's Nature.
Yeah. But yeah, and that's the problem, is that people understandably always make this human error where they assume whatever environment they're in is representative of the whole, and generally it's not.
Yeah.
So gotta be careful.
It's bad news.
Lucifer the Doberman for 20 Canadian says, did anyone get a huge smile when Kyle Rittenhouse thanked Sean on Twitter? I didn't know that happened.
Sean who?
Actual Justice Warrior, I mentioned.
Kyle Rittenhouse is on Twitter? I didn't even know that.
I didn't even know. Oh, that's right. Somebody sent me, he is on Twitter, because somebody sent me, he did one of those voice chat things. on Twitter.
Did he really?
So I guess he is on Twitter.
Holy
Yeah, I
shit.
listened to it for like 10 minutes and I got kind of bored because it was just a lot of simping. But
so
my God.
how did Sean get a call out? And we called him a hero like early on. And
well, Sean did a bunch of like individual videos. Kyle Rittenhouse not watching our 10-hour long streams, but
it's true.
Fine. We still love you, Kyle.
I guess you're right.
So, Abdi Muhammad sent a Nuance Bro a picture of pumpkin pie on Twitter.
Oh my God.
And he said, "Please don't scream at me. I just thought I would try to play on your addiction."
No way. I'm sure he's blocked. Nuance Bro does not have a high tolerance for that nonsense either.
Look at you. What a shit stir you are.
Why? I mean, we had
Sean
him on,
retweeted it too.
we had him on the show, and he seemed like, in all honesty, he seemed like a far more serious guy, which I can respect. I mean, I understand people have different temperaments, but
okay.
Do you disagree? I mean,
I disagree. I like Nuance Bro.
no,
He's a cool guy.
I like him too. I don't cast it
Okay.
like I don't like him.
I know. I'm putting you in a difficult spot on purpose because I'm an asshole.
No, I think he's great.
How do you not
Bro
like
and I-
Nuance Bro, Adam? What's wrong with you?
So, come on. Nuance Pro makes great content. He's definitely enlightened. He's definitely team truth. Okay.
Okay.
But he is a little bit serious. Like if you try to buy him like a case of pumpkin pies as a joke, he's gonna fucking block your ass.
Fuck, now I want pumpkin pie. Shit. I gotta find
He's not gonna like that shit.
Is there some dairy-free pumpkin pie at my grocery store? Because
I was making jokes about Elon Musk, and I thought it was going to come to blows. I'm like, I'm joking, dude. I'm like kidding around here.
I want some fucking pumpkin pie. Fuck you. Now I want it.
Pumpkin
now I
pie?
feel like Nuance Bro.
I lost like half of A team over my pumpkin pie take. Everyone in the chat was like, fuck you.
What was your pumpkin pie take?
I thought pumpkin pie is like low down.
You said it was
on
overrated.
Yeah, low down
Crazy.
on the
Pumpkin pie's
pie
good.
hierarchy.
What's the good A train pie?
I like lemon meringue pie.
Oh my God.
You don't like lemon meringue? How about key lime? Key lime is
okay.
delicious.
It's okay. I would definitely put it more closer to the bottom than like pumpkin pie.
How about blackberry? Don't be a racist.
I like blackberry. I've never had blackberry pie. I'd probably
really?
like it because I like blackberry jam.
Okay.
So that sounds pretty good. I mean, I think pumpkin pie, pecan pie, apple pie, I think these are all better than key lime
all
pie.
those are all on my lowest rung.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a fucking lemon meringue. I don't know about this shit.
Oh, so good.
All right. Fucking strange. Someone says that Kyle Rittenhouse knew who I was, but then he forgot because I stopped making videos.
Oh, you? He knew
Yes.
who you were?
Yes.
Did you make a Kyle Rittenhouse? I don't think you ever made a Kyle Rittenhouse.
Never
video.
did. No. Oh, that's right. It's Abdi Muhammad is the one who sent me the Kyle Rittenhouse Twitter Space thing. That's right. Yes. Thank you. Pumpkin pie is high tier. Adam doesn't have pecan pie because he lives in California. Oh, is that true?
No, I have. There's one on my counter right now. My wife loves pecan pie.
Awesome.
Yeah.
She's got good taste. Except for marrying you. I'm not so sure about that one.
Yeah. You know, I tricked her. I took this hypnotist course.
Yes.
Let's just
You
say
took Scott Adams' hypnotism course, and you.
Let's just say I'm a hypnotist to the ladies.
There you go. Stug for $5 says, Sitch, remember, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, and hate leads to suffering. I sense much fear of the prequels from you.
Oh my God.
There you go.
That was a dead on Yoda impersonation.
Was it? It sounds terrible to my ears, but
it sounded great.
Listen, the prequels are shit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Listen.
We should have asked.
That should be our unofficial motto of the show.
Listen is our unofficial motto.
Listen.
I think I stole from CT, but then I thought she said she stole from you. So I'm not sure where it came from.
I do the listen a lot, yeah.
Okay.
But I think you stole it from me. You stole the anyway.
Yeah, but you said listen. She says listen with 2 S's. That's what I'm saying.
Listen?
Listen with no T. Listen. One Quim for $50 says, S class is the best class. Now, please, Sitch, could I get a wrench? It will make Doomer the coward mad.
How dare you?
Yes, you can.
What?
Yes, you can.
Blasphemy.
Well, listen, I forgot One Quin's $50 super chat last week and gave another this week, and even more money earlier. So yeah,
no,
definitely.
give him a wrench, definitely. Him or her, I don't. Give they a wrench.
I feel like I should take Utter Nonsense wrench away when he says things like the prequels are actually good.
Mm-hmm. Don't take it.
Okay, Utter Nonsense just said that episode 3 is better than the original trilogy. I gotta take his wrench away for that. Come on, that's got to be a wrench taking away offense. That's insane.
I can't say the thing because evidently it's racially insensitive. But what is the thing when you give something and then take it away unceremoniously?
There's no world of reality where episode 3 is better than the original trilogy. You're out of your fucking mind, Utter Nonsense. That is utter nonsense, Utter Nonsense.
We need some.
You should have been thrown out of your college for that take.
We need some fair system to recall wrenches.
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
we do. That's terrible. Chris Quests for $20 says, first super chat. Oh, thank you. Sitch, an actual Justice Warrior, he is a BS motherfucker. Takes 3 hours to answer a question and really just answers a version he wants, not the original question. I am riding the A train today. Bring Aiden to talk about the CRT studies. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, because I call that shit out. You guys just let it slide. People don't like it when you let it slide, okay? Triggered or not, I got it done.
Oh. Okay. Because the thing is, like, he makes a super long point, and I understand what he's saying, and I agree that there is some kind of a little bit of weaseling going on there, a lot of like a space,
hell of a lot of weaseling going on.
Well,
snake.
So
snaking,
I understand. So I get his point. I mean, I agree it would be better if you could be a little bit more succinct about it, but
yeah, that's not my fault. Speed it up, right? They're the ones that did the speed it up. I'm doing the speed it up now.
CT says listen was hers. Okay,
sure.
Hex is claiming that CT stole it from Shoehead. I'm not sure about that one.
Really? Mahler does the anyways in his video, and once I started listening,
he stole that from me.
I mean, I listened to a lot of Mahler videos that it seemed were old, and he does the anyways.
Yeah, he's got that from me.
Did he really steal it from you?
Yeah, he totally stole it.
Little bitch. I cannot believe he would do such a thing.
Well, he asked me. He DM'd me. He's like, Sitch, can I use your anyways? And I was like,
his most recent videos. That's his number one segue. Is the anyways.
And
we only use it once a show. We only use it to move on to the the end of the show.
I'm like, listen, Mahler, listen. I'll give you this one, okay? From shadow person to shadow person, I'll hook a brother up. You can use anyways, but I get 10% of your money. So there you go.
It's so weird.
I'm not gonna give it them for free. You get crazy.
It's so weird when I listen to his videos because every time he says anyways, I'm like Pavlov's dog. I'm like, time for the harmonica.
The show's over. For the harmonica instinctively.
The show's over. What? Oh, that's shit. Funny. He's just moving on to the next segment. Anyways. That's so good.
Anyways, William Martin for $5 says, I will not stand for this DBZ slander. The story might be subpar, but I think most people enjoy the show for the art direction and emotional moments.
Dragon Ball Z coming out.
Fair enough. Okay, that's fun.
Look at we got to talk about Dragon Ball Z more often. Look at all these Dragon Ball Z super chats.
I know, Dragon Ball Z, man. Pazorka Zark for $5 says, weebs that don't like DBZ writing instead like anime where edgy misanthropic characters make shallow rants like keyboard philosophers.
Oh, so true.
Fake. No, man, what do you mean? That's why I loved Hunter x Hunter so much. No. At least at first, I loved Gon's positivity. That's why I liked.
I think this is what I didn't like about Hunter.
Alpha Chad positively. So no, I'm not. That's why I really didn't like Evangelion because I thought it was way too fucking edgy.
Hunter x Hunter. Keyboard philosophers. That's what the tag should be.
Or Mob Psycho. That's like such a positive message in that show. Stug for $2 says, not safe for work. Flash is better than Barry Allen. There you go. There you go. Dr. Diller for $2 says, I enjoy DBZ purely for the dumb but epic fights. Yeah, that's what most people like. Yeah, that's 100% fair.
I love dumb but epic fights.
True.
How can you even call them dumb when they're epic?
Abby Muhammad for 55 sexy sexes says, can we get a D&D campaign streamed with Sitch, Adam, Sean, and Doomer? We want to see Sean dork out on stream as a dwarf or something. That would be kind of funny.
That would be fun.
That would be kind of funny.
Jab Slant for $2 says, hey, Sean, get on EFAP. Also, S class is best class.
The best class.
That's exactly how Sitch reads the A team. It's so demoralizing.
Like jab. I'll try to get Sean on EFAP. Okay. Kenyon Y for $5 says, thank you, Adam, for aggressively calling out Jangles non-answers.
Hell yes, you are welcome.
There you go. See, we provide all walks of life, all takes here at the Sitch and Adam show. Okay.
Yeah.
95 Key for $5 says, Sitch, what is a Lotkey? You never told me, and I desperately need to know. Oh, a Lotka? 95 Key is a terrible person.
Why?
He's been sending me the cringiest Hanukkah puns on Discord for no reason. He's like, I'm just going to send you these cringy leftist like Hanukkah puns that are like, let me bring them up.
You don't like Hanukkah puns? I mean, you're the pun master and you love Hanukkah.
Terrible. So like one of them is like a latke with a COVID mask on. And it's like past the latkes, not the COVID. And one of them is thanks a latka for the child tax credit.
Oh my God.
Wait, I'll give it to you so you could put it up.
I'll bring it up. Yeah.
Like it's so this makes me want to die. Okay. Like, these things are fucking the worst ever. Where the fuck are you? There you are. There you go. So you can so the world can see what Keat has been subjecting me to, the terror that he's been subjecting me to.
I can't put this up.
You gotta put it up.
This is terrible.
It's the worst thing ever.
It looks delicious though. Is that? So
a latke, okay, so for those that don't know, a latke is just a potato pancake.
They are delicious.
They're okay.
What?
I'm not a giant fan of latkes, I'll be honest.
I love potato pancakes.
They just take potatoes and they just kind of flatten them out and they fry them.
Yeah, they're like little hash browns.
They are like, yeah, I like hash browns better. Hash browns have a different taste quality to them than latkes, but that's appropriate. They are like big hash browns.
Thanks a latke for the child tax credit. Look at that.
Look at this.
Latke with money on it.
That's the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Ugh. Oh. Anyways.
There's another one.
I sent you two.
Oh my God.
Goro Acero for $5 says Sitch doesn't believe in any CIA conspiracies. I don't. It's news to me. But believes user official S-Class is a false flag operation. Very curious. Well, you got me there. Listen, I never considered that the official S-Class account could actually be a false flag CIA operation. I never considered that. That's very possible.
Did you skip over to StreamYards? I think you did.
No, I did not. Really?
I feel like you skipped a super chat.
No. We have Kenyon Y, 95 Keat, Goro Acero. What did I skip? That's what I thought. Aaron Villarreal for $5 says S-Class is latkes and A-Team is pulled pork. Delicious together, but not kosher. That's not fair.
That's the one that I thought you missed, so you didn't miss it.
Oh, okay. Listen, I will choose pulled pork every time over latkes.
Pulled pork is
That's not even a fucking. That's not even a choice.
Pulled pork is delicious too.
Now, if you were to chop up some latkes and put them in pulled pork, now that would be very tasty. I would agree with that.
Latkes, a
That'd be very
potato
good.
pancake?
Yes.
I would make a pulled pork sandwich out of 2 latkes. That would be delicious. I would eat that right up.
I'm trying. There was some.
Is that kosher?
No, but fuck kosher. Kosher laws are stupid. Kosher laws are so stupid.
Can
Being
I
kosher
put
is
bacon
wrong,
on my latke pulled pork sandwich? Because I feel
You
like
should
that
go-
might be an extra.
Well,
step of
if you put
tastiness.
bacon on the pulled pork sandwich, it cancels out and makes it kosher because it's like a double
good.
negative. So
I
you
like
can try.
it.
There you go. No, there was some deli I went to in New York that like had actually instead of bread, it had like a potato pancake bun, and it was that was pretty tasty. Now that I think about it,
Mm-hmm.
though that seems really unhealthy to be eating fried potatoes instead of bread.
I know, and pulled pork and bacon.
Oh God, that's like a heart
lot
attack
of
sandwich.
Frying. Yeah,
Jeez.
but delicious.
Sam Houston for $5 says, "Will we have a competition over which is better, Tomboy Sitch Chan or Femboy Tennis Adam?"
We won't be having that competition.
Obviously, Tomboy Sitch Chan is far superior than
Oh, yeah.
Femboy Adam. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
My
Dialogue
dialogue
always for $5.
For $5 says, "Has Sean actually looked into Chicago, or is he just saying New York crime versus Chicago prime? So police." I don't know. Have to ask him on
I'm not
Twitter.
sure.
He said he responds to you. The fake Doomer Media for 2 Canadians says, "Give me a wrench right in front of the real Doomer."
Mm-hmm.
I
Evil.
should. You'll have to come back next week when Doomer's on. I will 100% do that.
Evil. Why you guys bully Doomer? I like Doomer.
I like Doomer too. I like to bully him.
Yeah.
He started this. He 100% started our rivalry. Okay?
Is this
It's all in his head.
cyberbullying?
It's all on Doomer's head. Okay. I approached Doomer with open arms and he slapped me in the face. Okay?
Yeah, he did.
It's all on his head.
He did.
He
He
deserves
slapped
it.
you. He did.
He did.
With his gloves, his white gloves, he just fucking slapped you.
He did. He took his white gloves. He went, And I was like, what was that for?
Yeah.
And I was like, this is now a rivalry that will last 3 generations.
Yeah, exactly.
My great grandsons will be fighting the S-Class versus Doomer
Your
wars.
grandchildren and my grandchildren
Yes.
are going to kill one another.
They will over this rivalry that Doomer started this
In
day.
open combat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I have a sip of Adam's Coke Samimi for $2? Says, "I loved your passion, Adam. I want a little of it. Oh, woo woo."
Okay. Okay.
Mm.
A little off brand, but okay.
There were a couple pictures I hated. This is how much I love our artists. I hated some of these pictures, but you had to put them up, even though I think they suck.
Really?
Yes, that you didn't put up yet.
I didn't put them up?
Yeah.
Are you talking Steamboat? A-Train? What are you
You
talking
can put that. Also, the Max Lord picture, which I hate with a burning passion.
Max Lord? I don't even...
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Okay. Well, it's above the pirate picture.
Oh, it's above the pirate picture?
Yes. Oh, Zara Richards for $2 says, "Doomer Media, more like Boomer Media." True.
Boomer Media.
Chaotic Intention for $5 says, quote, "Believe in the science." Jangles, science is subjective. That seems a little confusing. A little contradictory at some points.
Mhm.
Yeah, that did come across. Some internet dude for $20. Thanks so much. Says, "I haven't rewatched the prequels as an adult. I just rewatched the part where Windu dies like a jabroni. I'm glad I was set straight from the take. If I could beat my 7-year-old self with a belt, it would be a studded belt." Wow.
Ouch.
Crazy. Okay.
Someone's
I don't like the
really into
prequels, but
spanking.
I don't like the prequels, but not enough to self-flagellate with the belt. That's fair.
Studded belt, no less.
Listen, when you're 7, you're allowed to like shit and garbage. Okay. I liked
Generally
lots of
you
terrible
do,
things
yeah.
when I was 7. Yeah.
Yeah. I liked lots of terrible movies too. I can't find this piece of art. I don't know what you're talking about. There's the ornaments. There's you with the A-Team book. Then there's the pirate. I don't. Maybe.
You don't see it? It's
oh
a tweet.
yeah. Okay, I got you. I found it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is pretty amazing. Who did this art? Max Lord.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty garbage.
You don't like it?
No, it's terrible.
Why?
Because it's dog shit. It's a terrible picture.
S-Class.
Max Lord should feel ashamed of himself for drawing something so
S-Class
poorly.
rides the short bus. Well, that part's true.
A Train rides the Rage Train, apparently.
Who said that?
I did just now.
Untrue.
The A in A Train stands for aggro. Aggro as fuck.
Aggressive.
Yes, aggressively aggro.
The aggressive train. I like it.
95 Keat for $5 says, may have said this before, but trans in the Matrix isn't new. The semi-canon MMO, there's a female character heavily hinted as being Neo reincarnated. Oh.
Ouch.
There you go.
Ouch. Terrible.
This is Max Lord's picture. It's got CT Sammy, and I assume Max, and it says, say the line, Sitch, and Sitch is saying S-Class rides the short bus. There you go.
Look at that.
Degenerate. Terrible picture.
You really captured Sitch's likeness there. Look at me. I'm all happy-go-lucky, and Sitch is like very angry.
Well, judging by this debate, this conversation, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's appropriate.
Really?
But, yeah. You seem very happy-go-lucky.
Inside. See, that's the thing about me. My inside is very different than
I see
the outside.
So you're like the smiling guy, and you're like a smiling Wojak, and you're wearing a rage mask. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it's the reverse. It's the reverse of trying to play it cool.
The
it's
reverse
like inside,
Wojak. All right.
Inside, I'm cool, and outside, I'm like the rage face.
Uh-huh.
I got to put that as a Wojak together. That perfectly describes my performance. Inside, calm, cool, and collected. Outside, rage.
I don't buy it.
Really? I gotta listen back.
Don't buy it.
I feel like I had the performance of my life tonight, to be honest with you.
Okay. Contrast for 2 Aussie says, I'm giving everyone a Chinaman pass for the stream. Thank you, Contrast. Thank you. We should have made sure to throw out some anti-Chinese epithets, but we missed our opportunity.
Yeah, I guess.
One Quim for $2 says, Sitch, I DM'd you a pic. Uh-oh. Was it an unsolicited dick pic?
Yeah, what's going on here?
I don't see it. Was your Twitter handle the same as one Quim?
Does Liberal Sanity Project have 3 arrows, which is a communist symbol in their avatar? It feels like.
Yes, he does.
Okay, so he's openly communist then.
I don't think so. I'm confused. I was going to ask that question, and then
we never did.
Sidetracked.
It happens.
Are you in the chat, one Quim? What is your Twitters? What did you send me? Because I don't see a DM from one Quim. I see DMs from other people. I see all sorts of other dick pics that have been sent.
What was the thing? I think I think he sent the tweet that I sent to you, but I don't think you should read it because it's got a bunch of incendiary accusations. Is it?
The drama?
Is it the crowd thing? Yeah.
Is it the crowd drama? Okay,
I think it
see
is.
The picture.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, send me wrench
It's funny
pics,
that
not dick pics.
It's funny that Kraut says I don't want to start shit, and then that tweet is just from like a couple days ago, which was like I think it was after he was saying he wasn't going to start shit. Doesn't that tweet seem a little bit against the whole idea that you're not going to embroil yourself in drama any longer?
Yes. Oh, okay. I see the tweet. Yeah, I see. I see your tweet.
That was a response to you were complaining about. I think you were in that thread because it had to do with Jeff Holiday. Yeah, that was the thread Jeff Holiday was talking smack in.
I don't think that was the thread that we were in because I don't remember Aiden ever being part of that conversation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think I was part of this.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I didn't see it. None of this showed up in my mentions, so I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I still never watched. Jeff sent me some video. I don't know if it was an apology or an insult. And I never watched it. So
really, well,
I don't know. I don't know whatever happened at the end of that. But
technically, if you didn't watch it, that's the insult.
Okay. Okay.
Well, send it to me. Maybe it's good drama.
There you go.
Come on.
I don't want to read the tweet. It's very incendiary, guys.
Yeah,
we're
not going to read it. Yeah.
Right. It was Kraut attacking Aiden, basically. Contrast for 2. Ozzy says, whoa. Jordan Peterson, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Thank you. Contrast. One Quinn for another $10 says, Adam and Sitch, check your DMs. I sent you a picture of the tweet. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, that's yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. He says it is from that Jeff Holiday thread. Oh.
I thought it was.
I don't remember Aiden being involved in that. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, Aiden stepped in. Aiden stepped in to represent for you, and then
really, this is all. That was a problem. I had like 3 tweets that were bangers at that time that were all got like over 1,000, like 2,000 likes. So once you get that, your mentions.
Yeah, your mentions are rest in peace.
Yeah, I can't discern anything. So I must have missed. It must have got lost in the wave. So yeah, I feel bad now. I missed Aiden defending me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aiden.
Aiden stepped up. She kind of did a little. She used her womanly charms on Jeff Holiday.
I don't think it worked, judging by the picture.
Yeah.
Overseer's Log for $2 says, Dr. Pepper is superior. You cannot change my mind. I never really liked Dr. Pepper either, I'll be honest.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper is superior. Yeah.
Never a big fan of colas, that cola flavor, the Dr. Pepper root beers, any of that like dark brown soda taste drink. I've never liked any of that stuff.
Every time I've drunk a Dr. Pepper, it was because there was absolutely nothing else to drink, and I regretted every second of it.
I remember at some Boy Scout summer camp where we rode horses everywhere. We climbed this giant fuck off mountain, and you're in like the wilderness somewhere, so there's no cold. There's no cold water anywhere, so you're just drinking room temperature water the whole time. And we have to climb this big ass mountain. It took like 3 or 4 hours to get to the top, and it only took an hour to get down because I was like running because I was just so done with this. I just want to get off this fucking mountain. Because I made myself. I said, listen, I'm gonna climb to the top of this mountain without sitting down once. Because I knew once I sit down, I wouldn't want to get back up again.
Yeah, I know. I've been on those hikes before.
I was the only person. I did it. I made up the whole mountain.
There's one vending machine at the top of the mountain.
No, so I run back to the bottom of the mountain, and there's like a building there that's famous at this summer camp for making its own sodas.
Oh my God.
That are ice cold.
Oh
okay.
My God.
So I'm so ready. I'm so pumped. I'm like, I climbed this big fucking ass mountain. I'm going to get down the bottom of this mountain. I'm going to have some ice cold soda. If you guys don't know this, if you've ever gone like a week or 2 weeks just drinking like a room temperature liquids,
yes,
and then
like soda, oh my God,
and then you have like an ice cold drink, like an ice cold soda, oh my, it's like literally crack. It's the most wonderful thing you've ever had.
Yeah.
Okay. So I run to the bottom of this mountain. I'm so pumped, and I get inside, and I'm like, I cannot wait to have some sort of ice cold homemade soda. And I'm like, what kind of flavors do they have? And they're like, flavors? We only make one type of soda here.
Yeah.
Root beer. I was like, no.
Oh my God.
I just started crying.
I
just started crying right in the middle.
I got it. Objection.
Boy Scout camp.
Objection.
I fell on the floor. I started crying.
Objection.
Like, what's wrong, Sitch? You don't like root beer?
Objection.
Like, trash
Objection.
beer. You have regular
root beer?
I'll drink
is
regular beer.
Root beer is the best soda ever.
Root beer is garbage.
Comparing root beer to Dr. Pepper, I mean, this makes the story completely different. I mean,
garbage.
Imagine if the story ended with them saying, we only have one soda, Dr. Pepper.
Root beer is trash.
But root beer's delicious.
No.
I can't believe This is what is
Nope.
incendiary. Whenever I go out to a restaurant and I ask for a root beer and the waiter or waitress says, "We don't have root beer. We have Dr. Pepper." I'm ready to fucking leave. How dare you try to offer me a Dr. Pepper?
Well, listen, maybe that's my problem. Maybe I'm trying to think. I don't remember last time I've had root beer.
They're completely different.
Maybe I haven't actually had root beer. Maybe I've only had Dr. Pepper. And this whole time I thought Dr. Pepper was root beer.
Dr. Pepper.
Maybe I've
is
been living a
gross.
lie.
Yeah. Maybe they did have Dr. Pepper at this store.
No, it was root beer. It was root beer.
Root beer's delicious. I love root beer.
Okay. I didn't
root
like
beer
it.
Is the best.
Hey, Aiden. Yeah, this is still going on.
Have you tried Weinhardt's root beer? Weinhardt's makes a root beer.
I haven't. I just said I'm not sure if I've ever tried any root beer.
You should try some Weinhardt's root beer.
Okay.
That might change your mind. Weinhardt's
Dr. Pepper
is
has
like the
prunes in it.
root
Okay.
beer. Yeah,
That's
Dr.
gross.
Pepper is carbonated prune juice.
So, okay.
Do you like
what is
prune
root beer?
juice?
Not really.
Yeah. Oh God, it's disgusting.
The warrior's drink.
Root beer? It's
No,
made out of
prune juice.
No, root beer's made out of It's made out of like
Sassafras.
molasses. Yeah. It's got a molasses taste to it.
I see.
You don't like molasses?
Does it taste like Coke or Pepsi or anything like that?
No, it tastes better than those.
Okay, but that's not. I'm asking, is it like a similar flavor?
No, it's not.
Okay, I'll have to try something.
Does Pepsi taste like sarsaparilla or?
I mean, listen, I drink
molasses
water like 99% of the time now, anyway. So.
Water. Ugh.
Sodas. Well, actually, that's not true. I drink water and I drink water, green tea, and coffee. That's
Drink
basically the only
Mountain
three things I
Dew.
drink. You shouldn't be drinking soda, Adam. It's really bad.
I
for you.
I drink. I get the little sodas because I'm so addicted to soda. It's so delicious. But
Really? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've never.
love soda.
I used to drink
God,
Sprite,
so
but only
good.
like when I go out to eat. I wouldn't drink it at home. Or
I
anything.
love Sprite. Sprite is my second favorite drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weinhardt's root beer. When you try Weinhardt's root beer, I want to hear back.
All right. I'll drink some Weinhardt's root beer. Just
Andrew Clark for $2 says Adam misunderstood Jangles like he did Aiden. That's so painful. Why, Andrew? Why? Oh, it's like daggers to my heart.
You shouldn't drink.
I don't think I misunderstood anyone.
There you go.
I shouldn't what?
I was gonna say you shouldn't drink. Someone said they drink mineral water. You should. I have this fancy water filter thing called Berkey's. The brand is called Berkey's. They make a really good water purifier thing. So just drink that instead of buying bottled mineral
THC water.
Okay.
The DMV.
You skipped a couple, Adam.
Oh, I did?
Steel Wrath for $5 says, we gave our chickens so many pumpkins. Our eggs are pumpkin flavor. Need to use them to make a pie. Everyone gets chickens. They are charismatic as fuck. Oh, that's interesting.
Chickens. I like chickens.
Are charismatic. I didn't know chickens were charismatic.
I like chickens. Have you ever had chickens?
Like as a pet? No, I've never had a chicken.
Well,
I've eaten a chicken. If that's what you're asking.
They're pets, but they're edible, which is the good thing about chickens.
Yeah, I've never raised a chicken. If that's what you're asking.
You look at the little chickens; they're adorable, and then you think, one day I'm going to eat you.
That seems terrible. Yeah, that seems so terrible.
You little adorable thing. But right now, I'm going to make you my pet. Oh God.
That seems kind of cool to feed them pumpkins and get pumpkin flavored eggs. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
John Smith says, I used to take care of chickens and they were pretty mean and stupid.
Yeah.
There you go.
But they're cute when they're little peepers.
Chickens are seductive. I don't know what the fuck that means. Someone says chickens eat their own. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they are mean.
Terrible. Ronan Gironde for 100 Ronan says we should create critical media studies so the Rittenhouse situation as inspiration and use leftist owned tactics to subvert their subversion. There you go. Interesting.
Would that work? I don't know.
John Smith says chickens eat their own eggs. Well, of course they do. They're delicious.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Do you eat a lot of eggs?
I used to. Eggs do not sit well with me anymore.
Oh, really? I love eggs. I eat a lot of eggs.
I used to eat eggs every day.
Yeah.
I would eat eggs and sweet potato hash browns for breakfast pretty regularly.
Oh, that's so good. I need to
Yep.
get some sweet potatoes.
That's the Andrew Clark one you already read.
Yeah.
The DM Viper for $10 says, Sitch, please tell Adam to STFU when he attacks unprovoked. I dislike CRT as much as the next person, but Adam constantly prevents these conversations from being productive. S-Class is most class.
I disagree completely with that because I only attack when people are really not saying anything important. So I make that distinction. It's true, don't you think? I mean, Jangles wasn't really making a point. He was kind of filibustering. So I had to step in. I couldn't help myself.
I don't think he's filibustering. I think he would just take a long time to get to a place.
Yes, because he's like, he's struggling to find an acceptable answer.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, that's called bullshitting.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I am not on my way to be. I could never be vegan. I eat a lot of meat. I've actually contemplated trying the carnivore diet for like a month. My doctor's like, don't do that.
Oh, really?
I was like, why? Well, he's like, he says he's so much cholesterol if you do that.
Cholesterol is good for you.
He's the bad kind, apparently. I don't know. He's very against me doing that. So I am curious to try it though.
Meat is delicious. I've done the meat only thing for like weeks, and it's so good. I don't know why anyone complains about that diet.
I mean, I have been trying to cut back. I used to eat a lot of rice, and I've basically trying to cut out a lot of just empty carbs from my diet.
Rice is gluten free.
Yeah, I know, but it's just empty carbs.
That's true.
The DM Viper for $10 says, Adam, rewatch the stream and learn how to let your opponent finish their thoughts. Your interruptions are 100 times worse than Jordan B. Peterson.
Okay.
Don't interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake.
Okay. I hate it when Jordan Peterson does it, so that was a good way to frame it. I'll have to look back and see if it was that bad.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, I know you don't mean to, Adam. You're not bad faith. There you go.
I'm not bad faith?
Yeah.
Of course not.
There. Yeah. We love you. Even when you're aggro.
I do understand what Jangles is like. I don't like it when people call me dishonest either. So I know where Jangles is coming from, but I don't necessarily, I mean, the outcome is dishonest anyway. So I feel like.
Right.
Anyway. Goal gone for $5. Sitch will fight all pupil havers. He's a pupist pugilist.
Pupilist pugilist.
Pugilist, I think.
Okay, listen, that's fake news. I have no problems with pupil havers. Some of my best friends are pupil havers.
What is
Adam
a pugilist?
is a pupil haver. Okay.
Yeah. Pugilist. Someone who fights with his fists for sport. That's what a pugilist is.
Yeah, you know, like that little drawing of like the fighting Irish guy.
Yeah, he's a pugilist.
Yeah, put him up. He's a pugilist.
I had no idea. Slyhound for $4.99 says, I did not watch the whole video, but it feels like Jingle Jangle thinks there is some imaginary unified black culture. Yeah, that triggered me a lot. That's what made me think you're a fucking racist, dude. Yeah. That's why CRT is racist, because CRT wants to categorize all blacks into one culture, which is like awful.
Categorically untrue.
Yeah, let them be free.
You gotta put up the
No, I'm not putting anything up.
There's the S boat and the A train. I don't know why, but okay. There's that. Someone sent us pictures of a man petting a bull. I don't know if we need to put those up. We could put up the boat picture, I guess.
Yeah.
You can take down a terrible Max Lord better.
Oh, you don't like it?
Market Cruz for $5 says, I don't know if my other super chat went through. However, I'm wondering, why don't we look at Daryl Davis for how to defeat racism without being racist? Yeah, definitely. I mean, we didn't get into it, but that's the big where I think the left has totally dropped the ball, and I've said this a million times, is that the way to fight racism is to broaden the in-group. You have to have people so they identify people of different races as being part of their in-group. And that's what Daryl Davis is doing. He's saying, look, I'm a human being. We share common interest. I care about my children. I watch the same TV shows that you watch.
Yeah, I like
eat the
jazz
same
music.
foods you
You like
eat.
jazz
We listen
music?
to the same music. Yeah, that's how you build bridges. Is you broaden the in-group. You don't say blacks need to be separate from whites, and we need to have our own separate culture and our own separate institutions and our own separate schools and blah, blah. Okay, that's just going to breed resentment.
Yeah.
And it's insane to me that that's not obvious to the leftists. Though maybe that's kind of the problem. Is I think I don't think this is true of Jangles or LSP, but some leftists do want it to breed resentment because some leftists do want the revolution to happen, and they want it to happen by any means possible. And I think they see that having it via race is the way to have it happen in America, because they don't think it's going to happen via class.
Yeah, that's why James called it race Marxism.
Yeah, right. Which
Yeah,
I think's very accurate.
they're using people's hatred of racism and being called a racist for political point scoring. It's detestable.
Right. Trad Smakad Torstag for 50 sexy sexes says people are too mean to Adam. Sad face.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you for noticing.
There you go.
Everyone is always mean to me.
I mean, I kind of live to be mean to Adam, but
it's kind of part of the show. But when
it is kind of part of the show, that's true.
But when I don't know, I felt like I had a great. I'm gonna listen back. I'm telling you guys, I'm gonna listen back and I'm gonna be like, nailed it, nailed it. I was on fire, man. It was great. This show was amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm changing the thumbnail
to this. Just don't change it to the Jangles one, okay? That's all I have. That's literally all I have.
It depends. If Jangles comes at me on Twitter, I got that fucking meme in my back pocket.
Okay. Dog backwards for 5. Aussie says, now I understand much better. Smiley face. There you go. I'm glad. That's what we're here for, dog.
Awesome.
Hayden Dill for $2 says, I tried Dr. Pibb before. It's a spicy cherry, worth a try. Oh, I don't like cherry flavor stuff, so
I don't like Pibb either. I've tried it and it's not for me. So, but if you like it, by all means.
As long as you call it soda and not pop, you get to live. Okay, that's my only criteria. CT for $1 says, okay, Adam, fair enough. We didn't give you enough warning last week. This weekend, do you want to play something with us? The whole server is slowly becoming S-class because Sitch is the only parent coming to our karate classes. It's true. The whole server is becoming S-class because I'm the only one that ever shows up.
Yeah, I'm sort of like the dad that goes out for cigarettes and never comes back. I don't know if that's cool or bad. I can't tell.
I don't know.
I mean, I show up every once. Like when I show up, everyone is just ecstatic because I never show up, which is great. That's great.
That's it.
I want to keep them guessing.
You're like they're bored of Sitch because Sitch shows up.
I know,
but Adam, when he shows up, it's like a fucking surprise.
I show up once every 6 months, and everyone's A-team again. They're like, "Oh my God, Adam's here."
So I should actually. Oh, I was gonna take a picture of this, and then let me take a picture. I actually found something really weird the other day. So I received some change the other day, and it was in the dark. And I'm looking at this quarter, and I'm like, this quarter can't actually be what I think it is. Okay. It's a quarter, a United States of America quarter, dated 2020. And you know how like the quarters now, they all have like different things for each state on them?
State, which state is it?
This quarter, dated in 2020, has a big picture of a fucking bat on it.
A bat?
A bat.
You're kidding me.
A bat holding a baby bat.
From what state?
And I'm like, too soon, quarter. We're in the middle of COVID, and there's a fucking bat quarter being issued. What's this, the COVID quarter from 2020? What the hell? What state is the COVID state? I'm so confused here. And it's not a state. It says National Park on it.
National Park of America.
Oh, it does. It says National Park of America, Samoa. Oh, I didn't see that till just now.
Oh my God, you're right. It's the
So there you
COVID
go.
quarter. Holy
So
shit.
there you go. America officially has a COVID quarter.
This
I
is
don't know why this
crazy.
hasn't been
This is
talked about.
another giant fuck up for the Biden administration. I can't believe this.
Well, actually, this is 2020. I don't know if that means it was minted this year or last year. I don't know if it's like the previous year or not.
This looks Photoshopped, but somebody did a mask on the guy on the front of the quarter. I don't. Who's the guy on the quarter? Is it George Washington?
It's George Washington.
Somebody
do you have
did a
picture of
mask
it?
on George Washington. Yeah,
I sent you a picture if you want to put it up on stream. Yeah, it's a fucking COVID quarter. I can't believe this. Who thought this was a good idea? Middle of COVID, they're like, let's put a bat on our fucking quarter.
Yeah. This is
If I was Samoan, I'd be very upset by this. I'd be like, what the fuck? We finally get our own quarter, and it's the COVID quarter. Are you kidding me?
This is Joe Biden's America right here. Let's be honest.
Obviously, listen. Obviously, this is a sign from Joe Biden, okay, saying that they want COVID to remain forever, so that everyone, the mask mandates and the forced vaccinations. This is just the beginning. This is just to cow people into subservience, Adam. I don't know if you know this. Subservience and passivicity. Okay.
Look into these hypnotic COVID eyes.
Look into those
Get
little
the jab.
Look at that. It says that. I don't know if you can see that. The little text on the side, it says get the jab right there. It's right on the money, guys. It's right on the money. I can't believe it.
E pluribus vaccination.
That's what that means in Latin. It means get the jab. Okay.
Vaccinationist. E pluribus vaccination.
You can't see it, but there's even an even tinier print next to the bat's ears. It says Fauci.
Oh, it's got Fauci's initials. Look at that.
Yeah. On the front of it, it says "In Fauci we trust," and it actually doesn't have a picture of George Washington. It's just a picture of Fauci. So
terrible,
America, terrible Joe Biden. What are you doing? Abdi Muhammad for another $3. Thanks. Says the bulls we are talking about, are they the cuckolds? Because they aren't mad, they're just horny. Oh, like the bulls that they're killing, they're horny? Is that what's happening in that? That makes that even a weirder situation.
Kind of crazy.
That makes it even weirder situation. CT for $1 says, quick update. I checked, or someone checked. Jangles didn't call Soul the C word. He was referring to Thomas Samuel Kuhn. He specifically says from 100 years ago, and the guy was born in 1920. He mentioned the paradigm shift that is a term Kuhn invented. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I assumed he was not calling Thomas Soul.
That would have been pretty out there if that happened.
Yes. Okay.
I'd be like, okay.
There you go. Utter nonsense. I mean, Jangles for $2. Says, my name is Jangles. Pee poo poo. Dishonesty. Anyway, I'm going to appropriate debate culture from people of IQ. I wish I were Vosh. S-class is my ass. But seriously, Adam, handle your elephant.
Oh my God. That's,
thank you, Utter.
hysterical.
I mean, Jangles. Thank you, Jangles. Flash Mobber for $1 says, hey, Sean, I heard you talking shit about me. I'm just trying to feed my family with delicious and nutritious Nordstrom rack fabrics. Please disregard my white BMW. That's Sean referring to the flash mobs of people like running in and stealing a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They thought it was a game show. Maybe they got trolled.
Oh, there you go. It's just a big misunderstanding.
Yeah.
They thought it was a game show.
Why does Sean got to be so jump to such conclusions?
Remember you guys remember on Nickelodeon, this was like every kid wanted to be on this. Okay.
Smash and grab. That's what they call the game show.
It was, oh my God. It was, I don't remember what it was called. It was a Toys R Us thing where you had like 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. And you got to run through Toys R Us and you got to just shove as much toys and shit you could into the cart. And then you'd come back and get another cart. And you could just do this until you ran out of time and put anything you wanted in that cart. And whatever you got to keep. That was like the most, every kid was like, I want to be on that show.
Hell yeah.
And all the kids did it wrong. All the they would go to the aisle with like the Super Soakers or the dolls or something big that take up the cart. It's like, no, fools. You go to the electronics aisle.
You go to the beef jerky.
Okay, don't listen to Adam. You don't go to the beef jerky. You go to where, I guess this would be when N64 and PlayStation 1 were out. You go to those aisles and you get all that shit. Okay, you just dump all that in your
you go to the cell phone cases.
Well, this was pre-cell phones.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's right. Toys R Us doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
It's gone. It's gone forever.
Thank you, Joe Biden.
There you go. So I should have a picture of like an empty Toys R Us. This is Joe Biden's America.
It is. How are people going to live through Christmas without Toys R Us?
I know.
It's crazy. American institution gone, all because of Joe Biden.
Cat Branchman for $5 says, I heard if you fold the quarter, you can see an image of an anti-vaxxer being hauled off to a detainment camp.
Oh my God.
Now that you mention it, I see it. Wait a minute. It's not just an anti-vaxxer. It's Tim Pool.
Oh, really?
I can see the beanie. Oh my God. Joe Biden, what are you doing? It's out of control, Joe Biden.
Wouldn't it be funny if they put Kamala Harris on a quarter? Can you imagine? Which would be worse, the bat or Kamala Harris?
Obviously, Kamala Harris.
Right.
I'll take the COVID bat over. I'll take a literal COVID bat on a coin over Kamala Harris.
Yeah. It's funny how the quarter kind of makes it look like a bat in a soup bowl.
There you go.
Boy, they're really messing with us.
Kazi never win for $20. Thanks so much, Kazi. Says debates are for winning an audience rather than convincing your opposition. That's why the Federation and the Space Noids are on bad terms. Space Team is Ace Dream. There you go. There you go. Fucking degenerate Cardassians. Gotta kill me some Cardis. Cardi scum. Give me back the dislike count for 234. Says Streamlabs let you say all kinds of banned words. Darn, heck, frick, commie, cunt, queer. It also prevents YouTube from grabbing a slice of the cash. Don't forget to dislike all mainstream media channels to mess up the algorithm and punish YouTube. Yeah, the whole removal of the dislikes thing is the most pathetically lame, transparently lame, and pathetically lame attempt ever.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were just sucking up to the movie trailer people.
That's probably like 90% of it. Just when some terrible movie trailer, some remake comes out and everyone goes, this is garbage.
You're like, we spent $200 million animating this movie and you want to fucking, it's not our fault.
I know. Terrible.
We have to trick people into seeing this already. Quit disliking it. Andrew Clark? Is that? Oh, go ahead.
95 Keat sent me his last cringy Hanukkah picture.
Oh, really?
It's a picture of a multiracial family celebrating Hanukkah.
Oh, my God.
And under it, he says, also, I have a petition to rename the A train to the A-elephant. The A-elephant. So there you go. Get it? The elephant. Get it?
I get it. Yeah.
Get it? Is that what we're doing now? Do you approve of this?
I don't like I'm not.
You don't like this? Yeah. I'm the elephant. I think we should call the A train the elephant. Get your trunks up. The elephants are here. Pants down, trunks up.
Oh my God! No.
Get out of here. Get out of here, elephants. Okay. It's going to stick. Just you watch. Just you wait. Just you wait. A duck-sized house for $1 says, would you rather watch every academic agent video on YouTube or give Doomer a wrench? Also, S-Class is the best class.
skeptical, but
listen, this is a very difficult choice. By a slim margin, by the tiniest hair of a margin, I'd rather give Doomer a wrench. Okay. That's my bar. You found it. You finally found the bar. Okay. I will give Doomer a wrench versus watching every academic agent video.
Holy shit.
There's only so much weaponized stupidity I can take before my brain melts.
He's got a lot of videos too. I mean, he might have 500 videos. He'd be fucking busy for days.
Abdi Muhammad for $3 says, "Oh, the joke flew over your head." It was referencing how cuckolds calls the guys that smashes their girlfriend the bull. Oh, you're right. I did miss that. Let me read the joke again in that context. The bulls we are talking about, are they the cuckolds context because they aren't mad? They're just horny. I get you. Get you. So Streamlabs does this thing that's very annoying and stupid.
Oh
where
my god, it still does that. I can't believe they haven't fucking fixed it.
They never fix it. So like it's like it has margins of where the text ends, and it doesn't do it by words. So like in the middle of words, it will just cut off and wrap around, and it doesn't even put like a hyphen there. So it makes reading some of the Streamlabs like bizarre sometimes. So sometimes I miss things on Streamlabs. I don't know. It's very strange. You think this would be like #1 priority for them to fix?
Yeah, I can't believe people are like, it's been years and we've been reading them that way.
I know. CMF 1727 for $5 says, "Trunks out, boys."
That's obviously an elephant reference, right?
Yeah, the elephants. Trunks out, boys. I'll have to get a little like elephant, an elephant sound effect just for this. One Quim for $10 says, "Okay, so for the D&D campaign, Sean is a gnome fighter." I do like the idea of Sean as a gnome fighter. Sitch is a half-elf sorcerer or ranger. Adam is a tiefling or a dragonborn warlock or evil cleric. Also, Aiden would be a human paladin or rogue, and Sargon would be the human cleric. So actually, in our D&D campaign, you were a dragonborn.
I was,
you were a dragonborn evil paladin, if I recall correctly. So
yeah, got myself a lot of vagrants. Yeah,
I'll be the half-elf sorcerer or wizard. Wizards are more fun. They have more like dumb random shit they could do. Azrael for $5 says, "Not sure why Jangles rested so firmly on the language being written for grad students. Pretty sure it's for the activist components." True.
Yeah, that was a weird hill to die on, right? This isn't for kids. You guys are being dishonest. It's like, come on. How many fucking Zoom meetings are there on YouTube where the K through 12 teachers are getting around talking about how badly they need CRT and how they have to call out whiteness in all the classes?
Right.
I mean, it's like a million different pieces of evidence. It's crazy. I don't see
true.
Like, come on,
It's
guy.
true.
People send me one of those a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adam should be an elf femboy. I agree with that.
You guys, you and your femboys, come on. Don't push me over to the academic agent team, okay? Come on, don't play now. I'll be a monarchist pretty quick here.
Yeah. There you go. I think that's it.
Wait, what about Cat Branchman?
I read that one.
Oh,
that was about the. I skipped some of them.
Did.
I jumped ahead.
That's it. All right. Woohoo!
Ooh, that's it.
Tuesday. I don't know. I guess maybe we'll stream. Maybe we won't.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Maybe we'll do a shorter stream on Tuesday if you guys want. I don't want to disappoint. I know people were getting used to the Tuesday streams for a while, so we'll find a little video or something. A little snack. A little snack.
I wonder if. I wonder if Jangles. I wonder if his videos are entertaining at all. I don't think I've ever watched a Jangles video.
Oh no. Does he do videos? I thought he only did debates. I don't know if he does videos. Anyways, we're not gonna watch a Jangles video. Anyways, Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Doomer. Thank you, Counterpoints. Thank you, Jangles. Thank you, LSP. Thank you all for coming on. It was an enjoyable conversation. And actually surprisingly more productive in some areas than I would have anticipated. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. And thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. I hope you enjoyed the stampede of elephants. And I hope you all have a fantastic week. See you maybe Tuesday. And if not, see you next Sunday.
Bye-bye.
That was a different bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hang up on